Get lost. All of you get lost, all of you, art. Have you finished? A pair of iron tongs forced its way into Zhao Yin's mouth and yanked his tongue out with brutal strength. With a sharp crack, Zhao Yin's tongue was severed by his adopted son Zhang Dongliang. He could no longer utter a single word. His bloodshot eyes, however, did not so much as glance at the adopted son who was tormenting him so viciously, but remained fixed instead on the three women opposite him. Those three women were the stupid women Zhao Yin had been cursing nonstop. He had barely ever given them a proper look, yet he had never imagined that in the end they would be the ones to risk their lives to save him from certain death. At this moment, all three women were gazing at Zhao Yin through a mist of tears. Behind them stood the teleportation gate Zhao Yin had prudently arranged in advance, just in case. A single step through it would mean a path to survival, yet none of the three moved so much as an inch. Inga, where could we possibly go after we leave? A bitter smile curved Ning Yu's lips. The cold arrogance she had always worn was gone. For once a faint trace of gentleness softened her face. If not for your protection, Inga, Zhang Shiner would have long since become a plaything for ability users. Since you cannot leave, then Shiner will not leave either. Zhang Shiner too gave a bleak little smile. Inga, I will accompany you to death. The girl who looked the youngest was called Xiaodao. Tears streamed down her face, yet her voice was eerily calm. Zhao Yin was trussed up like a criminal, a magic-suppressing collar locked around his neck. Tongueless, with his white shirt soaked in blood upon his chest, he had never expected Paradise Base to be breached so quickly. He had never expected his most trusted adopted son Zhang Dongliang to betray him, to get him drunk, bind him, and deliver him to the enemy. Still less had Zhao Yin imagined that within the base some would die, some would betray, and others would flee. In the end, it was these three women who stayed behind to fight to the death in an attempt to rescue him. In 7 years of apocalypse, Zhao Yin had had countless women. These three were merely three among many. Had he not been driven to the very edge, he might never have truly known who among those at his side were human and how many were merely dogs. Only now everything was far too late. It was obvious that these three women, who possessed not even a hint of ability, could not possibly save him. Tonight no one leaves. At that moment, a tall, strikingly handsome man stepped out from the crowd. Zhao Yin, I did not expect you to hand the heavenly sun thunder over to these three women. To save you, they used it to blow up nearly 10,000 of my subordinates. That debt must be repaid in full. Zhao Yin finally shifted his gaze and looked toward the newcomer. It was Lin Tianfeng, the brother dearest to him in the past, now the master of contracts, one of the most powerful figures in the apocalyptic world. Zhao Yin had met him at the very dawn of the apocalypse, when Lin Tianfeng was so weak he could not even trust a chicken. Zhao Yin had saved his life, and afterwards Lin Tianfeng had bowed to him and called him elder brother. The two had faced life and death together countless times. Unlike Zhao Yin, who had only awakened up-class ability and survived the apocalypse through cunning and stratagem, Lin Tianfeng had awakened an SS-class power, the Soul of Contract. 2 years ago, the two had fallen out over a trivial matter. In truth, Zhao Yin knew that even without that incident, Lin Tianfeng had long intended to drive him away. As Lin Tianfeng's strength soared, Zhao Yin could no longer keep pace. In the eyes of outsiders, for an SS-class master of contracts to call a mere class ability user Big Brother was nothing short of a disgrace to Lin Tianfeng. 2 years ago, Zhao Yin had led a group away from the base he and Lin Tianfeng had built together and founded a new base on his own. He had believed that for the rest of their lives, he and Lin Tianfeng would keep to their own wells and rivers, never crossing paths again. He had never expected that Lin Tianfeng had already turned his adopted son against him and would choose to eradicate him so ruthlessly. Zhao Yin, the master of contracts, has always been benevolent and righteous. I have just now acknowledged him as my foster father. Zhang Dongliang spoke, the iron tongs in his hand still clamped around half of Zhao Yin's severed tongue, blood dripping steadily. A wretched smile twisted Zhao Yin's lips as he looked at the adopted son who used to grovel before him and at the brother he had personally nurtured into power. In this damned apocalypse, was there still such a thing as benevolence and righteousness? Lin Tianfeng's reputation for virtue had been won by Zhao Yin's own hands. It was Zhao Yin who had schemed and paved the way for his rise to power. Without that, with Lin Tianfeng's pig-headed brain, he would never have survived long enough to grow strong. In those first years after the world's end, it was Zhao Yin who sheltered the so-called master of contracts. Yet no matter how brilliant a mind, when faced with a fully grown SS-class ability user, it ultimately seemed nothing more than a bad joke. Once Lin Tianfeng had matured, no scheme or stratagem could shake him in the slightest. Zhang Dongliang came to stand before Lin Tianfeng and lifted the half of Zhao Yin's tongue as if presenting a trophy. Foster father, you originally promised that as long as Zhao Yin handed over the base, you would spare his life. But he caused you to lose so many subordinates, so I took it upon myself to cut out his tongue. To deal with 3 useless women and still require me to personally intervene. What use do I have for an adopted son like you? Lin Tianfeng said coolly. Zhang Dongliang's face paled at his words, and he opened his mouth to explain. Suddenly a man behind him drew his blade with a hiss. The blade pierced through Zhang Dongliang's back and jutted out of his chest. His eyes bulged wide as he lowered his head in disbelief to stare at the tip of steel protruding from his heart. He had thought that by betraying the adoptive father who had shown him mountain-deep grace, Zhao Yin, he would go on to live a more comfortable life. Never had he imagined that such would be his end. Lin Tianfeng. In his final moment, Zhang Dongliang tried to voice his accusation, but the blade was suddenly yanked from his body. A great mouthful of blood sprayed from his lips as his body went limp and crumpled to the ground. By the time his body hit the floor, he was already more dead than alive. In that instant, Zhao Yin felt no joy at all. When the cunning hare dies, the hunting dog is boiled. What befell Zhang Dongliang would befall Zhao Yin as well. Now the master of contracts held power over life and death, exalted above tens of thousands. A mere flicker of displeasure from him was enough to have a subordinate draw a blade and kill. Those who obeyed prospered, those who defied him perished. Who dared utter even a single word of refusal? In that moment, Zhao Yin yearned as never before to possess a stronger ability of his own. Had he possessed even a class ability, how could he have fallen to such a state? Just then Lin Tianfeng lifted his hand ever so slightly, and a terrifying behemoth descended from the sky. It was the top-tier mutant beast, the soaring white tiger, which Zhao Yin had once exhausted every ounce of his wit to trap for Lin Tianfeng to contract. The soaring white tiger dropped down before the teleportation gate, sealing off the three women's escape. With casual ease, it snatched them up and deposited them before Lin Tianfeng. Having grown into a beast whose very name now made the entire post-apocalyptic world tremble, it then lowered itself like a dog slowly crawling to lie at Lin Tianfeng's feet after dropping the three women. Zhao Yin, you say I am ungrateful. Then I shall show you the fate of those who remain loyal to you. Lin Tianfeng smiled faintly, as if merely indulging in an insignificant little game with Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin's eyes were about to split. His mouth could only produce guttural grunts, and he could not so much as move a finger. He could only watch as Lin Tianfeng gave a light wave of his hand, and several men stepped forward. Blades were drawn and swung down. With three wet thuds, the women's heads rolled. Once chosen by Zhao Yin from millions and considered peerless beauties in the pre-apocalyptic world, they were now reduced to three headless corpses. From beginning to end, they did not utter a sound, facing death with startling composure. Ning Yu's head rolled to a stop before Zhao Yin, her eyes still open, still looking at him, gentle as ever. Zhao Yin was stunned, and in that moment he might as well have been a wooden idol kneeling in place. Lin Tianfeng's subordinates burst into loud laughter. Their raucous mirth echoed all around as though they had just finished an amusing game. Zhao Yin, whose heart had always been as hard as iron, felt a wrenching, tearing pain in his chest. Amid the surging tide of hatred, he experienced his first true regret since the world's end. Ningyue Shiner Xiaodao, may your journey be peaceful. If I could live it all over again, I would surely treat you well. Lin Tianfeng, if I could live it all over again, I, Zhao Yin, would personally tear you limb from limb. No, grind your bones to dust. If I could live it all over again, I, Zhao Yin, would seize a far stronger ability at the very first opportunity. If only. Yet where in this world was there room for if only? Lin Tianfeng spoke coolly. Brother Zhao, it was you who personally taught me to cut the weeds and pull up the roots, so do not blame me. If you must blame something, blame the fact that you know too much of my dark past. If I am to have my name go down in history, how could I possibly allow you to remain in this apocalypse? With a sickening crunch, the soaring white tiger padded forward and brought its paw down, smashing Zhao Yin's head to pulp. Don't move. As Zhao Yin's consciousness slowly returned, a lazy female voice murmured by his ear, coquettishly whining. Little rascal, don't move, let big sister sleep a little longer. He suddenly felt a suffocating pressure on his chest, something weighing upon him. Instinctively, he raised his hand to touch it and felt a warm, yielding softness. He jolted, fully awake, realizing that a woman was lying on top of him. Her face was unfamiliar, yet faintly, strangely familiar. The woman looked about 24 or 25, with fair, delicate skin and long, wavy hair spilling over Zhao Yin's chest, carrying a strong scent of perfume. The bedsheet was white. In the room stood a dressing table on which lay an open box of condoms. The floor was strewn with discarded tissues. In an instant, Zhao Yin remembered. Was this not the very woman he had picked up at the nightclub on the eve of the apocalypse? For a moment, Zhao Yin could not recall her name. He only remembered that after that night, the end of the world descended, and he never saw her again. The scene before his eyes was identical to that day. 7 years of surviving the apocalypse had tempered his psyche into steel, allowing Zhao Yin to quickly grasp what was happening. He had died in the 7th year of the apocalypse, only to return to the time before it began. You little rascal, I told you not to move, and you really froze up. The woman's face was still buried against Zhao Yin's chest, the graceful curve of her slender waist twisting restlessly as she complained in a lazy yet displeased tone. When this big sister goes out to have fun with a man, I never give a second chance. Think carefully. Are you really not planning to seize the moment and enjoy yourself more? The next instant, the woman suddenly felt the man beneath her roll over, directly flipping her off the bed. She crashed onto the floor, clutching her chest as she screamed and cursed. Are you out of your damned mind? Zhao Yin completely ignored her. He leaped off the bed and went to stand before the full-length mirror. He gazed at the young face in the glass. Unlike the weathered visage he bore during the apocalypse, the 22-year-old Zhao Yin had fair skin, a slightly thin frame, and carried a faint scholarly air about him. Together with his height of 1.85 meters, he was precisely the kind of slender, handsome, pretty boy that had driven pre-apocalypse fangirls crazy. Zhao Yin's heartbeat began to quicken. Help me up, damn it, the woman shouted. The woman glared fiercely at Zhao Yin. I Wang Xiala have never seen such a heartless man who pulls out and walks away. Zhao Yin snapped back to himself, turned without a word, and began to get dressed. In his memories, it would be at dawn in the small hours of tonight that the apocalypse would arrive. He had no desire to waste time on a woman like this. A woman who came out just to play was nothing more than a tool for release. In his previous life, he had felt no attachment to her whatsoever. In this life, he would even less allow her to become a stumbling block. What are you doing? Are you really planning to just walk out like this, eh? The woman grew even more enraged and began dressing as well as though preparing to fight Zhao Yin to the bitter end. Though it was not her first time going out to play, she still felt as if she had been used and cast aside. After Zhao Yin finished putting on his shoes and socks, he swept the cigarettes, lighter, his phone, and the open box of condoms from the table into his pocket. Suddenly recalling something, he turned and walked toward the woman. What are you going to do? For the first time, fear surfaced on the woman's face. Only now did she notice that the tender, affectionate little puppy from last night seemed like a completely different person today. With just a single glance into Zhao Yin's eyes, a bone-deep chill spread through her entire body. Zhao Yin stopped in front of her, took out his wallet, pulled out a 1,000 yuan note, slowly bent down, tucked it into the front of her top, and casually pinched her cheek. I never play for free. With that, he turned and walked out of the hotel room. He had nearly forgotten his habit from the previous life of always leaving money after things were over. Once the money was paid, there would be no debts between them. By early morning, the highway was already packed with cars and the sidewalks surged with people. Elderly couples strolling hand in hand, women leading children, office workers rushing to their morning shifts. They all shared one common trait: they were clean and neatly dressed from head to toe. From a breakfast stall by the roadside drifted the aroma of fried dough sticks and steamed buns. Nearby were a roast duck shop, a braised meat shop, a bakery, a milk tea store. A long-lost feeling surged up within him, leaving Zhao Yin with a complex mix of emotions. Once he had never cherished such a peaceful life. Only after the apocalypse did he time and again in his dreams return to scenes like this. Had he truly come back? Zhao Yin slowly lifted his head and looked in the direction of Guangzhou No. 2 High School. Lin Tianfeng, the future Lord of Contracts, should at this moment still be teaching there. But now was not the time to deal with him. He had to wait for the apocalypse to erupt and then use Lin Tianfeng's hand to find the star crystal that carried an SS-grade ability. In this life, Zhao Yin no longer intended to establish any base. He understood now that only overwhelming personal strength was the foundation of everything. As for Ning Yue, Jiang Shiner, and Xiao Dao, he had met the 3 of them in the 6th year of the apocalypse and had never concerned himself with their past. Now in the boundless sea of people, there was no way to find them. That would have to wait for the future. In these days of flourishing peace, only Zhao Yin knew how fleeting fireworks were, that the prosperity before his eyes was merely the final brilliance before the apocalypse exploded. At dawn tonight, an unprecedented meteor shower would fall from the sky. Countless meteors would rain down, battering Blue Star until it was riddled with wounds. The entire world would become a crucible of the apocalypse. Most buildings would be destroyed by the meteors, and the materials that sustained human survival would be buried in ruins. Food in particular, even if some survived, would mostly rot in the intense heat. A month later, unknown radiation would saturate the earth. 98% of humanity would turn into zombies, while the survivors among humans, animals, and plants would begin to mutate. Having sorted out his thoughts, Zhao Yin was now preparing to stockpile supplies. After the apocalypse erupted, all ordinary food would rot rapidly and new extraordinary foods would appear. So there was no need to hoard too much. He only needed enough to last until the meteor shower ended. Zhao Yin caught a ride back home. His residence stood in a high-end community in the center of Guangzhou City, a property left behind by his parents. They had been senior executives in a state-owned enterprise and had died in a car accident when he was 15. The inheritance and compensation his parents left allowed Zhao Yin to live far more comfortably than ordinary people before the apocalypse. With no one to discipline him, he had grown into a wantonly unrestrained character. In his previous life, when the apocalypse broke out, Zhao Yin had been sleeping at home, and his villa had luckily escaped the meteor strikes. Therefore, he decided that when the apocalypse erupted again, he would still hole up at home. He went straight into the garage, got into his Audi A6 and drove toward an ice cream factory 10 kilometers away. The meteor shower would last a full month, initially creating terrifying heat. He first had to buy ice to deal with that problem. In his previous life, he had endured that month of extreme heat with great difficulty, to the point that when the meteor shower ended, Zhao Yin had nearly died. He had barely any strength left to search for supplies, and completely missed the first wave of people to discover the secret of the star crystals. Guangzhou City was only considered a third-tier city in the country and had no large-scale ice factory, but an ice cream factory could certainly produce ice. When Zhao Yin arrived at the factory, he went straight to the factory director's office. Under the promise of a generous payment, the director readily agreed to deliver 50 tons of ice to Zhao Yin's address before nightfall. Next, Zhao Yin headed to the building materials market, where he bought large quantities of insulation boards, air nail guns, high-temperature resistant glue, and more. After settling the price, he asked the boss to hire a crew of renovation workers to start work that very day, requesting as many people as possible. After handling those arrangements, he drove to a supermarket to purchase the most crucial food supplies. Anything that caught Zhao Yin's eye he swept into large bags. Salt-baked chicken, canned meat, compressed biscuits, pure milk, instant noodles, sausages, all kinds of nuts and dried fruits. Prepared foods with added preservatives would keep a bit longer, so he took a round of those as well. As for raw meat, eggs, vegetables, and fruit, he took none. More important than food was bottled water. He ordered 30 large barrels directly. After the apocalypse, water, electricity, and gas would all be cut off, so he bought 3 tanks of liquefied gas and 10 waterproof flashlights. Only after he had bought more than enough supplies for a month, enough to last even 3 months if he were frugal, did Zhao Yin finally stop satisfied. Next came weapons. Although he had forged powerful combat instincts in the apocalypse, in the end Zhao Yin's body was still that of an ordinary man. He still needed some handy weapons for the early stage. At the market, he found a butcher and spent 500 yuan to buy a pig-killing knife and a bone cleaver. The tools chosen by a professional butcher, whether in steel quality or sharpness, were far superior to ordinary knives. Then he went to a repair shop and asked someone to weld an iron handle over a meter long onto the bone cleaver. The longer the weapon, the greater the advantage. The ordinary bone cleaver in an instant became a deadly great blade, while the pig-killing knife he planned to keep as a close combat weapon. After placing both blades into the trunk of the Audi A6, Zhao Yin finally went to buy several gas masks. At last, he had finished purchasing everything he could think of. By the time Zhao Yin returned home, it was already dusk. A crimson sun slanted across the horizon, bathing the sky in red clouds that poured over the earth, draping the world in a dreamlike hue. It was as though the world sensed what was coming and was blooming with its last brilliance, reluctant to part with the past. Sitting in the car, Zhao Yin quietly watched for 2 minutes, bidding farewell to the homeland he had wandered in his dreams. When he got out of the car, several trucks were already parked outside the villa, the supermarkets, the building materials vendors. The renovation workers he had hired earlier from the building materials stall had also arrived, more than 30 people in total. Only the ice from the ice cream factory had yet to arrive. Zhao Yin gave each of the renovation workers a 1,000 yuan red envelope and asked them to help move all useless furniture out of the villa and carry the building materials inside. For these ordinary people who earned their living through sweat and toil, 1,000 yuan was worth several days' wages. Everyone threw themselves into the work with high spirits. With more than 30 experienced renovation workers, the pace was extremely fast. Time was tight, and Zhao Yin's requirements were simple. Appearance did not matter, professionalism was irrelevant, practicality was all that counted. By 7:30 in the evening, night had fallen. All the insulation boards had been laid. The ice from the ice cream factory was delivered as well. 50 tons of ice almost filled the entire living room. After Zhao Yin paid the remaining balance, it was already 9:30 at night. Once he sent off the last group of movers from the ice cream factory, only Zhao Yin remained in the villa. Looking at the mountain of ice and supplies and the fully installed insulation boards, he finally felt at ease. Zhao Yin had also gone hungry the entire day. Glancing at the sports watch on his wrist and seeing there were still 2.5 hours left, he went out to eat a hearty meal at a restaurant outside the community and bought 10 packs of soft Zhong cigarettes while he was at it. When he returned to the villa, it was already 10:30. Zhao Yin locked all the doors and windows, then used the remaining insulation boards to seal them completely, leaving only a small movable window through which he could observe the outside world. By 11:30, only half an hour remained before the apocalypse arrived. Sitting in the villa filled with biting cold, Zhao Yin waited in silence. Minute by minute, time slipped away. Buzz, buzz. The alarm on the phone beside him finally rang. The apocalypse had arrived. Whoa. Countless meteors trailed long tails of flames crashing to the ground, like raindrops shaking the entire villa. At the same time, the chandelier above went dark and the power went out. Zhao Yin opened the flashlight and walked over to pull back the movable heat insulation board on the window to observe outside. The apocalypse he witnessed in his past life was now replaying. Blinding white light poured down from the sky, filling the entire world. Countless meteors fell like raindrops, endlessly crashing down, quickly turning the buildings in sight into a state of ruin. The entire city was ignited with thick smoke and flames everywhere. The artificial lake outside the villa bubbled violently, hissing with white steam. "Help! Someone please save me." What on earth is happening? Why are there so many meteors falling? I'm going to die. Why didn't the astronomical department issue a warning in advance? Damn it, woo-woo. I don't want to die. The house has collapsed. My leg is broken, woo-woo. The people outside the villa were screaming and crying, some shouting in despair. With a crack, an old osmanthus tree in front of the villa was struck down by a meteor the size of a bowl, quickly catching fire amidst the incessant meteors falling. A choking thick smoke accompanied by a heat wave rushed in through the small window that had been opened. Zhao Yin forcefully closed the movable heat insulation board and quickly sealed it with high-temperature glue. The cruelty of the apocalypse could not shake Zhao Yin's heart, which had long since become numb. The screams did not cease until dawn. Perhaps everyone around the villa had perished. Zhao Yin boiled water and made a box of instant noodles, eating it with a salted chicken leg. At this time, no one knew that among the countless meteors there were pieces of blood-colored crystals mixed in. In the post-apocalyptic world, they would be called star crystals. Each star crystal could randomly produce items needed after the apocalypse. It might yield extraordinary materials, equipment, or even directly grant abilities that allowed one to transcend the mundane. In the apocalypse, statistics showed that most star crystals could only produce low-level materials, with very few yielding equipment or evolution potions. Star crystals that granted abilities were even rarer. Similarly, whether it was materials or equipment. Even abilities, there were distinctions between strengths and weaknesses. After the apocalypse, a system was established categorizing them from F grade to SSS grade. Zhao Yin shook his head, casting aside these thoughts. After he had eaten and drunk to his fill, he found the military coat his father had left behind. Outside the villa, flames blazed everywhere, yet the temperature inside, piled with ice, was rapidly dropping. Zhao Yin put on the military coat and fell asleep. A few minutes later, Zhao Yin's snoring could be heard. In the 7 years of the apocalypse, he had long since developed the habit of waking and sleeping at will. Even if the world were to end, what did it have to do with him, Zhao Yin? Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks on the door woke Zhao Yin. "Is anyone there? Open the door, quickly, let me in." Zhao Yin frowned, recalling a fragment of the past from his previous life. Outside the door was the security guard Dong Jun, who had endured the first few hours of the apocalypse while on duty in the underground garage, which had just collapsed. Zhao Yin's villa was the only surviving structure in the neighborhood. Dong Jun had narrowly escaped the garage and discovered this place. In his previous life, Zhao Yin had let Dong Jun in. At first, Dong Jun was profuse in his thanks. But as the stored food dwindled, Dong Jun revealed his true nature, beginning to enslave Zhao Yin with his strong physique. A month later, when the meteor shower ended, Zhao Yin was too weak from hunger to search for resources, which was closely tied to Dong Jun. If it weren't for Dong Jun consuming too much food, Zhao Yin might have discovered the secret of the star crystals earlier in his previous life. However, just a few days later, after Dong Jun had wasted a large amount of food, Zhao Yin found an opportunity in his sleep-fueled anger and killed him with a flurry of knives. Zhao Yin had experienced too much darkness and bloodshed in the apocalypse and had deliberately tried to forget those pasts, so he couldn't recall this matter immediately. "Zhao Yin, are you in there? I saw you came back today. Open the door quickly, or I will break it down." Outside, Dong Jun began to shout impatiently. Zhao Yin chuckled coldly in his heart. In this life, he would not make the same mistake again. Grabbing the bone-chopping knife next to him, he walked towards the small window, pried it open, and smiled. "Is that you, brother Dong? Zhao Yin, you are really inside. Quickly, let me in. I nearly died." As Dong Jun spoke, a meteor crashed down beside him, startling him into jumping up. His voice grew increasingly frantic. Brother, as long as you save me, I will do anything you ask. I can't be sure you are brother Dong. What if you encounter a bad person?" Zhao Yin said in a deep voice. "How could I possibly be a bad person? It's really me, Dong Jun. That day you passed by the security post and even handed me a cigarette. Have you forgotten, brother? Brother Dong, come closer so I can see you." After Zhao Yin said this, the now overheated Dong Jun approached the small window, revealing a face reddened by burns. "It's really me, brother." Puff! A bone-chopping knife suddenly thrust out from the window, piercing directly into Dong Jun's eye socket, and when pulled out, blood gushed forth. Zhao Yin withdrew the bone-chopping knife and quickly sealed the small window. It was as if nothing had happened. In this life, Dong Jun had not yet had the chance to harm Zhao Yin, but killing him did not leave Zhao Yin with any guilt. The other party could not possibly leave this place. Eventually, they would try to break down the door, and without the protection of a door, the heat would enter the villa. In his previous life, Zhao Yin had been unprepared at all. In the first few days of the apocalypse, he had relied on the villa's isolation to barely hold on. After a few days, the walls became unbearably hot, and he had to dig through the floor to bury himself in the soil, not only digging for himself, but also for Dong Jun. Fortunately, the dirty water from the sewer flowed into the pit along with the sand, solving the problem of drinking water and also helping to cool things down, allowing Zhao Yin to endure in his previous life. In this life, he did not want to go through that again. Dropping the bone-chopping knife, Zhao Yin continued to sleep, soon resuming his snoring. In the days that followed, no one came to find Zhao Yin, and the indoor temperature remained several degrees below zero. He ate when he was hungry, slept when he was full, and upon waking exercised his frail body within the villa. Time passed quickly. Before long, it was the 29th day of the apocalypse. Even with the heat insulation board set up in the room, the 50 tons of ice had almost melted, creating a significant amount of standing water, but the temperature remained very low. Compared to the torture of his previous life, Zhao Yin lived quite comfortably this month. The food and water still remained in large quantities, and he had even gained some weight. Zhao Yin opened the small window to check. The meteor shower had decreased significantly, falling sporadically. Sometimes a whole day would pass without seeing a single one. 29 days ago, the things set ablaze in the city had all burned out. The temperature was also dropping, thin smoke wafted everywhere, and the surviving people and animals had vanished. Zhao Yin knew that there were still some resources that had not been destroyed by this meteor shower. There were areas that the meteor shower had not reached, and those resources might be buried or hidden in certain special buildings. Moreover, there were ordinary buildings like Zhao Yin's villa that had survived. Zhao Yin had little interest in those ordinary resources. What he desired most now was Lin Tianfeng's SS-level ability. Also, he wanted to gather as much as possible, while everyone was still unaware of the secret of the star crystals. Finally, the meteor shower stopped. Zhao Yin prepared everything and removed the heat insulation board from the front door. He opened the villa's main door. The temperature was around 40 degrees with thin wisps of smoke still lingering in the air. The surroundings were pockmarked, and the buildings in the community had mostly been destroyed, leaving only the dark, charred roots of vegetation. Zhao Yin wore a gas mask, his backpack containing only a few basic supplies of food and water, while in one hand, he held a bone-cutting knife. A rolled-up magazine was taped to his left forearm, with a cleaver inserted there. The entire world was engulfed in a deathly silence. In this apocalyptic era, he had long grown accustomed to solitude. Zhao Yin moved forward alone, as if he were the only person left in the universe, stepping into the hazy smoke. He headed straight for the residential compound of Guangzhou No. High School. Along the way, Zhao Yin saw countless corpses. Some had been charred on one side by flames, while others had their heads crushed by falling meteorites. The apocalypse had struck in the early hours, and most people were indoors, ultimately buried beneath the rubble. Yet these corpses had not decayed due to the high temperatures. Zhao Yin knew that in the early hours of this night, all the dead would rise again. As they devoured flesh and blood, their broken bodies would regenerate. They would continue to consume flesh and star crystals, beginning their evolution, ultimately becoming nightmares for the survivors. As Zhao Yin passed by a mall that had not completely collapsed, he sensed a pair of eyes watching him. He paused, turning his indifferent gaze in that direction. The upper floors of the mall had collapsed, but due to the building's sturdy construction, the bottom floor had barely survived. Inside the mall, there was an abundance of food and water, and the area was spacious with good fire and heat insulation. It was not surprising that someone had survived. Zhao Yin had no intention of investigating further and continued to walk forward. At that moment, in an office within the mall, a dark face was pressed against a crack in the wall, bright eyes fixed intently on Zhao Yin's back. As Zhao Yin vanished into the rubble, the expression on the boy's face slowly relaxed. He was a boy of about 15 or 16, his school uniform dirty and ragged, almost unrecognizable in color. "All right, he's gone. There won't be another person to share our food. Brother, isn't what we're doing a bit wrong?" In the corner behind the boy there huddled an 11 or 12-year-old girl. One of her arms was clearly broken, wrapped in charred wooden planks and tattered cloth with dark brown bloodstains. "The supermarket's food area has collapsed. We have very little food left. How can we support another person?" the boy sighed. "But Brother Wong went to look for food in the collapsed area, didn't he?" The girl pouted defiantly. "Brother Wong has been gone for 3 days. Are you sure he'll come back?" The boy retorted. The girl fell silent, slowly lowering her head. The boy stepped forward and gently stroked the girl's head. "Xiao Dao, when our parents left, I promised them that I would keep you alive no matter what. I swear it in the name of Song Xiaojian." If Zhao Yin were here, he would surely recognize that the girl, who was now only 11 or 12, was Xiao Dao. Zhao Yin was unaware of what he had missed, swiftly weaving through the ruins. Along the way, he sensed several survivor locations, but chose to ignore them as he was not far from the Guangzhou 2 high school residential complex. Suddenly, Zhao Yin paused, turning to look at a nearby meteorite crater. In the dim sunlight, he could faintly see a blood-red glow reflecting. He quickly jumped into the meteorite crater and began to dig with his bone-cutting knife. In no time, he grasped a blood-red crystal the size of a walnut in his hand. Star crystal. Zhao Yin did not expect to find the first star crystal so quickly. In his previous life, information about star crystals had nearly seeped into the blood of every survivor. In the month-long meteor shower, a blood-red crystal had been mixed and later referred to as a star crystal, most of which were buried beneath the rubble. Zhao Yin had only heard that in the early days of the apocalypse, star crystals existed on the surface. With the zombie outbreak in the early hours of this night, all the star crystals on the surface had been devoured by zombies. Only a very few had fallen into the hands of survivors. Later survivors could either kill zombies to extract star crystals from their bodies or rely entirely on luck. Star crystals could produce all kinds of items, and even 7 years into the apocalypse, no one could clearly state how many types there were. All star crystals looked the same on the outside. They might yield food and water, or perhaps a pack of toilet paper. Those fortunate enough could obtain extraordinary gear or evolution potions. The rarest outcome was awakening potions for abilities. In the apocalypse, everyone coveted abilities far exceeding the imaginations of humanity before the apocalypse. Before an ability user, any evolved being could only bow in submission, and ordinary people were even lower than pigs and dogs. However, even items of the same category had differences in strength, later categorized from F grade to SS grade. For instance, a piece of bread at F grade might only help a person quickly recover stamina or heal minor injuries. But above F grade, it could directly enhance physical strength or even regenerate severed limbs. Zhao Yin squeezed the star crystal hard, finding it intact in his palm, and then remembered that this body had not yet undergone any evolution. He placed the star crystal on a solid piece of concrete and raised the bone-cutting knife to strike down hard. Crack! Several fissures appeared on the star crystal, followed by a burst of white light that lasted for 3 seconds. As the white light dissipated, a green military jacket appeared in its place. It was indeed an item of equipment. The first star crystal after the apocalypse had yielded equipment. Though he sensed from experience that this military jacket was merely F grade, even so its toughness was definitely incomparable to the clothes he was wearing. Ordinary metal could hardly cut through it. This was a good omen, and a glimmer of joy flashed in Zhao Yin's eyes. He immediately stripped off his clothes and donned the military jacket, instantly feeling a sense of security. With the zombie outbreak tonight, having this military jacket raised his safety level significantly. He slung his backpack over his shoulders and continued on, carrying the bone-cutting knife. The journey was smooth and unimpeded, but he did not encounter any more star crystals on the surface. Soon Zhao Yin arrived outside the residential compound of Guangzhou 2 high school. This place had long become a wasteland, a dead silence. If Zhao Yin had not known in advance that Lin Tianfeng was here, he would never have believed that any living person remained. The zombies and mutated beasts had not yet transformed, and at this moment the survivors were still immersed in the sudden disaster. Most would instinctively choose to remain in safe places and continue observing. However, there were exceptions, such as Lin Tianfeng, the English teacher at the junior high school. He was now holding a kitchen knife, looking haggard as he crawled out from a basement that had collapsed halfway, his white t-shirt stained with fresh blood. Under the dim sunlight, Lin Tianfeng gazed at the ravaged world, momentarily lost in a daze. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of cold eyes were watching him from behind a broken wall. Zhao Yin understood that appearing too early would alter the timeline related to Lin Tianfeng, likely causing him to miss the star crystal containing the contract soul. In his previous life, Zhao Yin had encountered Lin Tianfeng 3 days later. By that time, Lin Tianfeng had already obtained the contract soul. However, he had not contracted any contract beasts. Lin Tianfeng's strength was still that of an ordinary person. While searching for supplies, he had his leg crushed by a fallen wall, and it was Zhao Yin who saved his life. Previously, Zhao Yin had not known exactly when Lin Tianfeng obtained the contract soul, but now it was confirmed the time was today. Tonight's zombie outbreak would consume most of the star crystals on the surface. In Lin Tianfeng's current state, he would not be able to compete with the zombies, nor would he have the strength to blindly dig through the rubble. What the hell? Lin Tianfeng screamed madly while looking at the apocalyptic scene before him, then squatted down, holding his head and crying. This past month in the apocalypse was evidently harsh on him. He had become emaciated, his lips chapped, and his filthy white shirt was stained with blood, with injuries he couldn't pinpoint. After crying himself out, Lin Tianfeng stood up and cautiously moved forward. His courage to go outside wasn't born of bravery, but rather the dire need to eat, otherwise he would starve. Zhao Yin tightened his grip on the bone-slicing knife and stealthily followed. Lin Tianfeng moved slowly, searching for food for a full 3 hours, but all he found was black ash. There was nothing edible anywhere. Suddenly, he raised a kitchen knife to his neck, looking tense with bloodshot eyes. Zhao Yin watched from a distance, realizing that the master of the contract nearly committed suicide at the start of the apocalypse. However, Zhao Yin knew he would not die. Lin Tianfeng slowly lowered the kitchen knife, his expression becoming resolute as he continued to move forward. "Help! Help me!" Suddenly, a voice from the nearby ruins cried out, pleading, "Is anyone out there who can help me?" Lin Tianfeng's dazed expression sharpened slightly as he stepped closer. It was a collapsed residential building, and the voice came from the lowest floor, which was still somewhat intact. The collapse above created an insulating layer, allowing the survivors inside to stay alive, but they were now unable to escape. Lin Tianfeng rasped, "Help you? Is there food? We've eaten everything edible. After I get out, I'll definitely treat you to a feast at Feline Building." The woman's voice was tinged with excitement. "Quick, move those cement blocks, and I can get out." A feast at Feline Building. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Lin Tianfeng's lips. Clearly, the woman inside didn't realize this was the apocalypse. Without food, why would Lin Tianfeng waste his energy saving someone? He turned to leave. "Where are you going? Why won't you save me?" The woman inside panicked as she heard his footsteps fading away. "Please save my child." "You have a child?" Lin Tianfeng paused and asked, "How old?" "Just 5 months," the woman hurriedly replied. A smile appeared on Lin Tianfeng's lips as he said, "I'll come to save you." This woman's voice was strong, clearly indicating she hadn't gone hungry, so he began to clear away the concrete chunks, quickly revealing an opening. Inside was a decent-sized space resembling an intact kitchen. A dirty woman was sitting on the ground, holding a baby. "Thank you, big brother." Before the woman could finish speaking, Lin Tianfeng crawled in and began searching frantically. In the smashed refrigerator, some rotten vegetable leaves remained. He grabbed them and stuffed them into his mouth without a second thought. On the ground lay a pile of snack wrappers and many empty water bottles, indicating that the woman had survived on this. Lin Tianfeng twisted open the empty bottles, letting the remaining water dribble into his mouth. He then picked up the snack wrappers and licked the remnants clean. He was utterly famished. This small amount of food was hardly sufficient. After confirming there was truly no food left, he fixed his blood-red gaze on the woman. "Big brother." The woman felt Lin Tianfeng's unmistakable malice and instinctively shrank back, while the baby in her arms began to cry. "Why didn't you leave me some food?" Lin Tianfeng rasped. "Big brother, don't joke with me. How would I know you would be hungry?" The woman's voice trembled. "Isn't it possible to get out now? Whatever you want to eat, I'll treat you to it." "You'll treat me?" Lin Tianfeng scoffed, murmuring, "It's the apocalypse, and you're the only living person I've seen. Where would you treat me?" "What are you saying, big brother?" The woman was startled. Lin Tianfeng said nothing, his gaze growing colder, suddenly looking at the baby in her arms. "Where's the baby formula? Where did you hide it?" He had changed his mind to save her after hearing she had a child. Since she cared deeply for her baby, even if she didn't eat, she would surely leave some food for her child. "The formula is in the bedroom, but that place has long since collapsed. The child survived because I..." The woman's voice suddenly faltered under Lin Tianfeng's gaze, instinctively looking down at her chest. Lin Tianfeng's gaze shifted downwards, and he understood immediately. He swallowed hard, stepping towards the woman. "Big brother. You. Help me." In the woman's terrified scream, Lin Tianfeng snatched the baby from her hands, carelessly tossing it aside, and violently tore the woman's clothes. After about 10 minutes, Lin Tianfeng stood up, feeling rejuvenated. "My baby. My baby." After being released by him, the woman crawled toward the infant that had been discarded on the ground, only to find that the baby's head had struck a steel bar, and it was already lifeless. Zhao Yin was hiding outside the opening, listening to the woman's heart-wrenching cries. His face showed no expression. After the apocalypse, humanity had perished, most had turned into beasts, and countless others were worse off than her. What did it matter to him, Zhao Yin? Lin Tianfeng roared, "Stop crying. The child's death is actually a kind of liberation. You should thank me." The woman trembled all over, slowly raising her head to look at Lin Tianfeng. At that moment, something seemed to have changed within her. Her gaze was no longer timid as before. Her clear eyes had turned red, filled with resentment, fiercely staring at Lin Tianfeng. Slap. Lin Tianfeng slapped her across the face. "Do you want to die? How dare you look at me with such eyes?" The woman's head tilted from the slap, but she slowly lowered it. "I declare that from now on you will be my granary. Don't worry, if I find food, I won't let you starve." After saying this, Lin Tianfeng bent down and completely tore off the woman's clothes. He tore the fabric into strips, tying them together to make a rope. Lin Tianfeng first bound her hands behind her back and then fashioned another rope around her neck, directly dragging her out of the opening. The woman remained silent throughout, not resisting, numbly following Lin Tianfeng. Zhao Yin glanced at his watch. It was already 1 in the afternoon. Lin Tianfeng had still not found the star crystal with the SS level extraordinary ability. Zhao Yin removed his gas mask. The remaining smoke in the air had dissipated significantly. He took out a pack of dry noodles from his backpack and began eating them with a bottle of Dongpeng special drink. Just as he finished the dry noodles and was about to take the last sip of his drink, his expression suddenly froze. He saw Lin Tianfeng as if he had suddenly discovered something, quickly moving a piece of shattered concrete from the road, pulling out a blood-red crystal from underneath. Lin Tianfeng looked puzzled, sensing something extraordinary about this crystal. "Teacher Lin, is that you?" Suddenly a deep voice came from behind. Lin Tianfeng turned around to see Zhao Yin, who wore military attire and carried a backpack, approaching with a bone-slicing knife in hand. Zhao Yin smiled. "So it really is you, Teacher Lin." "You are." Lin Tianfeng instinctively glanced at the bone-chopping knife in Zhao Yin's hand, a sheepish smile appearing on his face. "I have a niece who was in junior high at No. 2 school last year, and she's your student. We met at the parent-teacher meeting." "Oh, so it's you," Zhao Yin said with a smile. Lin Tianfeng let out a sigh of relief, his smile blooming on his face. In truth, he couldn't recall who Zhao Yin was, but as long as he wasn't here to steal his grain warehouse, that was enough. Zhao Yin feigned surprise, pointing at the star crystal in Lin Tianfeng's hand. "Teacher Lin, what is this?" Lin Tianfeng quickly shoved the star crystal into his pocket and smiled. "Just a little trinket. I found a keepsake." Zhao Yin raised the remaining sip of his Dongpeng energy drink to his lips, about to drink, when he suddenly remembered something. "In the end times, Teacher Lin still has an interest in such crafts. Indeed, you are a scholar." "Wait." Lin Tianfeng suddenly realized that Zhao Yin had a drink in his hand. Although there was only a small sip left, it was rich in sugar, exactly what he needed at the moment. "Brother, you don't look very thirsty. Since you're interested in this artificial gem, how about I trade you for that drink?" "Do you think I'm stupid?" Zhao Yin's expression suddenly became serious. "You want to trade a useless item for my drink? Brother, give me that drink, and you can be my big brother from now on." Lin Tianfeng pleaded. "Besides, you have plenty of food in your backpack, right? You wouldn't miss just one sip of drink." Zhao Yin successfully caught the glint of greed in Lin Tianfeng's eyes as he glanced at his backpack. Yet his smile remained radiant. "I do have a lot of drinks left. Since Teacher Lin wants it so much, let's trade." Upon hearing this, Lin Tianfeng's eyes glimmered with greed, and he readily handed over the craft item to Zhao Yin. "Big brother, can we stick together? It's the apocalypse. The more people, the safer it is." Lin Tianfeng restrained his gaze, trying not to look at Zhao Yin's backpack. Zhao Yin calmly placed the star crystal into his pocket and casually tossed the drink to him, but suddenly his demeanor turned cold. "No, I don't like being called big brother by others." After saying this, Zhao Yin turned and left. Hearing Lin Tianfeng call him big brother made him want to kill. Lin Tianfeng felt a wave of disappointment, but couldn't force Zhao Yin. He could only hide the drink close to him and continue searching for supplies with the woman. After turning away, a murderous intent surged in Zhao Yin's eyes. He kept it hidden, uncertain if this star crystal was the same one from his past life. If it wasn't, he had to let Lin Tianfeng continue searching and not interfere too much with his timeline, otherwise it might prevent Lin Tianfeng from getting that star crystal. Thus, Zhao Yin calmly took the star crystal from someone he loathed to the core. After reaching a broken wall corner, he smashed the star crystal. This time, instead of emitting white light, it shone with brilliant gold light. After a full minute, the golden light finally dissipated, revealing a small golden vial. Zhao Yin quickly grabbed it, uncapping the vial, which contained a drop of golden liquid. It resembled flowing blood, and just one glance was enough for Zhao Yin to confirm. This is the SS-ranked ability Awakening Potion. Even with his strong willpower, Zhao Yin's hands couldn't help but tremble. In the entire world of his past life, there were only a few individuals who possessed SS-ranked abilities. As the vial opened, Zhao Yin felt his soul tremble. Only in the presence of SS-ranked ability users had he ever sensed such a terrifying aura. Although Zhao Yin had envisioned countless times what it would be like to obtain an SS-ranked ability, when it truly came into his hands, it still felt like a dream. He tilted his head back and drank the golden liquid. It was hard to describe the taste, but as the golden liquid flowed into his stomach, it quickly dissolved rapidly, spreading a refreshing sensation throughout his body. It was not the earth-shattering experience he had imagined, nor did it have the burning sensation of the great abilities from his past life. The SS-ranked Awakening Potion was surprisingly comforting. Zhao Yin's mind became clear as he slowly closed his eyes. He sensed that some change was occurring within him, and as time passed, this feeling deepened. Half an hour later, Zhao Yin opened his eyes. The entire world had changed. Things that were once unclear now appeared exceedingly clear, allowing him to see tiny grains of sand hundreds of meters away. He could even hear faint sounds of wind from afar. His senses had increased several times stronger than normal people, and with his current ability, nothing within a kilometer could escape his perception. The SS grade contract soul is meant to enhance mental strength. Right now, it's still only newly awakened, but once his mental strength grows stronger in the future, his perception will become even more terrifying. This is just the initial effect of the SS grade ability. The true power of the contract soul is to enslave any life form other than humans. Even the terrifying aberrations that people fear 7 years into the apocalypse regarded as divine beasts comparable to SS grade ability users can be subdued and used for his purposes if Zhao Yin can tame them. And it is not limited by Zhao Yin's own strength. The reason the contract soul is rated SS grade is primarily that there is no limit on the quantity of contracted servants. Theoretically, as long as Zhao Yin is strong enough, he could form an army of aberrations sweeping through the apocalypse claiming the throne. Of course, the premise is that Zhao Yin must find enough aberrations and be capable of taming them. Zhao Yin quickly calmed down. He understood that before contracting aberrations, he was still an ordinary person. Just like Lin Tianfeng from his past life, even as an SS grade ability user, he almost died from being crushed by a wall. What Zhao Yin needed to do next was to find enough star crystals to enhance his strength, and then seek out aberrations to contract. Of course, there was one more thing to do: kill Lin Tianfeng. He had sworn to shred Lin Tianfeng into 1,000 pieces. Not even 9,999 pieces would be enough. Zhao Yin closed his eyes and soon heard voices about 500 meters away. Although he couldn't hear them clearly at that distance, it was undoubtedly Lin Tianfeng and that woman who had not gone far. Lin Tianfeng sat on a piece of crumbling concrete, feeling a wave of hunger. Baby food was indeed not enough to satiate an adult. He glanced at the woman beside him and ordered, "You come here." The woman had disheveled hair, wearing only a bra on her upper body with black hair cascading down, concealing her face reaching down to her pale chest. She stood there motionless, her expression unreadable. Slap. Lin Tianfeng stood up and slapped her, saying, "You've been given face. Do you believe I'll kill you and eat your flesh?" The woman remained like a wooden puppet standing there with her head down. "Speak. Are you deaf or dumb?" Lin Tianfeng slapped her again. Before the apocalypse, he was just an ordinary teacher earning a meager salary and merely surviving. After the apocalypse, he could control others' lives and deaths free from any constraints. Coupled with the oppressive struggle for survival, he had completely lost his humanity at this moment. The woman was hit, her head tilting, and a drop of blood flowed down from the corner of her mouth. Finally, she slowly raised her head, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Tianfeng. Lin Tianfeng was momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of rage as he shouted, "You vile woman, I want to see if your bones are harder or my slap is." Slap. Slap. He swung left and right, delivering several slaps to the woman's face. Yet she remained standing there, glaring at Lin Tianfeng with a vengeful look. If looks could kill, Lin Tianfeng would have died countless times. Damn it. Lin Tianfeng cursed, his hands growing weak from the blows. He couldn't really kill the woman. He simply stopped caring about her expression and tugged at the rope around her neck. He directly pulled the woman onto his lap, tearing off her clothes and leaning down. Gulp, gulp. Lin Tianfeng, don't eat me. Suddenly, a gleaming knife radiating cold light was pressed against Lin Tianfeng's neck. Lin Tianfeng recognized the voice of Zhao Yin, and his body instantly stiffened. He didn't dare to turn around and hurriedly shouted, "Elder brother, I haven't offended you, have I? What are you trying to do?" "Kneel down," Zhao Yin said coldly. "Elder brother, we have no grudges against each other. After all, we are old acquaintances. Why must you?" Lin Tianfeng wanted to say something more, but Zhao Yin's knife pressed slightly harder, the blade cutting into his neck. A sharp pain surged, and Lin Tianfeng shouted, Don't, I will kneel right now." Saying this, he directly threw the woman off him and knelt on the ground with a thud. "Elder brother, is this okay?" At this moment, Zhao Yin's mind once again recalled a scene from his past life, the 3 foolish women whose heads were severed by Lin Tianfeng. When Ning Yu's head rolled to Zhao Yin's feet, her eyes were still wide open. As for Zhao Yin himself, he died under the claws of the sky-soaring white tiger that he had helped Lin Tianfeng contract. With 2 swift stabs from behind, Zhao Yin pierced both of Lin Tianfeng's shoulder blades. As the knife was pulled out, a large spurt of blood erupted, splattering across Zhao Yin's face, making his fair complexion look even more menacing. "Ah, elder brother, Lin Tianfeng cursed furiously. His arms could no longer be lifted, and the excruciating pain twisted his face. "Does it hurt?" Zhao Yin stepped forward to stand before Lin Tianfeng, looking down at him coldly. "It should hurt. It will hurt even more from here on out. What the hell do you want? If you want this woman, just take her. Why hurt me like this?" Lin Tianfeng gritted his teeth and cursed. "I only want your life," Zhao Yin calmly replied before stabbing a knife into Lin Tianfeng's jaw. With a hard twist, he brutally severed Lin Tianfeng's tongue. Lin Tianfeng's eyes bulged, his face filled with terror, still unaware of the reasons behind all this. He opened his mouth to plead for mercy, but no words came out, only blood flowed from his mouth. Bang, bang, bang. He could only bow his head forcefully to Zhao Yin, repeatedly hitting his forehead until it bled. Lin Tianfeng, I swear I will tear you to pieces, do you understand? Zhao Yin said. At this moment Lin Tianfeng was like Zhao Yin in his past life, making beast-like sounds with pleading eyes. Suddenly Zhao Yin moved quickly, slashing a knife to blind his eyes, followed by another stab, then another. Until Zhao Yin's stamina was nearly exhausted, he finally gasped for breath and stopped. He realized that tearing someone to pieces was truly not an easy task. The woman beside him watched the murderer of her child being tortured by Zhao Yin, a look of pleasure on her face. Zhao Yin suddenly turned around and glanced at the woman, asking, "Do you want to take action too?" The woman met Zhao Yin's gaze and couldn't help but shiver, then nodded. I will untie you." Zhao Yin stepped forward to free the woman, turning the knife around and handing it to her. "He must not die before 1,000 cuts. Can you do that?" The woman quickly nodded, taking the knife and rushing towards Lin Tianfeng, slashing at his neck. "Stop!" Zhao Yin shouted, but it was too late. The woman directly cut open the carotid artery in Lin Tianfeng's neck, blood gushing out like a fountain, splattering all over her face and body. She knew she had done something wrong and turned back, fearfully staring at Zhao Yin. "You are a pig." Zhao Yin was furious. He had made himself very clear. With a kick he knocked the woman to the ground, snatching the knife from her hands and scolding, "Stop the bleeding, hurry and help him stop the bleeding." The woman fumbled to apply pressure, but it was impossible to stem the flow. Blood gushed out between the woman's fingers, and Lin Tianfeng was convulsing all over on the verge of death. Zhao Yin was also furious. Given the resources he had, it was impossible to help Lin Tianfeng stop the bleeding. He could only watch him die. Damn it! Zhao Yin cursed, wishing he could kill this woman. The woman, however, looked at him in fear, trembling all over. At this point, Zhao Yin had no choice but to hand the knife to her, asking, "Can you chop up dumpling filling?" "Yes." The woman quickly replied. Zhao Yin nodded. "Chop him up 1,000 cuts." The woman took the knife, her dirty face gradually showing madness as she charged forward, hair disheveled and covered in blood, looking crazier than a lunatic. Zhao Yin lazily ignored everything, sitting on a piece of ruined concrete, pulling out half a pack of cigarettes, lighting one, and quietly watching. Bang, bang, bang. The woman with disheveled hair swung the knife vigorously. Ugh. At this moment in a nearby mall, Xiao Dao bent over and began to vomit. Beside her, Song Xiaojian was also pale. They had both been flowers of the motherland before the apocalypse, living under society's protection, and had never seen such a bloody scene. "Brother, how can there be such a cruel person? Did someone really get killed?" After vomiting, Xiao Dao's tears streamed down her face. "They aren't filming a movie, are they, eh?" Song Xiaojian fell silent, not knowing how to comfort his sister. After a while, "Little sister, this is the apocalypse. If one day I am killed like this, you must live strong on your own." Song Xiaojian spoke softly. "Brother, what are you talking about?" Xiao Dao quickly covered her brother's mouth and began to cry again. "I don't want my brother to die. I want to be with my brother forever." Song Xiaojian patted Xiao Dao's head, ultimately letting out a sigh. After all, his sister was still too young and found it hard to understand what the apocalypse was. Xiao Dao said with relief, "Fortunately, that bad guy didn't come here, woo-woo. He's too scary. If you ever encounter that person, run as far away as you can." Song Xiaojian instructed. Xiao Dao nodded vigorously. Song Xiaojian suddenly changed his tone, saying, "No, if you encounter him one day, you must listen to him. No matter what he tells you to do, don't resist. Only then can you live longer." Song Xiaojian could sense that Zhao Yin was a very dangerous person, calm, numb, and killing without blinking. Moreover, he had the courage to go out to search for supplies right after the meteor shower stopped. Such a person might live better than most in the apocalypse. Having witnessed Zhao Yin kill Song Xiaojian, deeply understood the cruelty of the apocalypse. He was just a 15-year-old boy, convinced that he couldn't protect his sister Xiao Dao. If one day he wasn't around, it would be incredibly difficult for Xiao Dao, a 12-year-old girl, to survive. If she could obtain protection from a powerhouse like Zhao Yin, her chances of survival would significantly increase. "Brother, I don't want to listen to that bad guy's words. Listen to your brother. Although that person is cruel, he didn't harm that woman. Killing that man may have his own reasons. What we see may not be the truth. Perhaps he is not a bad person. In the worst-case scenario, listening to him would be the best choice. If Zhao Yin is not a bad person, following his words may win his favor, making it easier to receive his protection." These words Song Xiaojian did not say to Xiao Dao. "I understand, brother. You want be in danger, and I want to encounter him." Although Xiao Dao resisted in her heart, she did not argue with her brother. Song Xiaojian sighed again. "There's not much food left. If Brother Wang doesn't return today, I will go out to search for supplies. Brother, it's very dangerous outside." Xiao Dao's face immediately turned pale. Song Xiaojian lovingly rubbed his sister's little head. "Can't you see that people are already going out? Rather than starving us both to death, it's better to take a risk." Zhao Yin killed Lin Tianfeng, avenging a great hatred, as if some shackles had been unlocked in the depths of destiny, leaving him feeling remarkably lighter. In 2 lifetimes, he had a heart of iron, yet at this moment, he suddenly recalled those 3 women. At this moment, they were still alive in this world, but he did not know where they were. If he were to encounter them again in the future, he would do his best to ensure they lived well, but if they did not meet, Zhao Yin had no intention of expending too much effort on it. After all, his own survival was the most important thing. Without powerful strength, even if he met them, he would be unable to provide protection, ultimately leading them to follow the tragic path of their past lives. Suddenly, Zhao Yin heard a conversation from about 500 meters away, the survivors he had previously discovered in the shopping mall. So they are siblings. Zhao Yin chuckled silently, hearing the little girl scolding him. He didn't mind now that someone was scolding him. There would be many more in the future. Zhao Yin simply ignored the conversation of the 2 siblings and turned his gaze back to Lin Tianfeng, who had already turned into a pile of flesh. The woman was already exhausted, yet she continued to chop away 1 slice at a time. "Enough, hand me the knife," Zhao Yin said, extinguishing his cigarette, and stepping forward with his hand outstretched. The madness on the woman's face slowly dissipated as she raised her head to stare at Zhao Yin, her expression dazed, seemingly not hearing his words. Zhao Yin bent down and directly snatched back his pig-slaughtering knife, wiping the blood off on the woman's chest before sheathing it in the paper knife sheath on his left arm. Without a word, he turned and walked forward. In order to kill Lin Tianfeng, he had already delayed for nearly an hour. It was now past 2 in the afternoon, with only about 10 hours left until the zombie outbreak at midnight. He had to find more star crystals as quickly as possible before the outbreak. Suddenly, Zhao Yin paused, realizing that the woman had actually followed him. "I won't give you food, find your own supplies," Zhao Yin commanded. In his view, such a woman would surely die in tonight's zombie outbreak, and it would be a waste to feed her. The woman said nothing, staring at Zhao Yin from a distance, her face smeared with dust and blood trembling in the dim sunlight. "Get lost, or I'll kill you," Zhao Yin scolded coldly, turning to continue his stride. Within a kilometer radius, as long as there were no obstacles blocking the line of sight, any star crystal on the ground could certainly be spotted by Zhao Yin. Half an hour later, a splash of red appeared 300 meters away, and Zhao Yin immediately quickened his pace. Sure enough, a star crystal was partially buried in the soil, reflecting a faint blood light under the sunlight. Zhao Yin grabbed it and shattered it with his bone-cutting knife. 3 seconds later, he found a bottle of Nongfu spring in his hand. Disappointment flashed across Zhao Yin's face. This water was the most worthless material that could be produced from star crystals classified as great. In his past life, he had drunk a lot of it, and its effect was merely enough to make up for a whole day's worth of fluid consumption. Better than nothing, Zhao Yin simply tossed the Nongfu spring into his backpack and continued his search. For the next hour, he did not find any more star crystals. By 3:30 in the afternoon, Zhao Yin felt somewhat agitated. The star crystals on the surface were not as plentiful as he had imagined. In his past life, so many high-level zombies had been able to discover the star crystals beneath the surface. Yet here, as long as anything covered it, it was difficult to detect, even if stepping right on it. Suddenly, Zhao Yin heard something, paused his steps, and looked back. The woman was jogging towards him, chasing in the direction she had come from. "What do you want? You really want to die?" Zhao Yin, already in a bad mood, rushed over and kicked the woman over, raising his bone-cutting knife towards her neck. "You avenged me, so let me follow you," the woman said more calmly than Zhao Yin had imagined, her voice hoarse from exhaustion and lack of water. "I can be your food storage." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yin's face darkened instantly. He twisted his wrist and struck the back of the knife against the woman's face, leaving a bloody gash. "Get lost." This damned woman dared to waste his time. Zhao Yin suppressed his murderous intent, turned, and strode away. However, he still needed to keep a close eye on the surroundings, so he did not walk fast. The woman quickly followed again. Whenever Zhao Yin turned back, she would retreat, and whenever he moved forward, she would continue to follow. Zhao Yin was getting a headache. This woman was completely unafraid of death. "Fine. You want to eat? Here you go." Zhao Yin did not want to waste time on her. After all, they had just interacted, and he didn't want to indulge in unnecessary killing. He took out a salt-baked chicken leg and a bottle of Dongping energy drink from his backpack, tossing them to the ground. "Take it and die as far away as you can. Don't follow me again." Such ordinary supplies were plentiful in the villa. In the apocalypse, common food could not be preserved for long for some unknown reason and would quickly spoil. This was also the reason Zhao Yin had not stockpiled a large amount before the apocalypse. After all, it couldn't be stored for long. Giving her some was of no consequence to Zhao Yin. He resolved in his heart that if this woman dared to follow him again after taking the supplies, he would definitely kill her. After Zhao Yin cursed and walked away, the woman stepped forward to pick up the chicken leg and drink her face, showing gratitude, only to be followed by a dim look in her eyes. 5 minutes later, Zhao Yin confirmed that she had not followed him again and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Soon another star crystal appeared ahead of him. Zhao Yin's gloomy mood was instantly swept away as he hurried to pick it up and smash it open. A pitch-black butterfly knife appeared before his eyes. More equipment. Zhao Yin felt a surge of joy in his heart. Crack. Zhao Yin swung the butterfly knife directly forcefully cutting through a meteorite. The cut was neat like a mirror. Although the butterfly knife was only F-grade, it was definitely a high-quality product made from star crystal. According to statistics from his past life, the probability of star crystals producing equipment was less than 1 in 1,000. Yet among the 4 star crystals he had obtained aside from the one containing an SS-grade power, he had surprisingly obtained 2 pieces of equipment. Was his luck improving in this life? Zhao Yin secured the butterfly knife at his waist and continued forward. About half an hour later he encountered another star crystal. Sensing carefully, he found that the food storage had not followed him again, and he cursed her as a jinx. Without her following him, he found the star crystals much faster. This time it yielded a filled sandwich. Zhao Yin had eaten this kind of bread in his past life. It could sustain energy consumption for a day, and most importantly, it could quickly heal injuries. It could save his life at critical moments, making it the most urgently needed supply for Zhao Yin at present. He carefully placed the bread in his backpack and began searching again. 40 minutes later, Zhao Yin found another star crystal, but it resulted in yet another bottle of Nongfu Spring. Indeed, equipment was not so easy to obtain. Soon the round red sun slowly disappeared beyond the horizon, and the sky grew dim. The smoke in the air had completely dissipated. Without the sunlight's refraction, Zhao Yin began to find it difficult to locate star crystals. As night fell, even if there were star crystals, they appeared just like ordinary stones. At this moment, Zhao Yin had 3 star crystals in his pocket, all just found. To save time, he had not opened them on the spot. Now Zhao Yin seized the opportunity to smash open all the star crystals. The first one yielded a pack of instant noodles sufficient to stave off hunger and resist the cold. The second star crystal produced another bottle of Nongfu Spring. Another damn Nongfu Spring. Zhao Yin could not help but curse. This was the third bottle. He directly ignored it and looked at the last star crystal. Upon smashing it open, white light rose again. Zhao Yin's breath caught in his throat. A piece of equipment faintly appeared in the fading white light. Soon the white light dissipated, and when Zhao Yin saw the equipment that had dropped, he was momentarily entranced. A pair of black fishnet stockings. Zhao Yin never expected to receive such an item. At this moment, he was missing lower body gear. Was he supposed to wear them? Zhao Yin, a 7-foot man, would rather die by a zombie's bite outside than wear women's stockings. He secretly resolved, raising his hand, to throw the fishnet stockings away, sending them flying several meters. His movements were exceedingly carefree, exuding an endless masculinity. Then Zhao Yin strode away, his silhouette brave and fearless in the night. A true man would never wear such a thing, even without pants. Although the fishnet stockings appeared to be of a higher grade than Flevel, with those stockings his safety would have increased. Just try them on once to see how they work. Zhao Yin accidentally returned to the discarded fishnet stockings, frowning as he bent down to pick them up, his face full of disdain. He then quickly tore off his pants and put the fishnet stockings on his fluffy legs. He had never seen such fishnet stockings in his past life, and without the Blevel ability True Sight, he could only try them to know their effects. Zhao Yin exerted a slight force with his legs, and in an instant he dashed forward rapidly, covering nearly 100 meters in 3 to 4 seconds. The wind whistled past his ears, and his speed surpassed the limits of human capability. Even the fastest runners before the apocalypse would be left behind. Zhao Yin stopped, taking a deep breath of air, a smile of joy appearing on his face. Actually, as long as I don't take them off, no one will know I'm wearing them. Zhao Yin thought to himself, this feels amazing. This was definitely a level equipment. With Zhao Yin's current physical condition, he could hardly unleash its full potential. Soon Zhao Yin calmed down, putting his pants back on and lighting a cigarette. He took a deep drag of the cigarette, silently calculating that so far he had acquired 3 pieces of equipment: an Flevel military jacket, a butterfly knife, and a level fishnet stockings. In addition, he also had 3 bottles of Nongfu spring water, a piece of sandwich bread, and a pack of instant noodles. Next, blindly searching for star crystals was no longer wise. There were more important tasks to attend to. It was time to retrieve the Blevel ability True Sight from his past life. He remembered the exact location of former zoo site, about 10 kilometers from here. Moreover, he recalled that the star crystal containing True Sight was on the surface, remaining untouched for 3 months without being taken or devoured by zombies, because there was an anomalous monkey present. The objective of this trip was twofold: to retrieve True Sight, and to see if he could tame that anomalous monkey. Zhao Yin grabbed his bone-cutting knife and headed there. Thanks to the speed boost from the fishnet stockings, Zhao Yin arrived at the former zoo site in 20 minutes. The buildings here had long been destroyed by meteorites, and the vegetation had been burned to the ground, with corpses of both humans and animals scattered everywhere, most of them in a terrible state. At this moment, the monkey had not yet mutated and was nowhere to be found. Zhao Yin sensed around, but he didn't hear any sounds from the monkey. The zoo was eerily silent. That monkey was incredibly cunning, possibly hiding deep underground. In his past life, Zhao Yin had put in great effort to help Lin Tianfeng catch it, failing multiple times, and it was only after spending a fortune on an 11 trapping net that he finally captured the monkey, which was already at level by then. Its growth potential was extraordinary, one of the most promising extraordinary beasts Zhao Yin had ever seen. Unfortunately, it died in the second year of the apocalypse, while saving Lin Tianfeng by then having grown to level. The priority was to obtain true sight first. Zhao Yin headed straight to the place where he remembered the star crystal was an inconspicuous meteorite crater. After arriving, Zhao Yin quickly jumped down, but the next moment his expression changed. The spot where the star crystal should have been was completely empty. Only rubble and dirt were exposed on the surface. In his past life, this scene had not been the case. He remembered clearly that the star crystal should have been visible on the surface and easily discovered. Zhao Yin couldn't believe it, picking up the bone-cutting knife and digging desperately. He dug until he was panting for breath. After digging 3 feet down, he still couldn't find any trace of the star crystal. He finally confirmed that his true sight had truly vanished without a trace. How is that possible? Zhao Yin widened his eyes, stunned for a long moment. The reason he had come now was that in his past life he arrived 3 months later, and the star crystal still hadn't been taken. At this time, most survivors were still trembling in fear and hiding. Who would come to take the star crystal that should have still existed 3 months after the apocalypse? But the reality had truly occurred. Zhao Yin was furious, regretting not coming earlier. True sight belonged to him. From the beginning, true sight was part of his plans, and he had never expected it would be taken. It absolutely could not be taken away. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to take my Zhao Yin's belongings must die. Zhao Yin gritted his teeth in hatred. Soon he calmed down, realizing that the thief might not have gone far. He immediately concentrated and listened intently. A few seconds later, Zhao Yin suddenly opened his eyes, his face filled with rage, and his figure shot out. About 1,500 meters away, he heard faint human footsteps, barely audible, but still caught by the furious Zhao Yin. With a heart full of murderous intent, Zhao Yin appeared less than 100 meters behind that person in under a minute. But when he clearly saw the figure, his gaze froze. The grain warehouse. At that moment, Zhao Yin stared at the frail figure, finally understanding everything. No wonder someone could take his things. It was her. The woman who should have died at Lin Tianfeng's hands in his past life had survived because of Zhao Yin diverging from the timeline he knew and taking what she should not have. At this moment, the grain warehouse was trembling, her steps unsteady, limping along the crater-filled path. Her filthy face was filled with terror. Every time she stepped on a gruesome corpse by the roadside, she would scream, "Why can't you just stay alive? Why didn't you find a place to hide and came to take my extraordinary star crystal? I've already given you a chance. You insisted on seeking death." The murderous intent in Zhao Yin's eyes gradually intensified. Even though she looked somewhat pitiful, she still had to die. Zhao Yin tightened the grip on his bone-cutting knife and stepped forward. Grain warehouse seemed to hear Zhao Yin's footsteps and slowly turned around. "It's you." Her expression was not one of panic. Soon joy appeared on her face as she tried to sound gentle, saying, "It's really you. I was just looking for you." "You were looking for me, eh?" Zhao Yin, who had intended to swing his bone-cutting knife, relaxed slightly. "I know you've been searching for this." Grain warehouse slowly reached into her bosom. Soon she pulled something out from her chest. In front of Zhao Yin, she slowly opened her dirty palms. It was 3 thumb-sized blood-red crystals. "I saw you searching for this everywhere. It must be very important to you, right?" Grain warehouse asked seriously. Zhao Yin was slightly taken aback, his eyes shifting several times. "Do you know what this is?" "I don't know. I just saw you looking for it earlier. Since I had nothing to thank you with, I helped you look for it." Grain warehouse smiled. Her face was very dirty, but her teeth were exquisite and white, looking quite excited. "I didn't expect to run into you again. I'm sorry. I couldn't find more, only these 3. Zhao Yin silently watched her. Although Grain warehouse spoke lightly, he knew that with her physical condition reaching here, she must have exerted all her effort to search for the star crystals after they had separated. "What do you want from me?" Zhao Yin asked coldly. "You saved my life and gave me food and water. I know these things cannot repay the life-saving grace, but I want to express my gratitude." Grain warehouse's voice was hoarse, and after speaking she began to cough. Zhao Yin gazed deeply at her, suddenly finding this woman hard to understand. This was the apocalypse. Even if she didn't know the true value of the star crystals, anyone with a sound mind should know that anything valuable was extremely precious to her. Moreover, there was a precedent of Lin Tianfeng exchanging star crystals for drinks with Zhao Yin. She could not possibly be clueless, yet she still asked for nothing. Was this woman playing a game of pretending to yield? At that moment, Grain warehouse suddenly grabbed Zhao Yin's hand and placed the star crystals in his palm. Zhao Yin stared at the star crystals in his hand, which were still stained with her blood. That was the result of digging with bare hands through concrete. Please don't despise them, Grain Warehouse said softly. Zhao Yin's gaze flickered. Of course he wouldn't despise them. Even if she hadn't given them to him, he intended to kill and seize them. But at this moment, should he kill or not? Zhao Yin struggled internally. He had not considered that this woman would affect the timeline. If he didn't kill her now, he might never encounter her again, and the timeline he knew could completely deviate because of this woman. Thank you for allowing me to meet such a wonderful person in this world, and for doing something meaningful, Grain Warehouse said hoarsely. I'm leaving you after this. Perhaps we won't meet again. Grain Warehouse smiled at Zhao Yin again. How many more days can a woman like me survive in the apocalypse? So, we probably won't meet again. She slowly turned around, limping forward barefoot, her shoes lost who knows when. Zhao Yin watched her back and ultimately did not raise his knife. After 7 years in the apocalypse, I still have not become a beast. Zhao Yin smiled bitterly. He couldn't bring himself to kill a defenseless woman, especially since she had brought him 3-star crystals. As Grain Warehouse walked away, Zhao Yin did not remind her of the zombie outbreak tonight. Life and death depended on her own fate. Next, Zhao Yin stopped thinking about Grain Warehouse and prepared to crack open the 3-star crystals. The first star crystal was shattered by Zhao Yin, and the familiar white light reappeared before him, strikingly bright against the pitch-black night. However, Zhao Yin did not care. Within a radius of 1,000 meters aside from the distant Grain Warehouse, there was not a single trace of human presence. After the white light, a crimson pill appeared before Zhao Yin, but he could not recognize its effects. In his past life, star crystals could yield millions of varieties, and no one knew exactly how many existed. At this moment, Zhao Yin only knew that aside from supernatural abilities, various pills and potions were the rarest and most precious. This was a good start. Thinking that once he possessed the true sight ability, there would be nothing he could not recognize, Zhao Yin did not dwell on it any longer and directly smashed the second star crystal. This time, the white light lasted for 3 seconds and surprisingly did not dissipate. Zhao Yin's breath halted. Based on his past experiences, the longer the light from a star crystal lasted after being shattered, the more precious the item that was produced. Just like the SS-level supernatural ability Contract Spirit that had lasted a full minute and was golden in color. This time, the white light lasted a full 5 seconds. Could it be another level item? Finally, as the white light dissipated, an unassuming bronze ring appeared before Zhao Yin. After getting a clear look, his eyes widened in shock. A space ring. He could not remain calm. The value of any space ring was comparable to a level equipment. In a world without a fixed home, a space ring was like a second life. In terms of rarity, it even surpassed a level equipment. In his past life, he had obtained a space ring in the 5th year after the apocalypse. At that time, Zhao Yin had already nurtured Lin Tianfeng and had the support of a backing force, allowing him to spend a huge sum to acquire one. Zhao Yin quickly put the space ring on his hand, and with a thought, the bone-cutting blade in his hand disappeared. He could feel that the bone-cutting blade was quietly resting in a 10 cubic meter space. With Zhao Yin's thought, the bone-cutting blade reappeared in his hand. He was not mistaken, it was a genuine space ring. Although it was not as spacious as the one from his past life, it was more than sufficient for Zhao Yin at the moment. Zhao Yin's mood took a long time to settle. Finally, he stopped playing with the space ring, raised the bone-cutting blade, and forcefully smashed open the 3rd star crystal. After the white light, a bottle of blue potion appeared, the level supernatural ability, True Sight. In his previous life, it was because of the existence of True Sight that he survived until the 7th year of the apocalypse. This supernatural ability had long since merged with Zhao Yin's soul, having shared life and death with him. Thanks to True Sight, he avoided countless dangers. Day after day, it seemed like just yesterday, and Zhao Yin could not help but feel complex emotions. Though not a combat ability and merely level, the power of True Sight was the ability to see through the information of all things. In his previous life, many powerful supernatural beings specifically sought Zhao Yin to authenticate treasures, which not only earned him a substantial commission, but also helped him build relationships. Therefore, in that apocalypse, many would give Zhao Yin a bit of face. This was one of the reasons he could establish the paradise base. Zhao Yin collected his thoughts and stored all items around him into the space ring, then turned towards the old site of the zoo. In his past life, absorbing the level supernatural ability Awakening Potion was quite painful and lasted for 3 hours. During that time, he had to find a safe place. For that mutated monkey, Zhao Yin planned to stay at the zoo's old site tonight. The mutation of flora and fauna and the zombie outbreak began simultaneously, both starting at midnight. He intended to activate True Sight before then. Arriving at the old zoo site, Zhao Yin approached the collapsed office building using the space ring to collect some complete cement blocks and meteorites that were not buried due to the building's cushioning. Zhao Yin prepared to build a temporary shelter. After filling the space ring, he chose a relatively flat spot to release it. First, he used a few larger pieces of concrete debris to construct a triangular space that could accommodate him, then piled cement and meteorites around it. He transported materials continuously until a temporary shelter resembling a grave mound 5 to 6 meters high was formed. Only then did Zhao Yin bend down and crawl into the cramped space, which was not much larger than a coffin. Then he released all the concrete blocks from the space ring, sealing the entrance completely. After finishing everything, Zhao Yin deliberately ignored his fatigue, took out the True Sight Awakening potion, and without hesitation drank it down. Instantly, a burning sensation spread in his stomach, quickly engulfing his entire body. In just a moment, it felt as if Zhao Yin was in a bonfire with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His face, however, showed no expression as he lay motionless in the grave mound. Long lost pain. Huh. So refreshing. The zombies haven't even erupted, and I've already acquired 2 supernatural abilities. Who can compare with me in this life? No one knew that in this desolate world, in a certain corner, a man was enduring pain beyond what ordinary people could bear while laughing maniacally. Time passed second by second, each second feeling as long as a year. Although Zhao Yin possessed willpower that ordinary people could hardly reach, this body was still just an ordinary person, and at some point he fell unconscious. Zhao Yin did not anticipate that, unlike his previous life, the SS-level supernatural ability Awakening Potion had already saturated his ordinary body, making it extremely difficult to absorb any other abilities. By the time dawn arrived, he still had not awakened. Roar. At that moment, the entire deathly silent world seemed to come to life. In an instant, the earth trembled, the ruins rolled, and countless buried corpses slowly crawled out from underground. At this time, 30 kilometers away inside a ruined shopping mall, a 12-year-old girl suddenly woke up. What sound is that? Is my brother back? Bang bang. Before Song Xiaojian went to look for supplies, there was a noise coming from the blocked door, as if someone was banging hard. Brother, stop knocking. They'll open the door for you. Song Xiaodao said excitedly as she walked over to unlock the door and pulled it open. However, the next moment, half a dark face reflected into Zaidao's eyes with half of its head blown off. A fist-sized piece of facial muscle was still attached to a stark white skull dangling from a blood vessel on its chest, swaying back and forth. Xiaodao instantly froze. The overwhelming shock made her forget everything, and with a primal scream, she turned and fled. But she was still a step too late, as the zombie grabbed her collar, pulling Xiaodao right in front of it, opening its stinking mouth to bite down. Help! Xiaodao cried out loudly. Bang! At that moment, the zombie's body froze, collapsing along with Xiaodao. Injured all over, Song Xiaojian dropped the iron rod, kicked the recently decapitated zombie aside, and quickly picked up his sister, slamming the door shut. Little sister, are you okay? Song Xiaojian asked, a worried expression on his face as he lowered his voice. Xiaodao looked up and saw it was her brother Song Xiaojian, bursting into tears, but was immediately covered by Song Xiaojian's hand. Don't cry. The dead have all come back to life. Just now I saw Mom and Dad crawl out from the collapsed mall. Song Xiaojian's eyes were bloodshot, and his voice trembled. They have all turned into zombies, just like in the zombie movies. Xiaodao stared blankly at her brother upon hearing this. She had also seen zombie movies, and just thinking about it made her face turn pale. Don't be afraid, your brother is here, and I won't let the zombies eat you, but you must remember to obey me. Song Xiaojian continued in a low voice. Xiaodao pushed Song Xiaojian away and went to the wall, seemed to look outside. There were more and more zombies outside the mall, crawling out from various places, some from the dirt, some from the ruins. Xiaodao even saw a female zombie struggling violently in a deformed car, its lower half trapped inside, contorted in a bizarre manner. Crack! It seemed something had broken. The female zombie suddenly crawled out, her lower body still trapped in the car, but her upper body was moving swiftly, dragging her intestines along with black blood all over the ground. Xiaodao retched, but dared not make too much noise, tears streaming down her face. Song Xiaojian did not stop. He understood that his sister would eventually have to face all of this. Xiaodao, we are temporarily safe. If we conserve our food, we can last for another 3 days. Perhaps by then these zombies will perish. Song Xiaojian said. It was as if he were comforting Xiaodao, but it felt more like he was reassuring himself. However, just as his words fell, a sudden commotion erupted outside the wall, and a figure charged in, heading straight for the mall. Song Xiaojian, Xiaodao, are you still alive? Open the door quickly, the person shouted from a distance. Upon recognizing the person, Xiaodao was taken aback. Brother, it's Wang Degu, who's back? Song Xiaojian furrowed his brows, glaring intently at the gathering zombies behind Wang Quan, stopping his sister from opening the door. No way. Brother, it was Wang Degu who saved us when our parents were crushed. Xiaodao said, if we don't let him in, he will die. Song Xiaojian gritted his teeth, beads of sweat suddenly appearing on his forehead, caught in a struggle. Song Xiaojian, Xiaodao, I found a lot of food. Let me in first, and once the danger has passed, I will take you with me. Wang Quan had already rushed into the mall, arriving at the dilapidated office where Song Xiaojian and Xiao Dao were. He said anxiously, "Are you really going to watch me die? If I die, who will take care of you two children?" Perhaps it was because of the food Wang Quan mentioned, or perhaps it was due to the life-saving grace he had shown in the end. Song Xiaojian walked over and opened the door. Bang! After Wang Quan rushed in, Song Xiaojian forcefully closed the door, only for a few zombies to follow closely behind, slamming against the door. Bang! 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 Xiao Dao, hurry. Help block the door with something, Song Xiaojian said without hesitation. Xiao Dao rushed to help, and the siblings dragged the only heavy object in the room, a desk, to the back of the door. The door continued to tremble. The zombies outside possessed immense strength. If it weren't for the fact that the mall office had a security door, it would have collapsed long ago. Song Xiaojian could only brace his body against the door with his sister when he suddenly caught a glimpse of Wang Quan, who was slumped on the ground, gasping heavily. "Wang de, get up quickly." Wang Quan raised his head, sensing the commanding tone in Song Xiaojian's voice. A flash of displeasure crossed his eyes, but he still went over to help block the door. However, he instinctively glanced at the corner of the room where there was a pile of food and water, enough for an adult man to last a day. Zhao Yin slowly awakened, opening his eyes in the darkness as a series of roars echoed in his ears. In an instant, Zhao Yin realized that another disaster had erupted, one that would last longer than the time he had been in a stupor in his past life. Zhao Yin did not rush out immediately. Instead, he took out a flashlight from his space ring. With a click, the small space lit up. Zhao Yin's gaze fell upon the space ring on his hand, and a string of information suddenly appeared in his mind. Space ring, grade A, spatial equipment containing 10 cubic meters of space. Then Zhao Yin looked at his own body. Human male ability: awakened strength 7, agility 8, stamina 6, spirit 12, life, countdown 290 days. A normal human physique, if it were before the apocalypse, could have lived for another 60 years. Everything was not much different from his past life. After all, the true sight I was a grade B ability and could not detect abilities beyond grade B. However, Zhao Yin was quite satisfied. After all, there were not many who had abilities beyond grade B. The real benefit of the true sight I was its ability to identify treasures created by star crystals. Zhao Yin recalled the pills that had previously been opened and immediately took them out from the space ring. Strong hypnotic powder, grade F, control type drug, can confuse any life form below grade F for 10 minutes. The simple introduction made Zhao Yin's expression change dramatically. Control type drugs are rare among all grades of drugs. Although it is the lowest grade, it is precisely what Zhao Yin needs the most. Remembering the mutated monkey, which should have already mutated by now, Zhao Yin had previously been troubled about how to capture it. With this piece of hypnotic powder, wouldn't it be easy? Suddenly, Zhao Yin remembered that the 3-star crystals given to him by the granary had all yielded good items. Could it be that she is not a star of misfortune? He waved away this meaningless thought and immediately organized his equipment. Long-handled bone-cutting knife, no grade, durability 8, a sharpness 6, butcher knife, no grade, durability 5, a sharpness 9, butterfly knife, grade F, attack type, equipment, durability 13, a sharpness 14, military jacket, grade F, defense type, equipment, durability 16, fishnet, stockings, grade E, auxiliary, equipment, movement speed 28. Additional effect, charm 3. Currently, the highest grade equipment Zhao Yin possesses is the fishnet stockings. Next, Zhao Yin controlled the space ring to collect the concrete debris that blocked the door, directly bending down and crawling out. Roar! Before Zhao Yin could get up, a nearby zombie discovered him. With a roar, it pounced towards him. Zhao Yin's eyes narrowed, raising the bone-cutting knife and stabbing it upward. Thud! The bone-cutting knife accurately pierced into the zombie's mouth, exiting through the back of its head, releasing a large amount of black viscous fluid. Male zombie, no evolution, strength 8. Agility 6, Spirit 0. Zhao Yin climbed up from the ground and glanced at the first zombie he had killed. From its tattered clothes, it was evident that it had been a staff member at the zoo while alive. Except for the stab Zhao Yin had just made, its entire right shoulder was a mangled mess, likely crushed to death by the collapsing building. However, black flesh buds had already begun to grow there. If it had not been killed by Zhao Yin, its decaying body would soon begin to restore itself with the passage of time, and then it would start to evolve. In the apocalypse, zombies are always the greatest threat to survivors. They are numerous and possess incredible growth potential. Compared to the number of survivors, zombies are nearly 50 times greater. The only ones capable of dealing with them are evolved beings or ability users. However, in the previous life, the number of survivors who could become evolved beings was less than 1%, and those with abilities were even rarer at 1 in 100,000. Tonight, the zombies have revived and the mutated beasts have awakened. The true apocalypse has officially begun. Roar! Roar! The nearby zombies heard the commotion and quickly surrounded Zhao Yin. They had yet to evolve, although their strength was greater than when they were alive. Their stiff bodies made them much slower. Zhao Yin took the initiative to meet them. The powerful combat awareness he trained in his past life erupted in an instant, and he swung his knife towards a zombie's head. To deal with zombies, only a headshot can kill them completely. The zombie's head was instantly shattered, black brain matter mixed with white skull fragments splattering everywhere, with a few drops of brain matter spraying onto Zhao Yin's face. He showed no emotion and quickly charged towards the second zombie, delivering the same blow to shatter its skull. At this moment, the remaining 6 zombies had already closed in. Zhao Yin turned and ran, relying on the speed boost from the fishnet stockings to quickly escape the encirclement, then turned back and swung his knife, slicing through the head of the zombie behind him. Next, he repeated this method, and soon the remaining zombies were all dealt with. With Zhao Yin's current stamina, killing 8 ordinary zombies had already left him gasping for breath. He did not dare to linger, taking a few deep breaths before sprinting towards the area where he had raised the monkeys. Zhao Yin needed to quickly recruit the monkey before the zombies evolved, nurturing it as soon as possible. This would provide him with an extra layer of self-defense. Zombies seemed to be the true protagonists of this world. Even if they did nothing, they could rapidly evolve. Some fortunate zombies in the past could devour fresh flesh or even consume star crystals, leading to terrifying growth rates. The recently killed zombies had no value. They hadn't consumed star crystals and had not evolved to produce corpse crystals that could enhance the strength of the evolved. Thus, Zhao Yin did not dissect them. Along the way, he encountered no human zombies, but there were plenty of animal zombies. Zhao Yin managed to evade all of them with his speed. Most animals had a physical advantage, making them extremely troublesome to deal with after becoming zombies. Roar, 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 squeak, squeak, squeak. From a distance, Zhao Yin heard the chaotic sounds of a struggle and slowed his pace. A small monkey was jumping up and down, its face full of fear, surrounded by dozens of zombie monkeys that were frantically attacking it. They no longer recognized their former kin. Their dead fish white eyes were filled with a desire for fresh flesh. Zhao Yin had no intention of saving the little monkey. It would not die so easily. In his past life, when Zhao Yin saw it, it had already grown to crank a king of this region. Zhao Yin hid behind a broken wall, took out a gas mask from his spatial ring, put it on his face, and then retrieved a potent hypnotic incense, crushing it with the knife handle and wrapping it in tissue paper. Next, Zhao Yin calmly observed the situation, ready for anything. The little monkey was bouncing and moving among the scattered rocks. Despite its incredible speed, the sheer number of zombie monkeys forced it to howl in terror. For some reason, Zhao Yin suddenly felt that the little monkey did not wish to harm the zombie monkeys. Soon, a zombie monkey scratched the little monkey's thigh, and it began to cry human-like tears. In that moment of distraction, a zombie monkey grabbed the little monkey's tail, lifting it up. The zombie monkey opened its mouth and bit towards the little monkey's backside. Just then, a twist of fate occurred. The little monkey squeaked in panic, and one of its legs, only slightly larger than an infant's, suddenly swelled up, transforming in the blink of an eye to the size of an adult monkey, kicking backward with force. Bang! The zombie monkey that had grabbed it was sent flying, its head smashing against a piece of bluestone and bursting like a watermelon. The little monkey was momentarily stunned, clearly not adapted to this change, while one long leg stood there like a proud rooster, while the other leg appeared like a toothpick. Zhao Yin, hiding in the distance behind a rock, fixed his gaze, completely confirming the identity of this monkey. It was indeed the mutated monkey from his past life. The crank monkey back then was already capable of growing to a gigantic size. Now it had merely awakened its mutation. After defeating a zombie monkey, the little monkey bared its teeth and postured towards the remaining zombie monkeys. Unfortunately, the zombie monkeys had no rationality and were not intimidated by its threat, closing in once more. Thus, the previous scene replayed itself. A group of zombie monkeys chased after a little monkey, leaping among the scattered rocks, while the little monkey howled in fear once again. The difference was that with that long leg, its 2 legs were completely uncoordinated. Its running speed did not increase, rather it slowed down. In less than a minute, the little monkey was already covered in wounds. Its cries for mercy were utterly ineffective. How could the zombie monkeys let go of the flesh that was almost in their mouths? Finally, it seemed the little monkey was stirred by rage. Its gaze turned fierce as one monkey paw rapidly swelled, grabbing hold of a zombie monkey's head. Bang! It crushed it. In that moment, the little monkey was no longer the coward it once was, its face twisted with ferocity. The little monkey rapidly confronted the second zombie monkey, slapping its head and exploding it. Yet the little monkey's tears continued to flow more and more. Zhao Yin quietly watched, as if he saw his past self. In the early days of that apocalypse, he had felt fear, cried, and mourned for the deaths of others. From fear to strength, then from strength his blood turned cold. To survive, he had to rise up to kill zombies, and even people. In this brutal world, everyone was merely trying to survive and nothing more, including that fierce monkey at this moment. A few minutes later, all the zombie monkeys that had attacked the little monkey were killed, and the ground was littered with gruesome monkey corpses. It stood there, dazed, trembling all over. As if just awakening, it realized it had killed so many of its own kind, though it did not understand why these kin had suddenly turned into this. Covered in blood, the little monkey gazed at the annihilation of its entire group and began to cry again. Little did it know a figure was slowly approaching from behind. Suddenly, it caught a whiff of a strange fragrance and then felt the world spinning, stumbling, and falling down. It seemed to realize something and then saw a pig-faced monster smiling as it approached step by step. The pig-faced monster was, of course, Zhao Yin, wearing a gas mask. To leave a good impression on his first contract beast, he was smiling particularly kindly. Growing period monkey, no rank, mutated beast, strength 14, agility 17, stamina 9, spirit 7, bloodline talent gigantism, frenzy. Zhao Yin grabbed the little monkey by the tail and walked away decisively. When the little monkey awoke, it found itself in a cramped space made of concrete debris. Just as it wanted to move, it discovered itself tightly bound with a human. No, that pig-faced monster. The little monkey recognized his eyes, finding the smile rather detestable. Seeing the little monkey awake, Zhao Yin smiled even more kindly, producing a salt-baked chicken leg, as if performing a magic trick, tearing open the packaging and taking a big bite. "Want some?" Zhao Yin asked, cheeks bulging as he chewed. The little monkey sniffed, its eyes fixated on the chicken leg. The mutated beast in the apocalypse had been hungry for far too long. Zhao Yin said indifferently, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Yin, and I will be your future master. Next, I will form a contract with you. Of course, you can refuse and the contract will still succeed, but as my first contract beast, I hope you can willingly accept. Accept, and you will follow me to live a life of luxury, our refuse. And you will have nothing to eat in the future." After saying this, Zhao Yin stepped forward, placing a hand on the little monkey's head, directly releasing the soul of the contract ability. An invisible chain slowly extended from Zhao Yin's palm, forcefully penetrating the little monkey's head. This is the power of an SS-level ability. No matter how strong the mutated beast is, even one of royal class from his past life, as long as Zhao Yin is given a minute, it can only obediently become his contract beast. The greatest flaw of the contract soul is that before obtaining a powerful contract beast, it cannot enhance one's combat power. Yet once it grows, there is no ability that can compare. In his past life, when Lin Tianfeng first obtained his ability, he nearly died several times relying on Zhao Yin to survive. However, after Lin Tianfeng grew stronger, even encountering other SS-level ability users, most would have to bow to him. Top-tier SS-level ability users can rival royal-level mutated beasts. Yet in his past life, Lin Tianfeng managed to cultivate 2 royal-level beasts. At this moment, the chain formed by the contract soul disappeared inside the little monkey, and Zhao Yin felt its presence, followed by directly hearing the monkey's thoughts. "Pig-faced freak, when are you going to give me a drumstick?" Slap. Zhao Yin slapped the little monkey on the head, his expression darkening. "From now on, I am your master, remember that." The little monkey covered its head with its hands, instinctively wanting to glare angrily at the one who hit it. But when it looked up and met Zhao Yin's gaze, all the anger dissipated in an instant, replaced by a natural sense of respect that arose from the heart. At this moment, it felt that the person before it was its closest companion, someone to be protected for a lifetime, to fight for, to be a loyal servant. For him, even if it meant facing danger, it was worth it. "Master, I'm hungry," the little monkey said pitifully. Zhao Yin's expression softened considerably. He threw a drumstick to it. Soon Zhao Yin learned from the little monkey's thoughts that when the apocalypse came, it had just fallen into a water well in the zoo. For a month, this monkey survived by eating moss and drinking well water. Now, with the long-awaited meat, it quickly devoured it and looked at Zhao Yin with a pitiful expression. Zhao Yin thought for a moment and took out a piece of stuffed bread. This was the only food capable of healing injuries. The little monkey was covered in wounds from fighting those zombie monkeys. "Eat this, and then come help me work." Zhao Yin tossed it to the little monkey. It grabbed the bread and took a bite, its eyes widening in surprise. The extraordinary food produced by the star crystal had a flavor unmatched by any food before the apocalypse. It was delicious and melted in the mouth. It immediately began to swallow it eagerly. Zhao Yin swallowed hard, secretly deciding that he couldn't allow this little monkey to indulge like this anymore. As the little monkey finished the bread, its wounds began to emit faint glimmers, visibly healing. It seemed completely unaware, continuing to look at Zhao Yin with a pitiful gaze. "Master, I'm still hungry." "Shut up and hurry up and help me." Zhao Yin snapped in annoyance. He was quite poor. How could he let this little monkey get away with such behavior? After saying that, Zhao Yin used his spatial ring to start collecting the concrete rubble blocking the door. Before the apocalypse, food would quickly rot after the zombie outbreak, disappearing entirely as new species replaced the resources humans relied on. That drumstick was already no longer fresh, and there was still plenty of food in the villa. Zhao Yin planned to go home and gather everything, putting it into the spatial ring for preservation. It would be fine to eat. He secretly planned that after retrieving the food, he would continue searching for the star crystal. By now the sky had brightened. Today's temperature had dropped significantly, resembling that of a summer day before the apocalypse, around 30 degrees. Zhao Yin led the little monkey out of the makeshift grave mound. The zoo was filled with wandering animal zombies. Several hours had passed since midnight, and all the corpses had turned into zombies. Hiss! A zombie snake as thick as a bowl immediately spotted Zhao Yin and swiftly slithered over. Zhao Yin activated his true sight. Zombie snake, no evolution, strength 10, agility 12, spirit 0, go take it down. Zhao Yin directly took out the butcher knife and threw it to the little monkey. The little monkey received the command and stepped forward, but as it approached the zombie snake, its short monkey legs suddenly began to tremble. Before the zombie snake could get close, the little monkey quickly darted back, trembling and hiding behind Zhao Yin. Master him. I'm scared. What are you afraid of? Its attributes are far inferior to yours. Zhao Yin grabbed the little monkey by the neck and forcefully threw it towards the zombie snake. The little monkey screamed in fright, not even having time to react as it saw a massive mouth coming to devour it. It quickly crouched down, narrowly avoiding the attack. The zombie snake was left with only its predatory instincts. After missing its strike, it immediately coiled around the little monkey. The little monkey rolled on the ground to dodge, squeaking frantically, desperately calling for help. Master, save me. Master, I'm going to die. Master, I'm going to die. Stupid monkey, I'm not dead yet. Zhao Yin scolded. Kill it, and you'll survive. From now on, you'll live a life of luxury with me. If you can't kill it, then you'll be its blood meal. He took out a pack of corn sausages, opened it, and prepared to eat, but found it had already soured a bit. Still, he took a bite, smacking his lips. Delicious. The little monkey sniffed, suddenly energized. Master, eat slowly. I'm going to kill this bastard zombie snake right now. Its expression turned fierce, baring its teeth. One hand suddenly enlarged, ferociously grasping the zombie snake by its vital point. Then the little monkey raised the butcher knife and struck down fiercely. Crack! With that blow, it severed a large chunk of corrupted flesh from the zombie snake, spraying black blood everywhere. Chop off its head. To kill a zombie, you must sever the head. Zhao Yin guided from the side. The little monkey pulled hard, dragging the massive body of the zombie snake closer. With a swift motion, crack! The zombie snake's head was cut off, with no twitching, falling silent immediately. The little monkey ran towards Zhao Yin, brimming with excitement after killing the zombie snake, looking adorably silly, completely unlike the ferocious mutant beast it had just been. Master, I killed that stinky snake. Zhao Yin patted its head, saying, well done. Remember, you are a powerful mutant beast. Even zombies are not worthy of carrying your shoes. The little monkey nodded repeatedly, indicating its understanding. Its master was praising its prowess. However, its eyes never left the corn sausage in Zhao Yin's hand. Eat. Zhao Yin pulled out a corn sausage and handed it to the eagerly waiting little monkey. It immediately tore open the packaging and began to eat, showing no concern for the food's freshness, finishing it in just a few bites and looking longingly at Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin pointed to the butcher's knife it had dropped on the ground. Pick it up. From now on, unless I command you, you must not put it down. In this apocalypse, the knife is your life. The little monkey obediently picked it up, but the expression on its face clearly showed skepticism. Don't believe me. Look behind you, Zhao Yin said. The little monkey turned around and saw 3 zombie wolves had appeared behind it, and one of them had already lunged at its neck. Instinctively, the little monkey swung its knife, severing half of one zombie wolf's head, but the other 2 zombie wolves had already surrounded it, one on the left and one on the right, preparing to bite. At this moment, the little monkey could only deal with one. It would inevitably be bitten by the other. Bang! A large knife suddenly crashed down, landing on the head of the closer left zombie wolf, bursting its head. The little monkey also thrust its knife into the eye socket of the right zombie wolf, smartly twisting it, causing the zombie wolf to fall silent. The terror on its face lingered for a while. In the wild, you must always be vigilant of your surroundings. If you lose your life, no amount of food will matter. Zhao Yin put away the bone-chopping knife. However, he did not give the remaining corn sausage to the little monkey. It lowered its head, feeling reluctant, but too shy to ask for more. Zhao Yin stepped forward, carrying the bone-chopping knife, deliberately training this little monkey. He did not want to treat his contracted beast as merely a weapon like Lin Tianfeng did in his past life. Once the thoughts of a contracted beast are suppressed, they will only become tools of slaughter, making it difficult for them to respond flexibly when Zhao Yin truly encounters danger. What Zhao Yin truly desired was for the little monkey to one day handle matters for him like a human. The morning dew soaked the concrete steel bars, shattered glass, twisted metal doors and windows, and broken tiles among the ruins. The entire world lay desolate and ruined. Zhao Yin saw several newly sprouted green shoots. In just one night, the destroyed world had begun a new cycle. From now on, everything would be different. Many new species would emerge, including mutated animals and plants. There would be mutant beasts that specifically prey on humans, as well as crops that have mutated to sustain most survivors. Survivors lost their homes, but gained a more dangerous, yet infinitely possible new world. Most food had rotted away, yet there were mutated meats and altered fruits and vegetables along with possibilities like star crystals. Zhao Yin reminisced about his past life as he slowly walked out of the zoo ruins. Roar! Not far away the zombies were howling. Amidst the ruins' heads surged countless zombies wandered aimlessly. Although Guangzhou City was small, it was a bustling area. Without the cover of buildings, the zombies resembled a rural market crowd densely packed in the pedestrian streets. If Zhao Yin and the little monkey were exposed, they would face countless zombies attacking, and in an instant they would be torn to shreds, becoming a meal for the zombies. Chill. Don't make a sound. Zhao Yin gestured for the little monkey to be quiet. The little monkey's expression tightened, and it stealthily followed Zhao Yin. The pair of human and monkey avoided the dense zombie areas cautiously, using the shattered walls for cover as they slowly made their way out. Finally, they left the bustling area where the zombies were no longer so dense ahead. Just as Zhao Yin breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard the little monkey's thoughts. There's a zombie ahead. Looking back, the little monkey's eyes revealed fear, but also a hint of eagerness, staring intently ahead. A female zombie stood in the way ahead, her clothing tattered, swaying aimlessly, wandering without purpose. Master, I want to try. The little monkey licked its lips, looking at it with longing. Zhao Yin grabbed its ear and whispered, "Aren't you afraid?" The little monkey is not afraid. The little monkey pointed at the female zombie, defiantly puffing out its chest. Look, master, the little monkey is very powerful. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, two more zombies appeared at the end of the line, a young man and a little boy, both tattered and swaying, drooling black and yellow saliva, and occasionally emitting low growls. Their faces were covered in blue veins, constantly twisting, as if they couldn't control their expressions, also resembling those in immense pain. Zhao Yin speculated that they might have been a family of three in life. Although they no longer recognized each other, the most important people in their lives. Yet even after becoming zombies, they could still be together. Zhao Yin thought that perhaps this was a form of happiness. The clothing of the three zombies was all tattered. The little boy had lost an arm, with maggots crawling in and out of his rotting flesh. A foul stench filled the air. Monkey, you take out those two adult zombies, and it'll handle the hardest one, the little zombie. Zhao Yin said in a low voice filled with killing intent. Master, is the little one really that hard to kill? The little monkey asked, puzzled, but its eyes still reflected trust in Zhao Yin. Of course. The little one is even harder to kill. Ooh, just leave it to me. Monkey, the two big ones are easier to deal with. Go. The little monkey felt something was off, scratching its ear, but still holding the butcher's knife, cautiously approached the nearest female zombie. Zhao Yin suddenly remembered something and communicated through thought. Remember to chop off the head. Only by decapitating can you kill. Roar. The female zombie heard the footsteps and turned her pale eyes towards the little monkey. She revealed her yellowed teeth and let out a zombie roar, immediately charging towards the little monkey, her slow movements suddenly becoming more agile. The little monkey, being quite nimble, crouched down and dodged the female zombie's embrace, quickly leaping behind her and turning swiftly, stabbing the butcher's knife. Thud! The knife plunged into the female zombie's lower back. When it was pulled out, it came out with dark brown blood. But the female zombie acted as if nothing had happened, turning around and continuing to pounce on the little monkey. Zzz. The little monkey screamed in fright. It suddenly remembered that the master had said to decapitate zombies and quickly jumped up to evade. At this moment, the other two zombies noticed the commotion and all charged towards the little monkey, roaring. Zzz. The little monkey screamed, communicating with Zhao Yin through thought. Master, help. Stop yelling. Do you want to attract more zombies? Zhao Yin cursed loudly. Stupid monkey, I told you to chop off its head. Do you understand? While scolding, Zhao Yin rushed forward with the bone-chopping knife, heading towards the little boy zombie. The little zombie roared and opened its arms, trying to embrace Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin sidestepped to avoid it, then turned around, slamming the back of the knife against its head. Bang! The immense force instantaneously burst the little zombie's head. Without time to wipe the blood from his face, Zhao Yin quickly turned to charge at the male zombie. Seeing his master demonstrating great prowess, the little monkey finally calmed down, as if the female zombie had ignited its fury, gripping the butcher's knife, its hands suddenly growing larger and longer. A hand exceeding that of an ordinary man tightly gripped the knife and swung forward suddenly. Thud! The knife accurately struck the female zombie's head, splitting it in half. Immediately after, it saw Zhao Yin preparing to burst the male zombie's head. Master, let me handle that zombie. After successfully killing, the little monkey felt invigorated, as if it had been injected with adrenaline. Fearing that its master would find it inadequate in a moment of urgency, its two furry monkey legs rapidly expanded, fully activating its gigantic transformation ability. A towering figure stepped in front of Zhao Yin in a single leap. Bang! The male zombie collided with the little monkey, but did not budge, instead bouncing back. Thud! The butcher's knife in the little monkey's hand plunged into the male zombie's eye socket dark brown brain matter, spraying Zhao Yin's face. A battle, though perilous, ended simply like this. Master. The little monkey stood there puffing out its chest, as if awaiting praise from its master. Zhao Yin wiped the brain matter off his face and suddenly jumped up slap. A slap landed on the little monkey's head. Who told you to spray brain matter everywhere? The little monkey felt wronged after the slap, covering its head and looking at him pitifully. Zhao Yin glared at it, then suddenly couldn't help but laugh. The little monkey sensed its master's happiness and immediately felt joyful, as well swiftly shrinking its size and bouncing around Zhao Yin. Are you hungry? Zhao Yin asked, suddenly aware of his conscience. Although it lacked intelligence, being merely a 6-month-old little monkey, it was incredibly loyal. The little monkey nodded vigorously at the words, squatting at Zhao Yin's feet, not even as tall as his knee. Hungry. Little monkey is very, very hungry, master. Its furry paws still clutched tightly to Zhao Yin. If you're hungry, eat. We have plenty of money. Zhao Yin spoke earnestly. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little monkey immediately became happy again, bouncing around Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin took out a piece of bread that was already a bit moldy from his spatial ring. The bread is still quite fresh. Take your time, eating, don't choke. The little monkey took the bread and immediately began to gnaw on it, its eyes filled with satisfaction. A cold wind blew, bringing with it a foul odor. In this desolate world, a warmth suddenly rose in Zhao Yin's heart. After the little monkey finished the bread, Zhao Yin continued on with it. Along the way, they encountered several scattered zombies, and Zhao Yin ordered the little monkey to take care of them. With the reward of food, its courage gradually grew. Sometimes the little monkey would even charge ahead without Zhao Yin's command. 2 hours later, Zhao Yin finally made his way back to the residential area. From a distance, he saw his family's villa standing alone amidst the ruins. At that moment, a zombie was wandering outside the door. Zhao Yin immediately recognized it as the community security guard Dong Jun, whom he had personally dealt with, now turned into a zombie. This time, Zhao Yin didn't let the little monkey take action. He stepped forward himself and smashed the zombie's head with the back of his knife. He then opened the door and brought the little monkey inside. The supplies at home were still intact, showing no signs of being disturbed. Perhaps they should thank the zombie Dong Jun. It's just a pity that during this time the food had deteriorated even more. Zhao Yin had anticipated this and quickly stored everything in his spatial ring. In the following days, he took the little monkey out during the day to hunt zombies and search for star crystals. Now the star crystals on the surface had all been devoured by the returning zombies. To obtain more, they could only be extracted from the zombies themselves. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Yin encountered a total of 9 zombies that had consumed star crystals, obtaining 9 pieces of star crystals. The previous 7 pieces yielded a piece of stuffed bread, 3 bottles of nongfu spring, a block of instant noodles, a can of tuna, and a block of compressed biscuits. All of it was grade food and water. Zhao Yin was not surprised by this. In his past life, most of the supplies obtained from star crystals were the lowest grade food and water. Such good fortune as he had 3 days ago was unlikely to happen frequently. Among them, the tuna and compressed biscuits were supplies that had not been obtained 3 days ago. Tuna can grade F extraordinary food type affect immunity to grade viruses for 24 hours. Compressed biscuit grade F extraordinary food type effect maintain vigorous energy for 72 hours. At this moment, Zhao Yin held the 2 star crystals he had just obtained today, breathing a long sigh. For the past 3 days, he had returned home with the little monkey late into the night. This body was still just an ordinary person, and the high-intensity battles left Zhao Yin utterly exhausted. There are still 2 star crystals left. It would be great if I could get an evolution potion. Zhao Yin spoke to the little monkey in his heart. The little monkey looked up at him, not understanding what evolution potion meant. Zhao Yin couldn't be bothered with it and cracked open a star crystal in his hand. A white light dispersed, revealing a bottle of mineral water before Zhao Yin's eyes. Indeed, it was another bottle of nongfu spring, the most useless product from the star crystal. Zhao Yin felt speechless and casually cracked open the 2nd star crystal, then turned to the little monkey beside him. Do you still want to open food? The little monkey immediately nodded vigorously. It had no interest in other supplies, but was almost obsessed with extraordinary food. Ever since it had tasted the stuffed bread that day, the little monkey had been drooling in its dreams. All right, if you can open food again, I'll let you eat a piece. Zhao Yin paused, suddenly feeling that making promises like this might not be good. The little monkey suddenly held its breath, its pupils dilating, excitedly staring at Zhao Yin. After a pause, Zhao Yin said, "I'll give you a piece of ordinary bread." Upon hearing this, the little monkey immediately became dispirited. However, it no longer had the courage to scold Zhao Yin in its heart, having already understood that the pig-faced monster could hear its thoughts. Zhao Yin smiled, having played a prank on the little monkey. His mood lightened. He turned back to see what had come out. In the next moment, Zhao Yin's heart skipped a beat. It was a black potion. Evolution Potion Grade F Primary Potion Type after consumption can unlock human evolution genes and become a new human. How strange it seems whatever I think about comes true. Could it be that my luck has improved after being reborn? The introduction information of the Eye of Truth had also increased significantly. Zhao Yin directly picked it up and happily exclaimed, "Monkey, today I'll let you eat a piece of bread again, no two pieces." The little monkey looked at the evolution potion in Zhao Yin's hand, sensing the fluctuations in its master's heart, and let out two dispirited chirps. After tossing the little monkey 2 pieces of moldy bread, Zhao Yin quickly locked the door of the house and took out all the extraordinary food from the spatial ring. Except for that can of tuna that could provide immunity against viruses, he took everything else out. Under the little monkey's pitiful gaze, Zhao Yin tore open all the extraordinary food packaging and began to gulp it down. The little monkey was instantly stunned, the moldy bread in its hands unconsciously falling to the ground. Its drool flowed like a river as it looked incredulously at its master. 2 days ago, Master said these extraordinary foods were kept for emergencies. Oh, why are you eating them all? Didn't Master say that extraordinary food could save both the little monkey and himself at critical moments? So it turned out that Master only kept them for himself and didn't give a single piece to the little monkey. Zhao Yin continued to eat the extraordinary food. In fact, all he wanted was the ability to fend off hunger. In his past life, when Zhao Yin obtained the first evolution potion, he was unaware of the side effects. When the effects erupted, he had consumed all the food he had accumulated with Lin Tianfeng over half a year in one go and still almost starved to death. That terrifying hunger was something Zhao Yin could endure, but the harm caused by insufficient nutrition to his body required more than 10 days of recovery to heal. The zombies outside should have undergone evolution in these 2 days. Zhao Yin did not have that much time to delay, so he chose to consume most of the extraordinary food. At this time, besides the lucky ones that swallowed the star crystals, ordinary zombies were also about to form corpse crystals within them. The corpse crystals could not only enhance Zhao Yin's evolutionary power, but also increase the little monkey's strength. Once he consumed the evolution potion, he would finally have some self-defense capabilities when facing those zombies. After Zhao Yin finished eating the extraordinary food, he took out 5 bottles of Nongfu Spring, gulping down 3 bottles until his stomach was round before stopping. The little monkey beside him was swallowing its saliva. Zhao Yin said, "Once I become an evolved person, we'll go kill more zombies tomorrow. I'll definitely let you eat first when we find extraordinary food." The little monkey looked at him with disbelieving eyes. Zhao Yin then took out nearly 100 pounds of spoiled ordinary food from the spatial ring, piling it all in front of him for backup. Then he directly opened the evolution potion. Gulp! The potion slid down his throat, and an intense pain rapidly spread throughout Zhao Yin's body, every muscle feeling as if it were being crushed and then reassembled. At the same time, Zhao Yin's body visibly shrank, his once round belly slowly contracting as the extraordinary food he had consumed was rapidly depleted. 10 minutes later, Zhao Yin was flushed red all over, sweat pouring down like a spring, black stains seeping out from his pores, and in an instant the room was filled with an unpleasant odor. This terrifying pain was something that ordinary people could hardly endure. In his past life, many had reportedly committed suicide due to their inability to withstand it, and some who lacked willpower even died from the pain. Zhao Yin gritted his teeth, and a muffled groan escaped from his mouth. His face twisted in agony as he shakily reached for the Nongfu Spring in front of him, gulping it all down, then began to tear open the packaging of the spoiled food. Seeing Zhao Yin's hands tremble, the little monkey hurried over to help tear open the packaging. It surprisingly did not steal a bite, feeding all the opened food into Zhao Yin's mouth, then pouring water into him. At this moment, the little monkey seemed to serve its bedridden father. An hour later, Zhao Yin's body finally stopped trembling, and the pain began to subside. 2 hours later, even after Zhao Yin had eaten extraordinary food and 50 to 60 pounds of ordinary food, his cheeks were still sunken from weight loss. 3.5 hours later, after consuming over 100 pounds of food, Zhao Yin lay exhausted on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Before falling asleep, he ordered the little monkey, "Protect me well. When I wake up, I'll take you to find extraordinary food." The little monkey held on to Zhao Yin's bone-chopping knife, squatting at the foot of the bed, not leaving his side. It looked as obedient as a child. Roar! 10 kilometers away from Zhao Yin's villa, a middle-aged male zombie tore through the concrete and grabbed a piece of star crystal lying back and howling. In the next moment, it tilted its head and swallowed it whole. The dozen or so zombies nearby were restless, yet none dared to approach and snatch it away. This was the second star crystal this zombie had consumed, and it was stronger than any other zombies around. The injuries on the middle-aged zombie had long since healed, its body visibly swelled, as the unknown substances brought by the meteorite seemed to be drawn in by the star crystal within, rapidly enhancing its physique. Minutes later, the middle-aged zombie had grown over 2 meters tall. Its suit had already ripped apart, revealing bulging muscles that resembled iron plates for a chest and tree trunk-like legs. A terrifying aura erupted from it. Meanwhile, zombies everywhere began to show signs of change. The first batch of evolved zombies was starting to appear. Even those that had not consumed star crystals or flesh were gradually restoring their bodies and slowly undergoing transformations. At this moment, most survivors were still hiding in various corners, while a small number ventured out from their shelters, either due to food shortages or a refusal to sit idly by. In any case, they chose to face the apocalypse bravely. There were mutated beasts that began to hunt survivors for food, while others fed on zombies. Of course, they could also become food for both zombies and survivors. In front of Zhao Yin's villa, a green sprout that had appeared 3 days ago had already grown to a height of 1 meter. Not far from the artificial lake, a patch of lush greenery. Zhao Yin slowly awakened. It was already the second morning. Feeling that he had not exerted much energy, Zhao Yin sat up, clenched his fist, and sensed a surge of power flowing within him. The feeling of being an evolved one from his past life had returned. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little monkey joyfully hopped around in front of Zhao Yin's bed, waving its hands and thinking, the master is alive. Great. The master actually didn't die. Great, there will be food again. Pow! Zhao Yin slapped the little monkey on the head. Hearing its first half of the sentence, Zhao Yin felt pleased, thinking that at least there was a monkey in this world that cared about him. But after hearing the second half, he truly wanted to slap this greedy monkey to death. All you think about is eating, Zhao Yin scolded. The little monkey covered its head and looked at him timidly. Zhao Yin felt a wave of hunger and took out a few ordinary compressed biscuits from his space ring, eating them with some mineral water. Now the only extraordinary food he had left was the essential tuna. Among the ordinary food, only the compressed biscuits had slightly spoiled. The little monkey looked at him eagerly. Master, I'm hungry too. Zhao Yin recalled the scene before he fainted where this little monkey had desperately helped him by feeding him. It hadn't stolen any food, so he casually tossed it 2 severely spoiled hot dogs. Zhao Yin ignored the little monkey and activated his true sight to observe his evolved self. Human male ability awakened, class evolved, strength 15, agility 17, stamina 13, spirit 24, life countdown 299 days. Compared to before evolution, his overall attributes were twice that of an ordinary person, and even his lifespan had been extended by over 20 years. If no accidents occur, Zhao Yin could live to be over 100 years old. His strength and stamina were even higher than when he first evolved in his past life, likely due to having consumed extraordinary food beforehand. Zhao Yin was very satisfied and tossed 2 more hot dogs to the little monkey. The little monkey was no longer as ravenous as it had been at first. It picked at the spoiled hot dogs instead of devouring them. It glanced at Zhao Yin, who was eating the compressed biscuits with a look full of grievance. If you don't want to eat it, give it back to me. Do you know how many people are starving now? Zhao Yin glared at it. If he had better food, he wouldn't be giving the monkey sour hot dogs and moldy bread. He had to save the less spoiled biscuits for himself, so he could only give the monkey these. Zhao Yin scolded, do you know how many mutated beasts envy you? Many of those beasts can't even get moss to eat. There are countless smarter and more loyal mutated beasts than you, yet they are starving to death. Do you know how lucky you are to have a master like me? The little monkey's expression turned fearful, and it nodded repeatedly. Master, I don't despise the food you've given me. It's delicious, delicious. It chewed eagerly, trying to make itself appear to be enjoying the food even more. It seemed afraid that Zhao Yin would go looking for other smarter and more loyal mutated beasts and abandon this useless little monkey. Only then did Zhao Yin nod in satisfaction. Once you're full, come help me. He turned to start packing up. The food and water had already been placed in the space ring. Everything he could carry, including pots, bowls, clothes, and bedding, was stuffed into the space ring. Next, Zhao Yin had no intention of returning. The zombies nearby that had consumed star crystals had basically been killed by him and the little monkey over the past few days. If he wanted to continue searching for star crystals, he could only go farther away. Returning was no longer realistic. Apocalypse. What does it mean to have a home? As he left the villa, Zhao Yin glanced back. The villa was left by his parents and had sheltered him in 2 lifetimes. When he returned, it might have already been destroyed by mutated beasts or zombies, or perhaps occupied by other survivors. Zhao Yin thought for a moment and decided to leave the key at the door. It wasn't that he was particularly kind, but he didn't want survivors to break the door. After all, it was a relic left by his parents. The nearby zombies had all been killed by Zhao Yin over the past few days, and now a few scattered zombies were wandering over. Behind, a few zombies instantly spotted Zhao Yin and the little monkey immediately charging toward them. Zhao Yin tightened his grip on the bone-chopping knife and rushed forward. His physique, now twice that of an ordinary person, gave him astonishing explosive power. With his already rapid speed combined with the enhancement from the E-class fishing net stockings, his figure became so fast, it was dazzling, creating a whirlwind behind him. Bang! One zombie hadn't reacted before Zhao Yin blew its head apart, only then did the other zombies sense Zhao Yin's presence and howl as they lunged at him. To Zhao Yin now they moved as slowly as dog shit. Swinging the bone-chopping knife, he created a series of explosive sounds. Thud, thud, thud. All of their heads were smashed in. Blackish-brown brain matter splattered everywhere. Zhao Yin put away the bone-chopping knife and stood there wiping the grime off his face, a surge of heroic spirit rising within him. In his past life, after obtaining the evolution potion, these zombies had evolved to be much stronger, forcing him to live cautiously. Now with the strength of Infglass evolved, facing unevolved zombies was nothing but a crushing victory. The zombies were too weak. The little monkey behind him holding a butcher knife scampered over only to freeze at the sight before it. Then it looked at its master with a face full of admiration, thinking, why has the master who has been so fearful of death these past few days suddenly become so fierce? Then the little monkey remembered that its master could hear its thoughts and looked up only to meet Zhao Yin's unfriendly gaze. The little monkey quickly hugged its head, pleading and thought, Master, don't hit me. I didn't mean to say that about you. Zhao Yin ignored the chattering monkey and stepped forward with the bone-chopping knife, smashing the zombies' shattered heads apart. Bending down, he picked up a crystal the size of a peanut from the blackish-brown brain matter. Then, after taking a cloth from his space ring to wipe it clean, he held it in his palm. The crystal was white, semi-transparent, resembling the jade of sheep fat from before the apocalypse. Under the dim sunlight, it reflected a beautiful luster. Indeed, some of these zombies had evolved to possess corpse crystals. What level of evolution had those zombies that consumed star crystals reached now? Class or E-class? Zhao Yin recalled that in his past life, there was a type of zombie that was extremely lucky, having consumed multiple star crystals at the onset of the apocalypse, making them far beyond what any survivor at that time could handle. Survivors referred to them as zombie kings. It wasn't until later that SS-class superpowered beings entered the spotlight, and only through the combined efforts of many strong individuals could they take down the zombie king. However, in his previous life, no zombie kings had appeared in this area, so he and the little monkey should not encounter one for now. Next, Zhao Yin directly crushed the corpse crystal in his hand. An unknown energy flowed into his body through his palm. In the next moment, he felt nothing new. Zhao Yin looked at his body. Human male ability awakened class, evolved evolution degree 1000. 01 strength 15, agility 17, stamina 13, spirit 24, life countdown 29923 days. Consuming a normal corpse crystal results in a pitiful increase in evolution degree. Zhao Yin needs to consume 10,000 of these normal corpse crystals to become an A-level evolver, but if he switches to F-level corpse crystals, just 100 would evolve him to a level, and only one A-level corpse crystal is needed. Each level of corpse crystal increases energy by 100-fold. Zhao Yin pried open the heads of several other corpses, but none yielded any corpse crystals. The evolution speed of these zombies is terrifying. It won't be long before all their heads evolve into corpse crystals, and F-level ones might even appear. With the little monkey in tow, Zhao Yin continued forward, occasionally collecting a corpse crystal, slowly increasing his strength. Evolution degree 1000. 02. Evolution degree 1000. 03. Evolution degree 1000. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Ahead lay the ruins of a school with thousands of zombies forming a dark mass that seemed endless. Zhao Yin was startled. He initially wanted to bypass with the little monkey, but suddenly paused and looked at a female zombie dressed in a school uniform. Female zombie, no rank, evolution degree 10098, strength 18, agility 11, mental state 0. This was actually a zombie on the verge of evolving to F-level. Zhao Yin was certain that the rapid evolution of this zombie meant there had to be a star crystal within it, along with a corpse crystal about to reach F-level. These were exactly what he needed. Monkey, do you want to eat extraordinary food? Zhao Yin asked quietly. The little monkey's eyes lit up instantly as it looked over eagerly. Zhao Yin pointed at the female zombie and whispered, do you see that? It's a zombie carrying a star crystal. The little monkey turned its head, staring blankly at the dense crowd of zombies. You go lure the other zombies away, and it'll kill that zombie. Once I get the star crystal, well, run together. Zhao Yin tempted. If what I find is food, as long as it's not for healing or antivirus purposes, they'll share half with you. The little monkey gulped, communicating with Zhao Yin through thought. Master, if I get caught by the zombies, you have to save me. Zhao Yin replied. Don't worry, as long as I still have breath, I will never let you die first. For the past few days, the little monkey had been following Zhao Yin in killing zombies, gradually mastering its abilities. Its legs rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye they transformed into the long legs familiar to Zhao Yin. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little monkey let out a sharp cry, instantly dashing out from behind the broken wall, where Zhao Yin was hiding, its long legs leaping several meters high as it began to sprint wildly around the outskirts of the zombie crowd. Roar, roar, roar. The quiet world erupted like a drop of water in boiling oil, the roar deafening. All the zombies were provoked by the monkey's taunts and frantically chased after it. The little monkey moved at incredible speed. From Zhao Yin's perspective, all he could see was a red bottom bouncing up and down frantically, fleeing around the school playground, occasionally letting out terrified screams. Only the female zombie remained still, having recently consumed a star crystal. The energy within it was still in a saturated state. Thus it did not share the same craving for flesh as the other zombies. Zhao Yin understood this, which is why he had the little monkey attract the zombies. Help! Master, help! The swarm of zombies behind the little monkey grew larger, driving it to scream in fear. It occasionally shot back to eliminate one, then quickly fled again. Zhao Yin ignored the little monkey's cries for help, waiting for the last few zombies beside the female zombie to drift away before charging forward at full speed. In truth, Zhao Yin knew he was risking the little monkey's life. A non-ranked mutated beast using its abilities couldn't possibly last long. As soon as the little monkey lost those long legs, it would instantly become food for the zombies. The wind howled past Zhao Yin's ears. When he was about 7 or 8 meters away from the female zombie, he suddenly leaped up, raising his bone-slicing knife high to strike at the female zombie's head. At that moment, the female zombie seemed to sense something and slowly raised its head to look at Zhao Yin, descending from above, its dead fish-like eyes devoid of emotion, instinctively raising its hand to grab the descending knife. Snap! This strike cleanly severed the female zombie's right hand at the wrist, and its body was violently tossed away by the immense force. Zhao Yin's body landed and immediately sprang up again, the bone-slicing knife slicing through the air as it descended heavily. Roar! The female zombie didn't understand what evasion meant. It simply opened its mouth to bite down. Snap! Zhao Yin's bone-slicing knife was surprisingly caught by it. The blade cut into both sides of its mouth, blackish-brown blood flowing. The 2 rows of yellowed sharp teeth pierced through the blade, clearly indicating that this zombie had begun evolving from its teeth, which had already reached level. Zhao Yin had no intention of withdrawing the knife. Without hesitation, he released his grip, and simultaneously the butterfly knife from his spatial ring appeared in his palm. With the speed boost from the fishnet stockings, Zhao Yin's figure flashed and reached behind the female zombie, the butterfly knife easily slicing through its neck, as if cutting tofu. Then Zhao Yin turned around and grabbed the female zombie's hair, directly pulling its head off. At this moment, the bone-slicing knife was still clamped in its mouth. Monkey, run! Run back! Zhao Yin shouted loudly. The little monkey in the distance trembled, surrounded by countless zombies, its energy nearly depleted in just a few minutes. Seeing the head in its master's hand, the little monkey squeaked excitedly and turned to run towards Zhao Yin. Master, don't forget about the extraordinary food you promised me. It had initially intended to communicate with its master through thought, but suddenly saw Zhao Yin had already taken off, reaching top speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The little monkey was filled with questions. Wasn't it said that as long as he had breath, he wouldn't let himself die first? Zhao Yin ran 5 kilometers in one go, finally feeling a sense of safety. He unceremoniously tossed the female zombie's head to the ground and sat down on it, breathing heavily. The reason for having the little monkey run back with him was that the route was more familiar, and that silly monkey wouldn't have gotten itself killed, would it? Snap! Snap! The head beneath him continued to bite down on the bone-slicing knife. Zhao Yin gripped the handle and pulled it out, only to find it covered in twisted iron shavings, the blade having been bitten off. It seemed unusable now. Zhao Yin felt a pang in his heart, and finding a suitable long weapon became an urgent matter. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little monkey finally caught up, its enlarged legs having turned back into short legs without him noticing. Blood flowed from its right upper arm and chest. Master, him back. Upon seeing Zhao Yin, the gloom on the little monkey's face instantly vanished, and it excitedly ran towards him. Zhao Yin cleared his throat, looking at this monkey that trusted him, suddenly feeling a twinge of guilt. Little monkey, you've worked hard. I've decided to reward you. The little monkey looked at Zhao Yin with excitement, flattering. I knew master wouldn't let me work for nothing. Zhao Yin took out the bone-cutting knife he had just stored, raised it high, and struck it forcefully down onto a piece of meteorite on the ground. Just as the little monkey was puzzled about what master was doing, with a clang, the already broken bone-cutting knife suddenly fell off the handle. Zhao Yin handed the only and a half-meter-long rebar knife handle to the little monkey, generously saying, Here, take this, your new weapon. The little monkey jumped around excitedly, for the previously rewarded pig-killing knife was already damaged and couldn't be used after the recent battle. It took the rebar Zhao Yin handed over and swung it vigorously a few times, gratitude filling its dark eyes. Thank you, master, you are too good to me. Zhao Yin let the little monkey continue its excitement as he took out the head of the female zombie under him. At this moment, the head of the zombie, which was about to evolve to level F, was not completely dead, still biting at the air with its teeth. Zhao Yin kicked the head to the little monkey's feet and instructed, "Try its power, smash it." The little monkey was already looking for something to test its new weapon and brought the steel rod down. Smash! The female zombie's head burst like a watermelon, brains splattering everywhere. Zhao Yin stepped forward and retrieved 2 crystals from the brain matter. One of the crystals was slightly larger than a peanut, resembling mutton fat jade. It was the corpse crystal of the female zombie, just a step away from a level F crystal. The other one, of course, was the star crystal. Zhao Yin pondered for a moment and did not immediately absorb this crystal, instead looking at the little monkey, who was carefully wiping the brain matter off the steel rod. Its actions were extremely serious, treating the newly gifted weapon from Master with the gentleness Zhao Yin once showed to his little lovers before the apocalypse. Now Zhao Yin himself needed nearly 100 level F corpse crystals to evolve to level E. But if this crystal were given to the little monkey, it might successfully evolve from no rank to level F. The little monkey, who had no rank, already possessed physical attributes comparable to a level F evolver, and if it evolved to level F, it would definitely be able to take on an A-level zombie. Increasing the little monkey's strength was equivalent to increasing Zhao Yin's own strength. "Little monkey, I told you, as long as you work hard, I will reward you generously. Here, take this." Zhao Yin directly threw the corpse crystal over. The little monkey had seen Zhao Yin absorb corpse crystals before and vaguely knew that this thing could enhance strength. Moreover, this crystal was produced by a zombie that was about to evolve to level 1. It was unexpected that Master would give it to him. With both a weapon and a corpse crystal, the little monkey was moved to tears, clasping its hands together and bowing to Zhao Yin. "Don't rush to absorb it, it'll make you a cover." After saying that, Zhao Yin used the space ring to collect concrete from the ground and quickly built a grave mound. He grabbed the little monkey by the neck and tossed it inside, sealing the entrance. This way, even if there was some movement, it wouldn't disturb the nearby zombies. Next, Zhao Yin ignored the little monkey and concentrated his energy on the star crystal. Crack! The immense strength of a level F evolver instantly crushed the star crystal, releasing a burst of white light in Zhao Yin's hand. As the white light dissipated, a green pill appeared in his palm. Talent pill grade B effect amplifies and strengthens a talent. Zhao Yin's heart skipped a beat. It was actually a grade pill. He had eaten a talent pill in his past life, and he stuffed it directly into his mouth. A sweet flavor spread in his mouth, flowing down his throat. In the next moment, Zhao Yin's mind became clear, and an indescribable enlightenment surged in his heart. Human male ability, Awakener, level F, Evolver, evolution progress 1000. 39, strength 15, agility 17, stamina 13, mental 24, talent grade, shooting life, countdown 29,923 days. This talent pill unexpectedly enhanced Zhao Yin's shooting talent. Humans naturally possess various talents, differing only in strength. At this moment, Zhao Yin felt that whether it was firearms or bows, he could operate them skillfully, even surpassing professional athletes from before the apocalypse. Zhao Yin felt an impulse to immediately get a ranged weapon. However, crafting a ranged weapon from the star crystal was temporarily unfeasible, so he had to start with ordinary weapons. Soon Zhao Yin remembered something. He had once heard someone mention that there was a shooting range in Guangzhou where the owner had kept a sniper rifle in his office during his lifetime. It was an M82A1, known as the king of sniper rifles, with a range of up to 2 kilometers, capable of easily penetrating armored vehicles from 1,000 meters away and effortlessly breaching target buildings. With Zhao Yin's current shooting talent, he could easily master it. Boom. Suddenly, the grave mound behind Zhao Yin shook, and a fist the size of a clay pot smashed a piece of concrete away, followed by a terrifying figure slowly crawling out. It stood a full 2 meters tall, covered in golden fur, its muscles resembling the gnarled roots of an old tree, with one arm as thick as Zhao Yin's waist. Zhao Yin instinctively activated his true sight. Growing period, monkey, level F, mutated beast, strength 28, agility 36, stamina 24, mental 9, bloodline, talent giantization frenzy. As expected, it did not disappoint him. The little monkey successfully evolved to level F. Except for mental power, all attributes were nearly double Zhao Yin's. Facing the enormous creature before him, even though Zhao Yin had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. The current little monkey had already completely achieved giantization. Even if Zhao Yin used all his equipment, he might not be able to defeat it. Hoo-hoo! The little monkey shook off the dirt covering its body, showering Zhao Yin with it. Slap! Zhao Yin jumped up and smacked the little monkey on the head. "What's this? Just evolved, and already looking down on me." The monkey quickly returned to its original form, instinctively covering its head with its hands, communicating telepathically. "Sorry, Master, it was too dark inside. I was scared, so it took the initiative to come out." Zhao Yin beckoned, and the little monkey scurried to his feet, bowing and trying hard to please him. Zhao Yin carefully observed the little monkey that had returned to its form. It looked noticeably larger than before its evolution. Let's go, follow me to kill zombies and test your new abilities. Master, I'm hungry again. The little monkey tugged at Zhao Yin's pants leg. Zhao Yin thought for a moment that hadn't eaten much today. In fact, the best food for mutated beasts was the meat of other mutated beasts, but since the apocalypse began, Zhao Yin had only encountered this one little monkey. Otherwise Zhao Yin still wouldn't feed it beast meat. He would just have an additional contracted beast by his side. Zhao Yin sensed the supplies in his space ring. There wasn't much food left. He took out the most severely spoiled bread, a total of 6 pieces, and tossed them all to the little monkey. Watching it gulp them down, Zhao Yin also took out a piece of compressed biscuit and started chewing with mineral water. After both master and monkey had their fill, they set off again on the path of killing zombies, heading to the shooting range. Zhao Yin remembered. In the apocalypse, survival depended solely on relentless killing. Resources and strength are always the core. As they walked, time slipped away unknowingly. Song Xiaojian, go lure those zombies away. Oh, I can safely enter with your sister. Outside the mostly collapsed shooting range, Wang Quan hid behind a half-meter-high piece of concrete, commanding Song Xiaojian beside him in an authoritative tone. Brother Wang, you've eaten all the food. My brother hasn't eaten for several days. He almost ran into trouble while killing that zombie earlier. We can't. Song Xidao's words were interrupted coldly by Wang Quan. I ate that food because I needed to recover. Besides, I originally gave that food to you. My body hasn't recovered yet. If Song Xiaojian doesn't go, where are you going? Song Xiaodao wanted to say something more, but Song Xiaojian raised his hand to stop her. Song Xiaojian looked at Wang Quan. Brother Wang, you were the one who brought me and Xiaodao into that office. We've always been grateful. You said those supplies were given by you. I want to argue, but I really can't run anymore. If I die here, who will run errands for you in the future? All I know is that if no one lures those zombies away, the 3 of us will starve to death here. Wang Quan said coldly, his left hand quietly reaching behind him. Let's go look somewhere else, Brother Wang, please. Song Xiaojian's face was pale, and her lips were cracked, speaking with little strength. There are zombies everywhere. After searching for a long time, this is the only place that hasn't completely collapsed. Where else can we go? Wang Quan suddenly drew a dagger from behind. He placed it against Song Xidao's neck. If you don't go, we'll kill your sister. Little knife. Song Xiaojian was suddenly alarmed. Brother Wang, what are you doing? Let go of little knife. Brother, I have no choice. I'm sorry, but if you don't go, we will all die. We can only do this. Wang Quan said coldly. Normally, although Wang Quan spoke domineeringly, he was the lifesaver of the 2 siblings. They never expected him to do such a thing. Brother Wang, let me go. Song Xiaodao struggled violently. I can't let my brother go anymore. I can run faster than him now. Besides, Brother Wang, your leg is fine. Why can't it be you? Slap. Wang Quan slapped Song Xiaodao hard across the face. The young girl's tender cheek instantly swelled up and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. I didn't ask you to speak. Wang Quan glared fiercely. Song Xiaodao was instantly stunned, seemingly unable to comprehend how someone could turn so quickly. Roar, roar, roar. Several nearby zombies were startled by the sound of the slap and quickly ran over. Wang Quan did not expect to attract the attention of the zombies, and his face changed drastically as he trembled and shouted, Song Xiaojian, if you don't go now, your sister and I will die here. It's either you or the 2 of you siblings. Think it through. Song Xiaojian's face instantly turned pale. He had almost no choice. Brother, you can't go. Song Xiaodao said with tears streaming down her face. Song Xiaojian gave a mournful smile, suddenly unsure of what to say to his sister. He had too much to say, more than he could ever express in a lifetime, and he didn't know which sentence to start with. Before our parents passed away, I promised them that as long as I still breathed, I would protect you, Song Xiaojian said. After speaking, Song Xiaojian dared not look into his sister's eyes, staring intently at Wang Quan, and said, Brother Wang, I hope you can treat my sister well. Otherwise, even if I turn into a zombie, I will never let you go. Rest assured, little knife is still a child. What can I do to her? Wang Quan changed to a smiling face. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the approaching zombies and urged, hurry up. Song Xiaojian no longer hesitated and turned to dash out from cover. Brother. Song Xiaodao wanted to shout loudly, but Wang Quan tightly covered her mouth. She struggled desperately, only able to watch helplessly as her last family member in the apocalypse left without looking back. Roar. Several zombies saw Song Xiaojian and went into a frenzy, quickly pursuing him. Song Xiaojian ran through the uneven ruins, stumbling as he ran. He just wanted to lead the zombies far away, further away. Only by doing so could he ensure his sister's survival. In fact, Song Xiaojian knew that as long as Wang Quan encountered danger, he would definitely let Song Xiaodao die first. Behind Song Xiaojian, more and more zombies gathered, attracting the nearby horde. As the noise grew larger, even more distant zombies heard the commotion. At this moment, seeing Song Xiaojian, leave Wang Quan revealed a smile and finally released Song Xiaodao. Don't worry, I won't let you die. Once I take you to a safe place, I will sell you for a good price. Song Xiaodao did not shout loudly, watching the direction her brother disappeared and silently shedding tears. She understood that if more zombies were attracted, her brother would die in vain. She would definitely live while living on behalf of her brother, longer than anyone else. Let's find something to eat. Wang Quan patted his, but stood up and walked toward the partially collapsed range gate. Song Xiaodao turned back and stared at Wang Quan's back. At that moment, the 12-year-old girl had only hatred left in her eyes. She silently followed behind. Zhao Yin saw a dense horde of zombies from a distance, even more than those at the school earlier, densely packed with at least 5,000 to 6,000 chasing after a young boy. Nest. Zhao Yin couldn't help but curse. No one had told him in his past life that there would be a horde of zombies near the range. He hurriedly took the little monkey to hide, not even considering rescuing that young boy. Damn it. Zhao Yin cursed inwardly, not understanding how an ordinary boy, who wasn't even an evolver, could attract so many zombies. Zhao Yin and the little monkey made a wide detour, waiting for the boy to lead the zombies away before making their way back to the outside of the range. At this point, there were no zombies nearby, seemingly, because that boy intentionally led all the zombies away. Zhao Yin was even more puzzled. Was that boy crazy? Soon Zhao Yin stopped thinking too much. There were all kinds of people in the apocalypse. Perhaps he was tired of living and wanted to play something thrilling at the end of his life. Zhao Yin directly entered the range. The buildings that had not collapsed were full of cracks and precarious. He led the little monkey straight to the old office area. According to the information he obtained in his past life, the owner of the range usually lived inside and had a little secretary in the office's rest area. When the apocalypse struck, the office building collapsed due to a meteorite, and the sniper rifle was in the basement of the lowest floor of the office building, which was also where the owner had kept his mistress alive. Zhao Yin quickly found the entrance to the basement. A concrete slab weighing about 3 to 4 tons revealed a corner of a metal door similar to what was described by that person in his past life. For an ordinary person, it might take a great deal of effort, but Zhao Yin simply activated his spatial ring, and the huge concrete block instantly vanished from its spot. He then took out a butterfly knife and went bang. Suddenly stabbing into the electronic lock, he forcefully twisted it to cut the spring. Go open the door, Zhao Yin ordered after pulling out the butterfly knife. The little monkey immediately stepped forward, its body rapidly expanding. The terrifying giant with golden fur reappeared, its figure towering like a mountain, exuding immense pressure. The little monkey's enormous palm grasped the doorknob and slowly applied force. Creak, creak. The harsh sound of metal grinding rang out, and then the deformed metal door was forcibly pulled down. Roar. At that moment, a shadow rushed out from inside the door, suddenly lunging at the little monkey. Zhao Yin saw clearly that it was a middle-aged male zombie, still not evolved, likely dressed as the owner of this range. The little monkey directly extended a huge palm like a fan and swatted downward, causing the zombie's head to shrink into its chest, yet its hands were still clutching onto the little monkey's thick fur, but it couldn't even pull off a few strands. The little monkey, feeling insulted, raised the massive metal door panel in its hand and smashed it down violently. Puff! Dark brown blood splattered everywhere, and the previously slightly musty basement was instantly filled with a foul odor. When the door panel was lifted, the zombie was crushed into a meat pie. Look at what you've done to the room. Zhao Yin glared at it. The little monkey also realized it had used too much force and scratched its head in embarrassment. Zhao Yin pinched his nose and walked in, and suddenly another zombie ran out from the inner room. It appeared to have been a young girl in life, looking to be in her early 20s, dressed in rags. Even after turning into a zombie, one could see she must have been a beauty in life. Master, isn't that a bun? The little monkey drooled instantly, completely forgetting the last lesson. Zhao Yin swung his butterfly knife and directly split the zombie bowtie's head in half, turning back to say, "It's not a bun." He bent down and poked around in the brain matter of the two zombies with his butterfly knife, finding no crystal. Just as he was about to move forward, he suddenly caught sight of the little monkey still drooling over the dead beauty zombie. Zhao Yin sensed its thoughts, so big, 2 of them. If only they were buns. Stop looking. Once we find mutated wheat, I'll steam you a pot of buns every day. Let's go. Zhao Yin sighed. He didn't know what the child was growing up for making it so greedy. The little monkey reluctantly followed Zhao Yin into the inner room, and a putrid stench hit them, the ground covered in feces, used condoms, toilet paper, and food wrappers. One can imagine that after the apocalypse, the boss of the shooting range and his little secretary lived and died in this bedroom. Eventually, they ran out of food, and the scorching heat outside deterred them from going out. The two starved to death here and had turned into zombies 4 days ago. Zhao Yin and the little monkey rummaged through the place, finding only 2 cartons of cigarettes, but no other supplies. The food and water had long been depleted by that pair of scoundrels, and the sniper rifle was nowhere to be seen. Zhao Yin was puzzled. He had seen that sniper rifle in his past life. There must be a hidden room. Zhao Yin began to pay attention to the surrounding walls. The eye of true sight didn't work on ordinary objects, but the enhanced vision from the soul contract proved useful at that moment. Zhao Yin quickly noticed a difference in the wallpaper on the wall. A faint gap was visible behind it, difficult for ordinary eyes to detect, but it was not beyond Zhao Yin's sight. He stepped forward and knocked, and indeed it produced a hollow sound. Taking out a butterfly knife, he thrust it forward, sharply piercing through the alloy metal door along with the wallpaper. Zhao Yin pulled down with force, and it sliced through effortlessly like cutting tofu. The immense damage of the extraordinary weapon was incomparable to any metal from before the apocalypse. Zhao Yin cut out a square piece, put away the butterfly knife, and kicked it out. With a clang, the severed part was sent flying by Zhao Yin's kick. A square entrance of about 1 square meter appeared in the wall. Zhao Yin turned on a flashlight and stepped inside with the little monkey quickly following behind. The hidden room was approximately 50 square meters in size. Upon entering, Zhao Yin saw a mountain of cash in the center estimated to be at least 70 to 80 million yuan in 100 yuan bills. If it were before the apocalypse, it would have driven most people mad, but now it was just waste paper. After the apocalypse, for the shooting range boss, this pile of cash was worth less than a moldy piece of bread. Zhao Yin ignored this trash and scanned the entire hidden room. Various antiques and paintings filled 3 entire rows of shelves with a beautifully crafted long wooden box placed on the highest table. Zhao Yin approached and opened the wooden box, which contained all the components of an M82A1 sniper rifle. Beside it were 60 large-caliber armor-piercing rounds. A smile appeared on Zhao Yin's face. He finally had it. He picked up the components and began assembling them. Click, click. With 7 years of gun experience from his past life, Zhao Yin's assembly speed could definitely surpass that of any special forces soldier. Soon a magnificent sniper rifle was assembled. Zhao Yin aimed at an antique vase, and a surge of killing intent naturally welled up within him. This type of rifle was generally used by the military, mainly equipped on small vessels or armed helicopters with astonishing power. With Zhao Yin's current strength as an level evolved being, he could directly hold it and withstand the recoil forcefully, using the sniper rifle like an ordinary rifle. Zhao Yin had no intention of testing the gun. He directly stored it in his space ring. With only 60 rounds, he couldn't afford to waste them carelessly before a critical moment. His gaze fell on another row of shelves where he had previously noticed a tang knife. Zhao Yin walked over and picked up the tang knife, which weighed about 7 to 8 pounds. Drawing it from its sheath, the cold light shone. Surprisingly, it was already sharpened. The blade and spine were thicker than ordinary tang knives, measuring 1 meter in length with a blade length of 1 meter too. Such a tang knife was rarely wielded before the apocalypse. The shooting range boss probably kept it as a collectible, and now it was a bargain for Zhao Yin. The little monkey glanced at the cool tang knife in Zhao Yin's hand, then at the steel rod in its own hand, and immediately began to search hard, seemingly wanting to find a real weapon. Unfortunately, this hidden room was where the shooting range boss stored valuable items, and ordinary weapons would not be placed here. After searching again, Zhao Yin found nothing usable in the hidden room. As he was about to leave the basement with the little monkey, he casually collected the metal door on the ground. Just a moment ago, the little monkey had grown large and swung the metal door, smashing a zombie into meat paste. At a crucial moment, leaving it to the little monkey to unleash its powers could definitely sweep through a large area. Zhao Yin did not leave the shooting range immediately. He had not forgotten where this place was. In his past life, the person had left with the sniper rifle, but did not mention the weapon depot of the shooting range because they were unable to excavate it at the time. But Zhao Yin was different. Although the shooting range's weapon depot had collapsed, he believed there must still be some firearms and ammunition that survived. The shooting range was a large open area, easy to identify. The weapon depot should not be far from the shooting range, as the buildings nearby had all collapsed. As Zhao Yin and the little monkey arrived at that area of ruins, he suddenly heard voices. It was a man and a young girl's tender voice, but he couldn't make out what they were saying. Survivors in the shooting range. Zhao Yin prepared to grab a weapon and leave. The rest was none of his business. As for whether they would come looking for trouble, Zhao Yin did not consider himself a soft persimmon and did not mind killing a few people. Soon Zhao Yin spotted a piece of bulletproof glass with red lettering saying Weapon Depot. This used to be an independent building, and the collapsed concrete was sturdier than the surrounding areas. Definitely the shooting range's weapon depot. Zhao Yin immediately began transporting the concrete with his space ring, while the little monkey also enlarged its arm to help. Now in level mutated beast, the little monkey could maintain its powers for a longer duration compared to before. If it fully activated its giant form, Zhao Yin estimated it could last at least 3 minutes. If it merely enlarged its arm, the little monkey could absolutely last half an hour. With one person and one monkey working diligently, after 10 minutes the rubble at the top of the weapon depot was cleared away, revealing flattened tables and chairs, deformed metal cabinets, and broken bows and arrows. After a thorough search, Zhao Yin and the little monkey discovered a few compound bows that were not completely ruined. Although they were severely deformed, Zhao Yin still managed to salvage several usable parts. Eventually, he assembled 3 complete compound bows. Look for arrows and see how many are usable, Zhao Yin commanded immediately. The little monkey immediately enlarged its arm, forcefully breaking open several deformed metal boxes, spilling out thousands of arrows inside. Most were severely damaged, but upon counting, Zhao Yin found about 100 usable arrows. Arrows are not like bullets, they can be reused. As long as Zhao Yin is frugal, he can use them for a long time. The significance of these 3 compound bows even surpassed the magnificent sniper rifle he had just obtained, as the bullets were too few. Next, the little monkey dug out a severely deformed large safe from the clutter. Zhao Yin handed the butterfly knife to the little monkey, which sliced through it in just a few moves. Inside were all firearms and ammunition. The long guns had been crushed and deformed, rendering them unusable, but many handguns had survived due to their smaller size. In the end, Zhao Yin found 12 usable revolvers with plenty of ammunition left, 120 rounds for the shotgun and 1,600 rounds for the handguns. Unfortunately, there were no large-caliber bullets suitable for the M82A1. This might be due to the shooting range's business focus or policy restrictions. The types of firearms at the shooting range were quite monotonous. The revolvers were police firearms from the last century with rather ordinary power. However, for most people in the apocalypse, they were already invaluable. Zhao Yin stored all the weapons in his space ring, keeping only 1 compound bow and 50 arrows. He found a quiver to store the arrows and carried the compound bow on his back, making it more convenient to access. Little monkey, let's go, Zhao Yin instructed. The little monkey quickly followed, and the pair headed straight for the exit. Just then, Zhao Yin heard the survivors talking again. Song Xiaodao, hurry up and get it up. No, I don't want to, it's so disgusting. Whoa. Damn it, if you can't get it up, it'll break your legs. The man's voice was menacing. The little girl's voice was filled with fear. Brother Quan, please let me go. Song Xiaodao. Zhao Yin's expression tightened as he vaguely remembered that among the 3 women who risked their lives to save him before his death in his past life, the youngest was named Xiaodao. It seems her last name is also Song. In this world, countless people share the same name. Could it be mere coincidence? Zhao Yin still decided to take a look. In this apocalyptic era, he was alone with few people and matters that he cared about. If there were a few people who could draw his attention, Song Xiaodao would certainly be one of them. At this moment, in a half-collapsed kitchen, Wang Quan sat on a 3-legged chair, having just drunk some foul, dirty water, squinting at Song Xiaodao across from him. Even after more than a month without washing her face, it was evident that she was a beauty in the making. A wave of wicked thoughts arose in his heart, and his breathing became heavy. Xiaodao, come over here to see my treasure, Wang Quan said hoarsely. Although Song Xiaodao was young as a modern girl, she had been exposed to the internet early on and understood what Wang Quan meant. Brother Wang, if you have something to say it now. Wang Quan's expression suddenly darkened as he sternly scolded. I'll count to 3 if you don't come over. Don't blame me for being ruthless. 1, 2, 3. Song Xiaodao trembled all over and quickly shrank back. Brother Wang, you promised my brother to take good care of me. How can you go back on your word? Back on my word? Wang Quan sneered. This is the apocalypse. Of what use is that? If I don't lie to him, will he willingly go to his death? After finishing his words, Wang Quan stood up and walked towards Song Xiaodao, but suddenly stumbled over a piece of concrete. He fell headlong. The timid girl suddenly stood up, grabbing a stone and smashing it onto Wang Quan's head. Bang! Wang Quan felt a sharp pain, shook his head to dispel the dizziness, and glared fiercely at the girl. You dare hit me? Brother Wang. I didn't mean to. Song Xiaodao had intended to knock him out, but her strength was too small, and she trembled while holding the stone. Slap. Wang Quan retaliated with a slap to Song Xiaodao's face, causing her cheek to swell up instantly, leaving her dazed. Die for me. Wang Quan went wild, slapping Song Xiaodao's face over and over. Slap. Slap. Without me, you and your brother would have been dead long ago. How dare you resist? Song Xiaodao had blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, but she no longer pleaded. She merely stared numbly at Wang Quan. What are you looking at? Do you believe I'll gouge out your eyes? Wang Quan felt a chill all over from her gaze, a wave of humiliation washing over him. The look in the eyes of a little girl suddenly made him feel a sense of fear, as if he were being watched by a malevolent ghost. In a fit of anger, Wang Quan reached for her eyes. I'll gouge out your eyes. Just then, a hand as large as a fan suddenly gripped the arm Wang Quan had extended, and at that moment Song Xiaodao felt the light overhead suddenly shrouded by something immense. A terrifying aura suddenly spread through the dilapidated dark room, the air seemingly solidifying. Wang Quan turned his head, stiffly trembling all over as a monstrous beast stood beside him. With golden eyes that radiated coldness, it gazed down at him. Roar. The little monkey let out a mighty roar, and at such close range the sound waves sent Wang Quan's hair flying and distorted the muscles on his face. Song Xiaodao felt buzzing in her ears. Don't kill me. Wang Quan, terrified, couldn't help but try to pull his hand away. Crack! The little monkey applied slight pressure, and Wang Quan's forearm bone was instantly crushed. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Wang Quan's mouth. Then the little monkey threw Wang Quan with force, sending him flying 5 or 6 meters, crashing against the wall and bleeding from his head. Be gentler, don't kill him in one blow, Zhao Yin said. The little monkey turned aside and Zhao Yin stepped out from behind its towering figure, approaching Song Xiaodao carefully and scrutinizing her. Are you Song Xiaodao? Zhao Yin asked. Her face was swollen and unrecognizable. Song Xiaodao looked up at Zhao Yin, fear evident on her face. Soon she recognized Zhao Yin. She had seen him twice before, once when he passed by a shopping mall, and the second time when she saw him torturing another man from a distance. At this moment, Zhao Yin gave Song Xiaodao an impression of being powerful, mysterious, cruel, and vicious. Speak, are you mute? Zhao Yin asked impatiently. Uncle, I am Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao finally spoke. Uncle. Zhao Yin was taken aback, touching the stubble on his face that hadn't been shaved for a month. Am I that old? However, given the girl's age, calling him uncle wasn't entirely wrong. Get up, let me see, Zhao Yin said directly. Uncle, what do you want? Please. Song Xiaodao backed away in fear. Zhao Yin impatiently reached out, grabbing her ponytail and directly lifting Song Xiaodao's frail body off the ground. Let me go. In a moment of desperation, Song Xiaodao bit Zhao Yin's wrist. The pain made Zhao Yin frown deeper, yet he did not loosen his grip. He didn't want to explain much, directly flipping her body over and noticed a butterfly-shaped pink birthmark on her slender waist. It really is you. Zhao Yin finally released his grip, cursing. She is that Song Xiaodao. In his past life, Zhao Yin had never inquired about her background. When he encountered her, she was already an adult. He had overlooked one thing: he had been reborn 7 years ago, and Song Xiaodao was only 12 now. Seeing this little girl before him suddenly made Zhao Yin feel a bit uneasy. What is he supposed to do, raise her like a daughter? Song Xiaodao stared blankly at Zhao Yin, somewhat perplexed by his actions. Uncle, do you know me? At that moment, the little monkey snorted and put its big head in front of Song Xiaodao. Save me. Song Xiaodao tried to run away. Zhao Yin grabbed her ponytail and pulled her back hard, raising his hand to slap the little monkey. Don't scare her. The little monkey quickly retracted its head and stood obediently behind Zhao Yin. Song Xiaodao looked fearfully at the man and the beast, trembling all over. Uncle, what do you really want? Zhao Yin frowned and said directly, to save you. Song Xiaodao was taken aback, unable to comprehend. Zhao Yin looked down at her tattered clothes, which were filthy as if covered in a layer of mud. He took out a white t-shirt from his spatial ring and tossed it to her. Change into this. Song Xiaodao was utterly bewildered, not understanding what this terrifying guy truly wanted. She quickly lowered her head to receive the clothes, turning her back to change. Song Xiaodao was less than 1.6 meters tall, and Zhao Yin's t-shirt looked like a dress on her, surprisingly not unattractive. Zhao Yin turned to look at Wang Quan, who was still lying on the ground wailing, and asked, Have you killed anyone? Song Xiaodao froze for a moment before realizing he was asking her. No, I haven't killed anyone. She recalled the last time when Zhao Yin had brutally killed Lin Tianfeng. Her heart couldn't help but tremble again. Given how he treated you, have you thought about how to deal with him? Zhao Yin asked. Song Xiaodao bit her lip. Uncle, can you help me kill him? Clang. Zhao Yin directly drew his tang knife and threw it with force. The blade embedded itself in the ground in front of Song Xiaodao, the hilt vibrating uncontrollably. Do you have no hands or no knife? Zhao Yin said coldly. Song Xiaodao's face instantly turned pale. For a child just entering the apocalypse, killing was a concept far removed from her, regardless of the reason. Zhao Yin stared intensely at Song Xiaodao, his eyes filled with pressure. I want help you kill. If I let him go, won't your revenge be in vain? Upon hearing this, Song Xiaodao seemed to have made a firm decision. Zhao Yin watched with interest as she gripped the hilt of the knife embedded in front of her, using all her strength to pull it out. The little girl, holding a tang knife taller than herself, stepped closer to Wang Quan. Big brother, I can give you anything you want. Please don't let her kill me, I'm begging you, big brother. At this moment, Wang Quan lay on the ground. The bones in his body had been broken numerous times by the little monkey's attacks. Zhao Yin laughed a chilling laugh. Even if Song Xiaodao was a burden, she must become a useful burden in the future. This person was the first she had to kill in the apocalypse, destined to be a stepping stone on her path to growth. In her past life, Song Xiaodao managed to enter Zhao Yin's harem, naturally possessing her unique qualities. Beside an ability user, beautiful women were abundant. If she didn't have a resolute heart, how could she have been valued by Zhao Yin at that time? Wang Quan, my brother considers you a benefactor. To save you, my brother, and I almost got bitten by zombies. Song Xiaodao's voice suddenly turned a bit hoarse, We acknowledged you as our big brother and gave you our last food, but in the end you still want to harm my brother. Xiao Dao Wang Degu was wrong. What happened before was just a moment of confusion. Wang Quan wanted to continue pleading, but in the next moment stab. Song Xiao Dao struck his thigh with the knife. Ah! Wang Quan screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Xiao Dao, let me explain. Song Xiao Dao tightly gripped the hilt, raised it with force, and stabbed down again. Wang Quan, if my brother dies, it's because of you, do you understand? Stab. This knife pierced Wang Quan's lower abdomen, and blood gushed out when it was pulled out. Damn it, you little bitch, if you have the guts, kill me. Wang Quan cursed loudly. He realized that no matter what, he was going to die today. So he was no longer prepared to plead for mercy. Song Xiao Dao stopped speaking, raised her knife, and struck down again. The sound of the blade entering flesh echoed, splattering blood. However, Song Xiao Dao was too weak, so each strike only inflicted injury, without taking Wang Quan's life. This led Wang Quan to wail loudly under the torment of each knife, ultimately breaking down and crying for mercy. Xiao Dao, just kill me, I'm begging you. Song Xiao Dao, exhausted, stood there gasping for breath. Aim for the heart, oh, one stab can be deadly. Zhao Yin spoke, instructing her on how to kill. Song Xiao Dao turned to look at Zhao Yin, suddenly feeling less afraid of him. Uncle, he forced my brother to lure the zombies. I want to feed him to the zombies. This was not something a 12-year-old girl should say. Yet a glint of appreciation flashed in Zhao Yin's eyes. Finally, he felt this burden was not so useless. Monkey, take him, let's go. Zhao Yin ordered. The little monkey had already retracted its abilities, shrinking to a normal size, and stepped forward to grab one of Wang Quan's legs, dragging him out of the shooting range. A long trail of blood was left on the ground. Zhao Yin looked into Song Zidao's eyes and said earnestly, you now have two choices. First, come with me. Oh, I can promise to do my best to protect your life within my capabilities. However, if the crisis we encounter exceeds my abilities, I will abandon you. Second, I will leave you some food and this knife, and I will not concern myself with the rest. Uncle, why are you being so good to me? Song Xiaodao looked at Zhao Yin. She didn't think he was a kind-hearted person. If I told you that 7 years from now you will be one of my women, would you believe it? Zhao Yin fixed his gaze on Song Zidao's eyes and said calmly. Song Xiaodao nodded, I believe it. Zhao Yin was momentarily taken aback, then looked at the girl seriously. Soon he burst into laughter. What does a 12-year-old girl understand? Uncle, I'm coming with you. Song Xiaodao bit her lip. This answer was expected. Even a fool knew how to choose. Zhao Yin turned and followed the little monkey. Let's go feed your enemy to the zombies. Outside the shooting range, the zombies attracted by Song Xiaojian had already dispersed, and now a few scattered zombies were wandering over. The little monkey let out a sharp cry, instantly attracting the attention of 2 zombies in the distance, and the bloody scent emanating from Wang Quan made them go wild, rushing over recklessly. After the little monkey shouted, it slowly retreated and hid behind the door where Zhao Yin and Xiao Dao were. Wang Quan, who was already on the verge of death, regained some spirit upon seeing the 2 zombies. Xiao Dao, save Wang Degu. I don't want to die. Please don't feed me to the zombies. Damn it, Xiao Dao. The 2 zombies pounced, and in the blink of an eye they tore open Wang Quan's chest, extracting his heart, lungs, intestines, and other organs. Wang Quan's mouth opened wide, his eyes still filled with unwillingness as he faced death. Blood bubbled with heat as the 2 zombies crazily gnawed and devoured. Zhao Yin glanced back at Song Xiaodao, as she did not react with fear or nausea like other survivors encountering zombies eating people for the first time. Tears glistened in her eyes, yet a faint smile played at the corners of her mouth. Such an expression was very much to Zhao Yin's liking as he reached out to pat her head. Let's go. Uncle, where are we going? Song Xiaodao asked. To survive. Zhao Yin simply stated 3 words. To survive. Song Zidao's mind was solemn. In the apocalypse, all survivors had only one goal: how to survive. Uncle, there's still some food in the kitchen back there. Although it's just rotten meat and moldy rice, it can still be eaten if cooked a bit longer. Song Xiaodao reminded. Just now she and Wang Quan had eaten rotten meat porridge, and they were starving, so she didn't find it too unpalatable. As for whether it would harm the body, that was not a problem in the face of starvation, and nowadays many survivors were likely eating such things, and many more wanted to eat, but had nothing. I still have some food. Zhao Yin, however, did not look back. The speed at which food spoiled after the apocalypse was astonishing. The supplies in his space ring were almost ineatable, so one could imagine how difficult it was to swallow what remained in the shooting range kitchen. He would never lower himself to eat such food in his lifetime, nor would he let such garbage occupy his space ring. After all, the storage space in the space ring was only 10 cubic meters, and half of it was already occupied. Zhao Yin frowned. With another mouth around, it was time to consider food. Uncle, there are zombies ahead. Aren't you going to avoid them? Seeing Zhao Yin head straight for the zombies, Song Xiaodao reminded him from behind. As her words fell, she saw Zhao Yin suddenly draw a compound bow swoosh. 2 arrows flew out, and the 2 zombies gnawing on Wang Quan's body instantly had their heads explode like watermelons. The little monkey immediately rushed over, skillfully prying open the zombies' heads. Don't move. Zhao Yin suddenly called out to the little monkey and turned to Xiao Dao. From now on, this kind of thing will be up to you. The little monkey glanced at Song Xiao Dao with an unhappy expression. In the past, every time it helped its master collect zombie crystals, it could see its master's smile, but now this opportunity to please its master was taken away by someone else. Zhao Yin didn't notice the little monkey's feelings as he walked over to pick up the arrows. He then pried open the heads of the two zombies, extracting 2 unevolved zombie crystals. As time passed, the number of zombie crystals produced by evolved zombies increased, even 2 random ones produced crystals. This thing is called a zombie crystal. Pay attention, every zombie head will have one in the future. Your task is to help me collect arrows and dig out zombie crystals, Zhao Yin said, holding the zombie crystal smeared with brain matter. Song Xiaodao's expression changed wildly. Although her temperament was far beyond that of girls her age, those zombies had been humans just a month ago. Finding something in their brain matter. I don't keep useless people around. If you don't want to do it, that's fine. Go wherever you want, Zhao Yin said coldly. After saying this, he directly crushed the 2 zombie crystals and absorbed them. Song Xiaodao lowered her head and said, "I'll do it, uncle. I'll do whatever you ask." After saying that, she trembled and stepped forward to prepare to sift through the brain matter. There are no more zombie crystals there. Each zombie only has 1, Zhao Yin said. When Song Xiaodao turned back, Zhao Yin finally saw that her originally swollen cheeks were now pale, with tears streaming down. For a 12-year-old girl, Zhao Yin's actions were too cruel. But this was the apocalypse. No one could remain a little princess. There will be many more such things in the future. I will have you kill zombies, fight mutated beasts, and possibly even battle against humans. The peaceful life before the apocalypse will never return. You could die at any moment. Zhao Yin's expression was ruthless. If you still want to follow me, you will learn my secrets, and I cannot hide everything from you. Therefore, if you want to leave later, I will kill you myself. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaodao recalled her brother's words from a few days ago. He had said that if he were to perish and if she were to encounter this villain, she should follow him and heed his commands. He also mentioned that only by following such a person could she hope to survive. "I'm not leaving, and I'm not afraid," Song Xiaodao trembled as she spoke. Roar. At that moment, the recently deceased Wang Quan suddenly emitted a ghastly roar, twisting his back in a strange manner and standing upright from the ground. Wang Quan's hollow abdomen leaked blood, with a piece of intestine dragging on the ground. His dead fish-like eyes immediately spotted the not-so-distant Song Xiaodao. Roar. "Uncle! It's alive!" Frightened, Song Xiaodao ran towards Zhao Yin without hesitation. "It has just turned into a zombie." After Zhao Yin said this, he took out a butterfly knife and handed it to Song Xiaodao. "You go kill it." Song Xiaodao had intended to hide behind Zhao Yin, but froze at his words. Not long ago, Zhao Yin had said that he would have her personally kill a zombie in the future. She thought that was far off, but unexpectedly, she was being asked to take action now. "I am afraid that I can't kill it." A newly awakened zombie moves stiffly. "You can kill it. It's a good opportunity for you to practice so that when you encounter a zombie you need to face alone in the future, you will have the experience to save your life." Zhao Yin's eyes were filled with undeniable authority as he handed her the butterfly knife again. "Go, I won't say it a second time." Song Xiaodao took the butterfly knife, gritted her teeth, and approached the zombie that Wang Quan had become, gradually getting a clearer view of its appearance. Its nose and eyes had been eaten away, and its body was still covered in blood, the stench of decay detectable from several meters away. It was even more disgusting than the scent of a slaughterhouse. Roar. Wang Quan let out another zombie roar and lunged at Song Xiaodao with increased speed, but the newly awakened zombie had lost most of its muscles and tendons to being devoured and had not yet recovered, moving barely faster than a snail. Song Xiaodao felt her entire body weaken, barely dodging its attack. "Go around to its back and stab it in the back of the head," Zhao Yin shouted. Gritting her teeth, Song Xiaodao determinedly followed Zhao Yin's advice, using her petite stature to slip beneath Wang Quan's armpit, getting behind it to stab. Surprisingly, she did not miss. With a sound like cutting through mud, the butterfly knife plunged entirely into the zombie's skull. Following this, Wang Quan collapsed. Song Xiaodao trembled all over, staring blankly at the scene before her, seemingly unable to believe that she had killed a terrifying zombie. If it weren't for Zhao Yin's coercion, even a newly awakened zombie would have terrified her into inaction, and she would have ultimately been bitten to death by it. Suddenly, she felt a wave of gratitude toward Zhao Yin. At that moment, she realized that monsters could indeed be killed and were not as terrifying as she had imagined. Soon Song Xiaodao bent over and began to vomit. Wang Quan's blood was still warm, and with the breeze came the mingled scent of blood, brain matter, and entrails. Not far away, 3 more zombies wandered about. Zhao Yin drew his bow and shot arrows swiftly. Several arrows exploded the heads of the 3 zombies, and he frowned as he looked at Song Xiaodao. "Get to work." Thinking about having to dig out brain matter, Song Xiaodao became even more nauseous and stood up vomiting as she walked toward the zombies. The 12-year-old girl's frail body trembled. She dug out 3 pieces of corpse crystal, holding them along with the brain matter in front of Zhao Yin. "Uncle, is this it?" Zhao Yin handed her a cloth. "From now on, remember to wipe them clean before handing them to me every time you dig out corpse crystals." Song Xiaodao looked up at Zhao Yin, surprised that this guy also despised brain matter. "Oh." She pouted, then carefully wiped the 3 pieces of corpse crystal until they were spotless before handing them to Zhao Yin. "Uncle, here." Zhao Yin directly crushed the 3 pieces of corpse crystal in front of her. Song Xiaodao stared at him, a hint of curiosity appearing on her face. The earlier little monkey could grow and shrink at will. The things in his hands suddenly disappeared or appeared, and now the corpse crystals being crushed emitted a faint white light. Everything felt mysterious, like the miracles before the apocalypse. However, Zhao Yin did not explain it to her, and Song Xiaodao smartly chose not to ask. When Zhao Yin opened his eyes, he began to assess his body. Human male, awakened superhuman F-class, Evolver evolution, degree 1001. 76, strength 15, agility 17, stamina 13, spirit 24, talent B-class, shooting life, countdown, 29953 days. After killing zombies for a day, Zhao Yin's evolution degree had risen to 176. At this rate, he would become an E-class Evolver in less than 2 months. For other survivors, if they could evolve at Zhao Yin's speed, they would wake up smiling from their dreams. But Zhao Yin was not satisfied. He knew that those zombies were exceptionally gifted, and to go further, he could not afford to fall behind them. "Uncle, when you first arrived, did you see a boy? He was about your height, looking around 16 or 17. His name is Song Xiaojian." Song Xiaodao suddenly asked. Zhao Yin immediately recalled the brave youth who had drawn the horde of zombies. "I've seen him, he's dead," Zhao Yin replied with a nod. Song Xiaodao stood there, tears streaming down her face. Despite having mentally prepared herself, overwhelming sorrow quickly filled her heart. Song Xiaojian died for her. From this moment on, she had no brother left in this world, no last family member. After a moment, she asked, "Where did it happen? Can you take me to see?" Song Xiaodao pleaded. She was still very afraid of Zhao Yin, but for her brother, she could not care less. He turned into a zombie, who knows where he wandered off to. Zhao Yin furrowed his brow and speculated, "If you want to kill him for burial, I can take a detour that way. If I happen to encounter him, I'll help you bury him. If not, I won't delay for such a trivial matter." Song Xiaodao did not expect Zhao Yin would actually agree with her. She quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, uncle. If we don't find him, I won't make things difficult for you." Zhao Yin scratched his stubble, suddenly darkening his expression. "Don't call me uncle from now on." Every time he heard her refer to him as uncle, he wanted to slap her dead. He was only in his early 20s. "Then, what should I call you? Can I call you big brother?" Song Xiaodao had undergone 7 years of compulsory education before the apocalypse, so she still understood basic manners. Little did she know Zhao Yin's face darkened further. In this life, he would neither be someone's foster father nor their older brother. "My name is Zhao Yin," coldly stated. Zhao Yin stepped forward, deliberately avoiding the direction where he might see Song Xiaojian. Even if Song Xiaojian were still alive, Zhao Yin would not go to save him. A man must always be wary of 2 kinds of boys. One is a little son, and the other is a little brother-in-law. He had no understanding of Song Xiaojian and could not afford to carry an extra burden. With so many deaths in the apocalypse, why should Song Xiaojian be exempt? Zhao Yin continued walking forward, killing zombies as he encountered them. Now equipped with ranged weapons, even when facing small groups of zombies, he could work with the little monkey to eliminate them. With Song Xiaodao helping to collect corpse crystals, Zhao Yin's evolution degree was rapidly increasing. Evolution degree 1001. 83. Evolution degree 1002. 51. Evolution degree 1003. 78. Of course, the direction Zhao Yin was heading was not without purpose. He remembered that in his previous life, there was a mutated chestnut tree located in the suburbs south of Guangzhou. As night gradually descended, Zhao Yin had no intention of stopping. Before the apocalypse, some said that hard work did not necessarily lead to wealth, but after the apocalypse, only those who worked hard could survive. Deep into the night, Zhao Yin, accompanied by Song Xiaodao and the little monkey, finally exited the city and approached their destination, where the zombies had gradually become sparse. What lay before them was no longer the ruins of the city, but a desolate farmland pockmarked from the fire, an expanse of barrenness, occasionally spotting aimless zombies wandering by. They seemed tireless, driven by an extreme bloodlust, like an unceasing perpetual motion machine. In the past, some speculated that a mysterious force from a meteorite had replenished the zombies' energy. "Zhao Yin, are we not taking a break?" Song Xiaodao was already panting heavily, each step taken with immense difficulty. Fatigue replaced her initial fear of the zombies. "Well, rest when we reach the village ahead." Zhao Yin drew his bow, and with a whoosh a distant zombie was shot in the head. The little monkey raised a steel rod and smashed a zombie's head then, without even looking both he and Zhao Yin continued to stride forward. Song Xiaodao had no choice but to muster her spirits, quickly digging out 2 zombie crystals, jogging to catch up with Zhao Yin, and after cleaning them handed them to him. Zhao Yin took the zombie crystals and crushed them immediately. Human male awakened ability grade Evolver evolution level 1006. 42 strength 15, agility 17, stamina 13, spirit 24, talent level shooting life, countdown 30,074 days. At this rate Zhao Yin would become a grade evolver in no more than 10 days. The life countdown had already extended to over 30,000 days. Finally, at the end of the fields a ruin appeared, which was the village Zhao Yin was looking for. In the village full of ruins, a well-preserved rural villa stood alone in the center. Like Zhao Yin's villa, this was a surviving structure. In the night, Zhao Yin spotted a towering tree swaying in the wind in front of the villa, and the surrounding air seemed to have become much fresher. Zhao Yin, there's a house over there. Song Xiaodao immediately pointed at the villa. A smile appeared on Zhao Yin's face, sweeping away all fatigue. Let's go, there might be food there. Upon hearing the mention of food, the little girl and the monkey trembled and hurriedly followed Zhao Yin. When they reached the villa, Zhao Yin suddenly paused, raising his hand to stop the little monkey, who had rushed ahead. Wait. The little monkey was pulled back by its tail, looking up at Zhao Yin in confusion. At that moment, roars erupted from the quiet world. The once tranquil night was shattered by countless zombie howls erupting from the villa. The doors suddenly burst open and dozens of zombies surged out. Retreat quickly, Xiaodao, run. Zhao Yin shouted loudly, quickly drawing his bow and firing arrows. The sounds of arrows slicing through the air echoed as he shot and exploded the heads of several zombies ahead. However, the zombies behind seemed endless. From what was not a very large rural villa, 100 or so zombies emerged. Moreover, these zombies had varying levels of evolution, with 2 already reaching grade, their speed not much slower than that of Zhao in the Evolver. Zhao Yin had no time to ponder why these zombies evolved so quickly or why they hid in that villa. After shooting a few arrows, he turned and began to sprint. If he were surrounded by this group of zombies, he might not die instantly, but as long as he was scratched or bitten, he would be infected. He currently only had 1 can of tuna to resist the zombie virus, which was not worth it for these zombies. Song Xiaodao's short legs could hardly run fast. Scared, she cried loudly, but the more she cried, the more zombies were attracted. At this moment, the little monkey grabbed Song Xiaodao and ran forward, lifting her by the collar. Monkey, let go of Song Xiaodao and take down those 2 grade zombies. Zhao Yin commanded loudly from behind. He let Song Xiaodao run first, not the monkey. What was there to be afraid of for an grade mutated beast? While shouting, Zhao Yin turned and began shooting arrows again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows flew out consecutively. The 2 grade zombies seemed to have awakened some of their past intelligence, quickly diving into the horde to evade. However, Zhao Yin's arrows were not aimed at them. The 3 ordinary zombies in front were precisely shot in the head. At that moment, the horde was closing in by several meters, and Zhao Yin did not dare to linger, turning and continuing to run forward. Monkey, what the hell are you dawdling for? Seeing his master fighting alone, the monkey suddenly threw aside Song Xiaodao, its form rapidly expanding, transforming in the blink of an eye into a massive creature covered in golden fur. With a snort, the little monkey charged forward, quickly distinguishing the grade zombies among the horde and dashed forward. The horde did not understand what fear meant. Seeing a living, breathing being charging towards them, they immediately abandoned their pursuit of Zhao Yin and all rushed toward the little monkey. Zhao Yin felt a wave of relief and turned to see the enlarged little monkey already surrounded. It swung the steel rod in its hand. With each blow, a zombie fell, but there were simply too many zombies, and soon it was surrounded tightly, with countless hands grabbing its thick fur, some zombies opening their mouths to bite. Soon the little monkey was covered in blood. The 2 grade zombies, having seemingly gained some intelligence, understood the terror of an equally evolved beast. They managed to sneak around, while the other zombies besieged the little monkey and charged toward Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin squinted. Do they think I'm a soft persimmon? Female zombie, grade evolution, level 1002. 3. Strength 22, agility 15, spirit 2. Male zombie, grade evolution, level 10052, strength 24, agility 16, spirit 2. It seemed that they were a middle-aged couple in life, likely farmers from this village. The agility of the 2 zombies was nearly on par with Zhao Yin the Evolver, and their strength exceeded Zhao Yin's by a considerable margin. Even their spirit had evolved. Whoosh whoosh. Zhao Yin shot 2 arrows, one aimed at the female zombie's head, but she skillfully dodged, and the arrow struck her chest, while the other arrow aimed at the male zombie did not even graze him. The 2 zombies had closed the distance again, now less than 10 meters away from Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin, run. Song Xiaodao stopped, seeing that the two zombies were clearly moving several times faster than the others approaching Zhao Yin. She shouted anxiously. Zhao Yin stood still. Suddenly his compound bow vanished, and in his hand appeared a revolver. The two zombies had no idea what the black object was. Seeing Zhao Yin actively put away his bow and arrows, they sped up even more. Bang bang. The gun's muzzle spat out blinding sparks as the two zombies, one in front and one behind, seemed to freeze in time. Each had a bullet hole in their foreheads. They fell straight down. Zhao Yin then holstered his pistol and resumed using his bow to deal with the remaining horde of zombies with the little monkey. Song Xiaodao was dumbfounded. That gun of his is so powerful. Bang. The little monkey smashed the last zombie's head, its massive form quickly shrinking, transforming back into the small monkey, panting heavily. The recent battle had nearly drained all its strength, and Zhao Yin was also slightly panting, although not as desperately as the little monkey. Such intense shooting was still extremely taxing. Well done. Zhao Yin stepped over the corpses and approached the little monkey, giving its head a gentle pat. The little monkey's previously drooping expression instantly brightened, chattering excitedly, as Zhao Yin sensed with his mind that it was recounting how dangerous the earlier situation was, how brave it had been, all to protect its master. Zhao Yin generously took out 20 blocks of compressed biscuits, opened one to chew on, and gave the rest to the little monkey. Eat up, this is your reward. The little monkey happily hugged the biscuits, circling around Zhao Yin. Master, I will definitely work even harder in the future. At that moment, Song Zidao's eyes widened, even forgetting her astonishment at Zhao Yin and the little monkey's abilities, her gaze fixed on the compressed biscuits in the little monkey's hands. Gulp. She couldn't help but swallow. For the past few days, she had only shared a small bowl of rotten meat porridge with Wang Quan, and now, with the aroma of the compressed biscuits wafting through the air, a strong sense of hunger overwhelmed her. Zhao Yin had no intention of sharing food with her, pointing to the two fifth-grade zombies. They'll handle these two myself. You take care of the other zombies. You can eat after your work is done. Song Xiaodao knew that in this trio of two humans and one beast, she was the least useful. Yet she still couldn't help but ask, can we eat first before working? No. Zhao Yin firmly rejected. He stuffed the compressed biscuit into his mouth and then walked towards the bodies of the two fifth-grade zombies with his tang knife. Crunch, crunch. Just like slicing a watermelon, he swiftly cut open the heads of the zombies, manipulating the tang knife back and forth, quickly locating 2 zombie crystals and 2 star crystals. He smiled, having known all along that the current fifth-grade zombies must have star crystals within them. Their rapid evolution could only be attributed to the power of the star crystals. After absorbing the 2 zombie crystals, his evolution level increased by 2 percentage points, equivalent to 200 unclassified zombie crystals. However, what Zhao Yin cared about more were the 2 star crystals. He hadn't received any star crystals throughout the day, and these were the only 2. Hoping for a stroke of good luck, Zhao Yin crushed the first star crystal, and a ball of white light immediately appeared in his hand. At that moment, Song Xiaodao was drawn and looking over with curiosity, and couldn't help but ask Zhao Yin, what are you doing? Zhao Yin opened his other hand, holding up the remaining star crystal. This is a star crystal. Most high-level zombies have them inside. Be especially mindful of them in the future. The secret of the star crystal would soon be known to all survivors, and Zhao Yin had no intention of hiding it from Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao nodded as if she understood, and then saw the white light in Zhao Yin's hand dissipate, revealing a bottle of drink out of thin air. Zhao Yin focused on the item in his hand. Iced red tea, grade F type of extraordinary beverage, effect replenishes 24 hours of moisture consumption, doubles physical attributes for 1 hour. Finally, he had opened a second type of beverage besides Nongfu Spring, and its effects were quite good, which could be of great use in critical moments. Zhao Yin put away the iced flower tea and crushed the second star crystal. As the light faded, a piece of clothing appeared in his hand. Zhao Yin's breath hitched. It was another piece of equipment. He quickly unfolded the clothing in front of him, and soon his expression darkened. It's women's clothing again. In his hand was a white short-sleeve dress, and the key point was that it had cartoon patterns with the hem barely covering the thighs. This was clearly forcing him to become a cross-dresser. Dress grade F, defensive equipment, firmness 15, strength 8, additional effect charm 10. Zhao Yin saw the attributes, and his heart skipped a beat. Although the firmness was slightly less than that of a military uniform, it provided a full 8 points of strength. That was an increase equivalent to the strength of an adult man based on his own power. What should he do? Should he wear it or not? Zhao Yin fell into a dilemma. This was just making him a cross-dresser with fishnet stockings and a dress. All he needed was a pair of high heels. Seeing the dress in Zhao Yin's hand, Song Xiaodao looked down at her men's t-shirt, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Zhao Yin, get back to work. Zhao Yin directly cut off her hopeful thoughts and quickly stored the dress in his spatial ring. The little monkey beside him was eyeing the iced red tea that Zhao Yin had just opened. Zhao Yin glanced at the bloodstains on the little monkey, noticing that its wound had stopped bleeding and then he rubbed its head. That's a combat drink meant for our survival, so I can't let you drink it for now. The little monkey felt the warm hand on its head, closed its eyes in great enjoyment, as if in that moment the allure of extraordinary food wasn't so great anymore. Master just gave me some compressed biscuits, and am very happy, the little monkey communicated in thought. Zhao Yin didn't care whether it was genuinely happy or not. Anyway, there would soon be chestnuts, and the spoiled ordinary food was only for the little monkey to help digest, otherwise he would feel guilty throwing it away. After all, in this apocalypse many people were starving, and wasting food was shameful. Let's go, there's an honorable task for you to complete, Zhao Yin said. The little monkey immediately perked up. I like the tasks Master assigns. Every time it completed a task, it could see the appreciation in Master's eyes. Sometimes it could even earn rewards. Most importantly, it didn't want Song Xiaodao to take its place in Master's heart. Just now Master had given it compressed biscuits while Song Xiaodao didn't have any, making the little monkey feel quite proud. Next, you go pick all the chestnuts from above. Zhao Yin pointed at the giant chestnut tree not far away. There were quite a few chestnut balls growing on it. Each mutated chestnut ball was the size of a human head, covered in sharp spikes, each one glinting with a chilling light. Upon hearing that it was climbing a tree, the little monkey became even more excited. Its innate liking for climbing made it feel fun and thrilling. As soon as Zhao Yin finished speaking, the little monkey darted up the chestnut tree, reaching out to pluck a chestnut ball. The next moment, a series of high-pitched screams came. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Master, help. The spikes of the mutated chestnuts were sharp as blades, and even the little monkey's tough skin was pierced through its finger. You fool, use a stick to poke it, Zhao Yin shouted. The little monkey then suddenly understood, waved a steel rod, and bang, bang, bang. One by one, the chestnut balls fell like meteors, covering the ground in a layer. After just over 10 minutes. Soon the little monkey knocked down the last chestnut ball, and many branches and leaves were accidentally destroyed by the little monkey carpeting the ground. The little monkey climbed down from the tree, its monkey face filled with excitement as it scampered to Zhao Yin's feet to take credit. Well done, Zhao Yin generously praised. After praising the little monkey, he shifted his attention to the chestnut balls on the ground, counting them, and there were at least 303, each conservatively estimated to yield 10 pounds of mutated chestnuts. This meant Zhao Yin would at least get 3,000 pounds of mutated chestnuts from this. Any mutated plant in the apocalypse would not produce fruit that was as prone to decay as those before the apocalypse, and the energy contained within was more than 10 times that of the same type of fruit before the apocalypse. If an ordinary person in the pre-apocalypse could feel full after eating 1 pound of chestnuts, then 1 pound of mutated chestnuts would be enough for an ordinary person to eat 10 meals. If consumed over a long period, it could gradually improve one's physical quality. In his past life, Zhao Yin had a subordinate who had never received any powers or evolution potions, but by sheer coincidence he obtained hundreds of pounds of mutated soybeans. After 2 years of eating them, that subordinate's strength was sufficient to match that of an evolver. Zhao Yin looked up at the miserable chestnut tree, feeling a bit regretful, not knowing when it would bear fruit again. He couldn't wait here. Zhao Yin had no space to store life and couldn't take the tree with him, so he simply ignored its fate. He directly took out his tang knife and began to cut the chestnut balls. After 2 hours, he had finished peeling 300 chestnut balls. At this time, Song Xiaodao had also collected over 100 unevolved corpse crystals. Zhao Yin, I really can't do this anymore. The swelling on her face had subsided a bit, but her eyes were filled with fatigue. In fact, she could only keep going this far with Zhao Yin through sheer willpower. Song Xiaodao handed Zhao Yin a small package wrapped in a piece of torn cloth from an unknown zombie, containing a small bundle of corpse crystals. Here, they are all here. Zhao Yin reached out to take the corpse crystals and directly absorbed them. A few minutes later, Zhao Yin's evolution level reached 1001009, with only 9/10 remaining to advance to a level. The current rate of strength improvement was something Zhao Yin could never have imagined in his past life. But he was not satisfied. There were still many things to do. For example, according to his memory, he needed to quickly go to Yang City to search for the flying white tiger that had just mutated at this time. For example, to go to the Dai mountain range to find the renowned life space pendant from his past life, an S-level treasure. For example, to find a top powerhouse known from his past life who would only obtain his fortune star crystal 6 months later, and Zhao Yin could go ahead and lay plans to seize it. Of course, food. It still had to be eaten bite by bite. None of these matters were urgent, but before doing them, Zhao Yin had to ensure his own safety and have enough supplies to survive. Zhao Yin, didn't you say that once the work is done you'll give me some compressed biscuits? Song Xiaodao boldly asked. Zhao Yin pulled back his thoughts and calmly replied, tonight we eat chestnuts. With 3,000 pounds of chestnuts, it was enough to support him in finding the next type of mutated food. The spoiled food left over from before the apocalypse was basically useless. Are we killing zombies tonight? Song Xiaodao asked. Not tonight, let's sleep well here. After saying that, Zhao Yin walked straight towards the small Western-style building. You go clean up a room. after dinner, I need to take a shower. Take a shower. Song Xiaodao was taken aback. She hadn't bathed in over a month and didn't dare to hope for it. The entire day, she could only find a bit of rusty, dirty water to drink in the shooting range, and her throat was already parched. Zhao Yin, do you have that much water? Can you give me a little to drink? Zhao Yin paused in his steps, finally remembering that he hadn't given her any water today. In the night, he looked at her swollen face, which resembled a bun, and a vague, indescribable feeling suddenly rose in his heart. This feeling was something he hadn't experienced in a long time, long enough that he had almost forgotten it seemed to be called guilt. There's a well here you can drink freely. They'll make sure you're full later, and you can also take a shower, Zhao Yin said. Zhao Yin had been here in his past life and remembered that there was an ancient well in the backyard of the small building with spring water leading to an underground river, clear and clean. Besides taking a shower, he also needed to replenish clean water in his spatial ring. Zhao Yin entered the small villa, and immediately his gaze fell upon two human skeletons. Only dark brown remnants of flesh remained, suggesting they had just been devoured by zombies. No wonder there were 100 or 200 zombies gathering here. It seemed that 2 survivors had lived in this place for some unknown reason, attracting the zombies from the entire village. After they were consumed, the zombies did not disperse. At this moment, the small villa was in disarray with almost all the furniture destroyed, and the air was filled with the foul stench of the zombies. The floor was littered with garbage as well as remnants of blood and the bodily fluids that dripped from the zombies. Song Xiaodao ran to the backyard for a drink of water and then found a broken broom, head preparing to clean the room. Forget it, you go sweep the rooftop, and we will spend the night there, Zhao Yin said. After speaking, he headed to the independent kitchen in the backyard, which had also been severely damaged by zombies. The stove used for burning firewood had collapsed and pots and pans were shattered all over the floor. Zhao Yin directly stored the wood using his spatial ring and then went to the ancient well to fetch water. The wooden bucket for drawing water was intact, and the bottom still had half a bowl of clean water, which was what Song Xiaodao had just drunk. Zhao Yin carried 2 buckets of water to the rooftop of the small villa, took out the hanging pot he had brought from home, quickly built a support frame with wood, and started a fire to boil water. Beside him, Song Xiaodao had already swept out a clean area. Without a mat or bedding, she and the little monkey lay on their backs on the rooftop, staring blankly at the dark sky. Zhao Yin took out a dozen chestnut-sized chestnuts and tossed them directly into the fire. Soon a delightful aroma wafted out, and the little monkey suddenly jumped up, chattering excitedly, Master, master, is it time to eat? What smells so good? Song Xiaodao sniffed. Mutated chestnuts. Zhao Yin used his tang knife to poke out the charred outer skin of the chestnuts, picked one open, revealing its golden yellow flesh. The aroma in the air grew even stronger. Song Xiaodao and the little monkey couldn't take their eyes off it. Come here, let's eat together, Zhao Yin said. The little monkey immediately grabbed a chestnut and started gnawing on it without any fear of being burned. Zhao Yin, understanding the nature of animals, didn't intend to restrain him too much, and he cut a chestnut in half, handing one piece to Song Xiaodao. The water in the pot had boiled, and Zhao Yin poured some salt into it, filling 3 bowls with salt water. Zhao Yin leisurely nibbled on the chestnuts with the salt water, while the little monkey had already finished one, staring eagerly at the remaining ones in front of Zhao Yin. There weren't so many food supplies in the past, but in the future we won't go hungry again, Zhao Yin said. Really, master? The little monkey thought, his eyes widening in disbelief. The food intake of mutated beasts and evolved beings was several times greater than before evolution. Since the little monkey had followed Zhao Yin, he had rarely felt full. Eat, Zhao Yin said without further explanation. He himself ate 3 chestnuts in one go, which weighed around 3 or 4 kilograms, enough to match 30 or 40 kilograms of chestnuts from before the apocalypse, and he couldn't eat anymore. The little monkey had eaten 7 or 8 chestnuts, his round belly full, and he lay back down on the clean patch of ground, satisfied. Song Xiaodao, however, had only eaten a few bites before burping and suddenly put down her chestnut, tears streaming down her face. Why are you crying? Zhao Yin asked. Zhao Yin, I miss my brother. We haven't met him all this way, sob sob. Song Xiaodao sniffled with big tears flowing down her cheeks. He went to lure the zombies for me under Wang Quan's coercion. If he died, he wouldn't have even had a full meal in his life, sob sob. Zhao Yin frowned and said, he must have died and turned into a zombie. Zombies can eat people and won't go hungry anymore. Originally meant to be comforting, Song Xiaodao only cried harder upon hearing this. Sob sob, sob sob sob. Zhao Yin, too lazy to deal with her, poured the remaining water into the pot, boiled it, and poured it back into the bucket, then headed down from the rooftop. Arriving next to the earlier well, Zhao Yin directly stripped off his clothes and took out soap and a bath towel from his spatial ring to wash his body. After more than a month without a bath, only hot water could clean him properly. Feeling the disgusting zombie stench on his body gradually dissipating, Zhao Yin finally felt like a normal person again. Except for his fishing net stockings and military jacket, Zhao Yin simply discarded all his clothes, preparing to change into clean garments from his spatial ring. Suddenly, he remembered the dress that had just been unpacked from the spatial ring. Zhao Yin took it out and held it in his hand, falling into hesitation once again. Should he wear it or not? Wearing it will increase my strength, giving me a better chance of survival in the apocalypse. After all, I am already wearing fishing net stockings. I, Zhao Yin, am a straight man, so what is there to be afraid of? But if I wear this dress, it will be a stain on my life that I can never wash away. In the future, my name will surely echo throughout the apocalypse. How can I leave such a disgrace? This dress was the same style as those of popular female streamers before the apocalypse. After much hesitation, Zhao Yin ultimately decided to wear it. As long as he didn't actively take off the outer layer, no one would know he was wearing a skirt. Zhao Yin returned to the rooftop, feeling refreshed, casually bringing 2 buckets of clean water, preparing to heat them up so that Song Xiaodao and the little monkey could wash as well. At this point, Song Xiaodao had stopped crying, stuffing the half-eaten chestnut into her mouth with great vigor like a starving ghost. Zhao Yin tossed down the water bucket and ordered, "Finish eating and then boil water to bathe yourself." Song Xiaodao nodded, pulled open her collar, and carefully placed the remaining small piece of chestnut into her clothes. She had no pockets, and for her such delicious food could only be safely stored close to her body. Immediately after, Song Xiaodao busily started boiling water, while Zhao Yin took out the tent from his spatial ring and set it up next to the campfire, laying down a moisture-proof mat and bedding inside. Song Xiaodao was just an ordinary person, exhausted from a day's intense labor, so tonight he would let her rest well. The little monkey, having been injured, also needed to rest and recover. "Zhao Yin, do you have any clean clothes? I can't wear this outfit anymore," Song Xiaodao suddenly asked after boiling the water. Her white t-shirt and the exposed part of her thigh were all smeared with dark brown zombie brain matter. Zhao Yin glanced back. If it weren't for her 2 small buns slightly protruding, it would be hard to tell if she was male or female due to the dirt. He tossed a t-shirt to Song Xiaodao, saying, "Wear this one. Don't throw away the one on you, wash it, and you can wear it tomorrow." Zhao Yin thought for a moment and added, "By the way, my clothes that I just changed out of are by the well. You can wash those too." "Is there laundry detergent?" Song Xiaodao asked. "No, just rub it well with hot water," Zhao Yin replied, directly grabbing the little monkey. The little monkey was still half asleep and grumbled, "Master, do we have to work again? Time to wash." Zhao Yin directly tossed the little monkey into a cold water bucket, while Song Xiaodao was carrying hot water down from the rooftop to take a bath. The little monkey was suddenly awakened by the cold water and instinctively tried to climb out. Zhao Yin pressed it back down, saying, "If you don't wash tonight, you won't be allowed to eat chestnuts tomorrow." "Master, I don't want to take a bath. Tomorrow I will still be dirty after killing zombies. Oh, why do I need to wash?" "We'll talk about being dirty tomorrow. From now on, you must take a bath whenever there's a chance," Zhao Yin said sternly. He knew very well that no matter how clean he got tonight, tomorrow he would still smell of corpses. It was even possible that he wouldn't find any spring water. But whether in his past life or this one, Zhao Yin didn't want to forget that he was still a normal person. As long as there was a chance, he would clean himself up, even if it was just for 1 second of being a normal person. That would be enough. If he was clean, then this lazy monkey had to wash too. Under Zhao Yin's coercion, the clear water in the bucket quickly became murky. Once Zhao Yin saw that the little monkey was almost done, he pulled it out of the bucket. At this moment, Zhao Yin suddenly thought of something. Zhao Yin suddenly realized that he had contracted this monkey for some time, yet he still did not know its gender. He directly grabbed the little monkey's legs and forcibly spread them apart. At once, familiar physiological features were revealed before his eyes. It was a tiny toothpick accompanied by 2 quail eggs. In that moment, for some reason, Zhao Yin felt a sudden sense of relief. The little monkey did not understand what shame was. Seeing its master enjoying the view, it voluntarily spread its legs and said, "Master, keep watching, don't you like it?" "I like watching your nonsense." Zhao Yin slapped it away. The little monkey, bewildered, hurriedly hid to the side. "Gigi, help." At that moment, a sudden scream came from downstairs. It was the voice of Song Xiaodao. Zhao Yin was startled and quickly ran downstairs. When he arrived downstairs, Song Xiaodao was sitting in a bucket filled with hot water, looking terrified in a certain direction. "Zhao Yin, what is that thing?" Zhao Yin turned his head to look. At that moment, under the chestnut tree stood a massive creature chewing on branches and leaves that had just fallen from the little monkey's antics, its gaze towards Zhao Yin filled with indifference and disdain. Adult water buffalo, E-class, mutated beast, strength 42, agility 39, stamina 50, defense 63, spirit 8, bloodline talent, great strength, iron armor. Zhao Yin inhaled sharply, realizing that this buffalo had actually evolved to E-class, its overall strength far surpassing that of the little monkey several times Zhao Yin's own. Any mutated beast reaching E-class would gain an additional defense attribute due to the significant enhancement of its physique. The defense of an E-class mutated buffalo was an astonishing 63 points. Since Zhao Yin contracted the little monkey, he had not encountered any mutated beasts. Deep down, he had been looking forward to this moment. However, when faced with it, Zhao Yin could not feel joy. He was uncertain whether he would be gored to death by this buffalo. He simply could not understand how this buffalo had evolved so quickly, reaching E-class in just a few days. Zhao Yin dared not move, quietly signaling with one hand behind him for Song Xiaodao to hurry upstairs to call the little monkey while gripping the hilt of his knife tightly with the other. Song Xiaodao did not bother to put on clothes and ran upstairs naked. Zhao Yin forced a smile at the buffalo from a distance. Brother buffalo, haha. Hoo-hoo. The buffalo snorted, withdrawing its gaze from Zhao Yin, seemingly dismissive, and lowered its head to continue eating leaves. Zhao Yin sighed in relief and quickly calmed down. He realized that with his current abilities, no method could exert overwhelming pressure on this buffalo. Fortunately, the buffalo did not seem intent on attacking him. Soon the little monkey came down from upstairs. Upon seeing the buffalo, the little monkey's golden fur immediately stood on end, and its body rapidly expanded, activating its giant transformation ability in the blink of an eye. It too could sense that this buffalo was formidable. The little monkey did not take the initiative to attack, but stood in front of Zhao Yin, gripping a steel rod and shielding its master. Master, where did this buffalo come from? The little monkey conversed with Zhao Yin, its inner fear still palpable. Heaven knows how an E-class mutated beast appeared. Let me think about how to deal with it, Zhao Yin communicated in thought. He was not yet ready to fight for his life. At that moment, the buffalo seemed to have eaten its fill. It raised its head to glance at Zhao Yin, and the little monkey flicked its tail and slowly turned to leave. Its size was more than 5 times that of a normal buffalo, and its forelegs moved through the ruins as if treading on solid ground. Cold sweat dripped from Zhao Yin's forehead, and he could clearly feel the deeper disdain in its eyes. As the buffalo was about to disappear, Zhao Yin silently instructed Monkey follow it quietly and see where it's going. The little monkey's large body immediately shrank, stealthily following behind. Wait, Zhao Yin called out to it, and quickly stripped off his pants. Then pulled off the fishnet stockings. Its speed exceeds yours by a fair margin. Wearing this will allow you to catch up, but remember, do not confront it. This buffalo has the abilities of great strength and iron armor. Having both abilities is not particularly rare among human ability users, but it becomes exceptionally terrifying when applied to a buffalo. The little monkey obediently put on the fishnet stockings. Its golden fur immediately confined, making it appear slimmer as it swiftly rushed in the direction the buffalo had disappeared. Zhao Yin also put on his pants and turned to head upstairs when he suddenly saw Song Xiaodao looking at him with a strange expression. The fishnet stockings are equipment obtained from Stardust, not what you think. It's not like that, Zhao Yin explained expressionlessly. What about that cartoon dress? Did you wear it too? Song Xiaodao asked. She had been waiting for Zhao Yin to give her the dress, but did not expect he would wear it himself. The equipment obtained from Stardust comes with powerful attributes that enhance my combat strength. Zhao Yin explained earnestly, I absolutely do not have that kind of preference. Oh, I understand now, Song Xiaodao nodded. She then suddenly turned and pulled something out of the pocket of Zhao Yin's discarded pants. Zhao Yin, what is this? Zhao Yin had been quite satisfied with his earlier explanation, but upon seeing what Song Xiaodao was holding, he was taken aback. It was a half-used box of condoms. He vaguely remembered that he had inadvertently taken it from a hotel when he had just been reborn. He hadn't noticed it for over a month. Zhao Yin hurriedly stepped forward to snatch it away, directly storing it in his spatial ring. Adults' items should not be touched by children. After saying this, he turned and went up to the rooftop. Song Xiaodao looked at him with a strange expression. Modern girls often have early exposure to the internet and understand many things. Until Zhao Yin's figure disappeared, she retracted her gaze and continued washing clothes, a smirk of triumph on her lips. At this moment, Zhao Yin's face felt a bit hot, so he decided not to dwell on it. He threw another handful of firewood into the campfire and sat quietly by the fire, waiting for the little monkey's return. He did not plan to risk his life over a contracted beast just yet, but he needed to understand the buffalo's range of activity. In the future, when his strength increased or he obtained hunting tools, he could always come back to find it. Half an hour later, Song Xiaodao returned. She hung the washed clothes by the fire and crawled into the tent for a deep sleep. The little monkey did not return until 3 hours later. It came back holding a steel rod smeared with zombie blood and brain matter, its lower body still clad in fishnet stockings, and it bore many more wounds. Upon questioning, Zhao Yin learned that these injuries were not from fighting the buffalo. The buffalo had gone berserk after leaving, charging straight to the industrial park in the western suburbs of Guangzhou City. That place was the most densely populated area in Guangzhou, where a large number of zombies had gathered after the apocalypse broke out. Recently, Zhao Yin had not dared to go there. Like a mad bull, the buffalo rampaged through the industrial park, crashing through and killing countless zombies along the way, even taking down 5 or 6 F-class zombies. Eventually, a particularly terrifying zombie appeared. The little monkey was unsure of its level, but it was powerful enough to crush the buffalo. A fierce battle ensued between the zombie and the buffalo, and in the end the fearsome buffalo was actually defeated and fled with injuries. The little monkey, having tracked the buffalo deep into the industrial park, was caught in a horde of zombies and had to exert its abilities desperately to escape. At that moment, the little monkey was terrified and could no longer follow. It looked awkwardly at Zhao Yin. This was the first time it failed to complete a task assigned by Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin took out a few chestnuts and tossed them into the fire, then reached out to pat the little monkey's head, saying, "No wonder once you've finished these chestnuts you can go rest." The little monkey was taken aback, not expecting its master to give it something to eat. It eagerly said, "Master, if I encounter that cow again, I will kill it for you and bring you beef." Zhao Yin frowned. That was a mad cow. If capturing it proved impossible, they would have to think of a way to kill it and eat its meat. "Eat up." Zhao Yin pulled the half-cooked chestnuts from the fire, rolling them one by one to the little monkey. It picked them up and began to devour them hungrily. In just a few minutes it had finished, and its previously flat belly was now round and full. "Go sleep, it's only 2 hours until dawn." Zhao Yin looked up at the sky and spoke. "Master, I can keep watch too," the little monkey communicated telepathically. Being controlled by the contract soul, it was instinctive for the mutated beast to protect its master. "Go sleep, no more chatter," Zhao Yin ordered. The little monkey still needed rest to recover from its injuries, as Zhao Yin planned to continue hunting zombies after dawn, and it remained the main force. Now, with only this one contracted beast, Zhao Yin was reluctant to handle many dangerous tasks himself and had to leave them to this monkey. The little monkey, touched by his words, teared up and crawled into the tent, soon producing snoring sounds. After the high-intensity battle, it was exhausted as well. Hearing the snoring, Zhao Yin entered the tent and quickly pulled off the fishing net stockings from the little monkey's legs. The life-saving item was, of course, most important for him to wear. As Zhao Yin left the tent, he glanced at Song Xiaodao nearby, and surprisingly the bruises on her face that were supposed to take days to heal had already vanished. At this moment, her facial features were quite similar to her past life, though still a bit too youthful. "Woo, brother, please don't leave me behind." Perhaps in her dream, she saw her brother again, tightly hugging one of the little monkey's legs, tears glistening as they flowed from the corners of her eyes. Zhao Yin glanced at her and then stepped out of the tent, sitting by the fire to meditate. He could hear all sounds within a kilometer radius. There were no zombies left in the village, although a few scattered zombies wandered in the fields. However, the firelight would not attract them. The sky gradually brightened. Zhao Yin headed back to the ancient well and took out 20 empty pure water barrels from his spatial ring. Each barrel could hold about 20 liters of water, and once filled would last for quite a long time if used only for drinking. After securing the water, Zhao Yin used a wooden bucket from the kitchen to fetch water to boil on the rooftop. Half of it was used to wash his face with hot water, while the other half had some salt added and a few chestnuts tossed in to cook. Soon the aroma of boiling chestnuts wafted through the air. Just as Zhao Yin was about to wake up Song Xiaodao and the little monkey, he suddenly heard a heavy footfall nearby. Thud, thud, thud. Zhao Yin hurried to the edge of the rooftop, and at the end of his sight appeared the water buffalo from last night. Its shiny black hide was now rolled up in many places with gruesome wounds, and one eyelid drooped down, blood staining its eyeball. The water buffalo rushed wildly, quickly arriving at the villa where Zhao Yin was panting twice before lowering its head to eat the chestnut leaves left on the ground from last night. There weren't many leaves left on the ground, and it soon finished eating them, even rolling up branches as thick as a thumb with its long tongue, making a crunching sound. At this moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The wounds on the water buffalo visibly stopped bleeding and began to heal. Zhao Yin stared in shock, knowing that some mutated plants could heal injuries, but he had no idea that the leaves of this chestnut tree also had such effects. In his past life, many knew about chestnuts, but no one realized that the leaves were the true treasure. At this moment, Zhao Yin understood completely. No wonder the water buffalo came to eat the leaves last night. No wonder Song Xiaodao's injuries healed so quickly. That gluttonous girl must have secretly eaten the leaves. Now realizing the leaves' efficacy, it was understandable why Zhao Yin hadn't known. In his past life for 7 years, he had never heard of any mutated plant capable of producing 2 types of effects. This chestnut tree exceeded Zhao Yin's understanding of mutated plants in both lives. He took out a chestnut and activated his true vision to examine it. Chestnut grade mutated plant, fruit rich in nutrients. Leaves grade medicinal mutated crop, restores injuries quickly when consumed. There really is a mutated plant that can yield 2 types of beneficial crops. At this moment, Zhao Yin felt a pang of regret. The leaves the little monkey had gathered last night weighed at least several hundred pounds, and now they were being wasted by this buffalo. At this time, the water buffalo had finished eating the branches on the ground and was circling the chestnut tree, looking up at the leaves with longing in its eyes. Unfortunately, this chestnut tree was over 30 meters tall, and the buffalo couldn't climb trees. In the end, the water buffalo suddenly charged at the trunk. Bam! A loud crash echoed as the massive chestnut tree shook violently and sparse leaves were forcibly shaken off. The water buffalo moved excitedly, quickly swishing its tail to pick up the fallen leaves to eat. Zhao Yin's breath caught. Those were his chestnut leaves. How could he let this buffalo continue eating? If he had these chestnut leaves, he would never have to worry about the little monkey getting hurt again. In the future, after taming other contracted beasts, he couldn't imagine how many casualties he could reduce. The chestnut leaves were particularly important for Zhao Yin at this moment. There were still thousands of pounds of leaves on the tree. How many injuries could they heal? Zhao Yin immediately decided that he must protect this chestnut tree at all costs. At that moment, the water buffalo charged again, and a large number of leaves fell. Zhao Yin could no longer hold back. He took out a sniper rifle from his spatial ring, without caring to conserve bullets chambering around, and aiming at the water buffalo. Bang! Zhao Yin unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. He didn't expect to kill this mutated beast with iron armor. He only hoped to scare it away. The water buffalo quickly reacted, tilting its head, as the armor-piercing round that could easily penetrate armor struck its horns, sparking a shower of sparks. The bullet shattered upon impact, but the buffalo's horn remained unharmed. The one-eyed water buffalo glared back at Zhao Yin, enraged by the provocation, and charged towards the villa. Zhao Yin continued to pull the trigger. Bang! 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 He no longer aimed for the buffalo's head, but shot at its neck, where its defenses were weakest. The first bullet pierced through the buffalo's neck, splattering blood. But this level of injury was far from enough to take down an aggrade mutated beast like the water buffalo. The buffalo in pain grew even angrier. In the next moment, a layer of fish scale-like armor rapidly formed on its hide, covering its entire body in the blink of an eye. Ability: Iron Armor. Its terrifying muscles suddenly expanded, making its already massive body grow several times larger, filled with explosive power. Ability: Great Strength. At this point, Zhao Yin's bullets could at most only tear the skin, and ultimately all got stuck in the buffalo's hide. Boom! The water buffalo crashed into the wall of the villa. The entire wall collapsed, instantly shaking the rooftop fiercely beneath Zhao Yin's feet. Monkey, get up quickly! Zhao Yin shouted loudly. In fact, without Zhao Yin's call, the little monkey had already exited the tent, holding an iron rod, and glaring at the water buffalo below, its eyes bulging. It was merely an glass mutated beast, its strength significantly inferior to that of the water buffalo. Activate your abilities, take Song Xiaodao, and run. As soon as Zhao Yin finished speaking, boom, the water buffalo crashed into another load-bearing wall, causing the entire villa to start tilting. Zhao Yin, holding a sniper rifle, jumped directly off the rooftop, disregarding the little monkey and Song Xiaodao behind him, and ran for several hundred meters before turning back to look. The villa had completely collapsed, and the enlarged little monkey was holding Song Xiaodao in one hand, following far behind. Zhao Yin paused his agility at 17 points, and with the enhancement of the fishnet stockings, he could already outrun the water buffalo. He turned his gun towards the water buffalo and shouted, "Dead cow, come here." Bang! A shot hit the front shoulder of the water buffalo, causing minimal damage, but was highly insulting. The water buffalo, with one blood-red eye, rushed towards him. Even with its giant transformation ability activated, the poor little monkey was still slightly slower than the water buffalo, and much less than Zhao Yin. Its furry legs left after images, while the water buffalo continued to chase after its rear. Master, it's going to crash into me. Didn't you say last night to help me kill this water buffalo for meat? Zhao Yin scolded irritably. This monkey, besides its giant transformation ability, also had a frenzy ability, which could only be activated upon reaching E class. The frenzy ability consumed too much energy, and its small body couldn't withstand it yet. In fact, the little monkey's potential was not inferior to that of the water buffalo. Why is the dead cow back? The little monkey still looked confused, completely unaware of what was happening. Get it away from that chestnut tree, Zhao Yin ordered. Bang! Zhao Yin fired another shot, momentarily blocking the water buffalo, then turned and continued to flee forward. Fortunately, the little monkey was more agile than the water buffalo. Although its speed wasn't as fast, it managed to perfectly dodge every impending collision with a quick twist of its red rear. Poor Song Xiaodao jolted so much that he vomited, splattering the little monkey with bitter bile. 10 minutes later, the collapsed villa and the chestnut tree were no longer in sight. Zhao Yin fired several shots to repel the water buffalo and communicated with the little monkey in thought. Monkey, I'll hold it off. You take Xiaodao and run first. Remember to take a detour back to the chestnut tree. He'll shake off the water buffalo and go collect the chestnut leaves. Master, you must be careful. After communicating in thought, the little monkey turned and ran with Song Xiaodao without waiting for Zhao Yin to speak. At that moment, roar, roar, roar. The deafening sound of the undead roars came densely from ahead. Zhao Yin turned around abruptly and saw a kilometer away a giant zombie over 2 meters tall charging towards him, followed by more than 20 ordinary-sized zombies. Male zombie E-class evolution rate 10079, strength 61, agility 36, defense 72, spirit 7. Male zombie F-class evolution rate 1005, strength 23, agility 15, spirit 2. Female zombie F-class evolution rate 10071, strength 26, agility 17, spirit 3. 3. Male zombie F-class evolution rate 10019, strength 25, agility 16, spirit 2. Male zombie F-class. A total of 27 zombies, the lowest being F-class. The towering zombie in the front was even at E-class. Master, it's that zombie. The little monkey pointed at the giant zombie, its fur standing on end, no longer caring about its own escape, and quickly positioned itself to shield Zhao Yin. Even the water buffalo behind stopped pursuing Zhao Yin, and the little monkey, its single eye blood red, letting out a roar before charging at the giant zombie. Zhao Yin instantly understood this was the zombie that fought with the water buffalo last night. In his past life, he had seen such a massive zombie's power only after 6 months into the apocalypse. He had never heard of such a terrifying zombie appearing in Guangzhou so early. If the abilities of mutated beasts corresponded to the supernatural beings among the survivors, then the abilities of zombies corresponded to the evolved ones. This towering zombie clearly surpassed ordinary evolved ones, even able to crush mutated beasts of the same level. There could only be one possibility. The title that struck fear into everyone in his previous life, the Zombie King. A zombie king that had already devoured several star crystals at the onset of the apocalypse. Zhao Yin had no time to think further. He raised his sniper rifle and attempted to fire a shot in that direction. The armor-piercing round hit the zombie king's chest, merely tearing the skin before being deflected. The terrifying defense of 72 points was something even higher-leveled class zombies struggled to match. This is the fearsome aspect of the zombie king. Each zombie king nearly crushes any equal opponent, let alone this one, which was a level higher than Zhao Yin, making it utterly impossible to fight. Zhao Yin immediately retracted his sniper rifle and shouted loudly to the monkey, "Let's go collect the leaves, and then leave Guangzhou." A water buffalo that shouldn't have appeared had already made it difficult for him to cope, and now an even stronger zombie king had emerged. The only thing Zhao Yin could do now was to avoid its edge. The Soul of Contract was not much help to him now. After all, Zhao Yin was just in class evolved 1. Even with the little monkey, they were merely delivering food to that zombie. A zombie king with over 60 points of strength, over 70 points of defense, and likely other abilities that even the eye of true sight could not detect. Unless Zhao Yin was out of his mind, he would not stay. Taking advantage of the water buffalo being entangled with those zombies, Zhao Yin returned to the chestnut tree with the little monkey and Zhao Xiaodao, directly handing the tang knife to the little monkey, instructing it to cut down all the leaves along with the small branches. The little monkey chopped vigorously and large branches fell. Song Xiaodao gathered the leaves together while Zhao Yin used his space ring to store them. When Zhao Yin had collected more than half of the leaves, the space ring could no longer hold any more. He simply took out all the clothes and bedding and discarded them to continue collecting leaves. However, the space ring only had 10 cubic meters of capacity, having stored over 3,000 gene of chestnuts, several hundred gene of spiny ball shells, as well as weapons, food, and other supplies. It still couldn't accommodate nearly 2,000 gene of leaves. In the end, Zhao Yin discarded all the spoiled food from before the apocalypse toiletries, anything that didn't have much value. This included 10 buckets of well water. Zhao Yin threw away all the food. What will we eat in the future? Song Xiaodao hurriedly went to retrieve the food. In the future, we will eat chestnuts. The remaining water is enough for us to drink for over 10 days. Zhao Yin replied. But what if we run out of chestnuts? What use are these leaves? Song Xiaodao still couldn't bear to discard the most precious food in the apocalypse, his hands full of sour ham sausages and salt-baked chicken that had already turned pale and rotten. I won't let you go hungry. Zhao Yin didn't explain too much. After collecting all the leaves, there was hardly any space left in the ring. He looked up at the bare trunk. Chestnut tree, F-class mutated plant, a simple introduction. Besides this, there was no useful information. This was also one of the reasons Zhao Yin hadn't carefully checked the leaves last night. The main trunk had no particularly special effects, so Zhao Yin didn't plan to cut it down, leaving it here to wait for the future when he could obtain the space of life to come back and dig up this precious chestnut tree. At that moment, a noise came from behind. The water buffalo's injuries had worsened, its armor peeling off, bleeding, one of its horns broken in half, and it was rushing towards them. And that zombie king was leading the remaining 12 class zombies, relentlessly pursuing from afar. Run! Zhao Yin shouted, his voice hoarse, and immediately took off. The little monkey quickly activated its giant transformation ability, scooping up Song Xiaodao and swiftly running ahead. Now the little monkey had become accustomed to its master's principle of fleeing at the first sign of danger. My food, Song Xiaodao screamed. The little monkey exerted too much force, causing most of the food it held to fly out of its grasp. Yet it knew it couldn't let the little monkey stop now and could only watch helplessly as the food drifted further away. After running for hundreds of meters, Zhao Yin glanced back. The zombie king had already chased the water buffalo into the village while the water buffalo stood under a chestnut tree staring blankly at the bare trunk. Zhao Yin understood that the dead buffalo was indeed fixated on his chestnut leaves. It's done for now, right? Zhao Yin thought coldly. Zhao Yin, that buffalo is amazing. Look, it injured the big zombie. Song Xiaodao suddenly shouted. Zhao Yin turned to look only to see that a half-broken buffalo horn was lodged in the right shoulder of the zombie king with black blood oozing out. One of its arms hung limply with only the fascia still attached to the shoulder, swaying as it ran. The zombie king had a large clear hole in its waist, and its running speed had decreased compared to before. Zhao Yin immediately perked up. Monkey, follow me, and take a detour. Master, are we going to take down that zombie and the dead buffalo? The little monkey asked in its heart. What for? An injured zombie king is not something we can handle right now. We're going to collect star crystals. Zhao Yin replied. With the zombie king's strength greatly diminished, Zhao Yin's sense of safety rose a little, and his thoughts began to flow. He remembered clearly that there had been a total of 26 level zombies following the zombie king. Now only 12 remained, indicating that the remaining 14 had been taken down by the water buffalo. The place where the water buffalo had fought the zombie king was not far from here, and Zhao Yin could reach it in just a minute or two. He ran headlong and soon arrived at the site, where the previously uneven farmland was now a mess with freshly turned soil everywhere, as if it had just experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. Several level zombies lay there, their bodies crushed by the water buffalo's iron hooves. Among them a few were mangled beyond recognition, with only their intact heads remaining, gaping at Zhao Yin as he arrived. If Zhao Yin hadn't come within a day or two, their broken bodies would still have been repaired by unknown energy. But clearly these zombies would not have that chance. Without needing Zhao Yin's instructions, the little monkey immediately released Song Xiaodao, and the two of them began to smash the zombies' heads. Soon 14 star crystals and zombie crystals appeared in Zhao Yin's hands. He quickly stored them away and shouted to the little monkey, "Let's go." But before they could take a step, hurried footsteps approached from behind. The water buffalo was bleeding from its mouth and nose with a large hole in its belly, its intestines spilling out. It rushed over in the blink of an eye, followed by the zombie king, but the 12 level zombies were nowhere to be seen. The water buffalo glared at Zhao Yin with its single red eye filled with resentment, as if it had finally realized that the leaves that could have healed its wounds were taken away by this human. It was this human who had caused it harm. So unable to defeat the zombie king, it decided that before it died, it must take down Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin had no time to escape as the water buffalo unleashed its last surge of life force, its speed too fast. Zhao Yin hesitated not for a moment, pulling out his sniper rifle and fired. The bullet struck the cracked part of the water buffalo's head and directly penetrated its skull. With a thunderous boom, the water buffalo brushed past Zhao Yin and collapsed to the ground. Had Zhao Yin been even a fraction of a second slower, he would have been killed by the water buffalo. Before Zhao Yin could breathe a sigh of relief, the zombie king arrived, no longer distracted by the water buffalo, and let out a furious roar as it charged at Zhao Yin. Bang! Bang! Zhao Yin fired multiple shots, all hitting the severed arm of the zombie king. The thin fascia that had been sticking on it was instantly shattered, and the arm dropped to the ground. The zombie king's body staggered as well. Run, run, run. Zhao Yin yelled, retracting his sniper rifle and sprinting away. However, the zombie king had become thoroughly enraged, and the worst had indeed come to pass. The zombie king, already an extraordinarily massive figure, suddenly swelled, even more, its running speed abruptly increasing. Neither Zhao Yin nor the little monkey had seen this ability of the zombie king before. Its speed even surpassed that of Zhao Yin, who was equipped with fishing net stockings, as its enormous hand, with over 10 centimeters of black nails, lunged toward Zhao Yin's back. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Zhao Yin, as for the first time since the apocalypse, he felt such a strong sense of life and death crisis. Bang! Zhao Yin was directly sent flying by that slap, diving forward rapidly, while the Flevel military uniform on his back was torn by the zombie king's claws. He tumbled out of the mud more than 20 meters away, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. Zhao Yin coughed up a mouthful of blood, his internal organs feeling like they had been displaced, and his face turned pale. If it weren't for the extraordinary equipment blocking that blow, he would have already been pierced through by the zombie king. He gritted his teeth and bore the excruciating pain, lifting his gun to continue firing. Bang, bang, bang. The armor-piercing bullets struck the zombie king, sparking in bursts, but they merely slowed down its advance. Soon the zombie king withstood the immense impact of the armor-piercing bullets, and took a few steps forward, lifting its foot directly to stomp on Zhao Yin's head. Zhao Yin had anticipated this, rolling away while shooting to slow down the Zombie King's speed, moving his body swiftly in an attempt to create distance. However, the gap in strength between them was too great. The fishing net stockings only enhanced Zhao Yin's speed. In terms of agility, the Zombie King had an impressive 36 points, more than double Zhao Yin's, and with a simple turn it seized Zhao Yin by the collar and lifted him up. Roar! The Zombie King glared at Zhao Yin and roared, as if accusing this little ant of daring to break its arm. Zhao Yin found himself suspended in midair, never having imagined that one day he would be held up like a chick by a Zombie King. The foul stench from its gaping maw filled the air, and he could see its rotten teeth up close. Roar! A roar came from behind the Zombie King as well. The little monkey had already reacted, but the Zombie King was too fast, just now rushing over. The little monkey activated its giant transformation ability with full force, and the iron rod in its hand struck the Zombie King's head. With a loud bang, the rebar twisted and deformed, getting stuck on the Zombie King's skull. The Zombie King paid no mind, slowly turning its head to look at the little monkey. Perhaps to it the human and monkey before it were nothing but a joke. Bang! In the next moment, the little monkey was kicked away, its massive body resembling a meteorite crashing down. Zhao Yin remained incredibly calm. The Zombie King before him had almost no weaknesses, possessing extreme speed, terrifying power, and impenetrable defense. The only weakness it had was the damage caused by the water buffalo earlier. Yes, its weakness was the injury inflicted by the water buffalo. Zhao Yin plunged the sniper rifle into the large wound in the Zombie King's abdomen, pulling the trigger violently at close range. Bang! 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 The armor-piercing rounds ravaged the body of the Zombie King, fiercely tearing apart its internal organs. At this moment, the Zombie King trembled all over. Large amounts of black blood mixed with chunks of intestines flowed out from the gaping hole in its abdomen. Despite this, the Zombie King still did not die. It seized Zhao Yin with its single arm and threw him out with great force. Zhao Yin felt as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer in the chest. While still in the air, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, rolling a few times before crashing heavily to the ground. He wanted to get up immediately, but found that his entire body felt as if all strength had been drained away. With each breath, an intense pain surged through his chest. Thud! The sniper rifle that had been lodged in the Zombie King's abdomen finally fell to the ground. Roar! It angrily charged at Zhao Yin, seemingly intent on completely dealing with this tiny ant that had harmed it. At this moment, the little monkey had no time to save him. Zhao Yin, get up fast. Song Zaidao's youthful face was filled with fear as he hugged the Zombie King's leg tightly, thrusting his butterfly knife with all his might. Clang! Even with a transcendent weapon, it merely cut through a bit of skin on the Zombie King's leg. Song Zaidao's strength was too small. Under the powerful defense of the Zombie King, he couldn't even inflict real injury. However, the Zombie King was enraged by this even weaker ant and turned to kick out. Ah! Zhao Yin! Song Zaidao's petite body spun through the air, flying 20 to 30 meters away, landing in the distant mire and remaining motionless, uncertain of his fate. It was precisely because of Song Zaidao's obstruction that the little monkey charged over again, having long lost track of the steel rod in its hands. The enlarged little monkey suddenly jumped onto the Zombie King's head, squatting on its shoulder, its long claws digging into the two eye sockets of the Zombie King. Bang! The Zombie King swung its single arm, delivering a powerful slap to the little monkey's head. Half of the little monkey's face immediately deformed, yet it still clung tightly to the Zombie King's head, desperately digging at its eyeballs. Bang! 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 The Zombie King's strikes landed one after another on the little monkey, each blow spraying blood. The thick monkey skin could not withstand it being torn apart to reveal its veins and bones. Master, get up and run. The little monkey's heart was trembling, its bloodied face expressing pain, its eyes dimming. Suddenly, two soft sounds. The Zombie King's eyeballs were finally dug out. Howl! The Zombie King's voice turned mournful, its claws suddenly stabbing into the little monkey's abdomen, grabbing it from the inside and pulling it forward with great force. The little monkey, already on its last legs, immediately convulsed as if in a death throw, directly flung aside by the Zombie King, rolling in the mire and twitching a few times before going still. At this moment, Zhao Yin finally stood up, unsteadily stuffing a handful of chestnut leaves into his mouth, feeling a bit better. He gazed at the little monkey and Song Xiaodao, his heart remaining unusually calm as he pondered where the path to survival lay. To him, the rank Zombie King felt like an insurmountable mountain, immovable and unyielding. The frailness of the human body was laid bare. After enduring 2 blows, he could hardly lift his tang knife. The little monkey had fallen. The sniper rifle lay beneath the Zombie King's feet. He had lost his 2 greatest supports. What could he use to contest against this Zombie King? At this moment, the Zombie King, having lost its 2 eyeballs, swayed unsteadily. Zhao Yin suddenly realized that this zombie king had evolved its vision relying on its remaining eyes to perceive its surroundings. The eyeless zombie king stumbled toward Zhao Yin like a blind survivor. Even if the zombie king was blind, even if it stood still, he still lacked the capability to kill it. Countless thoughts flashed through Zhao Yin's mind, recalling every possible chance. Ultimately, the only thing he could think of was those 14 star crystals. Although the chances were slim, they were Zhao Yin's only hope at this moment. If he were to obtain powerful equipment, he might have a chance to survive. Without hesitation, Zhao Yin took out the 14 star crystals and crushed them all at once. Farmer Spring Grade F-Type Transcendent Beverage replenishes water consumption for 24 hours. Stuffed Bread Grade F-Type Transcendent Food replenishes energy consumption for 24 hours with healing effects. Farmer Spring Compressed Biscuits Grade F-Type Transcendent Food replenishes energy consumption for 24 hours with the effect of boosting energy for 24 hours. Instant Noodles Grade F-Type Transcendent Food replenishes energy consumption for 24 hours with the effect of resisting cold for 24 hours. Tuna Can Grade F-Type Transcendent Food replenishes energy consumption for 24 hours with the effect of immunity to grade viruses for 24 hours. Iced Tea Grade F-Type Transcendent Beverage replenishes water consumption for 24 hours with the effect of doubling physical attributes for 1 hour. Wolf Fawn Club Grade D-Type Transcendent Weapon Sturdiness 54, Attack 52, with an effective Strength 20. Women's Suit Grade E Defensive Equipment Sturdiness 31, Agility. When he finally saw the Wolf Fawn Club, clearly he became excited. He had truly obtained a life-saving piece of equipment. A Drank Transcendent Weapon. With an attack of 52 points and an additional strength of 20, adding Zhao Yin's own 15 points of strength, it would be no problem to crush the rank zombie king before him. Zhao Yin stuffed another handful of chestnut leaves into his mouth, then immediately tore open a piece of healing stuffed bread and chewed it down without hesitation. But that wasn't all. He then opened a bottle of iced tea and drank it down in one go. The stuffed bread entered his stomach, providing a healing effect several times stronger than the chestnut leaves, and a warm sensation spread throughout his body in an instant. The numbness and severe pain in his limbs rapidly diminished. At the same time, the doubling effect from the iced tea erupted, a surge of immense power spreading through Zhao Yin's body. At that moment, Zhao Yin smiled, his eyes turning blood red. He bent down and grasped the Wolf Fawn Club, lifting it directly. The Zombie King is impressive. Today I shall slaughter a Zombie King to see. I almost died, just a little bit away. You better die for me. At this moment, the Zombie King approached with heavy steps, its single arm clenched into a fist, smashing down hard toward Zhao Yin. This time, Zhao Yin did not evade. His body suddenly soared into the air, the Wolf Fawn Club in his hand also swung down viciously toward the Zombie King. Bang! The fist and the Wolf Fawn Club collided, producing a sonic boom in the air. Following that, the sound of bones cracking was heard. The Zombie King's fist was deformed from the impact. Its terrifying face revealed no expression, but it clearly froze for a moment. Zhao Yin landed on his feet, his body rebounding, delivering a heavy strike. Crack! The Zombie King instinctively raised its single arm to block, but its forearm bone was shattered. The Zombie King roared in fury, instinctively trying to raise its hand to kill Zhao Yin, but its single arm was limp and could not swing. At this moment, the Wolf Fawn Club came crashing down again, targeting the Zombie King's head. The Zombie King evaded rapidly, but this strike landed directly on its neck, booming. The Zombie King's massive form toppled to the ground. Damn it! Zhao Yin stood on the Zombie King's chest, smashing down with the club. Again and again until the Zombie King's head was smashed to pieces and it no longer moved. Zhao Yin ensured it was dead beyond resurrection before stopping his actions. Zhao Yin, feeling utterly exhausted, gasped for breath, the Wolf Fawn Club weighing 300 to 400 pounds falling to the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at the little monkey and Zhao Xiaodao. In the mire, the two small figures lay motionless like mud dolls. Zhao Yin shouted for Xiao Dao and the little monkey, but neither answered. The memory of their desperate rescue flickered through him, and his hardened heart felt an unexpected pang. Are you dead? Zhao Yin could not afford to collapse. He forced himself to stagger forward. The little monkey's skull was cracked open, its brain exposed, and much of its fur had been torn away by the Zombie King. A gaping wound in its belly like the water buffalo's before left intestines spilling out. Song Xiaodao's chest had completely caved in, blood still spurting from her mouth and nose as she lay unconscious. Fortunately, both still breathed. Zhao Yin quickly pulled out a chestnut leaf and shoved it into the little monkey's mouth, but it had no strength to chew. He chewed a leaf into pulp himself, pried the monkey's jaws open, and forced the mash into its mouth, then poured water down its throat. After treating the monkey, Zhao Yin used the same method on Song Xiaodao. Once they took the chewed chestnut leaves, their wounds began to staunch and close, and their life forces slowly regained strength. Their injuries were too grave for a single leaf. Zhao Yin produced 10 kilograms, chewing and feeding with all his might. He still had a piece of his recently baked filled bread which healed wounds far faster and would be more useful in combat, so he did not use it. His jaw cramped from the relentless chewing, yet the little monkey's skull and belly finally mended and golden fur began to sprout. Song Xiaodao's caved chest slowly rose again. No more blood leaked from her mouth and nose. After a few more chews, the little monkey woke first. "Master, what about the big zombie?" It cried, springing up, then froze when it saw the corpse of the zombie king. "Dead. How did it die?" Zhao Yin, still chewing, pried open Song Xiaodao's mouth and spat the mash in. Having poured water into her throat, he spoke calmly, "Of course, I nearly killed myself to save you. That is how it died." The little monkey's eyes widened, and it bounded to Zhao Yin's feet, clinging to his leg. "Master, you are so good to me, and Xiaodao, you are the best master in the world, the most formidable, truly amazing." Zhao Yin basked in the flattery, stuffing another handful of leaves into his mouth as he chewed. "To heal you, I used 10 kilograms of precious chestnut leaves. My teeth are ruined." The little monkey's eyes brimmed with tears, untroubled by Zhao Yin's crude treatment, pressing its face against his thigh and rubbing affectionately, thoughts full of remorse. "Master, it was my fault for not protecting you," it said. Zhao Yin tousled the monkey's head. "You did not perform admirably today, but you managed. I have decided to reward you." The monkey shot upright, pleadingly looking at Zhao Yin. "Is it extraordinary food?" Zhao Yin took out the last bottle of iced tea and handed it over. "This is an extraordinary drink. For 1 hour, it will double your attributes. You cannot drink it now, save it for the next time you face such danger." The monkey accepted the bottle with excitement, caressing the coveted prize. In truth, Zhao Yin had already resolved that he must gear up the little monkey and Song Xiaodao as soon as possible. A crisis like today must never happen again. Old habits from his previous life made him obsessed with personal survival at the cost of collective combat power. Now that he was the contract master, he should hide, while his subordinates took the risks. If the little monkey and Song Xiaodao could not withstand a blow, he would remain the solitary commander. "Go. There are 12 level zombies by the chestnut trees. The water buffalo should have dealt with them. Cut off their heads and bring them here." Zhao Yin handed the dao to the little monkey. "Understood, master." "Thank you," it replied, still thanking him for the iced tea, then hopped away with the blade. Zhao Yin was about to clean the battlefield when Song Xiaodao suddenly opened her eyes. "Zhao Yin, are we dead?" she asked. "Dead? This is the netherworld," he replied. Song Xiaodao did not look terrified, but strangely relieved. She closed her eyes again. "Oh, what is that taste in my mouth?" "Chestnut leaf for healing," Zhao Yin said. "I thought I was dead. Why are you treating my wounds?" she asked. She suddenly understood something, sprang upright, and scanned the area, soon spotting the dead zombie king. "I'm not dead. You killed the big zombie," she asked. Zhao Yin said calmly, "Since you're fine, get up and work. Dissect that dead cow. Tonight we eat beef." Still puzzled, Song Xiaodao did not ask further. She picked up the butterfly knife from the mud, wiped it off, and walked toward the water buffalo. Zhao Yin rose and retrieved his sniper rifle, finding it intact and placing it into his space ring. Although the rifle had little impact today, it would handle ordinary zombies and survivors without issue. Unfortunately, he had used half of his armor-piercing rounds. "Zhao Yin, it. Song Xiaodao's scream suddenly rang out from behind. "What's wrong?" he asked as he turned back. "No more appetite for beef." "No, Zhao Yin, come look. This cow is still alive," Song Xiaodao said, holding the butterfly knife and backing away, staring in horror at the supposedly dead buffalo. She still bore a lingering dread of the buffalo's strength. Zhao Yin shivered and walked over in disbelief. The buffalo's eyelids were fluttering, and it stared at him with murderous hatred. It had seemed breathless. How could it live? Zhao Yin marveled. Despite grievous wounds, the beast had not perished. Its vitality was unlike anything he had seen. "Why don't we shoot it from a distance and finish it?" Song Xiaodao suggested. Zhao Yin swiftly produced more chestnut leaves and piled them before the buffalo. "Zhao Yin, what are you doing? Wasting leaves to heal it?" Song Xiaodao asked in shock. If not for the buffalo's revenge, they would not have fought the zombie king and nearly died. Zhao Yin said nothing. Of course he would heal it. The buffalo's strength was unquestionable, and he currently lacked such a powerful contract beast. "No beef then," Song Xiaodao murmured in disappointment. "What's the point of healing it? Won't it just take revenge on you?" In her mind, Zhao Yin was not a bad man, but neither was he an overindulgent saint. Cold sweat dotted Zhao Yin's brow. The buffalo could die at any moment. He grabbed a mouthful of leaves and began to chew, then pried the buffalo's jaws open and spat the mash inside. Song Xiaodao stared wide-eyed as he poured water into the buffalo's mouth, then resumed chewing. Green saliva trickled from the corner of his mouth. Her stomach roiled, and she bent over to vomit. Seeing what she expelled, clear water mixed with chewed chestnut leaf fragments, made her retch even harder. "Zhao Yin, how can you do this?" Song Xiaodao demanded, eyes reddened. Zhao Yin seemed not to hear and continued to chew. After roughly 2 kilograms of leaves had been chewed and fed, the buffalo's life force swelled noticeably. Its eyes opened, fully fixed on Zhao Yin with burning hatred. Bang! Zhao Yin delivered a decisive kick, knocking the water buffalo's head to the side. Your life was saved by me, and you dare to glare at me. Zhao Yin scolded. Gurgle. The water buffalo emitted a weak sound from its throat, still glaring at Zhao Yin with no gratitude whatsoever. Zhao Yin raised his foot again, but ultimately did not kick down. What was the point of arguing with a stubborn bull? As long as he could contract it, the spirit of the contract would naturally change its mind. He ceased feeding the leaves, fearing that the bull might retaliate. With one hand resting on the water buffalo's head, he directly summoned the spirit of the contract from his mind to activate the power of the contract. A faint golden light slowly formed a chain, entering the water buffalo's brow from Zhao Yin's palm. Immediately afterward, the water buffalo began to tremble violently, and as if it understood something, it struggled fiercely. Unlike the little monkey from before, the water buffalo was in a grade mutated beast, a level higher than Zhao Yin himself, and its spiritual power was crashing against the chains formed by the spirit of the contract. But all was in vain. Zhao Yin mounted the water buffalo, using his weight to pin it to the ground. Against the spirit of the contract, all of the water buffalo's resistance was futile. The chains instantly vanished from its mind, and then the massive body collapsed slowly, closing its eyes. Zhao Yin stood up and turned to Song Xiaodao, saying, "Are you sick? Without me chewing leaves to feed you, where do you think you get the strength to spit here, offending whom?" Song Xiaodao was already quite fearful of Zhao Yin and understood that he was right. She wiped her tears, but dared not retort. However, the emotions in her heart could not be calmed no matter what. No one would feel good after swallowing someone else's saliva. "Come here." Zhao Yin beckoned her with a finger. Song Xiaodao slowly moved her feet and stood before him, asking, "What do you want?" Slap. Zhao Yin delivered a sharp knock on Song Xiaodao's head. "Do you want to tear down the house?" Song Xiaodao covered her head with both hands, looking up at Zhao Yin, tears falling from her eyes. "Did you brush your teeth this morning?" "Brush my teeth. In the apocalypse, clean water is incredibly precious. If not for being here, Zhao Yin wouldn't have even washed up last night. He didn't even bring a toothbrush when he left. How could he brush his teeth?" He remembered the last time he brushed his teeth was during a meteor shower outside, and since then, he had never brushed again. "Didn't you also not brush?" "I brushed last week and my mouth is cleaner than yours," Zhao Yin argued. Song Xiaodao was momentarily speechless. She hadn't brushed her teeth in over a month, and usually found it difficult to drink even a sip of water, completely forgetting about it. Why should she complain about someone else? "Any more questions?" Zhao Yin said, "If there are no more issues, chew leaves with me. These leaves have antibacterial effects. Think of it as brushing your teeth. By the way, you can rinse your mouth with clean water and feed the rinse to the dead bull." "Chewing leaves is really like brushing teeth?" Song Xiaodao innocently asked. "You can try it and see for yourself," Zhao Yin replied, turning around to grab a handful of leaves and began chewing. Then Song Xiaodao saw him skillfully prying open the water buffalo's mouth. PFF. Song Xiaodao hurriedly stepped forward, grabbing a handful of leaves to stuff into her mouth, her cheeks bulging, grimacing at the bitterness. After a round of chewing, Song Xiaodao also. PFF. After they had chewed through about 5 kilograms of leaves, the little monkey returned, having found a piece of grass rope with 12 zombie heads strung on it. Thus the three of them began to chew leaves. PFF. 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 "Monkey, be careful. You've sprayed it all over me." GG. Huh. He. The dead bull lying on the ground was being force-fed, and its life force grew stronger. Until about 100 pounds of leaves along with 3 big buckets of water were all poured in, the wounds on its body finally healed completely. Only the blind eye and the broken horn remained unrepaired. To regrow a severed limb would require higher-level medicine from the star crystals. For now, this was all they could do. Soon the water buffalo opened its remaining eye and flipped over to get up from the ground. The little monkey remained indifferent while Song Xiaodao was startled, quickly dropping the leaves in her hand and retreating. "Zhao Yin, what do we do now?" Zhao Yin bent down to pick up the scattered leaves one by one, responding calmly. "It's fine. It will be our companion from now on." At that moment, a voice echoed in Zhao Yin's heart, "Master." The water buffalo came before Zhao Yin, its anthropomorphic front limbs kneeling, bowing its head to him. Song Xiaodao watched this scene in shock, staring intently at the water buffalo, and Zhao Yin then glancing at the little monkey. In an instant, she seemed to understand something. Zhao Yin, the little monkey, came this way too. She had seen when Zhao Yin signed the contract just now, finally realizing what he was doing back then. In Song Xiaodao's eyes, the man before her grew increasingly mysterious, undoubtedly hiding countless secrets. Zhao Yin nodded, offering no further explanation, simply saying, "It's different. I saved the little monkey, and we never had any unpleasantness." GG. The little monkey immediately chimed in. Unfortunately, Song Xiaodao could not understand what it was saying. Zhao Yin kicked the water buffalo, stating, Go find some grass to eat. Without my command, you're not allowed to leave, or else you'll break your legs. Yes, master. The water buffalo's voice echoed in his mind. Unlike the little monkey, it sounded somewhat dull. It got up and went to one side, munching on the newly sprouted green shoots in the field. Zhao Yin collected all his belongings back into his spatial ring and walked over to retrieve the wolf fawn club, pointing at the 14 heads the little monkey had brought back, instructing Song Xiaodao, go clean that up. Song Xiaodao acknowledged and skillfully walked over to start cutting up the watermelons. Zhao Yin finally came to the corpse of the zombie king. At this point, the zombie king's head had already been smashed to pieces. Zhao Yin used the wolf fawn club to stir around in the brain matter. Soon 3-star crystals and 1 A-grade corpse crystal rolled out. Zhao Yin looked at the 3-star crystals and was somewhat astonished. No wonder this A-grade zombie was so powerful. It was indeed a zombie king. In his past life, he had only heard of the existence of zombie kings. Whenever he caught wind of them, he would immediately lead Lin Tianfeng and the others to flee, never truly encountering one. If this zombie king had not encountered Zhao Yin, it would have quickly grown to grade, swiftly dominating Guangzhou, controlling all zombies within its territory, and even occupying Jiangnan continent unstoppable. But unfortunately, that possibility was no longer there. Zhao Yin did not understand whether it was due to his alteration of the timeline that led to the appearance of this zombie king, which had never been heard of in his past life, or if it had existed before, but went elsewhere, causing him to be unaware of its existence. But now was not the time to contemplate these things. Zhao Yin's gaze towards the A-grade corpse crystal was even more fervent than when he saw the star crystals. Zhao Yin directly crushed the A-grade corpse crystal, and a surge of pure energy instantly flooded into his body, the familiar sensation of evolution spreading throughout him once again. 16, Strength 31, Agility 35, Stamina 25, Spirit 48, Talent level, Shooting lifespan, Countdown 59,963 days. All attributes doubled, and even his lifespan increased by 30,000 days. This meant that Zhao Yin, barring any accidents, could live for another 160 years. At this moment, Zhao Yin's aura changed, becoming more vibrant and full of vitality. Zhao Yin, you. Zhao Xiaodao stared blankly at Zhao Yin, holding a pile of corpse crystals and star crystals. What's wrong with me? Zhao Yin turned to ask. Nothing. Song Xiaodao came back to her senses and quickly shook her head. She just felt that Zhao Yin had changed, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly how. Here, the corpse crystals and star crystals are all here. Zhao Yin took the corpse crystals and stored them in his spatial ring, then piled all the star crystals in front of him. Among them, 3 came from the zombie king, and 12th grade zombies yielded 12 more. In total, 15 pieces piled into a small mountain. At this moment, Zhao Yin's vision and hearing could reach a radius of 2 kilometers. Aside from a few scattered zombies, there were no other life forms in sight. Zhao Yin sat on the muddy ground, opening the star crystals one by one. Indeed, it started with Farmer Spring Water. Farmer Spring Water, grade F-type, extraordinary beverage, replenishes 24 hours of moisture consumption after consumption. Stuffed bread, grade F-type, extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, additional effect of healing injuries. Compressed biscuits, grade F-type, extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, additional effect of increased energy lasting 24 hours. Farmer Spring Water, instant noodles. Zhao Yin opened 11 star crystals in a row, yielding 3 bottles of Farmer Spring Water, 2 pieces of stuffed bread, 3 pieces of compressed biscuits, 1 bottle of iced tea, 1 piece of instant noodles, and 1 military uniform. Only 1th grade equipment appeared. The rest were all one-time extraordinary food and drinks. Coincidentally, the military uniform Zhao Yin wore was torn apart by the zombie king, and this new one came just in time. Zhao Yin still had 4 star crystals left in front of him. Apart from the last one that dropped from a 5th grade zombie, the remaining 3 were obtained from the zombie king. He remembered a rumor from his past life that the star crystals dropped by the zombie king had a much higher chance of yielding high-quality items. Regardless of whether this rumor was true or not, Zhao Yin decided to keep these 3 star crystals for last. He wanted to surprise himself. Picking up the last star crystal dropped by the 5th grade zombie, Zhao Yin applied slight pressure with his fingers and snapped. The star crystal instantly transformed into white light. Soon the white light faded, revealing a small vial in his palm. Evolution Potion, grade F-type, basic potion. After consumption, activates human evolution genes, becoming a new human. The Evolution Potion is a serum that unlocks the potential of an evolver. Zhao Yin no longer needed in grade 1. Now only an A-grade evolution potion could further enhance Zhao Yin's A-grade evolution potential. Of course, if Zhao Yin could never obtain an A-grade evolution potion, he could still step into grade using the corpse crystals, but without developing the A-grade potential, his evolution attributes would be halved. Zhao Yin subconsciously glanced at Song Xiaodao beside him. As a mutant beast, the little monkey would have to settle for this little girl. At this moment, Song Xiaodao noticed Zhao Yin's gaze looking blankly at the small vial in his hand. Although Zhao Yin hadn't explained the knowledge of the apocalypse to Song Xiaodao over the past 2 days, she had observed all of Zhao Yin's actions and vaguely realized that star crystals could yield extremely valuable resources and equipment. Spatial rings could store items, and corpse crystals could make Zhao Yin stronger, and also, Zhao Yin had a unique ability to form contracts with mutant beasts. Zhao Yin, what is this? Is it for me? Song Xiaodao asked expectantly. Zhao Yin raised his hand and tossed the evolution potion to her. Hold on to it. You can only use it when I allow it. Song Xiaodao joyfully received the vial, cradling it in her palm like a treasure. Thank you, Zhao Yin. Although she didn't know what was in the vial, the fact that Zhao Yin had this expression meant it was definitely something of great value. In fact, Song Xiaodao wasn't aware that a single vial of evolution potion could be worth the lives of hundreds or thousands of people in the apocalypse. Zhao Yin ignored Song Xiaodao further, holding the 3-star crystals dropped by the Zombie King, taking a deep breath, and then crushing them all at once. Mountain Cutting Blade, Grade D type, extraordinary weapon, durability 50, attack 54, additional effect of blade speed 15. Heavy armor, Grade D type, extraordinary defensive equipment, durability 60, attack 39, additional effect of stamina 20. Invisibility Tent, Grade A type, extraordinary mobile shelter, durability 430, attack 0, additional effect of invisibility. As 3 bursts of white light dissipated, Zhao Yin's breathing quickened. All 3-star crystals yielded good items. 2 pieces of grade weapons and defensive equipment, and 1 a grade mobile shelter. The rumors from his past life proved true. The star crystals birthed the Zombie King, and then the star crystals infused with the unknown energy within the Zombie King's body enhanced the quality of the items within the crystals. And a grade Zombie King produced in a grade item, so what could the star crystals of a higher grade Zombie King yield? S-grade. S-grade. Soon Zhao Yin dismissed that thought. Encountering a Zombie King had almost cost him his life. Who knew what kind of abilities a more powerful Zombie King possessed? As long as he was alive, Zhao Yin firmly believed that with the memories of a reborn person and the SS-grade ability he had already acquired, he would eventually obtain everything he desired. Next, Zhao Yin stored all the items away and was about to prepare to leave when he suddenly caught sight of a horn glinting cold light in the nearby mud. Zhao Yin glanced at the remaining single-horned water buffalo not far away and quietly picked up the broken horn. Although this buffalo horn was not an extraordinary weapon produced by a star crystal in terms of hardness and sharpness, it was no less than the grade weapon in Zhao Yin's hand, capable of piercing a large hole in the Zombie King's abdomen. Zhao Yin couldn't use it right now, but how could a good item be wasted here? Zhao Yin, where are we going next? The house is gone. Song Xiaodao pointed at the distant village where the small Western-style house they had stayed in last night had collapsed. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. Don't worry, there's a place to stay. Zhao Yin replied. He looked up at the sky. After this battle, it was already noon. Having just eaten a piece of stuffed bread and extraordinary iced tea, he didn't feel hungry, but Song Xiaodao and the little monkey must be starving. Zhao Yin didn't start a fire to cook chestnuts on the spot. Instead, he took the little monkey and Song Xiaodao and called the water buffalo back to the village. Crack! Zhao Yin took out the newly acquired grade weapon Mountain Cutting Blade, and with one slash the chestnut tree was cut down at its base. The bare trunk crashed down. Zhao Yin, why did you cut it down? Song Xiaodao asked in shock. To dig out the roots. Zhao Yin instructed, monkey, use your abilities to help. Earlier, due to insufficient space in the spatial ring, Zhao Yin hadn't considered taking this chestnut tree with him, but now he had contracted the water buffalo, whose massive size was like a living truck. The little monkey immediately activated its growth ability, and with its large hands it quickly dug into the ground, its speed rivaling that of excavators from before the apocalypse. Within minutes, it unearthed a root ball over 3 meters in diameter. The little monkey struggled to carry the root ball out of the pit. Zhao Yin snapped his fingers. Old cow. The water buffalo hurried over, looking at Zhao Yin with affection in its single eye. From now on, wherever we go, you must carry this root ball, and you are not allowed to put it down without my command, Zhao Yin said sternly. The water buffalo nodded obediently, communicating in a low voice. Understood, master. Zhao Yin used the mountain cutting blade to chop off a useless section of the chestnut tree trunk, carving out the contour of the water buffalo's shoulder on one side and flattening the other side to fit against its shoulder. Next, he peeled off the tattered clothing from the zombies, tore it into strips to make ropes, and secured the trunk to the water buffalo's front elbow, creating a stable support. Finally, Zhao Yin instructed the little monkey to place the root on the support and secured it with ropes. From now on, as long as Zhao Yin watered the root with a bottle of extraordinary farmer spring water every 2 to 3 days, he could ensure that the root would not die within 6 months. Once he had a living space, he could plant it. After completing everything, Zhao Yin found an empty area and took out the invisibility tent. Looking at this newly acquired upgrade item, a hint of anticipation appeared in Zhao Yin's eyes. He was eager to test its effects. In Zhao Yin's hands, the invisibility tent was like a palm-sized thin veil. With a thought, the tent quickly floated up and then rapidly expanded, until it enveloped an area of 300 square meters, slowly descending. In an instant, it enveloped Zhao Yin, Song Xiaodao, and the two mutant beasts within. Both the two mutated beasts and Song Xiaodao looked at Zhao Yin's actions in astonishment. Zhao Yin felt as if he were inside a gigantic yurt adorned with exquisite fabrics, a cerulean ceiling embroidered with the sun, moon, and stars, and round cloth walls embroidered with mountains, rivers, flowers, birds, fish, and insects. Even the uneven and dilapidated ground had transformed into a smooth wool carpet. Zhao Yin, is this what you just created? Song Xiaodao couldn't help but ask. Zhao Yin nodded. This is called an invisibility tent with over 400 defense points. In this apocalypse, nothing can breach it, providing us with an added layer of security. In high spirits, Zhao Yin finished speaking and stepped out of the tent. Song Xiaodao quickly followed, with the little monkey scampering behind, and even the water buffalo felt it couldn't be left out, moving its hooves to join them. As Zhao Yin stepped outside the tent and turned back to look, it was still the same patch of ruins. Suddenly, a small figure appeared out of thin air. It was Song Xiaodao, who had just exited the tent, followed closely by the little monkey and the water buffalo. Had it not been for the tent that Zhao Yin personally set up, his powerful spiritual sense would not have detected the existence of the invisibility tent. Old bull, charge forward with all your might, Zhao Yin instructed, pointing at the tent. The water buffalo was taken aback, staring at the empty space ahead. Although it was confused, it still activated its immense strength ability. The water buffalo charged forward suddenly. Since the master said to use its greatest strength, it needed to prove just how strong it was. A tremendous crash echoed. The water buffalo hit an invisible wall and with a rebound fell straight to the ground. Carrying several tons of weight, it took a while to slowly rise. The little monkey looked at the water buffalo with glee, while Song Xiaodao stared wide-eyed at the invisible wall in front of her. A faint smile appeared on Zhao Yin's lips as he held a mountain-splitting knife and slashed forward with force. Bang! He exerted all his strength, causing his arm to tingle, nearly losing grip of the mountain-splitting knife. He sensed that there wasn't even a scratch on the invisibility tent. Indeed, upgrade items were still remarkably powerful. After testing the tent's defensive capabilities, Zhao Yin took Song Xiaodao and the two mutated beasts back inside. It's time to eat, Zhao Yin announced. The two beasts and Song Xiaodao immediately gathered around, all eagerly watching Zhao Yin. He took out 30 raw chestnuts, not bothering to roast them, and tossed 20 to the little monkey, while only giving the water buffalo 10. This showed clear favoritism. Thank you, my great, handsome, invincible, most esteemed master, the little monkey exclaimed, joyfully bouncing around Zhao Yin after seeing that the water buffalo had half as many chestnuts. The monkey has a great memory. It hadn't forgotten how the water buffalo nearly got the master killed. The water buffalo glanced at the little monkey's chestnuts, then at its own, and its expression immediately fell. In its heart it thought, the master is biased. A little bull is very unhappy. If you want to have as many as the monkey, then work hard for me in the future. Zhao Yin scolded. Also, don't call yourself little bull. You take a good look at how big you are. From now on, you'll be called Old Bull. Got it? The water buffalo lowered its head, not daring to respond. Zhao Yin, what about me? Song Xiaodao quickly asked from the side. Why didn't you give me any chestnuts? The two mutated beasts had chestnuts, but it seemed Zhao Yin had forgotten her. Song Xiaodao instinctively placed her hand over her chest, where she had hidden a small piece of roasted chestnut from last night. Zhao Yin reached for her waist, where the butterfly knife was tied with a ragged cloth. He snatched it away and sat down on the wool carpet. Zhao Yin piled a bunch of chestnuts in front of him, the knife blade slicing through the chestnut shells, immediately creating a cut. With a gentle rub of his fingers, the chestnut skins fell away, revealing the golden chestnut meat inside. A few minutes later, Zhao Yin had peeled a dozen or so, then looked up at Song Xiaodao. These chestnuts are all for you. All for me. Song Xiaodao's spirit suddenly lifted. What mattered to her wasn't how many chestnuts Zhao Yin gave her, but that he personally helped her peel them. After the apocalypse, besides her brother, no one had ever treated her this well. Zhao Yin, unaware of the little girl's gaze, calmly said, before eating the chestnuts, drink the potion I gave you. Okay. Happy she didn't ask what kind of potion it was, took it and gulped it down. Gulp. Song Xiaodao smacked her lips and exclaimed, Zhao Yin, it's delicious. Yes, it's sweet and sour, Zhao Yin nodded. In the next moment, Song Xiaodao's face flushed red, her eyes wide as she stared at Zhao Yin. Wait, my stomach hurts. Zhao Yin, what exactly is this potion? It's an upgrade evolution potion, which can unlock the hidden evolutionary genes within you. If you can endure it, you'll gain strength like mine. If you can't, you'll either die or become an idiot. Zhao Yin remained calm. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Song Xiaodao complained, her complexion changing from red to white, then from white to green within seconds. Soon sweat soaked her forehead, and her white t-shirt was drenched, clinging tightly to her immature body. Song Xiaodao visibly started to lose weight. Zhao Yin understood the pain after taking the evolution potion and grabbed a chestnut. "Do you want me to feed you?" Song Xiaodao was about to nod in agreement when she suddenly recalled the scene of Zhao Yin feeding her leaves. Enduring the pain, she took the chestnut and began to munch on it. Zhao Yin continued peeling chestnuts, eating one himself, enjoying its crisp sweetness. He calmly observed Song Xiaodao. In his past life, she remained just an ordinary person until her last moment. In this life, Zhao Yin gave her this opportunity. He would not keep idle people by his side. Even though he remembered how she sacrificed herself for him in the last life, that was all. He provided her the best he could. Whether she could seize it depended on her. She would either become his powerful ally or die. Song Xiaodao continued munching on chestnuts, her small body trembling more and more violently, occasionally emitting muffled groans from her nose, yet she didn't stop eating. As long as she couldn't bear the pain and stopped even for a minute, she would starve to death. Zhao Yin glanced at the remaining 10 or so chestnuts in front of him and stopped peeling, as those would be enough for Song Xiaodao to endure until the evolution finished. He began organizing the extraordinary materials within his spatial ring. Today he had killed 26 grade zombies and a grade zombie king, resulting in a good haul. 9 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 2 packs of instant noodles for warmth, 3 packs of healing sandwich bread, 3 packs of energy-boosting compressed biscuits, 2 cans of tuna to resist grade viruses, and only 1 bottle of iced tea that doubles attributes within an hour. The little monkey had another bottle of iced tea. The original military uniform jacket was already damaged, and today he had found a new one. Additionally, there was 1 wolf-tooth club and 1 mountain-splitting knife, along with a grade women's suit. Zhao Yin didn't plan to use extraordinary food and water easily. Last time, if he hadn't run out of food to support his evolution, he wouldn't have touched a single bite. After directly putting away all extraordinary food, he began to organize his equipment. First up was the wolf-tooth club that had crushed the zombie king, which he intended to give to the little monkey. This thing was too heavy. Zhao Yin had only been able to smash the zombie king because he had the effect of iced tea, doubling his strength. Although the little monkey's strength couldn't match Zhao Yin's current power, once it activated its gigantic ability, its strength doubled, making it perfectly capable of wielding it. The grade mountain-splitting knife had attributes no worse than the wolf-tooth club, but was much lighter. Zhao Yin planned to keep it for himself. Thus the Tang knife was naturally replaced by Zhao Yin for the evolved Song Xiaodao. The butterfly knife was also left for Song Xiaodao, allowing her to continue using the watermelon cutter. Zhao Yin himself didn't prefer close combat. As for firearms and bows, Zhao Yin chose the best-maintained pistol along with 100 bullets, also preparing to give it to Song Xiaodao, while all the rest were put away. Next, there were grade heavy armor, grade women's suits, grade military jackets, and grade dresses to distribute. As for the fishnet stockings, Zhao Yin didn't even consider distributing them. They were essential for his escape and survival. How could he give them to others? The heavy armor appeared to be reminiscent of the Qin and Han dynasties, made from a pitch-black, extraordinary metal estimated by Zhao Yin to weigh at least 100 to 200 pounds. He could wear it himself, but it would be extremely exhausting and would actually reduce his combat effectiveness, so Zhao Yin also prepared to give it to the little monkey. One could imagine the scene of the little monkey after activating its giantization ability, clad in impenetrable armor, wielding a wolf-fawn club, rampaging through a horde of zombies effortlessly, slaying one powerful zombie after another, and collecting star crystals. Zhao Yin wiped his mouth, finally remembering that he should give the dress to Song Xiaodao. He could wear a maximum of 2 jackets, any more would hinder his movement. The military uniform must be worn on the outside, while the newly acquired women's suit was of a grade attributes far superior to that of the dress. Thus the dress was intended for the long-desired Song Xiaodao. After Zhao Yin figured out how to distribute the items, he turned back to look at Song Xiaodao. The freshly peeled chestnuts had all been consumed by her, and she had already fallen unconscious, needing at least 5 or 6 hours to wake up. He changed into the gear he needed, dividing the items meant for the little monkey and Song Xiaodao into 2 piles. Then Zhao Yin called for the little monkey. This heavy armor and wolf fawn club are both grade the best equipment I have. I was originally going to keep them for my own safety, but considering I raised you from infancy, I'm giving them all to you. The little monkey widened its eyes, staring blankly at the heavy armor and wolf fawn club that Zhao Yin pointed to. It clearly remembered that the terrifying zombie king was defeated by its master using the wolf fawn club. It never expected that its usually stingy master would actually give such a deadly weapon to it. This heavy armor is the real treasure. Defensive gear is rarer than weapons. With 60 points of sturdiness, it is only slightly inferior to that zombie king. Once you wear it, even armor-piercing rounds will struggle to harm you. Zhao Yin added. The little monkey looked up at Zhao Yin, tears welling in its eyes. Master, you're too good to me. You should wear this heavy armor yourself. It looked at its master, who was only wearing the military jacket underneath, which was a pink women's suit, and nearly cried. What I say goes, wear it. Go out now and kill zombies. Don't come back until before dark. Zhao Yin's face took on a stern and righteous demeanor. Bring me back all the star crystals and corpse crystals. He would not let the little monkey rest until Song Xiaodao woke up. With this set of great equipment, every minute and second for the little monkey would be filled with corpse crystals and star crystals. When the little monkey left, Zhao Yin thought for a moment and also gave it 30 chestnuts, a bottle of Nongfu Spring, and a piece of sandwich bread. Zhao Yin advised, if you get hungry, you can eat the chestnuts. This bottle of Nongfu Spring is enough to meet your daily hydration, needs no need to bring other supplies. However, the sandwich bread and that bottle of iced red tea are both good for survival, so don't use them casually unless absolutely necessary. The little monkey nodded repeatedly. Despite being tempted by extraordinary food, it had also been influenced by Zhao Yin and understood the value of extraordinary food, knowing to conserve it. Extraordinary defensive equipment can change size at will according to the wearer's physique. After putting on the heavy armor, the little monkey, which had not yet activated its abilities, found it very difficult to move, dragging the wolf Fong club as it stumbled out of the tent. Inside the hidden tent, it quieted down. Only Zhao Yin and the unconscious Song Xiaodao remained, along with the old cow nearby. Master, I also want to make a contribution, the old cow said in a deep voice. As another of Zhao Yin's contracted beasts, the little monkey had the wolf Fong club and heavy armor, along with extraordinary food and water. The old cow was enviously eager. Do you want to earn star crystals and corpse crystals for me too? Zhao Yin asked, turning back. The old cow looked down at its front hooves. It had no problem killing zombies, but it couldn't dig out corpse crystals and star crystals without hands. Master, the old cow is willing to kill zombies for you, but the old cow has a big secret to tell you, the water buffalo thought. Zhao Yin was slightly surprised. A big secret. It seemed that this water buffalo really harbored a secret. Just a few days had passed since a large number of animals mutated, yet it had evolved to a grade even faster than the little monkey, who followed Zhao Yin, indicating something was off. Earlier, the old cow almost harmed you. Because of this secret, it all started with how I came to be at odds with that group of zombies. This water buffalo was not the farming cow that Zhao Yin had imagined. It did not live in this village before the apocalypse. It was merely a beef cow purchased from the slaughterhouse in Guangzhou, which had been hastened to mature through science and harsh living conditions, actually only a year old. In the slaughterhouse, it witnessed its companions being killed, some while still alive, as their hides were cut open and water injected into their muscles, ultimately being made into various beef products. That kind of scene made it live in terror every day, its heart filled with hatred for humans, but it was helpless. Finally, on a deep night over a month ago, it was also dragged into the production workshop, thinking it was going to die. Unexpectedly, the meteor shower descended. The production workshop collapsed, and the water buffalo was trapped under the rubble. Fortunately, there was a slaughter frame supporting it, leaving it some breathing space, and nearby were several cows that had been slaughtered, leaving behind their stomachs, which contained some grass remnants and moisture. The water buffalo struggled to survive for a month, and finally, a few days ago, it suddenly gained strength and broke through the ceiling of the workshop. It stepped into this apocalypse. At first glance, the water buffalo saw those butchers from before. Each one of them changed, wandering through the ruins of the slaughterhouse. The water buffalo didn't know what was happening. In its anger, it charged forward, knocking them all over, trampling them into meat paste with its iron hooves. It discovered that its strength was extraordinarily powerful, rampaging and slaughtering wildly, but gradually it began to sustain injuries, having to avoid large hordes of zombies and seeking dirty water when thirsty, eating the newly sprouted grass shoots when hungry. Until 2 days ago, the water buffalo accidentally stumbled into that industrial park and discovered a shrub bearing 2 bright red fruits. Even from a distance, it caught a whiff of the fragrance. That peculiar aroma captivated the water buffalo to this day. At that time, it only ate 1 fruit, and a severe pain coursed through its body, causing it to collapse. When it woke up, it found its strength had greatly increased, along with a newfound armored ability. The water buffalo regained confidence, ready to eat the remaining fruit, but unexpectedly, the zombie king, the overlord of the industrial park, suddenly appeared. Thus began a battle between 1 cow and 1 zombie, ultimately resulting in the water buffalo being injured and escaping to the outskirts, where it encountered Zhao Yin last night. At that time, the water buffalo had come from a distance, drawn by the leaves of the chestnut tree, feeling a similarity between the leaves of the chestnut tree and that shrub, so it began to eat, discovering that it could actually heal its injuries. The water buffalo knew that the leaves were planted by Zhao Yin, and thus it ultimately chose not to kill Zhao Yin. After its injuries healed, it left, planning to return to the industrial park to seize the remaining fruit. The subsequent events were witnessed by the little monkey and conveyed to Zhao Yin. Was the shrub's leaves needle-like with colorful branches covered in a layer of golden fuzz and the fruits red with a hint of golden threads? Zhao Yin asked. The old cow's eyes showed astonishment. Master, how did you know? Zhao Yin's breath became slightly heavy, suddenly realizing. He was all too familiar with that kind of fruit, having harvested it for Lin Tianfeng in his past life. Yet that was 3 years after the apocalypse. Lin Tianfeng's rise during the apocalypse, where he dominated other SS-level ability users, was inextricably linked to those 3 fruits. In his previous life, when Zhao Yin first acquired this kind of fruit, Lin Tianfeng gratefully asked him to name it, and Zhao Yin called it the golden silk fruit. The golden silk fruit could elevate level mutated beasts by 1 rank, but its greatest effect was to directly activate a special ability of the mutated beast. It is important to note that most mutated beasts possess only 1 special ability. Zhao Yin was particularly impressed by the little monkey because it possessed 2. Furthermore, all mutated beasts' abilities are innate and rarely change. Each additional ability can double the strength of a mutated beast of the same level, even leading to domination. In his past life, over 7 years, Zhao Yin had only seen the golden silk fruit enhance the abilities of mutated beasts. Unfortunately, the number of such rare items was too small to cultivate. A fruit tree could produce at most 2 fruits, most often just 1, and once ripened the tree would wither and die. Zhao Yin never expected that the small city of Guangzhou not only had a zombie king, but also a golden silk fruit. Slap. Zhao Yin smacked the old bull on the head. Why didn't you tell me sooner? To the old bull, this slap felt like merely scratching an itch, but it pretended to be in great pain. I'm sorry, master, my memory isn't very good. In fact, the old bull had only been Zhao Yin's mutated beast for less than 3 hours. Zhao Yin had been busy, and it had no chance to inform him. Zhao Yin changed his tone. If you make a mistake, you must admit it. I want to erase your contributions. If we get that golden silk fruit, you can choose any 3 extraordinary foods, plus it'll reward you with 100 chestnuts. The old bull immediately expressed immense gratitude. It had never eaten extraordinary food, but seeing how eagerly the little monkey had reacted, it assumed it must taste incredible. At that moment, Song Xiaodao had not yet awakened, and Zhao Yin could not take her to search for the golden silk fruit. The journey was too unsafe. Zhao Yin also could not divide his vital forces between 2 places. His principle in the apocalypse was always to prioritize safety. Thus, Zhao Yin decided to wait for Song Xiaodao to wake up before picking the golden silk fruit. That place was an industrial park, the most densely populated area of zombies in Guangzhou, so it was unlikely that anyone or mutated beasts would harvest the golden silk fruit first. Zhao Yin stepped out of the invisible tent, and the old bull quickly followed, resembling the most loyal bodyguard. Immediately, Zhao Yin used his spatial ring to clean up the site of the small villa. The old bull, not knowing what Zhao Yin was about to do, was too frightened to breathe. It still remembered that it had caused the collapse of that small villa. Eventually, Zhao Yin found a deformed tent in the ruins, then continued to search, and quickly unearthed a deformed pot that still contained a few half-cooked chestnuts. This morning, when the old bull collided with the small villa, Zhao Yin had instructed the little monkey to grab Song Xiaodao and run, leaving these items buried here. Zhao Yin casually tapped the deformed pot, making it look less unsightly, and then stored it in the spatial ring. He then proceeded to the location where he had previously discarded food and daily necessities. After a long time had passed, the discarded food, having lost the protection of the spatial ring, had deteriorated even further. The self-heating rice and instant noodles had grown a layer of green mold, while the salt-baked chicken, cooked beef, marinated eggs, and ham sausages had all rotted and stank. After taking a quick glance, Zhao Yin ignored it. He packed up the daily necessities he had previously discarded along with the 10 buckets of well water. Then Zhao Yin made a wooden frame to secure all the retrieved supplies on the old bull's back. With this beef cargo truck, how could Zhao Yin not make use of it? The old bull was panting heavily with a massive tree root on its back, and along with these supplies it felt like carrying a small mountain. Zhao Yin nodded in satisfaction. Work hard. Ooh, I won't forget your contributions. When the opportunity arises in the future, I will make you a more powerful mutated beast. Thank you, master. Keep it up. Zhao Yin patted the old bull's head, resembling a cult leader. He casually tossed a few half-cooked muddy chestnuts to the old bull. The old bull was not picky. It chewed and swallowed them in a few bites, feeling invigorated as it followed Zhao Yin into the tent. 3 hours later, the sun was setting, and the little monkey returned. It was clad in armor, clanking with each step, one hand holding a blood-soaked wolf-tooth club, and the other grasping a bundle made of tattered cloth. Master, I got 3 star crystals and 3 level corpse crystals, plus 536 unranked corpse crystals. The little monkey exclaimed, seeking praise. Which zombie group did you wipe out? Zhao Yin asked in surprise. He never expected the little monkey to be so bold. At least 500 or 600 zombies must have been killed, including 3 at the F level. The little monkey proudly communicated telepathically. It was that school. the zombies there dared to scratch my butt yesterday, and today I wiped out most of them. Zhao Yin immediately remembered the school where he encountered the female zombie. He recalled asking the little monkey to distract the horde, and it indeed had been injured on its rear. A day had passed, and the little monkey was now capable of independently wiping out half a horde of zombies. Were you hurt? Have some chestnuts and rest well. Zhao Yin took out 10 chestnuts and accepted the bundle handed over by the little monkey. The little monkey had finished all the chestnuts it brought, and had consumed the bottle of Nongfu Spring clad in heavy armor, and dragging a few hundred pounds of wolf tooth club, its stamina was greatly depleted. The little monkey continued to seek praise. Master, if I hadn't held back from drinking the iced tea, I could have wiped out the entire horde. It's not worth wasting extraordinary food on ordinary zombies. You did well, monkey. Zhao Yin continued to flatter. No praise. Then he turned to the old bull. Did you see that? Learn from it in the future. The old bull looked at the little monkey with envy, nodding repeatedly. It thought about how after its master harvested the golden silk fruit it would receive even more rewards, and it couldn't wait any longer. After dismissing the little monkey and giving the old bull a nudge, he opened the bundle. Over 500 unranked corpse crystals contained energy equivalent to about 5 level corpse crystals. Adding the 3 level corpse crystals raised Zhao Yin's evolution level to 1000. This growth rate seemed slow, but it was the fastest way for an evolved being to increase strength. In fact, if this rate of obtaining corpse crystals had been available to Zhao Yin in his past life, he would have been utterly astonished. To quickly enhance his evolution speed, he could only kill zombies of the same level or higher, but wasn't it easy to slay them? After using the corpse crystals, Zhao Yin took out 3-star crystals and opened one directly. Nongfu Spring. Again, starting with the most useless Nongfu Spring, Zhao Yin had grown accustomed to it, and proceeded to open the 2nd-star crystal. Beef canned food grade E-type extraordinary food replenishes energy consumption for 24 hours upon consumption with a permanent power effect of 1. Finally, it was no longer a one-time consumable of the F level, bringing Zhao Yin joy. Although it only added 1 point of strength, Zhao Yin understood that there was no upper limit to this. In his past life, Lin Tianfeng had consumed more than 1,000 cans of this type of canned food, and merely the strength it provided could crush peers among evolved beings. Zhao Yin planned to eat it when he was alone, as his image in front of his subordinates had always been one of thrift and setting an example. He couldn't let those gluttons see him. Zhao Yin opened the 3rd-star crystal. Zhao Yin looked at the transparent glass bottle in his hand with a complex expression. The liquid inside the bottle displayed a captivating amber color. Within 10 minutes, his strength would increase by a full 80 points. Combined with Zhao Yin's own strength attributes and the attack bonuses from his equipment, he was confident he could take down even a D-level zombie. However, the side effects were too severe. 3 hours of mental confusion. In the pre-apocalyptic world, it wouldn't have mattered much. But in this apocalypse, even 3 minutes could cost him his life. Zhao Yin had not yet decided how to use this thing and stored it in his spatial ring. At that moment, Song Xiaodao finally opened her eyes. Human female level evolver, evolution rate 1000, strength 16, agility 17, stamina 12, spirit 11, life, countdown 31,057 days. Her attributes were not much different from Zhao Yin's at level, except she had not activated her abilities, and her mental strength was significantly reduced. Zhao Yin, the little girl said, still a bit dazed, calling out his name. As Zhao Yin turned to look, he activated his true vision eye. These pieces of equipment are yours. Starting today, you will also fight zombies with me. After saying that, Zhao Yin fixed his gaze on Song Xiaodao. Upon hearing that she would also have to kill zombies, she immediately shook her head vigorously, even hesitating to accept the chestnuts Zhao Yin handed her. Zhao Yin, I'd rather help you cut off heads. After all, you need someone to collect star crystals and corpse crystals, and all that fighting should still require little monkey. In this apocalypse, killing is fundamental to survival. What if I die in the future? How will you survive? Zhao Yin interrupted Song Xiaodao, speaking earnestly. Young people should learn more. Relying on others is ultimately inferior. Only what you learn yourself can be yours, and then you can face any crisis. Only then did Song Xiaodao realize that Zhao Yin was actually considering her well-being. It turned out this guy cared so much about her. In that moment, Song Xiaodao felt that Zhao Yin's figure grew taller, gradually overlapping with the image of her older brother in her heart. Her eyes grew warm as she accepted the chestnuts from Zhao Yin, whispering, I understand now, Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin sighed, silently turning to exit the hidden tent, his voice slightly hoarse. Xiaodao, from now on, I'll try to handle the head cutting myself. We need to focus on nurturing you before discussing anything else. With that, Zhao Yin's tall figure vanished outside the tent, his voice continuing to echo. I've given you the dress you like, put it on. A girl should look beautiful. As the master of the contract, he should remain in the background, letting his subordinates do the fighting. Walking along the river, how could one avoid getting wet? Today's zombie king reminded Zhao Yin that he should avoid risking his life in battle. Song Zaidao's eyes became moist, unable to regain her composure for a long time. She tightly gripped the chestnuts in her hand, her knuckles turning white. Mom and Dad, brother, do you know? I've met a good person. Song Xiaodao changed into the dress, and like Zhao Yin strapped the butterfly knife to her arm with the tang knife and pistol hanging at her waist, and the extra bullets wrapped in a rag and stuffed into her chest. She quickly finished the 3 chestnuts with a crunching sound, and the light before her suddenly brightened as Zhao Yin retracted the hidden tent. Zhao Yin, where are we going next? In that moment, Song Xiaodao felt that as long as this man was by her side, any place in this apocalypse would feel like home. Back to Guangzhou to kill zombies. Unbeknownst to when the barren world stirred with the wind, causing Zhao Yin's short hair to become even messier. He too was watching Song Xiaodao. The little girl seemed to have grown a bit taller after her evolution, and that dress suited her while showcasing her curves. Yet she still stood barefoot in the mud. Zhao Yin looked down at his sneakers revealing his toes and sighed inwardly. There were plenty of equipment dropped from the star crystals, but why were there no pants or shoes? Monkey old bull, have you all eaten your fill? Once you are full, it's time to work. Zhao Yin said, pointing towards Guangzhou, target the industrial park. Monkey will lead the way, Xiaodao will provide cover, and Old Bull will stay close to protect me. Squeak. Who? Little Monkey and Old Bull were both excited. Even Song Xiaodao had a solemn look on her face. Without hesitation, Little Monkey brandished his wolf fawn club and charged forward with Song Xiaodao quickly following, while Zhao Yin and Old Bull brought up the rear. The two of them along with their 2 beasts gradually moved away. The wind howled, the stars and moon rose, and the world was shrouded in gloom. Suddenly Zhao Yin recalled that in his past life, an old survivor in his camp had once said, "This world should have been a place for humans during the day and for other creatures at night. Yet humans occupied both day and night, thus punishment descended upon the world. Humans had turned into zombies, endlessly wandering. Now, without the constraints of social frameworks and without the hardships of survival from his past life, Zhao Yin suddenly felt that perhaps the apocalypse wasn't so bad. At least Song Xiaodao was free from the pressures of academic competition, without endless memorization, homework, research, or remedial classes. Ordinary people no longer had to struggle to repay home loans and car loans, nor face workplace competition. There was no need for false smiles or tears for anyone. Little Monkey was no longer imprisoned in a zoo waiting to die. Old Bull would not be made into beef products. Lost in thought, Zhao Yin quickly arrived in the urban area of Guangzhou. What lay before him were the ruins of collapsed buildings, dilapidated roads, wrecked cars, and aimlessly wandering zombies. This time Zhao Yin chose not to use the ruins for cover and directly led Little Monkey along the broken road. Roar! A zombie immediately spotted Zhao Yin and his group staggering towards Little Monkey at the front. In the blink of an eye, dozens of zombie howls erupted nearby, with zombies pouring in from all directions. Squeak! Roar! Little Monkey activated his abilities, his frail body rapidly expanding. His monkey face twisted into a fierce expression, and as he grew, the squeaks turned into terrifying roars. In an instant, Little Monkey transformed into a 2-meter-tall beast, wildly swinging his wolf fawn club. Bang! 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 The 3 zombies charging forward were instantly smashed, their heads exploding. Immediately after, Little Monkey charged into the horde of zombies, and with every swing, several zombies fell to the ground. The zombies clinging to Little Monkey's heavy armor could not shake him at all. He resembled a meat grinder, leaving a trail of black blood in his wake. Old Bull also breathed heavily. Master, I want to join in too. Go ahead, compete with Monkey, and see who can kill faster and more. Zhao Yin stood on his toes and patted Old Bull's rear. Old Bull invigorated thought, as an 11 mutated beast, how could he let a monkey surpass him? He unleashed both of his abilities, further expanding his already 2-meter-tall body, muscles bulging with explosive power, and then suddenly charged out. In the next moment, Old Bull crashed through the area with the most gathered zombies, scattering them in all directions. Among them was an unknown zombie's severed arm that thudded to Zhao Yin's feet. Zhao Yin looked down, wiping a drop of black blood from his face. In terms of combat awareness, Old Bull was stronger than Little Monkey. After all, it had been roaming the industrial park since its mutation, having no doubt killed countless zombies. At that moment, before the zombies had even grouped up, over half had already been cleared out by the 2 mutated beasts. Song Xiaodao had expected a deadly battle, but found that not a single zombie had approached her. She stared at the awe-inspiring figures of the 2 mutated beasts, momentarily frozen in place. Go help out. If you don't kill 10 zombies today, you won't get any late-night snacks tonight. Zhao Yin's voice came from behind. 10. Song Xiaodao turned to Zhao Yin, pouting. I'm still a child, can't we kill fewer? She hesitated, pondering how to kill a zombie to report back to Zhao Yin and call it a day. In the apocalypse, there are no children, only life and death. Zhao Yin declared loudly. If you lack the ability, you will perish. Only the strong can survive. You are now an evolver stronger than most survivors. I give you 1 minute to kill the first zombie. If you fail tonight, it'll make you take the monkey's place as the vanguard. Song Zidao's legs went weak. Oh, was she really going to be the vanguard? Wouldn't that mean certain death? She drew her tang knife, steeling her nerves as she approached the horde of zombies engaged with the little monkey. Song Xiaodao had planned to sneak attack a careless zombie, but as soon as she got close, that zombie abandoned its assault on the little monkey and lunged directly at her. She panicked and swung her tang knife in a frenzy. Thud! The zombie's shoulder was cut clean off, but it seemed oblivious to the injury, continuing to lunge at her with one arm. At this moment, Song Xiaodao realized she couldn't react in time and fell flat on her back, crying out, "Zhao Yin, help!" Zhao Yin had anticipated this, stepping forward to kick the disarmed zombie over and swiftly beheaded it, pulling her up from the ground. To kill zombies, you must decapitate them. Remember to swing your knife with force, and don't let the skull trap your blade, and avoid getting scratched or bitten, or you too will become a zombie like them. Zhao Yin sternly instructed. Song Xiaodao, still trembling from fear, pressed against Zhao Yin, her voice quivering as she said, "Can you not make me kill zombies? I can work for you instead. Work is a must and zombies must be killed. I told you before, since you followed me, your life is mine. If you try to leave, I will kill you." Zhao Yin pushed Song Xiaodao away, pointing at a nearby zombie. "Go kill it. This is your only way out." He had experienced this all in his past life. When he first killed a zombie, many couldn't even pick up a weapon and ended up torn apart while wetting themselves. Song Xiaodao was still a child, and at least she hadn't wet herself yet. Tears streamed down her face as she glared fiercely at Zhao Yin, the favorable impression she once had of him evaporating in that moment. At this moment, the nearby zombies had been mostly cleared out by the little monkey and old Neo. Song Xiaodao dared not disobey Zhao Yin's orders and hurriedly charged in with her tang knife. One zombie let out a howl and rushed towards Song Xiaodao. She swung her knife down onto its head. The strength of an level evolver was far beyond what a regular zombie could resist. Due to her excessive force, the zombie was cleaved in half, its black and green entrails spilling everywhere, accompanied by a foul stench. At this moment, with the nearby zombies all dealt with by old Neo, and the little monkey, Song Xiaodao stared blankly at the corpse she had just slain. In her understanding, zombies had always been the most terrifying creatures in the world since the outbreak. Later, when she saw Zhao Yin effortlessly slaughter zombies, she had marveled at his strength. She never expected that now she had done it herself. Was this really a zombie she had killed? Song Xiaodao felt as if she were dreaming. Suddenly, a warm hand gently stroked her head, and she heard Zhao Yin's voice beside her, "Well done." Song Xiaodao felt a strange warmth in her heart. After all, she was still just a child and didn't hold grudges. "Zhao Yin, shouldn't you think him useless?" Those earlier words were a bit harsh, but I had to be clear with you. People must grow sometimes. If we don't push ourselves, how will we know our true potential? Zhao Yin ruffled Song Zidao's hair with one hand while the other was tucked behind him, gazing up at the night sky at a 45-degree angle, his jawline prominent and rugged. In that moment, Song Xiaodao looked into his eyes, which sparkled brightly. "I'm sorry, Zhao Yin, but it's all my fault for being too timid and disappointing you." Zhao Yin didn't respond. Instead, he instructed, "Go to work and bring me back all the corpse crystals." After saying this, he personally bent down to dig into the head of a corpse in front of him, quickly retrieving a crystal of no grade. He couldn't even be bothered to wipe it down. He simply crushed it and absorbed its energy. Song Xiaodao hurriedly put away her tang knife and took out her butterfly knife to resume her original work. Old Neo, go crush all the intact heads. Monkey, you go dig for corpse crystals too. Zhao Yin ordered, raising his head. Since he was personally working, how could the two mutated beasts just stand by idly? As soon as the two mutated beasts finished their battle, they hurriedly stored away their abilities upon hearing his command. The little monkey smashed a nearby head to pieces with a stick, then directly reached in to pull out the corpse crystal, while old Neo, lacking hands, helped Song Xiaodao crush the heads, allowing her to simply retrieve the star crystals. In just a few minutes, 157 ungraded corpse crystals were absorbed by Zhao Yin, increasing his evolution rate by 0.0157. Next, the two humans and two beasts continued toward the industrial park, leaving a trail of dead bodies in their wake. The flubble zombies of the entire Guangzhou city had been summoned by the Zombie King and were mostly wiped out this morning outside the southern suburbs. Thus, they did not encounter a single graded zombie along the way. The group gradually approached the industrial park. Ahead in the ruins, dozens of zombies appeared again, but this time, they were all lying on the ground completely still. These zombies looked battered and broken. "Zhao Yin, are those zombies sleeping?" Song Xiaodao asked. "Zombies don't need to sleep." Zhao Yin frowned. It was clear these zombies had been killed by someone. Just as he wondered who would dare come here to kill zombies, the little monkey sent a mental message. "Master, it was old Neo who did it last night." Zhao Yin suddenly realized and ordered the two beasts and Song Xiaodao to extract the corpse crystals. They soon encountered several more bodies killed by old Neo, and finally found one Flevel zombie, both Star Crystal and Corpse Crystal intact. Zhao Yin directly opened the Star Crystal. Nongfu Spring. He smacked his lips and stored it in his spatial ring. At this moment his evolution rate rose to 1003215. Zombies began to cluster densely ahead, and occasionally large groups of thousands would appear. After several hours of intense battle, the little monkey and old Neo were both panting heavily. Zhao Yin had no choice but to let them stop to rest, regaining their energy before continuing forward, but he never allowed them to actively kill zombies again. If they were surrounded by large hordes of zombies here, even old Neo and the little monkey wouldn't survive. As they ventured deeper into the industrial park, the zombies became increasingly dense, making it nearly impossible to move. Zhao Yin dared not make a sound. When he asked old Neo, he was informed that ever since the Zombie King appeared, the zombies had been multiplying here, and he hadn't ventured deeply into this area in a long time. The industrial park wasn't large, but it had summoned nearly 100,000 zombies by the Zombie King. Even a level mutated beast would find it hard to escape if surrounded. Mutated beasts are merely flesh and blood, but once their abilities are exhausted, they too will be overwhelmed by the zombie horde. As they delved deeper into the industrial park, zombies wandered everywhere, stretching endlessly dense as the temple fares before the apocalypse. Zhao Yin and the others stopped beneath a dilapidated thermal insulation tile. Old Neo, how much farther? Zhao Yin dared not speak aloud, asking in thought. Just climb over the concrete pile ahead, and we will be there, old Neo replied mentally. At this moment, Zhao Yin was able to see clearly where the golden silk fruit was located. That area was not the most densely populated by zombies, and a fair amount of vegetation was growing nearby. After the apocalypse, the wild grass and shrubs had taken root in the concrete. Given Zhao Yin's physique and agility, it wouldn't be difficult for him to sneak over and pick the golden silk fruit using the gaps in the ruins and the cover of vegetation. I will go pick the golden silk fruit. You stay here and wait for me, Zhao Yin whispered. Zhao Yin. Song Xiaodao grabbed the corner of Zhao Yin's clothing, her little face filled with worry, pouting and saying, I want to go with you. No, if the zombies here are startled, I won't be able to protect you either, Zhao Yin said sternly. If he was discovered by the zombies alone, he might still escape, but bringing Song Xiaodao along would be tantamount to sending her to her doom. Old Neo and Monkey, if there is any danger, I will escape first. You two hide here with Xiaodao and wait until the horde calms down before returning the way we came. After we get out, we will meet up in the previous village. Zhao Yin took precautions, then took out all the compressed biscuits he had for replenishing energy, totaling 3 pieces. For that golden silk fruit, he was quite willing to spend this much. 2 pieces for little monkey, 1 piece for old Neo. If you two are also discovered by the zombies and your powers are exhausted, eat 1 piece to replenish your energy. Remember, you must protect Xiaodao well. The 2 mutated beasts nodded. They could sense that this was Zhao Yin's command, leaving no room for negotiation. Once Zhao Yin had given all his instructions, he turned and moved forward. In truth, all of these arrangements stemmed from Zhao Yin's cautious nature, just in case. He was confident he could easily pick the golden silk fruit, and traversing this distance wasn't particularly difficult. Moreover, there was the cover of the vegetation. Zhao Yin carefully chose to walk through the gaps in the concrete, making no sound. When there was absolutely no cover, he would crouch down and crawl through the plants. After a dozen minutes, Zhao Yin successfully crossed the concrete pile that old Neo had mentioned. Ahead was a large open space, and he immediately spotted a small shrub swaying 30 meters away in the night breeze. Hanging from it was a fruit. The bright red skin faintly revealed a golden thread. The golden silk fruit. Zhao Yin took a deep breath. The nearby zombies seemed uninterested in the golden silk fruit. Even when they wandered close to the tree, they ignored it completely. Zhao Yin slipped into the grass, cautiously crawling forward 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. 8 meters. 5 meters. Suddenly, a zombie slowly wandered toward Zhao Yin. In the grass, he could see that it had once been a young man with tattered clothes showing the logo of a certain tire factory. The zombie's body had completely recovered, and it wouldn't be long before it evolved to Flevel. Beneath its pale skin, the veins appeared a disgusting black purple crawling across its face like earthworms, with murky viscous liquid dripping from its mouth. Drip, drip. As the zombie approached, a drop of drool fell onto Zhao Yin's eyelid, and he dared not move. Fortunately, he had showered last night, so he didn't smell too strongly of sweat, and with the wind blowing, the scent was diluted, allowing the zombie not to detect him. The zombie slowly passed in front of Zhao Yin, gradually walking away. Zhao Yin wiped the drool off his eyelid and continued crawling forward, quickly reaching the golden silk fruit tree. He didn't immediately reach for the fruit, instead remaining hidden in the grass, carefully observing his surroundings. Until within 10 meters, all the zombies turned their backs. In that instant, Zhao Yin suddenly leaped up. He accurately grabbed the golden silk fruit, and as his body descended, he pulled the fruit from the tree. Immediately after, Zhao Yin's body fell back into the grass. Having done all this took no more than 2 seconds. Not a single zombie noticed. Zhao Yin looked at the golden silk fruit in his hand. Just as he was about to feel delighted, a loud shout suddenly came from not far away. There's someone there, help. Nest. Zhao Yin cursed inwardly when he saw that it was a middle-aged bald man in a dirty suit clutching a 5 or 6-year-old boy in his arms, crawling out from a crack that was barely recognizable as a sewer opening. Finally, someone has come. Help save my son. The man shouted while quickly running toward Zhao Yin. Roar. The nearby zombies instantly erupted into chaos. If viewed from above, one would see that the once silent industrial park resembled a swarming ant nest. Countless zombies frantically gathered around the man and Zhao Yin. In that moment, Zhao Yin hesitated not at all. He stood up and ran. If he were to be surrounded, even if his current strength multiplied several times, he would likely still be doomed. Once the zombies surrounded him, the grass would no longer conceal his figure. At that point, escaping would be difficult. The only thing Zhao Yin could do then would be to deploy a cloaking tent for hiding. These ordinary zombies couldn't breach the tent's defenses, but doing so would only attract more zombies outside, ultimately leading to being trapped here. Brother, you are the first person I've encountered in over a month. Please don't run. Please save my son. The man yelled behind him, his voice gradually trembling. Zhao Yin wanted to curse. He hadn't anticipated that in this industrial park with no room for survival, there would still be someone who managed to live on. This father and son had managed to evade his senses, and they must have escaped the zombies in the same manner. Zhao Yin had no time to figure out how they did it. The man behind him was shouting louder, and the horde was quickly closing and making Zhao Yin a target for the zombies as well. He took out the last bottle of iced red tea from his spatial ring and gulped it down. Without a word, Zhao Yin's speed surged significantly as he selected the weakest direction of the zombie horde, desperately sprinting as if his pants were about to fall off. Bastard, how can you just watch someone die? I can die, but why not save my son? The horde had already surrounded the man and the boy, countless hands reaching out toward them, and the little boy was crying loudly. In the next moment, the horde instantly overwhelmed the father and son, hands grabbing at them, arms and legs pulling, fighting to bite. The man desperately tried to protect the boy in his arms, but suddenly with a crack, a zombie tore the boy's head off in an instant, blood spraying, and the nearby zombies became even more excited. Son, the man screamed in agony. Ultimately, the man was also pinned to the ground by the zombies, and in an instant the flesh from his body was bitten away, yet he still clung desperately to the headless corpse in his arms. Son, our food is finished. We have no water. Daddy doesn't know how to save you. Soon the man was torn to pieces by the horde, leaving not even bones behind. Until the very end, he never saw that guy turn back. Throughout it all, Zhao Yin said not a word, not even a glance, only focused on saving himself. Zhao Yin was still surrounded by the horde. Despite exerting all his effort to escape, he had reached the edge of the industrial park. However, ahead the zombies had formed a wall with not a single gap remaining. Zhao Yin directly drew his machete, slicing down 4 or 5 zombies in front of him. Before the horde could close in, he quickly moved forward, then swung his blade, stepping. This high-intensity slaughter allowed him to slowly move towards the exit of the industrial park. Countless zombies' sharp claws scratched against him. Although ordinary zombies couldn't break through the defenses of his military jacket and fishing net stockings, Zhao Yin's exposed skin had already sustained numerous wounds. He had just killed a few zombies beside him when he quickly took out a can of tuna resistant to viruses, opened the lid, and shoved it into his mouth. Due to this delay, several zombies had bitten his arms, thighs, and chest. While they couldn't tear through his clothing, the bites were still painful. If he hadn't dodged at the last moment, his neck would have already been bitten through by a zombie. Zhao Yin was furious, swinging his machete wildly. The smell of blood left by the bald man and his son wafted through the air. Even though they had been devoured to the point that not a bone was left, countless zombies were still rushing toward that direction, one after another. Usually the zombies wandered aimlessly, turning around to avoid obstacles, but now the allure of flesh had driven the horde completely mad. So much so that a few zombies, while climbing over a broken wall, fell into the crevice where Song Xiaodao and the two beasts were hiding. Bang! 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 Little Monkey swung his wolf fang club, swiftly dispatching these zombies, which in turn attracted the attention of other nearby zombies. Roar! 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 In an instant, a chain reaction occurred as countless zombies pounced into the crevice. Song Xiaodao's face turned pale, her hand gripping the tang, sword trembling. The little monkey deeply remembered Zhao Yin's instructions before leaving and immediately devoured a piece of compressed biscuit. Its energy quickly replenished. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Roar. It activated its giant transformation ability, effortlessly tossing Song Xiaodao onto its shoulder and leaped out of the crevice. Before it loomed an endless horde of zombies. A wall of corpses was no longer sufficient to describe it. It should be called a mountain of zombies. The little monkey charged into the sea of zombies, instantly being engulfed by countless undead. The heavy armor clinked as the zombie's sharp claws scraped against it, creating sparks. The spiked club swung relentlessly, and with each strike several zombies were smashed to pieces. Boom. A loud crash next to it was Old Bull rushing and scattering a pile of zombies beside the little monkey, instantly alleviating some of its pressure. For a moment the two beasts looked incredibly fierce, turning countless zombies into nothing more than meat mush through their coordinated attacks. In just over 10 minutes the two beasts had slain thousands of zombies. But there were simply too many, and the two beasts had barely moved a few meters. As time passed, their stamina rapidly dwindled. First, the little monkey began to slow down in swinging its spiked club. Thud! A zombie with a severed leg crawled to the little monkey's feet and bit down on its calf, where the heavy armor offered no protection. At that moment, the little monkey was swinging its spiked club, crushing a few zombies in front of it. With a slightly slower reaction, a large chunk of flesh was torn from its leg by that zombie. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and soon all the surrounding zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, pounced toward the little monkey's legs. They were merely following their instincts to bite, yet they precisely found the weak spots in its heavy armor. In the blink of an eye, the little monkey's legs were covered with zombies' blood soaking through, exposing the white bones in many places where the flesh had been devoured raw, leaving it barely able to stand. Roar! Pain flickered across the little monkey's fierce face, but more so was the anger. It suddenly swung its club, smashing all the zombies beneath its feet. In the next moment, it no longer cared, pulling out the ice-red tea sandwich bread and the second piece of compressed biscuit that Zhao Yin had given it. "Little monkey, it'll help you," said Song Xiaodao, who was riding on the little monkey's neck. The little monkey immediately passed the supplies in its hand to her, continuing to crush the oncoming horde of corpses. Song Xiaodao quickly tore open the sandwich bread and stuffed it into the little monkey's big mouth. Next came the compressed biscuit and the ice-red tea. The little monkey swallowed all the food in one gulp without time to savor it. In the next moment, the wounds on its legs visibly stopped bleeding, healed, and new flesh began to grow. Its energy rapidly surged back, and then immense power erupted from within, doubling its attributes. At that moment, its strength had surpassed that of Old Bull, the rank mutated beast. The monkey's face twisted, and then its body began to swell again, muscles rapidly bulging. Roar! Roar! It seemed to be enduring intense pain. After several howls, its height had already exceeded 3 meters, with one arm as thick as a water barrel. Its golden fur grew wildly, soon reaching half a foot in length, dancing wildly with the night wind. Power! Frenzy! Finally, this monkey awakened its second ability for the first time in its life. Even Zhao Yin had never seen the little monkey activate its second ability in this life. It should have only been able to activate it upon reaching a rank. Yet as the little monkey's strength surged, the fury within it erupted into a frenzy. Boom! The terrifying figure suddenly swung the spiked club, unleashing a deafening sonic boom. The wall of corpses in front of it was instantly blasted away, sending a mass of bodies flying and crushing many zombies' bones. The terrifying monkey, clad in heavy armor, stepped forward, swiftly crossing 30 or 40 meters, continuously smashing its spiked club forward. Shattered corpses flew in all directions, creating a bloody path. Old Bull behind it was also invigorated, not expecting that this monkey actually had a second ability, which seemed even stronger than its own second ability, iron armor. Then Old Bull quickly reacted and followed closely in the monkey's footsteps. Zhao Yin lay in the crevice among the ruins, his face a bloody mess, his features unrecognizable. The back of his left hand exposed bare white bones, and a large hole in his neck was gushing blood. He gasped heavily, struggling to take out a piece of sandwich bread to swallow, then closed his eyes. After more than 10 minutes, Zhao Yin's injuries finally healed, but he had lost too much blood, and his complexion remained pale. He opened a bottle of Nongfu Spring and drank over half of it before stuffing a handful of chestnut leaves into his mouth, chewing as he crawled out of the crevice among the ruins. Zhao Yin climbed onto the highest broken wall nearby, looking towards the industrial area. There the zombie tide surged wildly, suggesting that the little monkey and the others had fallen into a tight encirclement. The monkey still has a bottle of ice-red tea, and both it and Old Bull have compressed biscuits. They should be able to break through. Old Bull's single horn is even comparable to a drank weapon. Its overall strength surpasses mine, which is also a rank. After drinking the ice-red tea, the little monkey's strength also surpassed mine. If they can't break through, my attempt to rescue them would only cost me another life. Who can be safe forever in the apocalypse? To survive, one often needs to fight desperately. They must, and so must I. Zhao Yin could only comfort himself this way. Thus he quickly brushed away the little guilt in his heart. After orienting himself, he realized he had deviated from the incoming direction, so he picked up his mountain cutting knife and headed south. At dawn, Zhao Yin finally returned to the old site of the village in the southern suburbs. He did not set up a stealth tent, but instead lit a campfire among the ruins, hanging a pot to cook several chestnuts he had cut open. He also tossed in another 70 or 80 chestnuts into the fire. Gradually, the aroma of food wafted through the air, and the roasted chestnuts smelled incredibly tempting. However, Zhao Yin did not take a single bite. He did not even know himself whether he was waiting for Xiao Dao and the two beasts to return. Suddenly, Zhao Yin felt a wave of emptiness and loneliness, regretting for the first time since his rebirth. He should not have been greedy for that golden silk fruit, bringing them to take risks in the industrial area. An hour later, the little monkey and the others had not returned. 2 hours later, they still had not returned. The firelight flickered on Zhao Yin's face, intermittently bright and dim as the wind blew away the sparks drifting past the corner of his clothing. His pale face bore no expression. They haven't returned. Are they dead? He told himself in his heart that he had already tried hard for Song Xiaodao, and if she died, it was just her bad luck. It was that monkey and that cow, two double-ability mutated beasts that were truly rare. Without them, he, the contract master, would be left holding the bag. In his thoughts, Zhao Yin had already begun to plan where to find his next contract beast. At that moment, footsteps suddenly echoed from afar. Old Bull was still carrying the supplies bound to its body, its hide covered in wounds, blood flowing freely, and a short figure followed beside it. Song Xiaodao's hair was a mess, like a bird's nest blowing wildly in the wind, yet she had not sustained much injury and had tears streaking down her face. "You're back, are you all right?" Zhao Yin stood up, revealing a smile. Looking at Old Bull and Song Xiaodao behind him, he asked, "Where's the monkey?" "Woo-woo." Before Zhao Yin could finish speaking, Song Xiaodao pouted and began to cry, saying, "The little monkey. The little monkey is dead, woo-woo." Old Bull beside her also wore a face of sorrow, with its spirit in complete silence. "You didn't die, so how could the monkey have died?" Zhao Yin asked loudly. This statement was quite harsh, but it was his most genuine thought at that moment. "Woo-woo. Little monkey, the little monkey sacrificed itself to protect me. Woo-woo." Song Xiaodao saw Zhao Yin and seemed to find support, crying so hard that she could hardly catch her breath. "Master, there are too many zombies, we almost couldn't make it back. It was the monkey that activated its berserk ability and led us to the edge of the industrial park, but it also exhausted its energy too. Draw the horde away from us." Old Nio's inner voice was quite dejected. Zhao Yin did not expect that the monkey would even have a spirit of sacrifice. "Did you see it die, eh?" "No, we didn't see it." Song Xiaodao quickly shook her head. "Master, even though I didn't see it, the monkey had run out of supplies. All alone, it blocked the horde, and it would be very difficult for it to survive." Zhao Yin calmed down and suddenly thought of something. He closed his eyes, sensing the contract spirit in his mind. After a moment, Zhao Yin opened his eyes and said with certainty, "The monkey is not dead yet." In his mind, the trace of the little monkey's aura still lingered. In his past life, Lin Tianfeng had mentioned to Zhao Yin that a contract master could sense the life and death of their contracted beasts. However, the time was too long ago, and Zhao Yin almost forgot he hadn't paid attention to this aspect recently. "Really?" Song Xiaodao immediately stopped crying, lifting her tear-stained face. Old Nio also perked up, looking at Zhao Yin. Although they had not been with the little monkey for long, they had gone through life and death together. Nothing could strengthen friendship more than sharing life and death. "Everyone eat something. Once Old Nio's injuries heal, we'll go look for the monkey," Zhao Yin said. A few hours passed, and since the little monkey wasn't dead, it should have already left the horde. Currently, the only strong force beside Zhao Yin was Old Nio, who had not yet healed from her injuries. Recklessly approaching the horde was a very dangerous task. Zhao Yin took out some chestnut leaves and piled them in front of Old Nio, who immediately lowered her head to start eating. The chestnuts in the pot had already turned into mush. Zhao Yin found 2 large bowls from Old Nio's back and filled one for Song Xiaodao. "Eat up." Song Xiaodao wiped her tears, took the bowl, but stared blankly at the campfire without taking a bite. Zhao Yin also filled a bowl for himself, leaving the rest of the chestnut mush for Old Nio. The 70 or 80 roasted chestnuts were already well cooked. Zhao Yin gave 3 to Song Xiaodao, kept 5 for himself, and divided the rest into 2 portions, one for Old Nio and the other he reserved for the little monkey. The food intake of an 11 mutated beast is quite large. "I wonder if that monkey is hungry," Zhao Yin thought to himself. Shaking his head, he began to eat. "Zhao Yin, I can't eat anymore," Song Xiaodao said after a long pause. "If you can't eat, then don't. If we get surrounded by zombies again and you have no strength to run away, don't expect me to save you." Zhao Yin said, his mouth full of chestnut mush. "If we encounter danger again, will you still leave us behind and run away alone? Are you saying that I should die alongside you?" Zhao Yin replied. Song Xiaodao fell silent, lowering her head to drink the chestnut mush. After a meal, Old Nio's injuries had mostly healed. Although the effect of chestnut leaves was not as good as that of sandwich bread, Old Nio's injuries were not fatal. Zhao Yin still had a piece of sandwich bread, but he planned to save it for the little monkey. "Let's go back to the industrial park." Zhao Yin did not intend to rest. Although he hadn't slept for 2 days and nights. 3 hours ago, amidst the endless tide of zombies, the little monkey watched old Nyo carry Song Shao Dao away, a trace of human-like sadness appearing on its monkey face. A zombie bit into the little monkey's neck, immediately tearing away a large piece of flesh. It let out a painful howl to the heavens, squeezing out the last bit of potential to maintain its berserk ability, swinging its club to send the surrounding zombies flying. In the midst of the black blood rain, the enormous monkey trembled all over. After a brief moment of gasping, the horde closed in again. With the stench of blood emanating from the monkey, all the zombies grew increasingly frantic. At this moment, the remaining energy within the little monkey could at most support it to swing its wolf-tooth club a few more times. Boom! The surrounding horde was once again sent flying. The little monkey trembled even more violently. It no longer hoped of escaping, only wishing to hold on for a few more minutes. It was merely an Flevel mutated beast, and the berserk ability which exceeded its limits consumed and shrank its internal organs, continuously draining its vitality. Just when the little monkey thought it was about to die, suddenly all the surrounding zombies fell silent. In that moment, the entire world seemed to freeze. All the zombies stood still, as if they had turned into stone sculptures. The little monkey did not know what was happening, and just then a hoarse, unpleasant voice came to its ears. "Aren't you leaving yet?" The little monkey looked back, but there were zombies everywhere. There were no signs of any humans. At this moment, that voice grew urgent. "Go quickly." The little monkey dared not hesitate any longer. Its long legs took a step, leaping 7 or 8 meters, frantically rushing out of the industrial park. Without the hindrance of zombies, in less than a minute, the little monkey dashed out of the industrial park. At this moment, its last potential finally exhausted, and in the next moment, its massive form rapidly shrank. Its originally small body, forcibly activating the second ability, became even thinner, and from a distance, it looked like a blood-soaked child skeleton. The little monkey couldn't even lift its wolf-tooth club anymore. The heavy armor weighed down on it like a mountain. Roar, roar, roar. At that moment, the horde behind it suddenly moved again. As if they had just woken from a nap, in an instant, every breath in the air exuded a terrifying and oppressive aura. The little monkey turned around and saw the zombies rushing at it like an ant swarm. It gathered its spirit, immediately dropped the wolf-tooth club, removed the heavy armor, and struggled to run forward with its small legs. In its panic, it did not clarify its direction. The horde was already a considerable distance from the little monkey. The slower zombies gradually lost the little monkey's scent, and with the little monkey's small size, it frequently slipped into the gaps in the ruins. As the little monkey fled forward, the pursuing zombies gradually fell behind, until finally only a dozen zombies remained trailing behind. The little monkey did not know how long it had been running. It wearily squinted its eyes, wanting to take another step, but suddenly everything went dark in front of it. With a thud, the little monkey collapsed to the ground. At this time, the sky had already brightened, but its vision was still blurry. In this desolate world, it did not know where the only human who could rely on it was at that moment. It lay on the ground, still bleeding, vaguely aware that it was about to die. The little monkey turned its face to take one last look at this world, but a piece of meteorite on the ground blocked its view. It suddenly found itself missing Zhao Yin. In the void, the little monkey could sense that its master was still alive. He was still alive, how wonderful. Slowly, the little monkey closed its eyes. Look quickly, what is that thing ahead? Unknowingly, a few people had arrived not far from the little monkey. 4 men and 1 woman, all in tattered clothes, their faces covered in dirt and grime, making it hard to discern their ages and appearances. It's a child. No, it's a monkey. It really is a monkey. How did it survive the meteor shower? Don't worry about how it survived. Oh, just take it back. Great. We haven't eaten meat for over a month. Even though this monkey is thin, dividing a few pieces of meat among us should be enough. Can monkeys eat? I feel like they are pretty much the same as humans, the woman said. One middle-aged man stepped forward, grabbing the little monkey by its tail, lifting it in his hand, and saying, "If you don't dare to eat, well, just take more for ourselves. In this apocalypse, don't say it's just a monkey. Even if it were a child, I would dare to eat it." The woman suddenly laughed. Zhao Yin arrived outside the industrial park, where the zombie horde had already thinned significantly, returning to a state of aimless wandering. "Old Neo, was this where you separated from the monkey?" "Master, it was inside the industrial park, just ahead," Old Neo responded in her inner voice. Zhao Yin did not immediately delve into the industrial park. Instead, he hid with Lao Nyo and Song Shao Dao among the ruins, looking up to gauge the movements of the nearby corpse swarm. If the little monkey had already left the industrial park, it would certainly have left traces. After a while, his heart shrank as he unexpectedly saw 3 F-grade zombies wandering in the depths of the industrial park. He remembered that all previous F-grade zombies had been taken by the Zombie King to the southern suburbs, so these few must have just evolved. It was clear that the flesh and blood of the bald-headed man and his son had catalyzed their evolution. Zhao Yin quickly withdrew his gaze and continued observing. After a few minutes, he finally discovered that there was a particularly dense swarm of corpses heading north from within the industrial park. It must be the little monkey who attracted them when it left. Let's go to the northernmost part of the industrial park. Zhao Yin immediately took the lead, hurrying his steps. Zhao Yin, why are we going north? We separated in the southeast direction, Song Xiaodao whispered. I didn't tell you to speak, keep your mouth shut. Zhao Yin appeared quite irritable at that moment. After circling around the industrial park, he finally arrived at the northern outskirts. By now the density of zombies within 500 meters outside the industrial park was nearly equivalent to that inside. The entire swarm of corpses resembled a tail sprouting from the industrial park. Zhao Yin with Song Xiaodao and Lao Niu used the ruins to conceal their figures as they made their way towards the tip of the tail. Half an hour later the swarm of corpses gradually thinned out. Zhao Yin took out his mountain-cutting knife, stepped out from his hiding place, and charged directly into the swarm. Puff! One zombie did not react in time, and was directly split in half by Zhao Yin's knife. As the nearby zombies began to respond, Zhao Yin swiftly struck again, instantly slaying 7 or 8 zombies. He brandished the mountain-cutting knife, stained with black blood, and marched forward to kill. Lao Niu and Song Xiaodao were wide-eyed. They rarely witnessed such a fierce Zhao Yin. He did not even let Lao Niu clear the path, nor did he ask Song Xiaodao to chop watermelons. At that moment it seemed that in Zhao Yin's eyes the corpse crystals were worthless. Brownish-black blood splattered across his head-face, military uniform, pants, and shoes. He looked sticky all over like a machine of slaughter. When Lao Niu and Song Xiaodao caught up, Zhao Yin had already slaughtered the zombies at the tip of the tail. Leaning on his knife, he stood there in the wild wind, a dirty face revealing a smile. Monkey, the zombies beat you, and I helped you beat them back. At this moment Song Xiaodao and Lao Niu realized that he was merely trying to help the little monkey vent. Song Xiaodao stared blankly at Zhao, and sometimes this guy was really hard to understand. Zhao Yin, take a break. It'll help you collect the corpse crystals. Song Xiaodao looked at the corpses scattered on the ground. Zhao Yin waved his hand. The monkey is more important. He had not slept for 2 days and nights, and after continuous battles he was already exhausted, leading the way with his mountain-cutting knife. Suddenly Zhao Yin quickened his pace and came to a pile of sticky things. Song Xiaodao hurriedly followed and discovered that it was a piece of heavy armor and a wolf-toothed club. It was pursued by the swarm of corpses. These things were a burden. Zhao Yin realized something and quickly stored the 2 pieces of equipment in his spatial ring, his expression growing even more somber. The little monkey even dropped the heavy armor and wolf-toothed club. One can imagine its plight at that time. From here a trail of bright red blood led northward into the distance. Dark red blood, the mark of normal life, left a few hours ago. Zhao Yin led Lao Niu and Song Xiaodao along the direction of the blood trail. This was a road from before the apocalypse with collapsed ruins on both sides. Soon Zhao Yin discovered a small puddle of blood among the ruins. The previously scattered drops of blood abruptly ceased here. Where's the monkey? Where did it go? Zhao Yin asked, angrily glaring at Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao looked at the bloodshot eyes of Zhao Yin and suddenly felt a surge of fear, stammering, I don't know. It must have fallen here, without treatment. Where else could it go? Zhao Yin glared at her and reprimanded, why aren't you looking for it quickly? Okay, you'll search. Song Xiaodao did not dare to refute and quickly began to rummage around. Zhao Yin, however, stood there motionless. In fact, with his powerful perception, if the little monkey was still nearby, he would have sensed it long ago. The little monkey was not here. There was a possibility it had been taken away by zombies, mutated beasts, or by humans. The least likely scenario was being eaten by zombies. It was impossible for not even a single hair to be left, thus only mutated beasts and humans remained. Zhao Yin, come look. At this moment Song Xiaodao suddenly shouted. Zhao Yin hurriedly walked over. Song Xiaodao was holding something familiar to Zhao Yin. A piece of corn husk. Fresh corn could only be produced by mutated plants after the apocalypse. Mutated beasts would eat corn but would not carry it. So only humans could have brought this piece of corn husk here. They took the monkey. Zhao Yin clenched his fists. Great, someone actually rescued the little monkey. Song Xiaodao's face revealed a happy smile. Zhao Yin glared at her as if she were an idiot, and Song Xiaodao immediately covered her mouth. She also vaguely understood that she had said the wrong thing. Zhao Yin slowly closed his eyes, fully activating his hearing. Within a 2-kilometer radius, amidst the howling wind, there were many footsteps, most of which sounded light and unsteady. They should all be zombies. There were no heartbeat sounds, nor any breathing sounds. They must have taken the monkey far away. Zhao Yin now calmed down, frowning as he said, they should still be within 10 kilometers. They can't have gotten too far. In this apocalypse, evolved beings had already begun to emerge, and there may even be superpowers rising as well. But with the meteor shower just having ceased a few days ago, Zhao Yin did not believe that there was anyone besides himself who had reached a level strength. Even if there was, they would definitely be a rare breed. the little monkey was almost impossible to encounter. As long as the opponent's strength had not reached a level in this world filled with zombies, it was impossible to travel too far in just a few hours. Zhao Yin jumped into the crevice, carefully discerning any clues left behind. Last night a strong wind blew, and in this desolate world filled with dust all footprints had disappeared. But as long as someone passed by there would certainly be some traces left. Soon Zhao Yin found a drop of blood on a broken wall not far from the crevice. Because the wall was vertical, the drop of blood had not been covered by the dust. They went north. Zhao Yin raised his head and looked towards the north, his eyes filled with murderous intent. It could be imagined that someone had stuffed the little monkey into a sack or some other container, preventing blood from dripping out, but one drop of blood had seeped through. The other party did not care about the little monkey's life or death. Clearly in their eyes, it was merely food. How do you know? Song Xiaodao asked. Zhao Yin pointed at that drop of blood. Survivors are all starving. When they find an injured monkey, their first thought is to eat its meat. It is not safe to make a fire outside, so they must return to their previous shelter. The place with the corn husk was where they rested before, just a few meters away from here. The blood dropped on the way back, which must be the direction they left in. Song Xiaodao listened, feeling a bit confused. Just as she was about to ask again, Zhao Yin suddenly picked her up. Zhao Yin, what? What are you doing? Song Xiaodao was startled. Zhao Yin directly threw her onto Lao Nyo's back. Sit still and keep your mouth shut. With that he strode northward. 50 meters north, Zhao Yin indeed found another drop of blood, confirming his inner suspicions. Along the way there were blood traces left at intervals. Sometimes there was a drop every 20 or 30 meters, and sometimes it was several hundred meters apart. Not every drop of blood could be preserved. The other party was evidently very familiar with the nearby environment, choosing paths that completely avoided zombies, so Zhao Yin and the others faced no obstacles. Half an hour later, Zhao Yin closed his eyes to listen, and then opened them, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhao Yin, did you find the little monkey? Song Xiaodao couldn't help but ask. I heard a group of people, oh, it must be them. Zhao Yin replied coldly. What if? What if they really harm the little monkey? What will you do? If the monkey loses even a single hair because of them, I will kill them all, Zhao Yin declared. Although Song Xiaodao was already aware of Zhao Yin's temperament, she still felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing this. Here stands a low mountain pockmarked from the meteor shower that struck it, with the trees ablaze, turning the surface soil into hardened debris. Just a few days after the meteor shower, half-human-tall weeds began to sprout. In the post-apocalyptic world, plant life exhibits astonishing vitality, with some even taking root within the stones. At the foot of the low mountain, an unfinished road leads into a tunnel that burrows deep into the mountain, now largely collapsed, but still leaving ample space. Finally back. 4 men and 1 woman returned to the tunnel entrance. A man carrying a cement bag smiled and said, "We're safe now." The sight of the tunnel gave them a sense of security, and their voices grew louder. "I'm hungry. When are we going to skin the monkey?" Another man said anxiously, "Who isn't hungry? The corn has only produced 1 ear, and recently we've been boiling fowl soup, made from rotting flour," said a woman. The man with the cement bag replied, "First let's boil some water to scald the monkey and pluck its fur. Monkey skin can also be eaten. It would be wasteful to remove it. Let's just scald it alive. Killing it will cause blood to flow, and the blood can be eaten," chuckled a silent man. "Yes, we must conserve food," the woman echoed. The 4 men were originally senior members of the tunnel construction unit. On the night of the meteor shower, the workers had all taken a break to the rest area a kilometer away. To seek excitement, the 4 had driven into the tunnel with the woman. Thus they avoided an unprecedented disaster. At this moment, as they entered the tunnel, a frail figure immediately emerged. "Did you find anything to eat?" "Found you, damn it, if all you think about is eating. Can't you ask if we're in danger?" cursed the man with the cement bag at the approaching woman. The woman was equally dirty, and in the aftermath they all conserved water, yet she had still managed to wash her legs white wearing torn stockings. But at this moment, none of the 4 men paid her any attention, all eagerly waiting for meat. Someone went to bring some wood to light. Someone took out a rice cooker in her pot and went to a nearby puddle, which was their source of drinking water. Water dripped from the tunnel ceiling, collecting about 7 or 8 liters of clean water. The man carefully filled half a pot and returned to the fire to boil it. The man with the cement bag finally set it down with a thud, and a bloody little monkey fell to the ground motionless. The woman in stockings immediately widened her eyes. "What kind of animal is this? Is there meat to eat?" The men remained silent, and the woman who had gone out with them to gather supplies said, "Even though you didn't exert much effort, you won't get less than your share. You can eat the monkey's tail." "What meat is there on a monkey's tail?" The woman in stockings immediately retorted, "How did I not put in effort? Wasn't I left here to guard old Sheen? It was Manager Wei who said that someone must stay behind. I went to the zombie pile to find food. Why should you enjoy comfort here?" The woman searching for supplies shouted. The two women had both worked at the same TV station before the apocalypse, but afterward they often competed with each other, both understanding that only by sticking with the men could they survive. But to use them, they could only rely on their beauty, hence the two women regarded each other as rivals. Old Sheen hasn't run away, has he? At this moment, the man who had returned carrying the monkey, referred to as Manager Wei by the two women, interrupted their quarrel. The woman in stockings immediately changed her expression to a smile. He hasn't run away, brother Wei. I will do my best to fulfill your request. Bring him out and let him help pluck the monkey's fur. Manager Wei commanded. Soon a weak man was dragged out by the woman in stockings, around 40 years old, with his hands tied behind his back, walking with a very frail posture. What use is keeping this useless person? The woman in stockings complained. Taking care of him doesn't cost much. You just give him some urine to drink, and he can eat the maggots off rotten meat, and he can do some work for us, providing some amusement in his spare time. Manager Wei chuckled. What if one day a zombie breaks in? He can attract the zombie's attention. The other men all laughed heartily. The man called Old Sheen had a numb expression. When he saw the little monkey on the ground, still breathing, a flicker of compassion crossed his eyes. He and this monkey shared the same fate, both being meat on someone else's chopping board. Before the apocalypse, Old Sheen was a chef at a construction site, having to wake up early every day to prepare breakfast for the workers. Thus, he lived in the tunnel. When the meteor shower struck, the unfinished tunnel became the best refuge. He held a large stockpile of food, naturally attracting the attention of Manager Wei and the others, who usually wouldn't even glance at him. At first, everyone thought this was just an ordinary natural disaster, and that once it passed, everything would return to normal. At that time, everyone was still joking and laughing, and Manager Wei promised Old Sheen that once the rescue team arrived, he would raise his salary. To that end, Old Sheen devised all sorts of delicious meals to please them. Just a few days ago, the meteor shower stopped, and everything changed. All the stored food spoiled overnight. Only a few bags of flour resisted spoilage, and though they were moldy and foul-smelling, they could be barely tolerated when cooked. As food dwindled drastically, Manager Wei went out and discovered the zombie outbreak. Thus, they imprisoned Old Sheen, giving him only urine to drink each day. Old Sheen knew that, like this monkey, falling into the hands of these brutes meant he would eventually die. Brother Wei, look how obedient I am. Can I have a monkey leg later? No. A monkey head will do. The woman in stockings took a few steps forward, coming to Manager Wei's side, lifting her dirty short skirt, revealing that she wasn't even wearing any underwear. She slowly raised one leg, rubbing her thigh against the zipper of Manager Wei's pants. Brother Wei, if a girl gets hungry and skinny, she won't look good anymore. Get away. Manager Wei pushed the woman in stockings away. I haven't had a full meal in days. How could I have any energy for that? The smile on the woman in stockings froze her eyes, hiding a hint of hatred. Another woman, however, burst out laughing. Is the water ready yet? Manager Wei turned to ask another man. It's steaming. It will be ready soon. The man replied, staring at the pot over the fire, licking his cracked lips. The water used to scald the monkey's fur can be filtered and still drunk. Don't waste it, Manager Wei instructed, which also served as a warning to the man who was not allowed to drink it secretly. After speaking, Manager Wei walked deeper into the tunnel. Keep Old Sheen and you Donghai here to pluck the monkey's fur. The rest of you come with me to check that corn plant. Yu Donghai was the man boiling water who nodded, and the others followed Manager Wei deeper into the tunnel. Before the apocalypse, Manager Wei was the highest ranking among them, and after the apocalypse, he still commanded respect, mainly because he was fair in his dealings and never hoarded resources. Taking everyone to see the corn was tantamount to telling them that he would not pocket it for himself. Everyone could supervise each other. 2 days ago, they intended to find more water sources and ventured into the collapsed part of the tunnel, inadvertently discovering that suddenly sprouted corn. That corn was as tall as a 5-story building, bearing 14 ears. That morning, before they set out to search for supplies, they found that 1 ear of corn had ripened, so they picked it to share on the way, only to discover that each person could feel half full after eating just a few kernels, their energy restored. The few had already realized that this was a mutated crop after the apocalypse, containing nutritional components far beyond those before the apocalypse. Thus, Manager Wei arranged for the monkey meat and immediately came to check on the corn. At this moment, Zhao Yin had already seen the tunnel beneath the low mountain. The survivor, named Yu Donghai, stared at the boiling water in the pot and instructed the Old Sheen beside him. The water is boiling. Go fetch a large basin. Old Sheen numbly walked to the side, using his bound hands to pick up the large iron basin, usually used for kneading dough, and tossed it beside the fire with a clang. Yu Donghai directly grabbed the little monkey by its tail and tossed it into the basin, then ordered, go pour the boiling water from the pot over the monkey. How am I supposed to lift the pot with these hands? Old Sheen finally spoke, his voice dry and hoarse. Yu Donghai glanced at the ropes around his wrists and let out a cold laugh. Do you want me to untie you? Old Sheen remained silent, staring at him. Don't think I don't know you're a retired soldier who practiced for 7 years at Shaolin Temple. After I untie you, how would we stand a chance against you alone? Yu Donghai mocked. I've been starving for 3 days. I have no strength left. You're thinking too much. Old Qin rasped. Forget about being untied. That will have to wait until the next life. After Yu Donghai finished speaking, he walked over and picked up a cloth, wrapping it around the rice cooker pot and lifting it. Just as he was about to pour it over the little monkey, Old Qin suddenly lunged at him. Clang. Ah, what the hell? The pot tipped over onto Yu Donghai. Scalding hot water drenched him, and he screamed in anguish while tearing at his clothes. In a moment, a terrifying layer of blisters formed on Yu Donghai's crimson face. Ah, help. Old Qin showed no expression, coldly watching him without attempting to flee. At that moment, Manager Wei and the others who had not yet delved deeply into the tunnel heard the commotion and rushed back, instantly understanding what had happened upon seeing Yu Donghai's ghastly appearance and Old Qin's smiling face. Old Yu is done for, the woman in stockings said with a grin. Many survivors after the apocalypse have become somewhat neurotic. In such a harsh environment, no one could save Yu Donghai. Once he died, there would be one less person to share the corn and monkey meat. Everyone calmly watched Yu Donghai writhing in agony. Even Manager Wei only showed a token hint of anger, but did not intend to help Yu Donghai, loudly scolding Old Qin. Was it your doing? It was me, Old Qin said numbly. Slap. A man stepped forward and slapped Old Qin across the face. If anything happens to brother Yu, I'll take your life. Old Qin was already weak. He swayed slightly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Bang. Another man picked up a rolling pin and smashed Old Qin to the ground from behind. I'll kill you. Immediately, 2 men began to kick and punch Old Qin. At this moment, Manager Wei suddenly said, Stop hitting him. Yu Donghai is beyond saving, and soon Old Qin will have to dig a pit to bury him. His words were so bland it was as if he had no concern for his companion's life. The 2 men stopped and looked up. One of them said, Manager Wei is right. The other immediately agreed. Exactly, keeping him is useful. Hee. Old Qin, drenched in blood, suddenly started laughing. What are you laughing at? Manager Wei said coldly. I'm laughing at how you keep me alive. Sooner or later, I'll take another one down, and then there will be even fewer people to share the corn. Old Qin laughed. Everyone was well aware of Manager Wei's intentions. But as Old Qin pointed it out, all eyes turned toward Manager Wei. Are you looking for death? Manager Wei instantly exploded in rage. He stepped forward and kicked the already struggling Old Qin back to the ground, then drew a dagger from his waist and plunged it into Old Qin's thigh. Old Qin kept laughing as if it were not his thigh. Wei, go kill him, said the woman in stockings. Another woman also surprisingly agreed with the woman in stockings, nodding. Wei, go let Xiao Li dig the pit later. Old Qin seems like he can't be left alive. They both understood that facing Old Qin, a ticking time bomb, they were the most vulnerable. If anyone was going to be killed by Old Qin, it would definitely be them. Manager Wei's intentions were exposed, and to prove his innocence to everyone, he had no choice but to kill Old Qin. It seemed to be what Old Qin wanted to see. Death was inevitable. He sought a swift end. Go ahead and kill me, otherwise if I get the chance I will definitely take you all down. Old Qin said. Manager Wei drew the dagger, his eyes filled with ferocity, and plunged it toward Old Qin's neck. Just then, bang. A gunshot echoed through the tunnel. A little girl holding a pistol walked in from outside, the gun's muzzle still smoking. Everyone turned to look at Song Xiaodao, their expressions filled with astonishment. In the apocalypse, how could there be other survivors who could reach here? Soon everyone relaxed. The other party was just an 11 or 12-year-old girl. Even if she had a gun, did she really have the guts to kill? Manager Wei placed his right hand holding the dagger behind his back and smiled. Little sister, your toy is not fun at all. Put it down quickly. Song Xiaodao indeed lowered the pistol. At that moment, everyone saw a tall man walk in from outside, followed by an incredibly robust water buffalo. Did you all see that? Zhao Yin said. I'm sorry, Zhao Yin, from now on I will listen to you, Song Xiaodao said softly. She had previously thought that not everyone here deserved to die, so after Zhao Yin arrived, and seeing that the little monkey wouldn't die for a while, she let her look outside. Children always needed to grow. At that moment, everyone in the tunnel was sizing up Zhao Yin. Seeing that he carried no weapons, everyone relaxed again, and then all eyes turned to the water buffalo looking like starving ghosts. How many meals could such a large buffalo provide? Brother, are you selling this buffalo? Manager Wei instinctively asked. Zhao Yin countered, can you afford it? I can't afford it. Manager Wei could not think of anything he could offer in this apocalypse to buy such a large buffalo. Then he chuckled and casually said, brother, you're here to take refuge, right? Since you're here, we're all on the same side. Zhao Yin did not even glance at him, heading straight for the little monkey. Manager Wei's smile froze for a moment as he subtly signaled the woman in stockings beside him. The woman in stockings immediately approached Song Xiaodao quietly. Out of the corner of her eye, as she kept an eye on the gun in Song Zidao's hand. Little sister, can I see your toy? Go away. Song Xiaodao glared at her and said directly, I don't talk to dead people. They wanted to kill the little monkey. Zhao Yin had said he would take down everyone here. So in Song Xiaodao's view, they were all already dead. Dead people. The woman in stockings was taken aback, then a flash of resentment crossed her eyes as she laughed. Little sister really knows how to joke. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman in stockings swiftly grabbed Song Xiaodao's hand that held the gun, trying to seize the pistol. You're asking for it. In that moment, everyone gasped. Then in the next instant, everyone was shocked to see the little girl suddenly struggle her slender arm, smashing into the chest of the woman in stockings. The latter let out a shriek as she was sent flying, landing right into the nearby fire pit. She should have rolled and screamed, but at that moment the woman in stockings lay motionless in the fire, allowing the flames to consume her, as if she were sleeping on the softest bed before the apocalypse. She was dead. She had died before falling into the fire. Everyone was stunned. The silence in the room was so thick you could hear a pin drop. Soon the tunnel filled with the smell of burnt flesh. Ugh! Song Xiaodao was the first to bend over and vomit. Manager Wei and the others felt a chill running down their spines. They could not understand how the little girl had such strength. In fact, they hadn't even seen clearly what had happened. Brother, my woman is just curious about that handgun. There's no other meaning. Manager Wei hurriedly explained, stammering to Zhao Yin, who was standing aside. At this moment, Zhao Yin had already approached the little monkey, not even glancing at Song Xiaodao. He bent down cautiously and carefully lifted the bloodied little monkey out of the basin. Holding it in his arms, staring at the little monkey's tightly closed eyes, Zhao Yin's heart, which had long been cold, suddenly felt a slight ache. In his past life, he believed in Lin Tianfeng, believed in Zhang Dongliang, and trusted many so-called close friends and confidants, yet in the end, he met with a fate of destruction. In this life, since the meteor shower had ceased, Zhao Yin had been with this little monkey. Although it was not very bright and loved to eat, it was a truly trustworthy companion. This time, Zhao Yin generously took out a bottle of Nongfu Spring and the last piece of stuffed bread. He carefully tore the bread into pieces, soaked them in Nongfu Spring, and fed them to the little monkey. Old Qin stood up beside him, looking at Zhao Yin, who was holding the monkey. He felt that the man in front of him was definitely stronger than that little girl. Old Qin could sense that this man cared deeply about the monkey they had just rescued. Old Qin quietly waited, anticipating the outcome from Manager Wei and the others. Brother, this monkey is yours, right? We saved it. At this moment, Manager Wei also realized something, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Is that so? Zhao Yin finally spoke. Weren't you just preparing to boil water and pluck its fur? Manager Wei forced a smile, saying, how could that be? Monkeys are primates, we wouldn't dare to eat them. He quietly approached Zhao Yin, coming up behind him, suddenly pulling out a hidden dagger from behind and thrusting it violently towards Zhao Yin's neck. At that moment, Manager Wei seemed to envision that once he captured this man, the girl with terrifying strength would immediately surrender and allow them to toy with her. Zhao Yin remained crouched there, holding the little monkey, seemingly unaware of everything. Until the dagger pressed against his neck, he slowly lifted his head, calmly looking at Manager Wei. Do you want to kill me? Zhao Yin asked. Don't move, quickly make that girl hand over the handgun. Manager Wei shouted excitedly. Zhao Yin's gaze grew colder, and in the next moment, a flash of the knife appeared. Manager Wei and the others didn't even have time to see how a knife appeared in his hand and how it was drawn. Snap! Manager Weiss' right hand fell to the ground at shoulder height, the dagger rolling to his feet. Everything happened too quickly, as blood gushed forth like a fountain. A scream finally escaped from Manager Weiss' mouth. Zhao Yin indifferently spoke, 3 words, kill them all. The remaining individuals turned to flee. None had seen someone like Zhao Yin, who felt more menacing than those zombies. In the next moment, the water buffalo they had been keeping an eye on suddenly moved, its massive body blocking the tunnel entrance. The horn abruptly jabbed, piercing the abdomen of the man at the front. Oh, help me. The man screamed in agony, the buffalo's horn protruding from his back, hanging helplessly as he reached out to his companions. But who would save him? The old buffalo swung its head, the sharp tip of its horn severing the man in half, the 2 parts of his body flung away, and in the next moment, the old buffalo charged at the second man. Bang! Song Xiaodao swiftly took down a man beside her with a shot, and Zhao Yin immediately dropped his show-off demeanor, urgently admonishing, save your bullets, save your bullets. Their lives aren't worth my bullets. Oh! Song Xiaodao, who had planned to be the warrior goddess from a crime film, saw her dream extinguished by Zhao Yin and could only draw her tang knife, striking at a fleeing woman. In just a few seconds, all 4 men and 2 women were dead. Even Yu Donghai, who had been scalded by boiling water, had his head crushed by the old buffalo's hoof. Only Old Qin stood there, his eyes wide with astonishment, witnessing this spectacle. After a while, he hadn't seen the buffalo or the little girl come to attack him, and Old Qin curiously asked, aren't you going to kill me? But no one paid him any mind. Even the old buffalo glanced at him disdainfully, as if saying, do you think you deserve it? Earlier when Yu Donghai intended to scald the little monkey, it was Old Qin who intervened, which both Song Xiaodao and the old buffalo had witnessed. Thus Zhao Yin remained silent, and neither of them made a move against Old Qin. At this moment Zhao Yin fed the entire stuffed bread to the little monkey. Soon countless wounds on the little monkey began to emit faint white light, gradually stopping the bleeding and healing. The little monkey opened its eyes, and the first thing it saw was Zhao Yin's face. In its pitch-black eyes a hint of confusion appeared, soon replaced by joy. Eek, eek. Master, I thought I would never see you again. Eek, eek, eek. It joyfully jumped down from Zhao Yin's arms, circling around him with excitement, but then with a thud it fell to the ground. Zhao Yin quickly picked up the little monkey, saying, "You're not fully healed, yet stay here properly." As he spoke, Zhao Yin cradled the little monkey in his arms like a sun, a smile appearing on his face. He took out some roasted chestnuts he had previously saved, peeled them by hand, and fed them to the little monkey. The little monkey had never felt such warmth before, chewing on the chestnuts, tears of gratitude welling up in its eyes. "Master, you're too good to me. Look at you in this pitiful state. It's a miracle the zombies didn't take your life, and even a few trashy people almost mistook you for a snack," Zhao Yin said with disdain. "Trash." The little monkey looked confused. Soon it noticed several corpses in the tunnel, and vaguely remembered hearing human voices before losing consciousness. At that time it had thought it was the person who had immobilized the zombies and saved it from the industrial park. The little monkey then conveyed everything that had happened in the industrial park to Zhao Yin through its thoughts. All the zombies stopped moving. Zhao Yin asked in surprise. The little monkey nodded, communicating not just the zombies, even the wind stopped. However, that person's voice sounded anxious, as if immobilizing the zombies was very taxing. Hearing this, Zhao Yin's brow furrowed. Not only could they immobilize zombies, but they could also stop the wind. In his memories, only two types of ability users could achieve that. One was a spatial ability user, and the other was a time ability user. Both abilities were extremely rare. During the 7 years after the apocalypse in his past life, Zhao Yin had only seen a few individuals with such rare abilities. The abilities they wielded, though varying in strength, were at least class abilities. Yet now Zhao Yin hadn't even encountered a single evolved being, and there was supposedly an class or higher ability user right in Guangzhou City. Everything in that industrial park felt like a mystery, different from what he had known in his past life. What did the person look like? "Did you see clearly?" Zhao Yin asked. The little monkey shook its head. "I didn't see. There were zombies everywhere, and I didn't have time to observe." "Was it a man or a woman?" "You should know that at least," Zhao Yin said. The little monkey shook its head again. "I couldn't tell." Zhao Yin raised his hand, as if to strike, thought better of it, and retracted his hand, cursing idiot. He didn't understand why that person would help the monkey. Was it a chance encounter, or were they there for it? If it was the latter, what were they plotting? In the industrial park, there was an E-class water buffalo, a zombie king that had devoured 3-star crystals, and that father and son pair who were eaten by zombies. Although they had no abilities and weren't even evolved beings, they had managed to escape Zhao Yin's hearing. Now that he thought about it, everything was not simple. When I get the chance in the future, I should return to that industrial park. Zhao Yin lowered his head, secretly making up his mind. Soon he finished feeding all the chestnuts in his hand, and the little monkey's injuries were nearly healed thanks to the stuffed bread. Zhao Yin turned and walked toward the corpse of Manager Wei. Old Qin looked at Zhao Yin with confusion, feeling that he had been talking to a monkey, but strangely that monkey seemed to really understand him. The mystery surrounding this man sparked a hint of curiosity in Old Qin. Zhao Yin bent down to remove the sneakers from Manager Wei's feet, discovering they were actually a limited edition pair of Jordans, which had been hyped up to 5,000 or 6,000 before the apocalypse. "This grandson is really wealthy." Zhao Yin kicked the corpse. Then Old Qin saw Zhao Yin take off his own tattered shoes, revealing his filthy feet covered in black grime, and directly put on the new shoes. Zhao Yin grinned, saying, "They're a bit tight, but they'll loosen up after wearing them for a few days." Beside him, Song Xiaodao followed suit, and also took off the sneakers from a female corpse. Song Xiaodao had been barefoot all this time. Her little feet had been blistered from walking for several days. After putting on the shoes, she wore a happy smile, just like Zhao Yin. "Go strip them of their pants, all of them," Zhao Yin commanded the little monkey, who had just finished the chestnuts. The little monkey immediately stuck out its red bottom, completely unaware of shame, and began to work hard at it. Before long, the lower halves of several men's corpses were left completely bare. Old Qin nearby was dumbfounded. Who are these people? Not even the pants of the dead are spared. He looked at the little girl again, only to see that she had already stripped the 2 women's corpses clean. Old Qin's eyes nearly popped out. Bandits. This is definitely a group of bandits. This was his immediate thought. At this moment, Song Xiaodao was holding 2 bras, frowning as he said to Zhao Yin, "They're too big. Ooh, I can't wear them now. Why do they have to be so large?" "It's not that they are big, it's that you are too small." Zhao Yin glanced at that airfield. "All right. It's because I'm too young. Once I grow up, I can wear such beautiful bras." Song Xiaodao completely misunderstood Zhao Yin's words and immediately shouted to Zhao Yin, "Zhao Yin, hurry up and help me put these clothes into your space ring." Recently, all the star crystals have not produced pants, as if Zhao Yin was destined to be devoid of pants. Every day Zhao Yin's pants and shoes were damaged, leaving very few pieces remaining. He looked at the pile of pants and shoes on the ground, feeling satisfied as he collected them all. Then he said to Song Xiaodao, "Go find old Nyo, have him carry your things." "No way. Old Nyo has to fight the zombies. What if he gets damaged?" Song Xiaodao held the two bras and the torn stockings he cared about most. The other clothes were piled on the ground. "Do you want this?" Zhao Yin glanced at her airfield in front of her and asked, "What use is it?" Song Xiaodao's little face immediately turned red, and she said unhappily, "I'm about to turn 12. I will grow up soon. Are you helping me or not?" Regarding this matter, the little girl was not ready to compromise with Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin shook his head, too lazy to waste more words with her. He still walked over and helped her collect the items. Then Zhao Yin's gaze fell on a large iron basin on the ground which he collected. It was just right for bathing the little monkey and Song Xiaodao. He also saw the inner pot of a rice cooker and picked it up, trying it on his head. It would make a nice helmet. However, wearing it would cover his eyes, so he took out his axe and carved out a space for his face on the pot before putting it directly on his head. "Not bad, right?" Zhao Yin asked Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao immediately nodded. "Very cool. If someone is handsome, any helmet looks good on them." Zhao Yin nodded. The little monkey and old Nyo also nodded in agreement. This pot helmet would definitely withstand the attacks of ordinary zombies. If he had this helmet last night, Zhao Yin wouldn't have been so severely injured. There was nothing more that Zhao Yin needed in the tunnel. He surveyed the area and finally fixed his gaze on Old Qin's face, his expression instantly darkening. "Where's the corn?" "What?" Old Qin was caught off guard by the sudden question and momentarily could not react. "The corn, the food you usually eat?" Zhao Yin asked. "They only gave me urine to drink, and I ate the maggots on the rotten meat." "Oh, there is indeed corn in the tunnel." "A corn tree," Old Qin stammered. He wasn't afraid of death anymore, but for some reason he felt a bit nervous facing this man. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yin turned around and walked deeper into the tunnel with the little monkey and old Nyo hurriedly following. "Zhao Yin, wait for me." Song Xiaodao followed suit. Only Old Qin was left alone, standing there in a daze, hesitating whether to follow or not. But he wasn't familiar with the other party, and that man seemed hard to approach. What if the other party thought he had ulterior motives? But if he didn't follow, where else could he go? Soon Zhao Yin found that corn tree, or rather it should be called a corn tree. The main trunk was thicker than a water bucket, towering at least 5 stories high. Its branches and leaves were lush, resembling a towering tree that reached the top of the tunnel. Zhao Yin counted. There were a total of 48 ears of corn on the tree. There were signs of harvesting in one spot, and Zhao Yin speculated it should be related to the corn husks discarded by Manager Wei and the others. He used his true sight eye to inspect the corn tree from top to bottom. Corn grade mutated crop rich in nutrients 52 hours until maturity. Corn grade mutated crop rich in nutrients 61 hours until maturity. Corn 49 hours until maturity. Corn seedling grade mutated plant. This corn tree did not grow 2 types of effective crops like the chestnut tree. However, this was normal. In his 2 lifetimes, Zhao Yin had only seen the chestnut tree being particularly unique. At this time, the little monkey excitedly looked up at the ears of corn above, drooling as he wanted to climb up. "Wait." Zhao Yin spoke to stop him. "These corns are not ripe, yet we need to wait a few more days." The little monkey could only climb down in disappointment, frequently glancing up at the ears of corn above. "Zhao Yin, are we going to wait here for a few days?" Song Xiaodao asked. The latest ears of corn would need 3 days to mature. During these 3 days, the value of the chestnuts consumed by the 2 mutated beasts would definitely exceed that of 48 ears of corn. Corn isn't something to eat. When it matures, it's for seeds. Zhao Yin explained. He was not lacking in food now. What he lacked was variety in food. "We'll wait for 3 days and rest here." After speaking, Zhao Yin led everyone out of the tunnel, preparing to find a spacious place to set up a concealed tent. As they passed the tunnel entrance, Zhao Yin saw Old Qin still standing there. "You haven't left yet?" Zhao Yin asked in surprise. Old Qin was a bit stiff in front of Zhao Yin, instinctively bending slightly like he did before the apocalypse. "Little brother, I don't know where else I can go. Can I follow you?" "No." Zhao Yin rejected him outright before Old Qin could finish. In his past life, he had seen too many people like this, countless survivors who couldn't survive. Often when they encountered a strong person, they would cling to them like a lapdog, hoping to find a safe place. Once a crisis arose, they would run faster than anyone else. Upon hearing this, Old Qin's face instantly turned a deathly gray. After a long while, he nodded, understood. With that, he left without dragging his feet. "You plan to leave just like that?" Zhao Yin asked, slightly surprised. Old Qin turned back and asked, "Little brother, do you have any other orders?" "The pants and shoes are pretty good, take them off," Zhao Yin ordered directly. Old Qin broke out in a cold sweat. Then old Qin forced a bitter smile, not understanding why such a strong person was so obsessed with pants, but he could only follow the order and take off his pants and shoes. After Zhao Yin took them, he waved his hand. Let's go. This was a pair of old liberation shoes, and the size seemed to fit Zhao Yin well. In the apocalypse, such durable shoes were more practical than regular sports shoes. Zhao Yin killed Manager Wei and the others, taking over the tunnel. According to the rules, old Qin was his captive, including the clothes on his body. Old Qin slowly walked out of the tunnel. He felt no gratitude towards Zhao Yin and had no hatred either. A pair of pants and shoes exchanged for a life that old Qin himself did not even believe had any value. Of course, Zhao Yin was not saving him out of kindness. He just happened to kill his enemies. When old Qin reached the tunnel entrance, he saw the place where he used to cook and pointed to a kitchen knife. Can I take this with me? Zhao Yin did not speak, only nodded. Old Qin grabbed the kitchen knife and stepped out of the tunnel. Under the dim sunlight, he was only wearing a pair of briefs and his legs were very pale. Squeak, squeak. Master, he is a good person. I want to share some of my chestnuts with him. At that moment, the little monkey suddenly tugged at Zhao Yin's clothes. You don't even have enough chestnuts to eat yourself, and you want to give him some? Zhao Yin frowned and asked. I want to give it to him. He helped me, the little monkey said firmly. Although the little monkey fell into a coma when old Qin helped it earlier, its powerful perception as a mutated beast still allowed it to sense some things. In fact, Zhao Yin did not want to occupy this tunnel, nor did he necessarily want to drive old Qin away. He was mainly worried that an outsider might steal his corn. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Yin took out 5 chestnuts along with a handgun and 50 bullets, handing them to Song Xiaodao, saying, give these to him, and tell him that the gun is for dealing with survivors. Shooting casually will attract zombies. Song Xiaodao took the items and ran out. Zhao Yin chose a flat spot at the tunnel entrance and raised his hand to release the concealed tent. Then he took out the golden silk fruit. Monkey, since you protected old Nio and Xiaodao this time, this is your reward. The little monkey remembers clearly that its master ventured deep into the industrial park for this fruit, nearly losing his life in the process. Holding the golden silk fruit given to him by Zhao Yin, it hesitantly asked, Master, is this really for me? Of course, I would never skimp on rewarding my loyal followers. Zhao Yin replied. The old cow beside him immediately looked over, its eyes filled with envy. This golden silk fruit had been on its mind for a long time. Now it had fallen into the hands of that monkey. However, remembering how the little monkey had risked its life to save him, the old cow felt it would be inappropriate to dispute it. Each mutated beast can only consume 1 golden silk fruit in its lifetime. Eating more would be futile. Zhao Yin spoke directly, dashing the old cow's hopes. The little monkey wanted to flatter its master, expressing its gratitude, but Zhao Yin shot it a glare and interrupted, Aren't you going to eat it yet? The little monkey dared not hesitate any longer, fearing that the opportunity might slip away. It immediately stuffed the golden silk fruit into its mouth and began to chew with puffed cheeks. Moments later, the little monkey suddenly collapsed to the ground, convulsing. The old cow beside it wore a look of schadenfreude, having experience with the golden silk fruit. The last time it had endured immense pain until it fainted. Fortunately, the zombie king was not present at that time. However, if it came to experience, Zhao Yin knew more about the golden silk fruit than anyone else. The golden silk fruit could elevate a mutated beast by 1 level and grant it an additional supernatural ability. Such a perverse effect must come with significant suffering. Nonetheless, the monkey would undoubtedly be fine. Zhao Yin casually pulled out a blanket, spread it on the carpet, lit a cigarette, and slowly fell asleep. When he awoke, 5 hours had passed, and the sky had darkened. Song Xiaodao had returned at some point, curled up beside Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin had sustained heavy injuries the previous night. Although he had healed thanks to the sandwich, his blood-depleted body had not fully recovered, leading him to sleep too deeply. The little monkey and the old cow stared at each other, both dazed. Zhao Yin activated the true sight eye for the little monkey. Growing period monkey, a level mutated beast, strength 40, agility 42, stamina 48, defense 32, spirit 15, bloodline talent giantization, berserk fire control. Mutated beasts like zombies develop an additional defense attribute after evolving to a level. What Zhao Yin truly cared about was that the little monkey's newly evolved talent was actually fire control. Fire abilities rank among the top in battle supernatural powers. Zhao Yin had previously worried that the little monkey would evolve into a useless power. To his surprise, it turned out to be fire-related. Monkey, try using your fire control ability. Wait, do it outside the tent, Zhao Yin said, fearing the little monkey might burn down the tent. The little monkey, seeing Zhao Yin awake, was excited and communicated eagerly, Master, I feel so strong now. Of course, having evolved to a level, it was much stronger than before. Zhao Yin led the little monkey out of the tent, sat down on a plastic chair, lit a cigarette, and quietly awaited the monkey's performance. His heart was filled with anticipation. The little monkey, afraid of setting its master on fire, stood about 20 meters away. Its gaze suddenly sharpened as it slowly raised its hand towards a pile of wood not far away. Poof! A flicker of flame ignited between its fingers no larger than a soybean, and it extinguished in less than a second. The little monkey's eyes widened in shock as it stood there dumbfounded. Zhao Yin was also bewildered. Was this its fire ability? Master, I didn't need enough. I lacked the strength to activate my ability. The little monkey awkwardly communicated. Zhao Yin furrowed his brow. In his past life, when he obtained the golden silk fruit for Lin Tianfeng, the little monkey had already died. Mutated beasts with dual abilities were extremely rare. Even Lin Tianfeng had only managed to unlock a second ability for his contracted beast. As for a third ability, it only existed in theory. A first one had to find a dual ability mutated beast, then rely on the effects of the golden silk fruit for it to be possible. In fact, Zhao Yin had never seen such a thing. Could it be that the limit for mutated beasts was just dual abilities? Zhao Yin could not ascertain the truth, watching the little monkey maintain a calm demeanor while secretly lamenting the golden silk fruit. Master, can you give me some extraordinary food? If I eat enough, I can show you my flames, the little monkey communicated. No need, I don't want to see. Zhao Yin stood up and walked towards the hidden tent. His heart bled. A golden silk fruit. Master, chestnuts are fine too. If I eat enough, I can show you. The little monkey followed closely behind Zhao Yin, tugging at his clothes. Wait for Xiao Dao to wake up before we eat together, Zhao Yin said. For the next 2 days, Zhao Yin rested in the tunnel with Song Xiao Dao and the two beasts until the morning of the third day, when he ventured deep into the tunnel alone. The corn plants had gradually withered and their leaves had begun to yellow. Zhao Yin picked the last corn cob, stored it in his spatial ring, and called for Song Xiao Dao and the two beasts to prepare to set off. Next, he did not plan to return to Guangzhou City. His intended direction was the Dawang mountain range. In his past life, during the second year of the apocalypse, Zhao Yin had helped Lin Tianfeng set traps in the Dawang mountain range, capturing what was then a clever mutated beast, the flying white tiger. Later, that mutated beast grew to a royal level. In this life, he wanted to live better, not only enhancing his strength, but also continuously collecting resources. Currently, what Zhao Yin lacked the most was a life space. Zhao Yin vaguely remembered that in the 4th year of the apocalypse, a life space had appeared in the Dawang mountain range, and it was obtained by a powerful ability user. When this news reached Zhao Yin's ears in the 5th year of the apocalypse, it was said that the powerful ability user had joined forces with over a dozen A-level evolvers to slay a zombie king. In the end, only that powerful ability user survived, and after obtaining the star crystal, he produced an S-level treasure. An S-level treasure. It was enough to make anyone in the apocalypse fight desperately for it, leading to a bloody storm. At that time, even SS-level ability users had intervened. The one who obtained the life space ultimately bled to death in the mountains. Zhao Yin packed up the hidden tent and stepped out of the tunnel with Song Xiao Dao and the two beasts. Zhao Yin, look, what is that? Suddenly, Song Xiao Dao pointed in a certain direction. Who? Old Qin was running wildly, the air in his lungs pumping like a bellows, with over a dozen zombies hot on his heels. As he ran frantically, the zombies attracted grew more and more, soon numbering in the hundreds, all chasing after him. Oh heavens, since you let me survive, why do you treat me this way? Old Qin lamented in his heart. He knew that if this continued, he would soon meet his end. At this moment, Old Qin recalled many things, those old acquaintances, those stories. Everything was gone. In the desolate world, he was the only one left struggling to survive. In fact, it was somewhat pointless. Dying might even be better. He had been an orphan since childhood, never knowing what his parents were like, raised by an old soldier from the anti-Japanese war. When he grew up, Old Qin also responded to the call and joined the army, spending a decade in the military. Once during a family visit, someone had blinded his adoptive father's eye. That person had a deep background, and his adoptive father could only endure. In a fit of rage, Old Qin killed. Thus, he ruined his military prospects and served 15 years in labor reform. When he got out, his adoptive father was left with only a desolate grave. Thus, he squandered half his life and didn't even marry. Reaching middle age, burdened with the label of a labor reform criminal, he couldn't find a decent job and could only work as a cook at this construction site. Little did he expect the apocalypse to arrive. Old Qin tightly gripped the kitchen knife, sprinting with his long, pale legs. Suddenly, in the only path ahead, more than a dozen zombies appeared, completely blocking his way. Old Qin turned around and saw a dark mass of zombies, all drawn in by the panic of his frantic escape, an uncountable number of them. He fell to the ground, gasping heavily. At that moment, the panic in his eyes slowly dissipated, replaced gradually by despair and then acceptance. He had no strength left to kill even a single zombie. It was impossible to do so among the horde, so he would embrace death quietly. Ideally, he would be consumed entirely by the zombies, leaving no bones behind, for he did not want to become a zombie after death, nor did he wish to rot alone in the wilderness. Clang! Old Qin threw down the kitchen knife and watched as the horde of corpses drew closer. Come on, eat me. If you don't finish me off, you're the grandson. Old Qin laughed loudly, and cursed, struggling to lift himself up. He actively approached the horde of corpses. He limped and was instantly engulfed by the zombies, the air thick with the stench of decay, countless hands reaching out toward him. The nearest zombie had already opened its mouth to bite into his neck. At that moment, Old Qin closed his eyes, his expression tensing again. He tried to make his death less grotesque, but terror overwhelmed him. It turned out he was still afraid of death. However, Old Qin did not feel the pain in his neck immediately after he opened his eyes and saw all the zombies frozen in place, as if in an instant they had all turned to wooden statues. At that moment, even the wind came to a standstill. Old Qin saw the fine sand uplifted by the wind, suspended in the air, as if time had stopped and the years had frozen. Go! A chilling little hand grabbed Old Qin's wrist and pulled him out from the pile of corpses. When Old Qin regained his senses, he saw a petite woman. She wore only a bra on her upper body and filthy jeans on her lower half, pulling him forward, leaving him with a glimpse of her slender back. Old Qin's body suddenly felt invigorated, his long pale legs sprinting forward. In the swirling wind and sand, the man was bare on his lower half, while the woman was bare on her upper half, running for their lives. Only after they had completely distanced themselves from the horde did the woman let go of his hand, turning back to scrutinize him with sharp eyes. "Thank you," Old Qin replied, only then realizing that despite the dirt on her face, she was quite beautiful. She looked to be in her early 20s, somewhat resembling a star from before the apocalypse. At this moment, the woman tucked a fist-sized small copper lamp into her pocket, licked her cracked lips, and hoarsely said, "You don't need to thank me, you should thank him." "Him?" Old Qin asked in confusion. "He didn't kill you, gave you food and a gun, which shows you are worth saving," the woman explained. Hearing this, Old Qin recalled Zhao Yin. Was it because of that man that she saved him? The woman continued, "I need a partner to work for me. He indicated through his actions that you are the suitable person. Are you interested?" Old Qin immediately nodded. "No matter what, you are my savior. I will do anything you ask." He had seen the woman's ability, if she could immobilize those terrifying zombies. By following such a person, he could not only repay his debt, but also live longer. Since he had nowhere else to go, why not work for her? Suddenly, the woman swayed unsteadily, then staggered, almost falling. Old Qin quickly caught her. "Are you hurt?" Fine." The woman steadied herself and shook her head. She found a large meteorite to sit on, pulled out a handful of red berries from her pocket, shared half with Old Qin, and slowly ate the remaining half. But her other hand remained tightly clutched around the copper lamp in her pocket. Old Qin did not notice that her hand only had 4 fingers, and drops of blood were slowly flowing into the lampshade. Zhao Yin looked in the direction indicated by Song Xiaodao. In the dim sunlight, a vial of potion rested steadily on a meteorite. Healing potion, rank D, effective for treating injuries. Any life below rank D will regenerate limbs immediately upon consumption. Zhao Yin was stunned. How could there be a vial of rank D healing potion here? Since the apocalypse began, Zhao Yin had never encountered such a truly life-saving treasure. In his past life, any potion capable of regenerating limbs sold for astronomical prices, even rivaling evolution potions of the same rank. Zhao Yin was puzzled, though very few knew the secret of the star crystal, and even if a treasure was found, it would typically remain with the finder. Who would casually leave it here? Could it be that a zombie lost its nature, chose not to devour the star crystal, took it to play with as a marble, and accidentally broke the star crystal, producing this vial of evolution potion? How could that be possible? Zhao Yin found the thought amusing. Zhao Yin, look, there's writing here. Song Xiaodao pointed to a spot on the meteorite. Zhao Yin had been focused on the healing potion and hadn't noticed earlier. He saw that there in charcoal ash 3 words were crookedly written, "I'm sorry." It was written by a person. What unspeakable thing did that person do? Zhao Yin murmured. Who knows? Perhaps there are other survivors here. Song Xiaodao also expressed doubt. Zhao Yin had not paid attention to the outside commotion while shelling corn earlier, but now with his hearing fully engaged, he realized the wind was stronger today, making it hard to discern whether there were any living beings breathing or footsteps within 2 kilometers. Since he couldn't find an explanation, Zhao Yin decided not to think too much. Even if there were survivors, anything entering his spatial ring could never be taken out again. "Let's go," Zhao Yin said. As he finished speaking, he hurriedly left, moving like a thief. Song Xiaodao and the 2 beasts quickly followed. Only after running 2 kilometers did Zhao Yin slow his pace. Song Xiaodao, following with her short legs, was already out of breath. Zhao Yin, could it be that someone is apologizing to you? Impossible, besides you, I don't know any other survivors. Zhao Yin replied. Seeing his certainty, Song Xiaodao stopped speaking. Zhao Yin noticed that the vegetation along the ruined road was even more lush than 2 days before. Though these ordinary plants could not be classified as mutated, they exhibited stronger vitality than before the apocalypse. In many ruins, weeds and vines had grown thick, taking root in the concrete, and countless concrete blocks showed cracks. Zhao Yin knew that it wouldn't be long before these ruins vanished completely decomposed by the vegetation. Years later, people might not even remember what their homeland once looked like. In that world, it would be like a reboot, entering a cycle returning to primitive times. Once Zhao Yin read a news article that boldly hypothesized that before humanity ruled this world, there had already been countless cycles of civilization destruction and rebirth. No one knows why civilizations are destroyed or when they are born. Perhaps that article was not a hypothesis, but a fact. The current apocalypse is witnessing the demise of technological civilization and the rise of extraordinary civilization. Zhao Yin simply did not know what role the last humans would ultimately play. Would all the zombies evolve intelligence replacing humanity's rule, or would humans ultimately eradicate all zombies? However, all of this had nothing to do with Zhao Yin. What he was doing now was to collect as much material as possible and strengthen himself. He would no longer create any camps, nor would he become lost in power. As long as he had enough resources and was strong enough then he would live well with those he cared about and the beasts. At this moment, a fierce wind blew, howling and wailing. It tousled Song Zaidao's long hair, clinging her dress tightly to her body, outlining the youthful contours. Guangzhou City is about 500 kilometers from the Dawei mountain range, requiring a journey northward. Zhao Yin chose a shortcut, gradually walking into the once verdant forest. As they distanced themselves from Guangzhou City, the scattered zombies along the road gradually disappeared from sight. After the apocalypse, all the forests were destroyed, with only a few mutated trees having grown overnight. Most places still only had weeds. It hadn't rained since the apocalypse, and the wind and sand were fierce. Zhao Yin took out 2 gas masks, giving one to Song Xiaodao. As for the old cow and the little monkey, they could just endure it. 3 days later, Zhao Yin and his group had gradually entered the Dawei mountain range. Zhao Yin, we can't go around. What's ahead? There are zombies blocking the road. Song Xiaodao pointed ahead. This was once a tourist area, and finally zombies appeared in sight. Monkey, go take care of them, Zhao Yin ordered directly. The monkey heard Zhao Yin's command, and excitement immediately sparkled in its eyes. It was no longer the timid level 0 mutated beast it once was. Having not killed many zombies recently, it worried about losing its sense of presence in front of its master. The little monkey charged towards the 20 or so zombies wielding a wolf-toothed club. Roar! The zombies immediately noticed the little monkey and surged towards it like a swarm. 2 level zombies were the fastest, quickly leaving the ordinary zombies behind. Unfortunately for them, they encountered an 11 mutated beast. Roar! While running, the little monkey let out a loud roar, and its body rapidly swelled, heavy armor clanging as its speed suddenly doubled, transforming its massive figure into a whirlwind. Bang! 1 level zombie barely had time to approach the little monkey before its head was smashed in with a single blow. The mangled corpse splattered blackish-brown blood and was violently flung away. The 2nd level zombie had already reached the little monkey, opening its mouth to bite. The little monkey swiftly turned its body. Slap! The edge of the heavy armor struck the zombie's face, and before it could even comprehend what was happening, the little monkey brought down the wolf-tooth club with force. In 3 seconds, it had dispatched 2 level zombies. The following events were simple. The remaining dozen ordinary zombies couldn't even get close to the little monkey and were quickly slaughtered. The little monkey put away the wolf-toothed club, rapidly shrinking back to its normal size, scampering back to Zhao Yin and hugging his knee. Master, I'm done with the kills. Well done. Zhao Yin patted the little monkey on the head and rewarded it with a chestnut. He recalled days ago when he first arrived at Nanjiao village, those 2 level zombies had given him quite a bit of trouble, even forcing him to use a handgun. Zhao Yin, I'll go slice some watermelons, Song Xiaodao volunteered. In fact, even if she didn't say anything, Zhao Yin would have instructed her. With such little work to do, would he really do it himself? She took out a butterfly knife and approached the nearest Flevel zombie's corpse, poking at the foul-smelling dark brain matter, quickly finding an Flevel corpse crystal. Song Xiaodao expertly cleaned it off and continued to search for Zhao Yin's favorite star crystal. However, after searching for a long time, almost every drop of brain matter and piece of skull was cut open for inspection. There was not a trace of the star crystal. Zhao Yin, this is bad. The star crystal from this zombie has been stolen. Song Xiaodao exclaimed anxiously. Zhao Yin stepped over and asked what happened. I can't find the star crystal. Song Xiaodao felt useless, unable to handle such a small matter. Zhao Yin took out his machete, made a few quick cuts, and then walked over to another Flevel zombie's corpse. He searched every nook and cranny, just like Song Xiaodao had done before, but the outcome remained the same, only 2 Flevel corpse crystals. No star crystal. Little monkey, did your strength send the star crystal flying? Song Xiaodao complained to the little monkey. The little monkey looked just as bewildered. It had always killed zombies this way. How could it have sent the crystal flying? Both Song Xiaodao and the little monkey began searching nearby. No need to look anymore, Zhao Yin said as he put away the machete. Don't we want the star crystal? Song Xiaodao asked anxiously. These are just ordinary level zombies. They have never consumed a star crystal. Zhao Yin continued. Calculating the time, it had been almost half a month since the zombie outbreak, and ordinary zombies would have evolved to level by now, which should have happened days ago. However, Zhao Yin and his group had not encountered any. Now, most of the zombies that had consumed star crystals should have evolved to a level, and there might even be some level ones among them. Zombies that haven't consumed star crystals can still evolve. Song Zaideo's expression changed. Zhao Yin replied, not only can they evolve, but they will continue to evolve. Even though Song Xiaodao didn't understand how Zhao Yin knew this, she firmly believed his words. Now, although she had become an evolved being by following Zhao Yin, she was still a bit frightened at the thought of facing level zombies alone. One can imagine how difficult the situation must be for the ordinary survivors today. She couldn't help but wonder what her fate would have been if she hadn't met Zhao Yin. Would she have been eaten by zombies directly or sold by Wang Quan to someone ultimately living like that old Qin? Song Xiaodao dared not think further. Suddenly, she leaped into Zhao Yin's arms, tightly hugging his waist, her small body trembling incessantly. Zhao Yin was taken aback. What's wrong with you this time? I am fine, Song Xiaodao said with a pale face. I just want to hug you, Zhao Yin. Can I hold you for a while? Zhao Yin stood there feeling the warmth of her small body pressed against him, and surprisingly had a physiological reaction. After thinking for a moment, he still didn't push her away. Zhao Yin Song Xiaodao buried her face in front of him and said, if one day one day we encounter danger again, will you leave me and the little monkey behind? I will do my best to protect you, but if we face a crisis I can't handle, I will leave alone. Zhao Yin hesitated slightly and said seriously, so you need to become stronger. Song Xiaodao slowly raised her head, pouting as she looked at Zhao Yin, and said, can't you say something nice? You can lie to me if you want. Do you like being deceived? Zhao Yin lowered his head, gazing into the little girl's clear, yet somewhat naive eyes. Song Xiaodao buried her face in Zhao Yin's chest again. Actually, I prefer the honest you. Didn't you say that in 7 years I would be your woman? So when I grow up, let's get married, Zhao Yin. You need to protect your fiancé well. Zhao Yin never expected this girl would say such things. He raised his hand to push her away, scolding, get to work. Song Xiaodao stood in front of him wide-eyed and asked Zhao Yin, will you marry me in the future? Zhao Yin turned away and said, monkey, go take off her gear so she can see how much she really weighs. You bastard. Song Xiaodao let out a sharp scream, covering herself with her hands. Can't I just go to work? With that, she went to slice some watermelons with a pitiful expression. After Zhao Yin collected all the corpse crystals, he set off to continue the journey. Along the way, Song Xiaodao kept her head down, no longer speaking. It was unclear when, but the yellow sun in the sky vanished, slowly obscured by dark clouds. Soon thunder rumbled, and large raindrops began to fall. The wind grew stronger, whipping the raindrops that pattered against Zhao Yin's face. It was icy. The Flevel evolved beings were not oblivious to heat and cold. Song Xiaodao shivered from the chill, but still didn't speak to Zhao Yin. The two mutated beasts were indifferent. The little monkey frolicked in the rain, running a distance before returning, then running forward again and back. It seemed to find this amusing. The old cow diligently followed behind Zhao Yin, occasionally taking the opportunity to nibble on some grass by the roadside, its mouth continuously chewing slowly. We'll rest here tonight, Zhao Yin said. He found a clear area throughout a camouflage tent, and Song Xiaodao quickly crawled inside, eagerly starting a fire to cook. Sitting beside the campfire, Zhao Yin reminisced about his past life. Though after the first rain following the apocalypse, all the plants in the world would undergo explosive growth, and the varieties of mutated crops would also increase. Many survivors who had struggled for a month and a half would find relief from this rain. At the same time, the surviving animals would gradually become active, as the jungle was their paradise. They would kill zombies and consume star crystals, or catch living creatures for meat, rapidly increasing their strength, leading to the emergence of many pseudo-mutated beasts. In short, this rain injected nutrients into this broken world. All lives other than zombies finally had a chance to survive. Zhao Yin lost himself in thought, and unknowingly, it was already deep into the night. Suddenly, he heard the sound of rain mixed with hurried footsteps approaching rapidly. Zhao Yin immediately discerned that it was the sound of human footsteps and turned to take a glance. Old Nyo, stay inside the tent. A monkey, come with me to check it out. Zhao Yin finished communicating in his mind and led the little monkey out of the concealed tent. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky and torrential rain soaked Zhao Yin in an instant. The little monkey's iron armor glistened with the falling rain. Zhao Yin squinted ahead. In the pitch-black night, 4 shadowy figures were sprinting about 300 to 400 meters away from him. 2 men and 2 women, all appearing to be young, with the 2 women empty-handed, while one man held a shovel and the other a crowbar. They looked panicked, and someone stumbled over the vines, only to be quickly helped up by a companion. Their direction was precisely towards Zhao Yin. There are zombies ahead. As they drew closer, a girl with disheveled hair and black-rimmed glasses pointed at Zhao Yin and the little monkey, shouting, "Quick, take a detour." Another short-haired girl said in a panic, "No way, the ground is too slippery. This is the only relatively flat path. Otherwise, if Team Wang can't hold out, we can't possibly outrun those damned rats." A tall young man said, turning to another young man with a buzz cut in urgency, "Xiaohong, let's go take care of those two zombies." Kill zombies," the buzz-cut youth asked with a trembling voice. "There's no time, hurry up." The glasses girl urged Hong Xiaoyin, "Are you still a man? Didn't you say you would protect us?" Hearing this, the buzz-cut youth gritted his teeth, his expression no longer hesitant. He picked up the shovel and followed the tall young man as they rushed towards Zhao Yin. As the two approached, Zhao Yin could gradually see their faces growing increasingly pale. Their clothes were tattered, but the rain had washed them clean, clinging wetly to their bodies. Squeak! The little monkey seemed to sense the threat and became agitated. Zhao Yin raised his hand and patted its head, saying, "Don't rush." The two youths were taken aback and stopped in their tracks. You're human?" the buzz-cut youth asked. In the dark, rainy night, they couldn't make out Zhao Yin's face. "What's making you so scared? Is it zombies?" Zhao Yin asked. They confirmed that Zhao Yin was not a zombie, as if relieved. Hong Xiaotian put down the shovel he was holding and said anxiously, "Bro, hurry up and run. A pack of rats is chasing us." "Rats?" Zhao Yin's eyes lit up. "Bro, those aren't ordinary rats. They're bigger than dogs." Before Hong Xiaotian could finish, a rumbling sound came from behind, drowning out the sound of the rain like 1,000 horses thundering. "Xiaohong, stop talking and run." The tall young man pulled Hong Xiaotian while the two girls had already passed them and were running ahead. The group did not notice Zhao Yin's concealed tent. After running a dozen meters, Hong Xiaotian looked back and saw that the person was still standing in place behind them was that child in strange clothing. At this moment, Zhao Yin concentrated his vision and clearly saw the group of rats. They were densely packed, about 300 to 400 of them, each the size of a medium-sized dog, trampling down all the wild grass and vines in their path. "Bro, run. Why are you standing there?" Hong Xiaotian shouted loudly from several hundred meters away. "What does it matter? If he wants to die, who can he blame?" the glasses girl said. "Team Wang probably sacrificed already. If no one holds the rat pack back for us, we won't escape back to the shelter. Let him delay for a bit, that's fine," the tall young man said. The short-haired girl furrowed her brow but quickened her pace to follow the three. Soon the four disappeared into the rain. Rats rank F, strength 25, agility 36, stamina 12, spirit 2, mutated due to zombie virus infection. Rats rank F, strength 24, agility 35, stamina 13, spirit 1, mutated due to zombie virus infection. Rats rank F. The difference between pseudo-mutated beasts and mutated beasts is that mutated beasts have undergone natural mutations and possess supernatural abilities, while pseudo-mutated beasts' mutations come from the zombie virus and lack any supernatural abilities. Pseudo-mutated beasts are also living entities, and Zhao Yin can contract with them. He immediately dashed into the concealed tent and lifted the sleeping Song Xiaodao. "Zhao Yin, what are you doing?" Song Xiaodao asked. The next moment, Zhao Yin burst out of the concealed tent, and the rain instantly soaked Song Xiaodao awake. Old Neo followed out, looking up at the rat pack opposite them. At this point, the rat pack was less than 300 meters away from Zhao Yin, startling both Song Xiaodao and Old Neo. "Master, do you want to run?" Old Neo's thoughts were surprisingly hesitant. After all, these were hundreds of franked pseudo-mutated beasts, not just a few zombies. Aside from lacking supernatural abilities, they were not much different from mutated beasts. Zhao Yin said nothing and directly took out all the chestnut prickly balls from his spatial ring, loudly commanding, "Let's all work together and spread out the prickly balls." "Are we setting a trap?" Song Xiaodao immediately understood Zhao Yin's intention. "Hurry." Zhao Yin brandished his mountain-cutting knife with force, pushing the blade through the pile of prickly balls, sending countless prickly balls flying onto the path the rat pack would take. When the little monkey picked the chestnuts, it accidentally touched one, which pierced its body, showing the power of this mutated plant. Otherwise, Zhao Yin wouldn't let them occupy his space. Song Xiaodao also took out his tang knife, mimicking Zhao Yin as he struck the prickly balls beside him. But the fastest was still the little monkey. After activating its giantization ability, every swing of its wolf-toothed club sent hundreds of prickly balls sprawling out. Old Neo used its horns and hooves, but the prickly balls pierced its hide, making it gasp for breath. After a few seconds, Zhao Yin shouted loudly, "Retreat." The prickly balls were all laid out, and the rat pack had arrived. Zhao Yin led Song Xiaodao and the two beasts back to the side of the concealed tent. 300 to 400 rats the size of dogs swarmed, all with blood-red eyes, crazed, their claws trampling through the mud as they charged forward. Squeak! The first rat charging at the front instantly stepped on the prickly ball laid out by Zhao Yin, letting out a sharp cry of pain. It instinctively leaped high to avoid it, but the next moment its body landed on another prickly ball convulsing. Following that, all the rats at the front stepped on the prickly balls, repeating the previous scene. In an instant, the squeaks filled the air, piercing Zhao Yin's eardrums. Prepare. After the rat pack crosses the trap, try to knock them out, if not kill them. Zhao Yin commanded loudly in the pouring rain. With thousands of prickly balls, each rat would likely have several stuck to them. While it wouldn't be fatal, their agility would be significantly reduced, and their speed began to slow down. Finally, the first rat burst out of the trap, covered in over 10 prickly balls, blood flowing, its eyes red, as it charged toward Zhao Yin's team. Next came the second, then the third. It seemed they knew that those prickly balls were set up by the few guys in front of them. Their blood-red eyes were filled with hatred as Zhao Yin drew his composite bow and shot an arrow. Thud! The closest rat was instantly pierced through one of its hind legs by the arrow, its body swaying, and it continued to charge over with a limp, meeting Zhao Yin's second arrow. That rat's other hind leg was also instantly pierced by the arrow, no longer posing a threat to Zhao Yin's team. Zhao Yin ignored it and aimed at another rat, shooting arrows in rapid succession. In the blink of an eye, 4 to 5 rats were struggling to crawl on the ground with their front legs. Who? The old bull snorted, and this time it activated its abilities before the little monkey, its muscles bulging as scales rapidly covered its entire body. The old bull stomped through the mud, charging directly into the swarm of rats, sending one flying. Upon landing, the rat's innards spilled out. You better be gentle. I told you not to kill them. Zhao Yin cursed angrily. Each rat was essential for his contract beast legion. Losing even one was a significant loss. The old bull hadn't achieved much lately and wanted to perform well. Master, I held back, but I still killed one. A sheepish expression appeared on the bull's face. The little monkey, seeing this, grinned and exclaimed, Master, watch me. It swung its wolf fang club and with a bang struck down a rat. The rat was instantly smashed to the ground, its head burst open, brain matter spilling out, twitching on the ground. What the hell? Zhao Yin shouted in frustration. Were these two idiots doing this on purpose? The little monkey looked bewildered. Oh, were the rats really that fragile? Now it had evolved to a rank, completely forgetting that its base strength had doubled. Zhao Yin's heart bled as he glanced back at Song Xiaodao. She had already knocked out 2 rats with her sheathed tang knife. Zhao Yin felt somewhat relieved. Pay attention, learn from Song Xiaodao, or else we won't have food to eat tomorrow. At this moment, over 100 rats had rushed out of the trap, and Zhao Yin could not afford to care about the 2 beasts. He continued to knock his bow and shoot. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Zhao Yin shot through the legs of 15 or 16 rats, while the little monkey also crushed a large group, finally not hitting any heads. As for whether they lived or died, who knew? The old bull continued its brutal methods, directly charging into the rats, trampling many of them and breaking their limbs. Soon even Song Xiaodao had knocked down her 5th rat. At this point, nearly all of the 100 rats that had charged out were wiped out, with not a single one able to approach Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao. Suddenly Zhao Yin shouted, not good, they want to escape. At that moment, all the rats in the trap, along with those that had rushed out and were uncontrollable, turned around and fled. Quickly Song Xiaodao returned to the tent. Monkey and old bull, follow me to chase. Zhao Yin commanded directly. These were all his contract beasts, the strength that formed his legion. Just a few days ago, Zhao Yin had dreamed of encountering such a group of not so strong, but numerous mutated beasts, even if they were a bunch of pseudo-mutants. Now that the trap had been dug and the spike balls had pierced them, they were just a step away from victory. How could they escape like this? Zhao Yin put away his compound bow, took out his mountain-cutting knife, and quickly chased forward. Roar! The little monkey finally entered a frenzy, its massive form towering even higher as it sprinted forward, surprisingly outpacing Zhao Yin and creating a whirlwind. Master and the monkey, always your most capable aide, forever your vanguard. Don't hit any heads. Zhao Yin hurriedly shouted from behind. The old bull's eyes were bloodshot, but its 2 abilities did not increase agility, leaving it lagging far behind. Soon Zhao Yin and the 2 beasts vanished from Song Xiaodao's sight. She knew her speed was nowhere near that of the rats. Going would only slow them down. Back in the tent, she clenched her fists. I want to evolve to a rank. I want to evolve to a rank. At that moment, the 2 boys and 2 girls who had fled earlier suddenly stopped. 70 meters ahead of them stood a giant rat several times larger than those before, quietly waiting in the pouring rain. Its green eyes stared at the 4, filled with mockery. Faced with this giant rat, all 4 felt their legs turn to jelly, trembling all over. So big. I'm exhausted. I can't escape. It's over. The faces of the 4 turned pale. The giant rat did not seem in a hurry to attack them. It flicked its tumtor-long tail and approached slowly, looking down at them. Squeak! A piercing scream erupted from its mouth, shattering their eardrums, and the tense nerves of the 4 instantly snapped. 2 girls fell to the ground. Woo! I don't want to die. Wu Hao Hong Xiao Yin, you said you would protect me. The girl with glasses began to cry. Shut up. The tall youth Wu Hao scolded, This is an apocalypse, oh we are all going to die. What can protect you? At that moment among the four the usually timid Hong Xiaotian suddenly gritted his teeth and said, Wu how you take Tang Ting and Peng Jinjin and go first I'll hold off this rat. The girl with glasses immediately stopped crying. The short-haired girl also looked at Hong Xiaotian. Wu Hao asked in disbelief, Xiao Hong are you sure? You will die. If I die, I die. Hong Xiaotian trembled and said, if no one holds it off in the end no one can escape. One person dying is better than all of us dying. He suddenly looked at the girl with glasses, his eyes gradually softening. Jinjin, do you know? I liked you since high school, but I knew I wasn't your type. I'm a country boy and my parents divorced when I was young. I can't compare to most of my classmates in terms of family background. I'm introverted and my grades aren't good. I'm not worthy of you. Originally, I planned to keep this secret forever, but now that I'm about to die, I want to know over the years did you ever? Like me. No, did you ever consider me a friend? The girl with glasses wiped her tears and immediately stood up saying, without hesitation, Xiao Hong, how can you be so foolish? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Actually, I liked you before I dated those 6 ex-boyfriends. Really? Hong Xiaotian smiled. We've been classmates for so many years from elementary school to university, even during the internship, we both ended up in the same company. Would I lie to you? The girl with glasses said. Upon hearing this, Hong Xiaoshan's smile grew brighter, as if he had heard the happiest news in the world. In the rainy night, he revealed a set of pearly whites. Thank you. He turned around contentedly, calmly facing the giant rat, stepping forward steadily and composedly. It was as if he had never been the timid Hong Xiaotian. He was a hero willing to die for the girl he loved and his closest companion. Run! The girl with glasses pulled the short-haired girl up, changing direction and running wildly, while Wu Hao took one last look at Hong Xiaoshan's back. Xiao Hong, take care of yourself. With that, Wu Hao also turned and ran. Hong Xiaotian slowly opened his arms, a smile on his face, though the moisture at the corners of his eyes blurred the distinction between rain and tears. Jinjin, thank you for still being willing to deceive me at the end, he murmured softly. The next moment, facing the giant rat, Hong Xiaotian shouted, come on, come eat me. His voice echoed through the rain. In the distance, Peng Jinjin heard it, but did not look back. In the giant rat's green eyes, a human-like rage suddenly appeared, seemingly angered that this human had disrupted its game. It suddenly accelerated, biting down on Hong Xiaoshan's shoulder, and with a shake of its head, Hong Xiaoshan's body flew out like a kite with a severed string. The giant rat did not turn back to eat Hong Xiaotian as one might expect, but instead accelerated, becoming a streak of black lightning, instantly chasing after the 3 who had fled. A few seconds later, cries of women and screams of men echoed from the nearby valley. At that moment, 2 shadows quickly emerged from the nearby grass, approaching the location where Hong Xiaotian lay. In the night, 2 figures, one tall and one short, could be distinguished. The tall one bent down to check Hong Xiaoshan's vital signs. There's still breath. It was the voice of a middle-aged man. Carry him, let's go. The one speaking was a young woman's voice. The man bent down to lift Hong Xiaotian, and the 3 quickly vanished into the rain. Moments later, the giant rat returned, its belly round and bulging, clearly having made a meal of Wu Hao and Peng Jinjin. Squeak! After discovering Hong Xiaoshan's disappearance, the giant rat let out an angry roar, then sniffed the air, instantly locking onto the direction taken by the tall and short shadows. But it hadn't had time to chase. Squeak! Suddenly, a louder rat call came from afar. The giant rat immediately halted its forward momentum and rapidly turned back its speed like lightning. At this moment, there were only over 200 rats left in front of Zhao Yin. Including the nearly 100 that had been killed by the traps, almost half had been eliminated. At this moment, Zhao Yin and the 2 beasts left behind 100 or 200 injured rats. The remaining rats were all lightly injured, and their speed was relatively faster. At this time, a large patch of bushes appeared ahead, and the rat swarm seemed to see a savior swiftly burrowing in and disappearing from Zhao Yin's sight in the blink of an eye. Monkey Old Bull, split up and encircle them. Capture as many as you can. After Zhao Yin communicated with the 2 beasts, he swiftly dove into the thicket. The 2 beasts immediately sprang into action, burrowing in from 2 different directions. Bang! 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 Soon more than a dozen mice were knocked unconscious by Zhao Yin. At that moment, a squeak echoed, and before Zhao Yin could react, darkness enveloped him, sending him flying. He tumbled out of the thicket, feeling dizzy and a throbbing pain in his chest, as if he had been struck by a train. The bushes shook violently, and a giant rat the size of a calf emerged. While all the previous rats were gray, this giant rat was pitch black and shiny, leaving no trace of rainwater. Its blood-red eyes fixed on Zhao Yin filled with bloodlust and cruelty. With a screech, the giant rat revealed its long fangs, each over a foot long, dripping with venom. This alone was enough to unsettle Zhao Yin, but his expression changed drastically when he saw what followed. The shaking of the thicket intensified, and then another identical black giant rat emerged, followed by a second, third, and fourth, until 12 black giant rats burst forth. Rat a level strength 36, agility 44, stamina 27, spirit 9 mutated by the zombie virus. Rat a level strength 39, agility 43, stamina 31, spirit 8 mutated by the zombie virus. Rat. All 12 were a level pseudo-mutated beasts. The giant rat that had just knocked Zhao Yin aside had an agility of 44 points faster than even an old cow. Monkey, old cow, come save me. Without hesitation, Zhao Yin called out to his bodyguard. Boom. The old cow closer to Zhao Yin was the first to charge out of the bushes, violently overturning a giant rat near Zhao Yin. The cow's horn tore a large hole in the giant rat's abdomen. Being in a level pseudo-mutated beast, instead of retreating from its injury, it became enraged and bit at old cow's front hoof. Fortunately, old cow had activated its armored ability, and the rat's teeth scraped against the scales, creating sparks without inflicting any harm. With the boost from its enormous strength ability, old cow kicked out, sending the injured giant rat flying, knocking out one of its fangs. Squeak! Squeak! All the giant rats became enraged instantly, surrounding old cow. The intelligence of the giant rats seemed to have caught up with that of humans. They had seen old cow's armored ability and did not attack recklessly, instead encircling old cow and using their speed to evade its attacks while searching for its weak points. Old cow charged wildly, but couldn't even graze a single rat hair, panting heavily in frustration. Suddenly, a tearing sound. One giant rat seized the opportunity while old cow was distracted, claws aiming for old cow's single eye. In the next moment, old cow closed its eyes and the scales on its eyelid blocked the rat's claws, creating sparks. The giant rat withdrew after its strike, and as old cow charged in anger, it had already circled around to old cow's rear. Old cow, with its single eye affecting its perception, remained unaware and continued charging at another giant rat. Old cow, be careful. Zhao Yin urgently transmitted his voice while leaping into action. Everything unfolded in a flash, but unfortunately Zhao Yin was still a moment too late. Blood spurted as old cow was suddenly drenched in gore, and Zhao Yin felt his heart twitch too pain to mourn for old cow. He gritted his teeth against the pain in his chest and swung down his mountain-splitting blade. Crack! The rat's claws aimed at old cow's rear were about to strike again, but Zhao Yin's blade came down, severing it. In the next moment, Zhao Yin found himself surrounded by the swarm of rats. He could only swing his mountain-splitting blade in a defensive manner. While old cow had its armored ability, Zhao Yin was in even more danger. At that moment, the little monkey finally returned from 100 meters away, spotting its master in dire straits. Roar! The little monkey's eyes turned red in an instant. Master, I'm here. Where the hell have you been? Do you even know how to come back? Zhao Yin scolded. The little monkey dared not explain too much. In fact, only a few seconds had passed since Zhao Yin was knocked away and old cow charged out and got injured. Unlike old cow, the little monkey had both abilities enhanced with speed, catching up to a giant rat in just a few steps, and filled with rage, smashed its head with a stick. Zhao Yin finally let out a breath, intentionally positioning his body to shield old cow's rear, just as he was about to instruct the little monkey to be gentler. Boom! The little monkey's large body was suddenly sent flying. The rat's screech was enough to rupture the eardrums of ordinary people. The entire forest trembled, the roar echoing endlessly in Zhao Yin's ears. A larger snow-white giant rat, nearly 2 meters tall and measuring 7 to 8 meters in length from head to tail, stood where the little monkey had been thrown. Meanwhile, the remaining 11 black giant rats halted their assault and swiftly formed a protective circle around the snow-white giant rat. The expression on the snow-white giant rat's face resembled that of an ancient emperor on a procession. Arrogant, disdainful, cold, and utterly domineering. Rat King level mutated beast, strength 74, agility 89, stamina 57, defense 82, spirit 12, bloodline talent. Rapid. Zhao Yin's face turned pale as he discerned the Rat King's attributes. Is there any chance for survival? This Rat King was no mere pseudo-mutated beast, but a genuine level mutated beast with abilities. Even without considering its abilities, with a defense of 82 points, Zhao Yin could only barely scratch its skin with his mountain-splitting blade. After being thrown, the little monkey quickly got back up, shaking off the heavy armor, eyes blazing with fury. Master, it ambushed me. The little monkey transmitted to Zhao Yin. I want to smash it. Don't be impulsive, that's a level Rat King. Zhao Yin quickly warned. Given Zhao Yin and old cow's speed, they likely wouldn't even harm a single hair of the Rat King, merely trailing behind. Now the only one capable of fighting the Rat King was the little monkey with both abilities activated. But that was only under the condition that the Rat King did not activate its rapid ability. Once the Rat King activated its abilities, how fast could it go? Zhao Yin speculated. Even the little monkey with both abilities activated would be at a disadvantage. What should he do now? Zhao Yin's mind raced through possibilities. If only he had a bottle of iced tea, the little monkey could match the Rat King. Unfortunately, the iced tea had long been consumed, and he hadn't obtained any star crystals recently. In the remaining extraordinary food and drinks in his spatial ring, only a bottle of glutinous rice wine was capable of enhancing power. But that was a double-edged sword capable of increasing strength by 80 points for 10 minutes, but causing confusion for 3 hours after use. Moreover, in dealing with the Rat King, what was lacking was not strength, but speed. Had he truly returned to live this life only to die today? At that moment, the Rat King's gaze turned toward the direction Zhao Yin had come from. Upon seeing its offspring and the others knocked unconscious by Zhao Yin and the two beasts, it let out an enraged roar. Squeak! The 11 black giant rats beside the Rat King charged out in an instant, smashing the skulls of the dozens of gray rats Zhao Yin had just knocked unconscious. They weren't there to rescue, but to kill. It was as if an emperor was dealing with a defeated army. At this moment, Zhao Yin had no time to think about his contracted beast army. He only wanted to figure out how to survive. The only hope now lay in that invisible tent. If Zhao Yin could hide inside, he would be temporarily safe. The invisible tent had an impressive defense of several hundred points, which the current Rat King could not breach. But the problem was that they had chased the rat swarm nearly 2 kilometers. How could he return unnoticed by the Rat King? Boom! At that moment, the Rat King suddenly charged at Zhao Yin, having realized that this human was the leader of the team. Master, be careful. At that moment, the old bull swiftly turned around, its massive body blocking Zhao Yin's path as its horn charged towards the approaching Mouse King. This confrontation was merely a test from the Mouse King. It unexpectedly discovered that this grade old bull surpassed it in strength by an entire tier. The White Mouse King spun awkwardly in the air, staggering to the ground. After shaking its head, its gaze towards the water buffalo was now tinged with caution. Previously, it had underestimated the 2 mutated beasts in front of Zhao Yin, not realizing they both possessed dual abilities. In the next moment, the Mouse King charged again, activating its abilities, moving so fast, it was almost indistinguishable, like a flash of white lightning. Withdraw. Back to the tent. Zhao Yin immediately transmitted his thoughts. He shrank back behind the 2 mutated beasts, slowly retreating. The old bull had no time to fall back and could only prepare for another charge. This time, the old bull charged into thin air as the Mouse King deftly dodged its sharp claws, slashing, tearing through the old bull's neck scales. If it weren't for the old bull's iron armor ability, its head would have already been severed by this great Mouse King. The small monkey, wanting to help, also missed, angrily chasing forward. In the next moment, the Mouse King circled behind the small monkey, its claws striking out, ripping a large gash in the small monkey's heavy armor, blood gushing instantly. The small monkey swung backwards without looking, but the Mouse King vanished from sight again, only to reappear in front of Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin even caught a glimpse of the mockery in the Mouse King's eyes as he quickly raised his mountain-splitting knife. The knife's inherent speed enhancement barely allowed Zhao Yin to catch the Mouse King's claws. Bang! The Mouse King's claws collided with the blade, sparking flames. At that moment, the small monkey and the old bull charged in, and the Mouse King instantly vanished from Zhao Yin's sight. It did not continue to attack, but stood on a nearby large rock, looking down at Zhao Yin and the 2 beasts with a playful demeanor, as if toying with its prey. Zhao Yin's hands felt numb from the shock. He glanced at the small monkey's torn armor, and then at his mountain-splitting knife, which now had a noticeable dent, his expression growing darker. The Mouse King's claws definitely exceeded great equipment, reaching grade, or even higher. It possessed such an exceptional weapon with a staggering strength of 74 points. Zhao Yin realized that the strength he had painstakingly built up over the past half-month was pitifully weak. Form a triangular formation and move quickly towards the tent. The monkey's dual abilities enhance strength and will provide cover while the old bull stays on my right. Hurry! Zhao Yin transmitted his thoughts. The 2 contracted beasts understood him perfectly and quickly reacted. In an instant, a triangular battle formation was established. The Mouse King on the rock was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Zhao Yin to have such a move, and instantly felt an inability to attack. No matter where it attacked from, it would face either a mutated beast or Zhao Yin, and sneaking up from behind was no longer an option. Its eyes turned sharp as it flashed and reappeared in front of the formation. The monkey's spiked club swung fiercely at the approaching Mouse King. Bang! The Mouse King's claws and the spiked club collided, sending the Mouse King staggering back. Its left foreleg trembled, clearly having suffered a considerable setback. Zhao Yin, accompanied by the 2 contracted beasts, quickly moved towards the distant hidden tent. In the next moment, the Mouse King swiftly circled to the other side of the triangular formation, clawing at Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin could only raise his mountain-splitting knife to meet the Mouse King's strike once more. Boom! After a loud crash, Zhao Yin was sent flying. The small monkey caught him from behind. Zhao Yin steadied himself, feeling a pain in his chest, as if it were about to explode. Damn it, Zhao Yin cursed. In the next moment, he took out a bottle of glutinous rice wine and drank it down. 10 minutes, I only have 10 minutes. I must return to the hidden tent. Zhao Yin said with a flushed face. Monkey, later, I will fall into a state of confusion. Remember to tie me up. I won't hurt you when I come to. The small monkey nodded repeatedly, and Zhao Yin once again raised his mountain-splitting knife. In the next moment, he felt the pain in his chest rapidly dissipate, replaced by a burning sensation, and the mountain-splitting knife felt as light as a feather. At this moment, the Mouse King, having just succeeded with an attack and tasted victory, charged towards Zhao Yin again, its claws swiftly aiming for his chest. Zhao Yin shouted loudly and swung the mountain-splitting knife forward. Bang! After a violent collision, the Mouse King was sent tumbling away. Zhao Yin finally managed to push the Mouse King back with his strength. However, with Zhao Yin's keen eyesight, he could see that the Mouse King had not sustained significant injuries. Run! Zhao Yin shouted. The triangular formation immediately moved forward with the old bull and Zhao Yin clearing a path on either side, while the small monkey retreated to protect their backs. Blood from the old bull and the small monkey dripped along the way, quickly washed away by the rain. After a while, the Mouse King finally got up, its snow-white fur covered in mud, its left foreleg trembling more violently. Yet it remained calm, looking at Zhao Yin with confusion, seemingly not understanding how this human's strength had suddenly increased. The Mouse King quickly made a decision and rushed towards the triangular formation again. This time it chose to break through at the slowest old bull. The agility of bovines was far inferior to that of primates, and restricted by the formation, the Mouse King's claws swung in while the old bull charged forward with its horns. However, the Mouse King easily dodged the old bull's horns. With a ripping sound, its claws sliced through the scales on the old bull's head, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. The old bull let out a muffled grunt of pain, blood flowing into its single eye. Finally, the Mouse King had found the weakness of this triangular formation. Zhao Yin turned to look, seeing the Mouse King stuffing the piece of bloody meat into its mouth, its cheeks rapidly bulging, followed by a gulp as it swallowed. Zhao Yin's mood was devoid of any anger, only a burning rage inside him, feeling immense heartache for his contracted beast. Monkey, try to help the old bull defend, but the formation must not be disrupted. Zhao Yin shouted, speed up. The three of them understood that the longer they delayed, the greater the danger to the old bull. Once the old bull fell, one side of their defense would be lost, and the formation would collapse. In the torrential rain, the triangular formation trudged forward with difficulty. The Mouse King relentlessly attacked the old bull, sometimes the small monkey, and Zhao Yin managed to help block. At other times, the old bull was directly cut with pieces of meat, becoming the Mouse King's meal right before their eyes. Soon the old bull's head and neck revealed stark, white bones, its steps slowing. If it were not a mutated beast, it would have died countless times already. 5 minutes later, they were less than 500 meters from the hidden tent. Just hold on a little longer, we're almost there. Zhao Yin said, his eyes red. In the next moment, the Mouse King charged again. Zhao Yin swung his mountain-splitting knife, but it merely grazed the Mouse King's fur as it passed through the air. The small monkey also swung the spiked club, intending to block the Mouse King's attack on the old bull, but unexpectedly. Bang! This time the Mouse King did not dodge, but directly took the hit with one forepaw, while its other forepaw swiftly reached out, its sharp claws piercing into the old bull's single eye. It directly scooped out the eyeball. After successfully landing the hit, the Mouse King retreated, standing 30 meters away from the triangular formation. The Mouse King stood on its hind legs, seemingly taunting, and roared. Ignoring the blood pouring from its right foreleg, the Mouse King placed the old bull's eyeball into its mouth, its cheeks slowly bulging as if savoring the taste. The old cow had lost its one eye and merely let out a muffled groan. It was already numb from the pain, weakly gasping for breath as it transmitted its thoughts to Zhao Yin. Master, the old cow may no longer be able to follow you. It was completely blind, and the triangular formation was no longer defensible. Just when Zhao Yin thought he was at a dead end, he suddenly heard a cry from over 400 meters away. It was Song Xiaodao. Ah, help! There's a huge rat. Zhao Yin, where are you? He turned back to see through the rain curtain in front of the invisible tent. A black giant rat, roughly the size of the white-haired Rat King, was standing there frantically attacking the invisible tent. The gray rats that Zhao Yin had previously controlled were all crushed. 11 slightly smaller giant rats were guarding the black giant rat, also attacking the invisible tent. Rat King level mutated beast, strength 75, agility 87, stamina 58, defense 84, spirit 10, bloodline talent earth escape. Another Rat King. Zhao Yin's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. He couldn't handle one white Rat King, and now there was another level 1. The only consolation was that this black Rat King's abilities were not combat-oriented. If it were against the little monkey, he could easily crush it with his dual combat abilities. However, with the white Rat King around, Zhao Yin could only fantasize. The current situation was adding fuel to the fire with the retreat cut off. There was no way to resolve the crisis before him. Zhao Yin thought he would die in the apocalypse, but he never expected it to happen so soon. These two rat kings were nourished by countless subordinates reaching level in just half a month. Even the resources Zhao Yin provided to both beasts couldn't compare. Zhao Yin did not expect to encounter them at this moment. Damn it! In despair, Zhao Yin's inner ferocity was stirred, and he shouted at the little monkey, "No more formations, go kill that black rat king. Since the white rat king wants us dead, I'll take down its husband before I die." With that, Zhao Yin raised his mountain-splitting knife and charged toward the white rat king. The little monkey, resolute in its gaze, glanced at the severely injured old cow beside it, and immediately shed its tattered heavy armor. Its dual abilities were unleashed to the fullest as it rushed toward the black rat king. The white rat king was momentarily stunned to see Zhao Yin charging toward it. Does this human want to seek death? Suddenly, upon noticing the little monkey's actions, it understood something. Panic flashed in its rat-like eyes. Having just experienced the power of this level monkey, it realized the opponent's dual combat abilities definitely surpassed that of the black rat king. The white rat king immediately warned the black rat king and quickly made a decision, abandoning Zhao Yin to chase after the little monkey. Damn it, why are you running? Zhao Yin hurled the mountain-splitting knife with all his might. Whoosh! The knife emitted a piercing sound, but unfortunately, it couldn't catch up with the speed of the white rat king, flying nearly 100 meters before embedding itself into a large rock. Without turning back, the white rat king instantly appeared behind the little monkey, its claws lunging towards its back. The little monkey knew it couldn't evade this strike, so it let the claws land on it, and its heavy armor along with a piece of monkey skin was torn off. Using the force of the impact, the little monkey surged forward, quickly crossing over 300 meters, now not far from the black rat king. Zhao Yin hesitated for a moment before turning around once again, abandoning the little monkey, and took off running. If he could leave this place, he could survive alone. He didn't want to think about how the little monkey would die or whether Song Xiaodao in the tent would ultimately be surrounded. In the apocalypse, everyone had only one goal: survival was the king's way. Throughout the journey, countless thoughts flashed through Zhao Yin's mind. He felt guilt and reluctance, but soon cast them aside. Only his own survival mattered most. But is such a survival truly meaningful? Zhao Yin's pace slowed slightly, but soon he found his answer. Of course it is meaningful. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. He would have more contract beasts and more women in the future. He was the master of contracts, and would come back to avenge the little monkey and the others against the rat kings. Little did he know 8 minutes had already passed, and the side effects of the glutinous rice wine were gradually surfacing, affecting his chaotic thoughts. His head grew heavier, and the conviction he had just established began to waver. Zhao Yin thought of the little monkey from his past life, who died for Lin Tianfeng. Now in this life, the little monkey was dying for him. Wasn't that too unfortunate? He also thought of Song Xiaodao, whom he couldn't protect in his past life, and now was letting her die just like that. And the old cow, who had never received any nurturing from him, felt guilty for not being able to protect its master even in death. Zhao Yin's eyes slowly turned red as something long extinguished, seemingly called conscience, gradually revived within his heart. His killing intent gradually boiled over the effects of the wine filling his chest. In that moment, Zhao Yin seemed unafraid of anything. If I die, then so be it. Zhao Yin roared. When a person dies, the nest is empty, but if I don't die, I'll live for countless years. He suddenly turned around and charged back the way he came. The previously ordinary gray rat horde had already shed their quills and gathered outside the bushes waiting for the Rat King's command. Upon seeing Zhao Yin charge over, all the gray rats began chattering loudly. The two Rat Kings were fully occupied with the little monkey, completely forgetting about these gray rats. Zhao Yin produced a sniper rifle, his eyes glowing red as he fired wildly, reloaded, and shot again. Each shot claimed a gray rat's life. The discipline of the gray rats exceeded expectations. Even when they saw their companions being killed, they remained foolishly in place without a command from the Rat Kings. Soon Zhao Yin fired all the sniper bullets, leaving only 30 or 40 gray rats remaining, anxiously chattering. Shut up and die. At this moment, the little monkey's entire body was completely shredded, its left arm broken, yet it still stubbornly swung its wolf-tooth club, forcing the Black Rat King to not dare come close. Only the White Rat King could rely on its speed every attack, causing the little monkey to lose large chunks of flesh and blood. In fact, the White Rat King could have killed the little monkey long ago, but it wanted to torture it bit by bit, the cruel and vicious nature of rats at play. Finally, the White Rat King spotted Zhao Yin, who was wielding a cow horn and had nearly wiped out the gray rat horde. The White Rat King instantly flew into a rage. Those gray rats were the source of resources for both Rat Kings. How could so few remain? It abandoned the little monkey and charged toward Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin's actions had completely enraged it, and it lost all rationality at that moment. At this time, Zhao Yin remained oblivious with only 1 minute left of the glutinous rice wine's affects his thoughts, already a tangled mess. Killing intent consumed his entire being. PFF. He drove the cow horn into the last gray rat's head, pulling it out with brain matter sticking to it. Zhao Yin, like a machine, continued searching for the next gray rat only to find that none remained. The White Rat King was about to close in on Zhao Yin. Before it could extend its claws, Zhao Yin suddenly turned around, his blood-red eyes fixed on the White Rat King. The White Rat King was momentarily stunned. This human was looking at it not with fear, but rather as if it were prey. For some inexplicable reason, the White Rat King suddenly felt a pang of fear, causing it to slow down its claw strike. It tore a large piece of flesh from Zhao Yin's shoulder, but Zhao Yin seized the opportunity to grab its forelimb. The White Rat King instinctively tried to withdraw its claws, but felt Zhao Yin's incredible strength. His right hand with the cow horn suddenly thrust forward, and the immense power pierced through the Rat King's forelimb. The White Rat King had not suffered such a severe injury since the apocalypse, letting out a miserable scream akin to an ordinary rat. In a fit of rage, it pierced through Zhao Yin's chest with one claw. Zhao Yin's sternum was sliced open and his heart was exposed, beating rapidly. Yet he felt nothing at all. The cow horn in his hand remained embedded in the White Rat King's forelimb, tightly controlling its form, while his other hand grabbed the White Rat King's scalp, pressing it down forcefully. The next moment, he pulled out the cow horn and stabbed down again. PFF. The White Rat King's neck was pierced by the cow horn. At this moment, the Black Rat King was not far from Zhao Yin. Upon seeing the White Rat King heavily wounded by Zhao Yin, it let out a mournful cry. Its figure transformed into a flash of black lightning, instantly appearing behind Zhao Yin and the White Rat King. However, at this moment, the White Rat King completely lost its sanity. Feeling that Zhao Yin threatened its life, it suddenly activated its rapid ability and charged forward. The White Rat King attempted to shake off Zhao Yin, but Zhao Yin seized the opportunity to grab its neck and mount it onto its back. Thrust. The bullhorn pierced down again. The White Rat King's neck was pierced again, creating a second wound. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, and under the pain, its speed increased. Ha ha ha. Die. Zhao Yin laughed maniacally. The poor Black Rat King could only roar anxiously, trailing behind and eating dust. It wanted to help the White Rat King, but the White Rat King was bringing about its own demise, leaving it helpless. At this time, the little monkey also arrived, witnessing its master's fierce side once again. Squeak. Master is amazing. Dragging the wolf fawn club, even with only one arm left, it excitedly shouted, Master is so incredible. Master is the most amazing master in the world. Then the little monkey forcibly boosted its energy, activating its dual abilities to the extreme, quickly chasing after the Black Rat King. The Black Rat King's agility was 87, while the little monkey's base agility was 40. However, its giant transformation ability doubled its base agility, and the frenzy ability doubled it again, allowing it to surpass the Black Rat King, a class mutated beast. In terms of strength, the Black Rat King was no match for the little monkey. This was the might of a dual ability mutated beast. If it weren't for encountering the White Rat King, which just happened to restrain the little monkey's abilities, Zhao Yin and his group would not have been so beleaguered. Seeing the little monkey approaching the Black Rat King was instantly filled with fear. At this moment, if it used its Earth escape ability to flee, no one could stop it. But its heart was with the White Rat King. It did not use the Earth escape. It completely disregarded the little monkey, closing and desperately chasing after the White Rat King. At this time, Zhao Yin stabilized himself on the White Rat King once again, pulling out the bullhorn stuck in the Black Rat King's neck and blindly stabbing it again. Thrust, thrust, thrust. One after another. In his mind, only slaughter remained. When the last sound of bones and flesh breaking echoed, Zhao Yin directly stabbed the bullhorn into the White Rat King's brain. The White Rat King's figure continued to charge forward, but its body stiffened. It then rolled and crashed into a large patch of bushes. Boom. At the same time, Zhao Yin was also thrown away, landing in the thicket. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yin's chest still bled profusely, yet he lay on the ground laughing. Confused thoughts made him unaware of the time or place. He didn't know why he was laughing, but he was simply very happy. While Zhao Yin foolishly laughed, the Black Rat King suddenly stopped staring at the corpse of the White Rat King. It could sense that its wife had lost her life force. The Black Rat King was momentarily stunned, and the next moment, bang. A wolf fawn club struck its head, and it lost consciousness. After the little monkey took down the Black Rat King, it wanted to check on its master's injuries, but paused. The battle was not over yet. From a distance, the remaining 11 giant rats, sensing the disappearance of the White Rat King's life force, all abandoned their attack on the hidden tent and charged frantically towards this side. Roar. Covered in blood, the little monkey howled at the sky, venting the pent-up fury within. Dragging the wolf fawn club, its figure transformed into a whirlwind, charging towards the swarm of giant rats. At this moment, the one-armed little monkey resembled a god of slaughter. The 11 giant rats varied in speed, but due to the death of their king, they all fell into madness, even failing to initiate their usual combined attack, scattering before the little monkey. Bang, bang, bang. The little monkey knocked down one after another, quickly bringing them all to the ground. At this moment, the little monkey also collapsed, panting heavily, struggling to turn its head. Zhao Yin was still foolishly laughing. Huh. The little monkey grinned and imitated the foolish laugh. In the pouring rain, the little monkey gasped for a long time, the liquid dripping from its fur indistinguishable as blood or rainwater. It struggled to lean on the wolf fawn club and slowly stood up, its figure uncontrollably shrinking rapidly. After relaxing, its abilities could no longer support it. Soon it transformed back into the small, dry, and thin monkey. However, at this moment it was covered in blood, and the wound where its left arm was missing exposed stark white bone. It trudged towards Zhao Yin. Woo-woo. At this time behind it came the cries of Song Xiaodao, Zhao Yin, Zhao Yin. So many big rats, where are you, Zhao Yin? I'm so scared. Woo-woo. The next moment Song Xiaodao stopped crying. She saw the one-armed little monkey and the corpses of the old rats strewn about. Even the cold air was tinged with the smell of blood. Song Xiaodao caught up with the little monkey and was about to say something when she saw the old cow lying on the ground, barely alive. Nyo, what's wrong? Where's Zhao? Zhao Yin. Song Xiaodao's face instantly turned pale as she grabbed the little monkey's one arm. The little monkey pointed towards the bushes in the distance. Only then did Song Xiaodao hear Zhao Yin's laughter mixing with the sound of rain. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yin was still laughing, the torrential rain washing over his face, cleansing him of blood. His chest was filled with rainwater, but the evolutionary's tenacious vitality still kept him from dying. However, Zhao Yin's laughter had weakened considerably. Song Xiaodao hurriedly ran over. When she saw the fatal wound on Zhao Yin's chest, she pouted and cried, Woo, Zhao Yin, you can't die. What's wrong with you? Why aren't you treating your wounds? At this moment, Zhao Yin seemed to only know how to foolishly laugh. Squeak. The little monkey staggered over, pointing at the spatial ring on Zhao Yin's hand. It was unable to communicate its thoughts with Song Xiaodao and could only gesture. All the healing items were inside the spatial ring. Usually Zhao Yin wouldn't even let Song Xiaodao touch his spatial ring. But at this moment Song Xiaodao couldn't care less. She had already sensed that something was wrong with Zhao Yin's head. Only the items inside the spatial ring could save his life. She took the spatial ring off Zhao Yin's hand, but had no idea how to use it. Little monkey, do you know how to use it? Song Xiaodao asked. Squeak. The little monkey shook its head. In fact, all spatial equipment opened by star crystals could only be used by humans. With no other choice, Song Xiaodao put the ring on her hand, and the next moment, she immediately felt all the items inside. A large batch of chestnut leaves, 48 corns. A pile of corpses. 3 bottles of Nongfu spring left. In the past 7 days, 1 bottle was consumed daily to protect that chestnut tree's roots. 1 beef can, 2 packs of instant noodles, and 2 cans of tuna. The rest were piles of firearms and ammunition, as well as ordinary supplies that Zhao Yin valued. Finally, Song Xiaodao found that bottle of grade healing potion. She took it out and was about to pour it into Zhao Yin's mouth. Suddenly, the little monkey tugged at Song Xiaodao, gesturing with its one arm. Song Xiaodao understood that it wanted her to feed Zhao Yin the chestnut leaves. Then the little monkey pointed at the old cow in the distance, rolling its eyes and sticking out its tongue. Song Xiaodao understood again, meaning that the old cow was about to die and needed this only grade healing potion to survive. Zhao Yin is injured so badly, this potion was originally his. What if the chestnut leaves can't heal his wounds? Song Xiaodao's face darkened. In Song Xiaodao's eyes, nothing was more important than Zhao Yin's life. Not even a bit of unnecessary risk could be allowed. The little monkey again made a face of the old cow dying, mimicking Zhao Yin's sorrowful expression. Song Xiaodao thought for a moment, not daring to delay too long, and ultimately agreed to feed Zhao Yin the chestnut leaves, but insisted on waiting until he stabilized his injuries before taking the healing potion to treat the old cow. Song Xiaodao took out a pile of chestnut leaves, and both she and the little monkey grabbed a handful to stuff into their mouths. The little monkey chewed first, then pried open Zhao Yin's mouth to spit it in. Song Xiaodao grabbed it, rolling her eyes. You treat your own injuries, let me handle Zhao Yin's. The little monkey didn't understand why humans were taboo about this, but after thinking a bit it still spat into Zhao Yin's mouth. Song Xiaodao wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Zhao Yin, using the rainwater, smacked his lips a few times and swallowed it directly. Little monkey, you bastard, just wait, Zhao Yin will deal with you. The little monkey, however, was unfazed, grinning mockingly at Song Xiaodao's alarm as if to prove something, and chewed another leaf before spitting it into Zhao Yin's mouth. Gulp. Zhao Yin swallowed it directly, his eyes glazed over, letting out a foolish chuckle. Song Xiaodao glared at the little monkey, noticing its severed arm still bleeding, and recalled how it had saved her life multiple times. It should have been eating leaves to heal itself, yet it endured the pain to feed Zhao Yin. In the end, Song Xiaodao said nothing further. She chewed the leaves in her mouth, pried open Zhao Yin's mouth, and spat them in. Zhao Yin smacked his lips, seemingly savoring it after swallowing. Soon the gaping wound on his chest began to gradually stop bleeding and heal. Although his injuries were not completely cured, they had stabilized. It only needed some time to fully recover. Only then did the little monkey eat leaves to treat its own wounds. Song Xiaodao approached the old cow with the healing potion, noticing many parts of its body, revealing white bones, its eyes completely blind. She suddenly felt a wave of guilt. No, I'm sorry. I was only thinking about Zhao Yin earlier and almost wasted this bottle of potion. The effect of the chestnut leaves was already hard to treat the old cow. The old cow panted heavily, only its ears moving. Song Xiaodao bent down, pried open its mouth, and poured the healing potion inside. In the next moment, a glimmer of white light enveloped the old cow. Flesh buds sprouted from its bones, followed by the growth of cowhide, and even its blind eyes rapidly sprouted eyeballs and eyelids. Eventually, eyelashes grew on its eyelids. A bump formed on the top of the old cow's head, and soon a shiny black horn sprouted. Severed limbs were reborn. Song Xiaodao was stunned, having only heard Zhao Yin say it was a healing potion, but she never expected it could regenerate severed limbs. Soon the old cow flipped over and stood up, all its old ailments healed. It nodded in thanks to Song Xiaodao and quickly moved towards Zhao Yin. Master, it's all my fault for being useless, the old cow conveyed telepathically. Unfortunately, Zhao Yin could not hear this at the moment. The old cow's expression was not one of excitement from its recovery, but rather extreme dejection. Today it realized that it was the most useless one. It had been beaten the whole time with Master and the little monkey protecting it. As Zhao Yin's body recovered, his spirit also perked up. Mom and Dad, are you back? Zhao Yin suddenly sat up, speaking to the air. In his mind, he seemed to see his parents who died in a car accident when he was 15. He saw the splendor before the apocalypse, the bustling streets, the tall buildings, various delicacies, and beautiful women. I thought I would never return. I didn't expect the apocalypse was just my illusion. Zhao Yin laughed foolishly, suddenly shouting, Boss, bring me another dozen beers, 10 skewers of grilled kidney, 50 meat skewers of grilled fish, and a grilled eggplant with extra chili. Then he grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and began to munch on it. So delicious. Zhao Yin's thoughts were wildly swirling, as if the chaos was the real. Those unfulfilled wishes and regrets appeared before his eyes. Mom and Dad, I don't want any compensation. Oh, just come back. Dad, Mom. Woo. Zhao Yin suddenly hugged his head and cried. Tears mixed with the rainwater flowing down like a stream. Some obsessions, even after 2 lives, were hard to erase. Then he laughed again. You're back. I promise to be a good child from now on. I won't go clubbing anymore. I won't buy lottery tickets. I will study hard. Suwon, do you know? I fell in love with you when I was 16. Why did you go with that foreigner? He's as dark as a pile of dog poop. Are you going to Africa to feed mosquitoes, or do you like his big cucumber? From now on, I want love again. I, Zhao Yin, have money and looks haha. Life is about happiness. I want to sleep with every woman in Jiang's house nightclubs. Huh. Zhao Yin laughed heartily, suddenly rolling over from the ground, tearing off the tattered women's suit and military jacket. Then he took off his pants as well. Zhao Yin was only wearing a pair of fishnet stockings, running through the storm, leaping and bounding. Soon he stopped, twisting his hips, dancing elegantly in the muddy puddles. At this moment, Song Xiaodao's mouth dropped wide open. At this moment, the old cow was also dumbfounded. At this moment, the little monkey finally remembered Zhao Yin's earlier words. After my thoughts become chaotic, remember to bind me up. The little monkey dashed forward, grabbed a vine, and quickly came to Zhao Yin's back, binding his hands and feet. But Zhao Yin wasn't a great evolver. Even without the power boost from glutinous rice wine, he was not something a vine could restrain. Snap! The moment the little monkey let go, Zhao Yin broke the vine and punched at the little monkey. Kid, do you want to fight me for women? Zhao Yin glared sideways. The little monkey's small body was sent rolling out by the punch, and soon Song Xiaodao and the old cow rushed up together, overpowering Zhao Yin to the ground. Bang! A sheathed tang knife struck accurately against Zhao Yin's back of the head. Zhao Yin fell unconscious. Zhao Yin, I did this for your reputation. You're not even wearing pants. What if someone sees you? I'm sorry, Zhao Yin. After speaking, Song Xiaodao chewed another handful of chestnut leaves, crushed them, and fed them into Zhao Yin's mouth. She was afraid that the earlier strike had harmed Zhao Yin. Next, Song Xiaodao carried Zhao Yin into the invisibility tent, dressed him in the clothes from the spatial ring, and then began to clean up the battlefield with the 2 beasts. Zhao Yin's mountain-splitting knife was still stuck in the mud. After Song Xiaodao picked it up, she discovered dozens of nicks covering the entire blade. One can imagine how fierce the battle was just now. The little monkey's heavy armor was also ruined, and the wolf fawn club was somewhat deformed, covered in scars left by the Mouse King's claws. However, it could still be used with difficulty. As for the equipment of the human and beast, only the cow horn remained intact. Song Xiaodao glanced at the old cow, which had regrown its horns, and did not plan to return it to Zhao Yin. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of the Black Mouse King not far away. Immediately, Song Xiaodao pointed at the Black Mouse King and shouted it. It's still alive. The little monkey, busy organizing its heavy armor, looked up immediately with a pained expression. At that moment, the Black Mouse King lay there covered in shiny black fur, caked in mud, completely still. But its abdomen was slightly bulging, breathing weakly. In fact, the little monkey had intentionally held back its strength when it attacked earlier. It just wasn't sure whether the Black Mouse King was truly dead. It immediately went to check the grayed giant rats and discovered that 6 of them still had faint life signs. The little monkey was instantly excited, thinking, squeak, squeak. When the master wakes up and sees the great merit I have achieved, he should reward me. Song Xiaodao was also very excited. Great. When Zhao Yin wakes up, he will surely reward us. The little monkey was taken aback. What did that have to do with her? The rats were all caught by itself. This girl only knows how to cry. How could she receive a reward? Take them back, and when Zhao Yin wakes up, contract them all as contracted beasts. Song Xiaodao exclaimed excitedly. The little monkey immediately hoisted the Black Mouse King and strode towards the hidden tent. Song Xiaodao tied the tails of the 6 giant rats with vines, letting the old bull drag them toward the tent. Soon a Black Mouse King and 6 giant rats were all brought outside the tent. Song Xiaodao took out a bucket, collected rainwater, and washed the 7 rats clean, then stood guard there with the 2 beasts. Whenever any rat's life signs weakened, it would immediately supplement a few chestnut leaves, and when the life signs grew too strong, the little monkey would quickly step forward and strike it. Zhao Yin had a very long dream. In the dream, his parents had returned, and every day he could eat the warm meals his mother prepared, hearing his father's goodnight every evening. It turned out that he could enjoy the love of his parents like those people, with someone nagging him to dress warmly when he was cold, and someone accompanying him when he felt lonely. He was no longer alone, forced to sever ties with relatives who cared only about inheritance, including his grandparents. He was no longer that child who had no one to take care of him from the age of 15. He was no longer the one who, in solitude and lack of love, gradually let himself go and became a reckless playboy, as others called him. He was no longer the one who spent every night in nightclubs, waking up to a strange woman beside him each morning, never knowing their names. Zhao Yin dreamed of being Tuanituo in a world where the apocalypse had not yet arrived. He married a woman named Su Huan, and after their marriage, Su Huan gave birth to a pair of children for him. He also dreamed of himself in his prime, successful in his career, becoming a well-known entrepreneur in Guangzhou. Like most successful people, he kept 3 female secretaries in his office: Jiang, Shiner Ning Yue, and Song Xiaodao. He had once bought a monkey at the zoo and a water buffalo at the slaughterhouse. These 2 animals were Zhao Yin's most beloved pets. 3 hours later, Zhao Yin finally woke up, still chuckling foolishly. Opening his eyes, he saw the familiar blue, sealing a hint of confusion appearing in his gaze. A pain shot through the back of his head. It turned out to be just a dream. Zhao Yin smiled bitterly, and in an instant he accepted reality and turned to sit up. He vaguely remembered the scene after the side effects of the glutinous rice wine hit him. Zhao Yin looked down and saw that the scar on his chest had not completely faded. He had not died, but it must have been the monkey and Song Xiaodao who saved him. Zhao Yin stepped out of the tent and saw the old bull standing in the pouring rain, while Song Xiaodao and the little monkey were crouched under the old bull's belly, using the old bull's massive body to shield them from the wind and rain. A row of giant rats lay quietly there. Squeak, squeak. The little monkey was the most perceptive, instantly spotting Zhao Yin and immediately bouncing in front of him. Master, master, you finally woke up. Zhao Yin woo woo. Song Xiaodao also crawled out from under the old bull's belly, suddenly throwing herself into Zhao Yin's arms. You fool, Zhao Yin, why did you do this to yourself? Do you know you just scared me to death? Woo woo. She raised her small fist and pounded it on Zhao Yin's chest, perhaps wanting to act cute, or maybe only now realizing her fear. Zhao Yin held Song Xiaodao and asked, why didn't you go inside to avoid the rain? Song Xiaodao was rarely able to hear Zhao Yin speak normally, and she looked up at him momentarily dumbfounded. Master, these rats are still alive, I caught them. The little monkey pointed at the 7 rats, speaking in thought. Song Xiaodao released. Zhao Yin brushed her damp hair off her forehead and wiped away the tears on her face, saying, I was worried about unexpected events, so I didn't bring the rats into the tent. I stayed outside with the little monkey and the bull to guard them. Zhao Yin then carefully surveyed the surroundings, noticing rat corpses scattered everywhere. Among them were the corpses of 6 grayed giant rats and that of the White Mouse King. The little monkey was left with only one arm. Zhao Yin reached out and patted the little monkey's head, saying, next time when you produce a healing potion, I will treat you. The little monkey bounced around Zhao Yin, happily flattering him. Master will definitely produce a healing potion. Master is the best. Zhao Yin's gaze fell on the old bull. Seeing its eyes and horn restored to their original state, he understood that his grade potion was likely gone. But he didn't say anything. The fact that this bull could survive was more important than that bottle of healing potion. He approached the Black Mouse King, slowly squatting down, and pressed his hand on the Black Mouse King's head, directly initiating the contract. After a while, Zhao Yin sensed the weak life signs of the Black Mouse King within his mind. Contract successful. This Rat King possessed the ability to burrow through the earth. Although its combat power was far inferior to the deceased White Mouse King, it could allow Zhao Yin to live longer. One could say that the value of this Black Mouse King was even greater to Zhao Yin than that of the White Mouse King. If it weren't for the fact that the Black Mouse King was concerned about the life and death of the White Mouse King, even 100 little monkeys would not have been able to capture it. Next, Zhao Yin planned to treat the Black Mouse King's injuries and reach for his ring, only to find his hands empty. Zhao Yin, this is your space ring. Song Xiaodao took off the ring from her hand and handed it to Zhao Yin, explaining, earlier when you fainted, the little monkey and the others were too injured, so I could only. Zhao Yin waved his hand to interrupt her. You did well. When I produce the next space ring, it will be your reward. Song Xiaodao immediately hugged his arm excitedly. Really? Then you should produce it soon. Such a thing can only be determined by fate. Perhaps you should pray to the Bodhisattva more often. Zhao Yin changed the subject. Song Xiaodao immediately released. Zhao Yin's arm clasped her hands together, knelt on the ground with her eyes closed, unsure of how she was praying. Zhao Yin smiled and instructed, Monkey, go drag the corpse of the White Mouse King over for me. The meat of high-level mutated beasts has an effect on low-level mutated beasts similar to how human evolvers use evolution potions. It can unlock potential genes within their bodies, increasing their strength based on their level. The only downside is that it requires long-term and large-scale consumption, which is not as fast as evolution potions in developing human potential. Zhao Yin remembered how deeply the Black Mouse King cared for the White Mouse King. Since it had now become his contracted beast, it was better not to skin and strip it in front of it. The little monkey squeaked twice and ran over there. Soon the nearly 2-ton White Mouse King was dragged back by the little monkey by its tail. Zhao Yin quickly took out the mountain-splitting knife and directly dissected it on the spot, starting by cutting along the joints to remove the White Mouse King's sharp claws. The sharpness of the Rat King's claws could directly tear through grade heavy armor, almost destroying Zhao Yin's mountain-splitting knife. They were at least comparable to Kraid weapons. Zhao Yin seriously stored them in the space ring and then began to skin it. The White Mouse King's defense was as high as 82 points, all contained in this rat skin. It is worth noting that the little monkey's heavy armor defense was only 60 points at the beginning, which is a completely different level. Zhao Yin skinned it very carefully, completely removing the entire piece of rat skin. The pure white rat skin was nearly 8 meters long, 5 meters wide at its widest point, and over a foot wide, even at the narrowest point of the tail. The most useful part of the body skin measured 4 meters long and 3 meters wide, resembling a giant blanket. It was completely enough for Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao to make 2 or 3 sets of leather armor, each with plenty left over. After putting away the rat skin, Zhao Yin cut the rat meat into pieces, and even the bones were dismantled and stored in the space ring. Even the internal organs were processed by Zhao Yin and then thrown into the hidden tent, preparing to cook them into a broth at dawn. After the White Mouse King was dissected, the space ring was once again filled to capacity. Only then did Zhao Yin take out the chestnut leaves, asking Song Xiaodao to help feed them to the Black Mouse King, while he walked over to the 6 grade giant rats, one by one contracting them. Soon 6 weak life signs appeared in his mind. Zhao Yin took out a pile of chestnut leaves, chopped them with the mountain-splitting knife, and poured rainwater into the mouths of the 6 giant rats. Half an hour later, the sky was already dimly bright. The Black Mouse King and the 6 pseudo-mutated giant rats all woke up. Master! Master, master, master. Voices rang out in Zhao Yin's mind. Zhao Yin could no longer hold back the smile on his face. His grand dream of an army had come one step closer. All the losses were worth it. Shout out, monkey old bull. Take them to clean the battlefield and bring all my rat meat back. Zhao Yin commanded. At dawn, the torrential rain that had fallen all night finally ceased. The wild grass across the land grew denser, and many low saplings had shot up half a foot overnight. Zhao Yin stood in front of the tent, gazing at the mountain of mouse corpses. A total of 396 gray rats, each the size of a medium-sized dog, estimated to yield 20 pounds of fresh meat, totaling around 8,000 pounds. 6 dead giant rats could yield approximately 300 pounds of rat meat, amounting to a total of 1,800 pounds. In total, nearly 10,000 pounds of rat meat could be obtained. Unfortunately, all of this was the flesh of pseudo-mutated beasts, which could not enhance the power of mutated beasts. However, even the meat of pseudo-mutated beasts was incomparable to any kind of meat before the apocalypse. Black Rat King. Zhao Yin had just begun to speak when he quickly cut himself off and harshly commanded, "You shall be called Old Black from now on." Old Black takes 6 rank giant rats and skin all these rat hides, remove the bones and entrails. Monkey, you're responsible for cutting off all the rat paws and gathering them together to send into the tent. Song Xiaodao and Old Neo, go collect firewood. I want 50,000 pounds of firewood ready before dark. Zhao Yin issued a series of commands. It's worth mentioning that after waking up, the Black Rat King went to the place where the White Rat King had died, but unfortunately it found not a single hair of a rat and had been very unhappy ever since. At this moment, upon receiving Zhao Yin's orders, hesitation immediately appeared in the Black Rat King's eyes. Those gray rats were once its subordinates, and the giant rats were its offspring with the White Rat King. Bang! Zhao Yin kicked the Black Rat King in the rear, causing it to stumble. "Have you woken up or not?" The Black Rat King shivered and quickly prostrated at Zhao Yin's feet, trembling all over. After becoming Zhao Yin's contracted beast, it retained its memories, but its feelings for its master far exceeded those it had for the White Rat King. "From now on, I revoke your identities as rats. You are not to think of your kinship anymore. Your only identity is as my contracted beast and servant." As Zhao Yin finished speaking, the Black Rat King and the 6 giant rats all let out miserable cries, collapsing to the ground and rolling about. The collar formed from the contract soul in their minds slowly tightened around their souls, erupting in flames and burning fiercely. At this moment, their understanding of their race slowly faded in their memories. To them, Zhao Yin's words were a divine punishment. After a while, once their understanding of their race dissipated, the contract soul returned to normal. The 7 rats lay prostrate on the ground. "Master, I know I was wrong. I beg for your forgiveness. I beg the great master for forgiveness." The little monkey and Old Neo beside them shuddered at this scene, secretly grateful that they had not rebelled against their master before. In fact, contracted beasts signed by the contract soul find it difficult to develop thoughts of defying their master. Only the Black Rat King with such deep obsessions could barely question its master's orders, but Zhao Yin only needed one thought to strip it of everything. The other 6 giant rats were simply unfortunate to follow the Black Rat King. "Be obedient, work hard with me, and in the future you will surely become the strongest mutated." Zhao Yin prepared to paint a grand vision for the Black Rat King when he suddenly caught sight of the little monkey and Old Neo nearby, recalling that he seemed to have said the same things to them before. He changed his words, saying, "You will become the most amazing rat." As a contracted beast, the Black Rat King had no doubt about its master's words and immediately grew excited. "Master Old Black will work hard. I'll go cut the rat meat now." Zhao Yin nodded in satisfaction. "Go ahead." The Black Rat King and the 6 giant rats had extremely sharp claws, and in just a few strokes, they opened up a gray rat's corpse, extracted the entrails, and after a few more cuts, revealed the skeleton. Finally, they tore off the skin, presenting a complete piece of rat meat. Even the gray rat's sharp claws did not require the little monkey to cut them separately, as they were simply torn off and tossed aside. Their skill was far beyond Zhao Yin's previous capabilities. Seeing this, Zhao Yin finally felt at ease and simply ordered the little monkey to follow Old Neo and Song Xiaodao to gather firewood. Zhao Yin returned to the tent himself. He was also busy lighting the wood to set up a hanging pot, then chopping the entrails of the White Rat King and tossing them into the pot with water and salt. Often high-end ingredients require the simplest cooking methods. Soon a rich meat aroma wafted through the air. Outside the tent, dawn was breaking and the wet ground soon showed signs of drying. Many craters were filled with mud washed down by the rain, and the world still appeared desolate, but it had become much flatter. At least it no longer looked like it was riddled with holes. Song Xiaodao bounced back, followed by the transformed little monkey and Old Neo, both dragging several thousand pounds of freshly cut wood. "Yikes, what smells so good?" Song Xiaodao sniffed. Zhao Yin had not closed the stealth tent, and the aroma spread out. "Chirp, chirp." The little monkey swallowed hard, pointing at the tent to remind Song Xiaodao, who immediately ran towards the tent, while the little monkey put down the wood and hurried to follow. Only Old Neo remained indifferent, but thinking about it, no one helped it load firewood on its back, so it simply shook off the wood on its back and followed into the stealth tent. At this moment, Zhao Yin was using a mountain knife to carve a huge wooden stump into a short wooden table. Beside him, the large iron basin, usually used to bathe Song Xiaodao, was filled with a large pot of mixed soup, and the hanging pot was still boiling, bubbling with steam. "Zhao Yin, what is this?" Song Xiaodao's eyes widened, swallowing hard. "How's the firewood gathering going?" Zhao Yin asked. "There's probably about 3,000 to 4,000 pounds now," Song Xiaodao replied. "Eat the mixed soup first before going." Zhao Yin slowly placed the carved dining table next to the fire, setting out 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks along with 2 basins. "I'll serve the rice." Song Xiaodao quickly took a wooden spoon from the iron basin, filling a large bowl and placing it in front of Zhao Yin, then serving a large basin for old Neo and the little monkey. Finally, she filled a large bowl for herself. The wooden spoon was also roughly made by Zhao Yin just now. "Let's eat," Zhao Yin said. In the past, he did not have such concerns, perhaps because of the dream from last night. Zhao Yin's thoughts had changed in some way. Song Xiaodao and the little monkey stepped forward and began to wolf down their bowls. They had not eaten fresh meat for far too long. Including Zhao Yin, he almost wanted to swallow his tongue. Zhao Yin suddenly noticed that old Neo was still standing there and remembered that it was a herbivore. "Old Neo, how about you switch to meat from now on?" Zhao Yin said casually. Old Neo looked bewildered. Oh, was he asking a cow to eat meat? But it still dared not defy Zhao Yin's order, slowly walking over and taking a sip of the mixed soup. The next moment, old Neo instinctively wanted to gag, but then it widened its eyes. Zhao Yin chuckled. "Who said herbivores can't eat meat? Before the apocalypse, many unscrupulous farmers fed cows and sheep with kitchen waste. You simply lack adaptation. Besides, you're a mutated beast. Your stomach can't be compared to those cows and sheep. This is your best supplement." "Understood, master." Old Neo seemed to finally comprehend something. "Eat up." Zhao Yin waved his hand. Soon old Neo began to wolf down its food, just like the little monkey. Seeing this, Song Xiaodao quickly scrambled with the two beasts for food, but unfortunately, she was still too slow. The large iron basin of mixed soup quickly ran low, and Song Xiaodao only managed to grab 2 bowls. "Zhao Yin, they're bullying me." Song Xiaodao pointed at the 2 beasts angrily. This girl was being protective of her food again. In fact, Zhao Yin was only half full. The 2 mutated beasts were too gluttonous. He added more firewood to the fire, handing the mountain knife to Song Xiaodao. "If you want to eat, go cook it yourself. The ingredients are right there." After handling the Rat King's entrails, there were 200 to 300 pounds left, and Zhao Yin had only cooked about 30 pounds. Since the space ring couldn't hold any more, Zhao Yin planned to finish it all in the next few days. Song Xiaodao directly placed the large iron basin on the fire, added water, and chopped nearly 30 pounds of entrails, resulting in over 100 pounds of mixed soup with meat. Zhao Yin added salt, and the 2 of them along with the 2 beasts began eating again. Soon Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao could not eat anymore, but the 2 beasts continued. Until the mixed soup was completely consumed, the little monkey still looked at Zhao Yin with lingering desire. "All right, take a break and get to work. We'll continue eating in the evening." Even though they were wealthy now, there were no mines. How could they let them continue to feast? Old Neo immediately turned its gaze away, prostrating on the ground to rest. Even the usually lively little monkey suddenly seemed to grow drowsy, closing its eyes to doze. After a few minutes, their bellies, which had just been filled, visibly shrank. "Zhao Yin, they," Song Xiaodao exclaimed, pointing at the 2 beasts. Zhao Yin raised his hand, slightly stopping Song Xiaodao from continuing, and activated his true vision. The adolescent monkey, rank mutated beast, strength 42, agility 47, stamina 48, defense 35, spirit 15, bloodline talent gigantism, frenzy fire control. The adult water buffalo, rank mutated beast, strength 45, agility 44, stamina 50, defense 66, spirit 8, bloodline talent immense strength iron armor. A high-quality soup made from mutated beast meat allowed both beasts to increase their agility by 5 points, strength by 2 points, and defense by 3 points. Indeed, the fastest way for mutated beasts to grow is to consume high-quality mutated beast meat. If they finish off the entire body of the Rat King in the future, it would likely be enough to fully unlock their rank potential. Zhao Yin used his true sight to observe Song Xiaodao, and her attributes showed no changes. Everything remained as it was in his past life. Humans consuming mutated beast meat does not lead to a rapid increase in attributes. Half an hour later, both beasts awoke. "Get to work," Zhao Yin commanded. He hurriedly got up and followed Song Xiaodao to chop, with leaving Zhao Yin alone in the tent. He suddenly remembered that he had a can of beef. So Zhao Yin took it out. Now that he no longer lacked meat, this can of beef was no longer necessary to keep. After opening it and finishing it, he checked his attributes, and indeed his strength had increased by a point. Then Zhao Yin cleaned up the utensils and took out the rat skin from the Rat King, cutting it into pieces and hanging them in the tent to dry, preparing to process them into leather armor. By noon, the bodies of 400 gray rats and 6 giant rats were completely processed by a few mice. Old Black came into the hidden tent, transmitting his voice, "Master, the work is done." Zhao Yin replied, currently cutting the rat skin. Old Black recognized what he was holding was indeed his wife's skin and paused for a moment, but his emotions did not fluctuate much. Now the past obsession had been completely stripped away from Zhao Yin. "Take me to have a look," Zhao Yin said, stepping out of the hidden tent. Nearly 10,000 pounds of rat meat piled up like a small mountain, supported by banana leaves that had been washed by rain, next to a larger pile of rat bones, as well as a heap of rat skins and claws. Master the meat, skins, and claws of the 6 giant rats are all here. Old Black gestured for Zhao Yin to walk over the mountain of rat meat. Behind it was a pile of dissected, rank giant rat corpses. Well done, Zhao Yin praised, taking out 30 chestnuts from his spatial ring and tossing them to Old Black, saying, "Take these and share them with them." Old Black immediately became excited. Since the apocalypse, there had been no food, and even as the Rat King, the supplies he usually enjoyed were mostly just zombie flesh and corpse crystals. It had been a long time since he had tasted such food. Old Black picked up a chestnut and directly stuffed it into his mouth with the skin on, chewing a few times before swallowing, his eyes squinting in pleasure. He ate 6 in one go, leaving the remaining 24 for the 6 giant rats to share. All the mice conveyed their grateful thoughts to Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin waited for them to finish eating before directly ordering, "Once you're done, keep working. Cut all the gray rat meat into slices and hang it in the higher woods. Don't get it dirty. Wash the entrails clean and slice them, hanging them separately from the rat meat. Hang the rat skins in the other side of the bushes. Remember to dry them in a shady place. Don't let them be exposed to the sun." Now, lacking enough salt for curing, Zhao Yin planned to smoke the rat meat and entrails into jerky, making it easier to store. Rat skins are also important resources. Even if Zhao Yin doesn't need them temporarily, they could be exchanged for needed supplies with others in the future, or even cooked to feed contract beasts in critical times. After giving his orders, Zhao Yin turned to the other side. By noon, Song Xiaodao and the 2 beasts had chopped nearly 30,000 pounds of firewood. Zhao Yin commanded them to move it all to the tall forest, dispersing it according to the indicated positions. Once this damp wood catches fire, the entire forest would be filled with thick smoke, and the temperature would rise with smoke, and roasting the rat meat would quickly be sterilized and dehydrated. By nightfall, 50,000 pounds of wood were arranged. However, nearly 10,000 pounds of rat meat still needed to be sliced and hung up, which was still a massive project for 7 mice. According to Zhao Yin's requirements, each gray rat's meat had to be cut into hundreds of slices. Additionally, how to hang them was also a troublesome matter, needing to first climb trees to cut small branches, then thread the rat meat slices onto the broken branches. If it wasn't finished in the afternoon, then they would work through the night. That night, Zhao Yin slept alone in the tent. Even Song Xiaodao was sent out to help hang the rat meat. The next morning, Zhao Yin woke up to find that the tall forest had already caught fire, thick smoke blocking the sky. To prevent the fire from burning too large and igniting the entire forest, Zhao Yin called Old Black and the 6 giant rats, instructing, "Keep an eye on the fire. If the forest burns down and my jerky is ruined, I will use your flesh to fill in." Upon hearing this, all 7 large rats trembled, swiftly burrowing into the forest. The process of smoking jerky is long, and Zhao Yin gazed at the pile of rat bones. There were still remnants of meat scraps, tendons, marrow, and brittle bones on the bones. These things could not be completely consumed before they spoiled. However, if smoked like jerky, the dehydrated bones wouldn't be very chewable. Although I no longer lack food, I can't just let it rot, can I? How many people in the apocalypse have nothing to eat? Zhao Yin still called for Song Xiaodao, the little monkey, and the old buffalo. "Since you all have nothing to do, move all the bones to the tall forest for smoking together." By the 3rd morning, the rat skins had dried in the shade, and the jerky was nearly done smoking. Zhao Yin instructed all contract beasts to collect the rat skins and rat meat, while he took Song Xiaodao into the tent and removed the rat skin from the Rat King. Zhao Yin cut out a large and a small set of armor components, then cut a small piece from the tail skin to fashion into leather threads. Song Xiaodao used the Rat King's claws to poke holes in the armor components, then threaded them with the leather thread, tightening and securing them, thus creating a complete set of leather armor. Although it appeared a bit rough in terms of defensive strength, it definitely surpassed ordinary rank defensive gear. Once the 2 sets of leather armor were completed, only 1/3 of the Rat King's skin was used. Zhao Yin thought for a moment and called the little monkey over, having it activate its dual abilities to custom make a huge set of leather armor for it. In the end, only some scraps of the Rat King's skin were left. Zhao Yin simply had Song Xiaodao piece them together and even made a large pocket on the little monkey's leather armor's chest, creating a backpack for Song Xiaodao. In the future, when they collected corpse crystals and star crystals, it would be much more convenient, and it would also facilitate carrying supplies in battle. Next, he took out all the claws of the Rat King and examined them. He found that although the 2 hind claws were also very hard, they were not sharp enough. He had not thought of how to use them yet. But the 2 front claws were definitely powerful weapons. Each of the 8 claw blades was 2 feet long, glinting with cold light, resembling 8 short swords. Zhao Yin directly disassembled the 8 claw blades from the 2 front claws, distributing one to Song Xiaodao and the little monkey each as future melee weapons, while he found the 2 foreleg bones of the Rat King to attach to the other 2 claw blades. Transforming them into long swords, Zhao Yin gave one to the little monkey and one to Song Xiaodao. The wolf fawn club and the chip tang knife were directly confiscated. Following this, Zhao Yin also made 2 long swords for himself to keep as a backup, using the remaining 2 rat king claw blades as short swords. Alright, go help collect the rat meat. Zhao Yin waved his hand. After shrinking its body, the little monkey removed its new leather armor, treating it as a treasure, carefully bundling it with a leather string and securing it on its back, inserting the short rat king claw into its waist belt and holding the long rat king claw in its hand. It then hopped out following Song Xiaodao. Zhao Yin had been busy all morning and was preparing to rest when suddenly Song Xiaodao ran back. Zhao Yin, Old Black, and the others caught a few thieves stealing food. Who dares to steal my things, human or beast? Zhao Yin asked. In the distance, 3 men squatted beside the tall trees with their hands over their heads, surrounded by a group of contract beasts, all trembling in fear. Zhao Yin walked over slowly. Master, they just ate a lot of jerky and were planning to pack some to take away. Old Bull immediately transmitted his thoughts upon seeing Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin kicked one man to the ground slap. Then he delivered another slap to his face. Damn it, the rat swarm I fought hard to kill is for you to eat meat. Zhao Yin scolded. In his 2 lives, aside from petty matters and his brother-in-law, he hated thieves the most. The man covered half of his swollen face and looked up at Zhao Yin. Seeing he was human, his fear lessened a bit. I'm sorry, brother, we really didn't know this jerky was yours. Didn't know? Can you just eat it freely? Does jerky grow on trees? Zhao Yin kicked again. Crack. Several ribs of the man were directly broken. Tell me, how did you come here? Zhao Yin reprimanded. His ferocity was not feigned, but a habit formed over 7 years in his past life. In the apocalypse, humans could sometimes be scarier than most zombies. Nearly 10,000 pounds of fresh meat dehydrated into jerky was enough to drive anyone, any force, to desperate measures. We live in a cave 1 kilometer away. Earlier our boss saw smoke rising here, so he sent us to check it out. Please, don't hit me, we didn't mean to steal, we were just too hungry. The man gritted his teeth against the pain and hurriedly spoke. Are there others? Zhao Yin asked. There are. A few more people. The man seemed to want to conceal something. How many more are there? Zhao Yin bent down and grabbed his ear, applying slight pressure, causing the man's ear to tear, and he screamed in pain. Please, don't hit me, I beg you, big brother grandpa. I will tell you everything, grandpa. Zhao Yin released his grip and instructed Song Xiaodao. Take the other 2 away, interrogate them separately. Whoever lies will be turned into jerky to feed the rats. The 3 men looked back at Old Black and the others, trembling even more. After Song Xiaodao had the little monkey help take the 2 men away, Zhao Yin found a stone to sit on, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. Speak. The man no longer dared to play tricks and confessed everything. Before the apocalypse, they were employees of a lending company, and on the day the end of the world came, they were on a team-building trip to Defy Mountain. When the meteor shower erupted, their hotel happened to be not far from a natural cave. In the end, most of the company's people were killed by the meteor shower, leaving only 45 young people who fled quickly and ultimately entered the cave to escape a disaster. Inside the cave, there was a small pond that housed many ornamental fish, allowing the group of young people to survive. Recently, they had eaten all the ornamental fish, and they didn't dare to go too far as zombies were everywhere. This morning, their boss saw smoke rising here and guessed that it hadn't caught fire after the heavy rain a few days ago. So it was most likely humans, and he sent them to check it out. Thus, the theft incident occurred. We were just too hungry, big brother, please spare us this time, let us go. The man knelt on the ground, clutching his ribs in pain, his face twisted. Zhao Yin coldly smiled and said, If you hadn't been caught by me, would you have gone back to report? Then your boss would bring people to visit me and visit my jerky. Seeing that his truth had been exposed, the man's expression changed, and he quickly shouted in protest, Big brother, you misunderstood. We were just trying to catch a breeze. We wouldn't dare to be greedy. Zhao Yin only smiled and turned to walk toward the invisibility tent. At this time, Song Xiaodao had finished interrogating the other 2 men, and their accounts were basically consistent with what Zhao Yin had learned. Zhao Yin, how should we deal with these 3? Should we turn them into jerky to feed Big Black? Song Xiaodao asked. They still have more than 40 people, and they probably already know about the jerky. Keeping them is ultimately a hidden danger. Zhao Yin narrowed his eyes and said, Have the monkeys and Old Black take all the jerky entrails and bones and pack them in rat skins. We will go to their cave tonight to rest. Haven't the news not returned yet? Song Xiaodao asked. You really believe everything these 3 said? Zhao Yin countered. Song Xiaodao immediately understood that perhaps before they were caught, they had already prepared for it, sending someone to relay the message back and agreeing on a consistent testimony. A smile appeared on her face. Zhao Yin, do you think there will be girls in that cave? Do they have pretty clothes? They just confessed that all 45 are men, but that can't be fully trusted either. I will have the contract beasts pack the supplies right now. After Song Xiaodao finished speaking, she ran out. After the fresh meat shrank, around 4,000 pounds of jerky was produced, and the entrails turned into jerky also weighed 300 to 400 pounds. It's worth mentioning that pile of bones. When fresh, there was still some meat and sinew on them, but after drying, the edible portion shrank significantly, looking almost like pure bones. Zhao Yin found a leg bone to crack open, and the marrow inside had turned into a thin layer of grease. Indeed, everything was as expected. If boiled a bit longer, the meat and sinew should still plump up and the marrow can still be eaten. My future contract beast army needs food. Zhao Yin ordered the contract beasts to pack all this garbage in rat skins. The total of rat skins, rat bones, rat jerky, and entrails amounted to about 8,000 pounds. Zhao Yin had Old Black carry 2,000 pounds, and each of the 6 giant rats carried 800 pounds. At this point, each rat was surrounded by mountains of supplies with bundles of rat skins tied around their necks and heads. Even Old Black's tail was tied with 200 pounds of rat bones. If Zhao Yin wasn't worried that it would urinate, the black charcoal stick below would have suffered too. In the end, over 1,300 pounds of the least valuable rat bones remained. Zhao Yin looked at Old Bull and directly instructed the little monkey to climb onto its back to load supplies. Old Bull kept lamenting, "Master, I've already carried several thousand pounds of supplies. Carrying more will affect my movement." "Old Bull, you must understand, once my contract beast army is established, you will be the greatest contributor. Not only will all the contract beasts thank you and call you big brother, recognizing you as a foster father, but I will directly appoint you as the army commander." Zhao Yin painted a grand picture. Old Bull believed it completely, staring with big eyes. "I'll do my best, master. I can carry more." Until he added 500 pounds to Old Bull's back and tied 300 pounds to its tail, Zhao Yin finally told the monkey to stop. At this point, about 500 pounds of rat bones were left. Finally, Zhao Yin called over the 3 men he had just captured and instructed each to carry 100 pounds, while Song Xiaodao carried 150 pounds. The last remaining 50 pounds, Zhao Yin couldn't possibly carry it himself. As the primary combat force, the little monkey couldn't maintain its transformation at all times, and with its size, it couldn't carry too much. So, for the last 50 pounds, he had the monkey, which was only knee-high, carry it. After packing everything up, Zhao Yin had the 3 men lead the way back in the direction they came. At this moment, 1 kilometer away, a man dressed relatively cleanly stood guard in front of a cave, one hand resting on the holster of his gun and the other holding a lighter. With a half-burnt cigarette dangling from his mouth, he hesitated to light it for a long time. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps echoed. The man immediately became alert, quickly stashing the cigarette and lighter into his shirt pocket, drawing his gun from his waist, aiming at the only muddy path leading to the cave. At that moment, a small figure appeared in his line of sight. "Monkey, why are you running so fast? You scared me." The man sighed in relief and laughed, putting away his gun. "Huff, huff. Yangshan. Huff, huff. Where's the boss?" The young man, nicknamed Monkey, was panting heavily. "The boss and the others just went to the big cave over there. What did you and Huangxi find? Are there really people there? Is there food?" Yangshan asked. "Huff, huff. There are a lot of dried meats hanging in the woods. Someone is smoking meat there. Huangxi and the others went to check it out and told me to come back and report." "Huff, huff. Stop talking nonsense. When will the boss be back?" Monkey asked. "How could you not know? Our boss has been eyeing those people in the cave for a long time. I heard that the soldier leading them went out a few days ago with all the young men to look for supplies and hasn't returned, as something must have happened." "Great. If that soldier is dead, the people in the cave will become disorganized. We can just kill all their men. I remember there are quite a few female students living there. Some of them are school beauties." Monkey's words were interrupted by Yangshan's laughter. "Even if we conquer the cave, the female students will be enjoyed by the boss first, then by a few of the leaders. You can forget about it. By the time it's your turn, it would have already been ruined." Monkey's breathing gradually calmed down, and he laughed. "True, we only deserve to sip the broth left by the boss. We should focus more on those dried meats we just discovered. Let's wait until the boss returns to discuss everything. Zhao Yin, can't you help me carry a little?" Song Xiaodao, now in Flevel Evolver, had strength comparable to 2 strong men, but she pouted at that moment, pretending to struggle. "If I help you carry, I also have to help Old Bull carry. How can I be biased? Wouldn't I be crushed?" Zhao Yin was chewing on a piece of dried meat, walking at the end of the line. "I'm your future wife. How can you compare me to Old Bull?" Song Xiaodao said unhappily. "Future wife? Did I agree to that?" Zhao Yin rolled his eyes. "Are you looking down on me?" Song Xiaodao directly dropped the backpack on her back, gripping the long-handled Rat King claw in one hand and placing her hands on her hips, glaring at Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin stepped forward, took the backpack back for her, and patted her chest. "Look, any man would complain." Song Xiaodao's face instantly turned red, biting her little teeth. "Zhao Yin, when I become stronger in the future, I will definitely beat you until your butt blooms." Zhao Yin couldn't be bothered with the increasingly audacious girl in front of him. He quickened his pace to the front of the line, kicking the man who had long since broken his ribs and was carrying over 100 pounds on his back. Hurry up, what are you dragging your feet for? The man stumbled, but didn't dare to resist a glance of hatred hidden in his eyes. He seemed to think of something, and quietly looked back at Song Xiaodao behind the group, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. After walking for more than 10 minutes, 3 men suddenly dropped their backpacks in unison and quickly ran towards the muddy path nearby. While running, someone shouted loudly, Boss, help. We brought your dried meat. Zhao Yin, they are lying to us. Song Xiaodao hurriedly chased after them, angrily pointing at their backs. They are just doing what everyone would do in the apocalypse. To be precise, they are trying to scam us. Zhao Yin's expression remained calm. After saying this, he turned around and took the backpack off the little monkey, narrowing his eyes. Kill them. The little monkey instantly activated its giant transformation ability, striding forward rapidly. Zhao Yin, if you kill them, who will lead us? Song Xiaodao asked. Zhao Yin extended 2 fingers, slightly curled them, and tapped on Song Xiaodao's head, producing a crisp sound. Idiot, didn't you hear them calling the boss? Their cave is right over there. Song Xiaodao covered her head, as if she finally understood something. The man with broken ribs was the slowest. Suddenly hearing footsteps behind him, he turned around abruptly, and then he was seized with a chill. His legs went soft, and he fell to the ground. It was a gigantic monkey standing 2 meters tall, covered in long fur, holding the rat king claw he had seen before with one arm, running towards him at a speed of 5 or 6 meters per stride. Is this the little monkey that just transformed? Although this thought seemed outrageous at that moment, except for its enormous size and different fur color, there was no difference between the little monkey and that small skinny monkey. 2 won't run anymore, please don't kill me. The man knelt down, knocking his head hard. If he had known that this monkey could transform, he wouldn't dare to run away like this, even if you beat him to death. Until now, he had always thought that Zhao Yin was someone running a circus before the apocalypse, and that these animals were his trained performers. He never expected to witness such an unimaginable scene. Bang! The little monkey swung its wolf fang club, directly smashing the man's head, and then a gust of wind blew past, chasing after the other 2 men. Bang! Bang! With almost no effort, the 2 men fell, just like the kneeling man's corpse. At this moment, Zhao Yin led the team slowly over, kicking the kneeling man's body away. Don't block the way. 100 meters away, Yangshan had just lit the half-burnt cigarette, but as his lips trembled, the cigarette fell, landing on his pants. Until the fire burned through his underwear, sending out a burnt smell, he raised his hand and slapped himself. Damn it, how can I be dreaming in broad daylight? Your dream is just beginning. Zhao Yin walked over. The terrifying monkey was right behind him, and then around the corner of the road appeared a little girl, followed by a water buffalo, as big as a small mountain, and after that, one giant beast after another that looked like rats appeared in Yangshan's line of sight. Slap. Yangshan slapped himself hard on the face. How can I still not wake up? Tell your leader to come out. Zhao Yin finally reached Yangshan's side, pausing his steps, looking at him calmly. Damn it. Yangshan cursed, directly drawing his gun from his waist. But in the next moment, his hands suddenly felt empty. He didn't even see how Zhao Yin acted, and the gun was already in the other's hand. Zhao Yin glanced at the gun in his hand, a piece of the worst homemade gun that could only fire single shots of iron sand. Any gun in his spatial ring was better than this. He turned the gun around, slowly pointing it at Yangshan's head. They'll say it again, tell your leader to come out. Thud. Yangshan knelt on both knees, knocking his head hard on the ground, causing his forehead to bleed. Brother, please don't kill me. Ooh, I didn't mean to offend earlier. Our boss is really not home. Yangshan, can't you show a bit of backbone? At this point, people in the cave heard the commotion and rushed out, a dozen young men in their 20s. Some were holding steel pipes, some were wielding shovels. But no one had guns in their hands. The leader was the cleanest dressed in a half-worn suit. Before he could even see clearly, he shouted loudly, "Who dares to cause trouble here? Let them know who I am," Zhao Yin said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a cigarette, placed it in his mouth, and lit it with a lighter. Song Xiaodao put down her backpack and charged towards the opposing crowd with the little monkey. The people across finally saw clearly the 8 terrifying giant beasts beside Zhao Yin. Their faces turned pale, and the leading young man shouted in panic, "Don't. Wait." In the next moment, the little monkey rushed into the crowd, slapping the leading young man away. It didn't even use the wolf fang club, charging through the crowd. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the people were knocked dead. Some had their chests caved in and fell, while others had half their bodies smashed. In the end, only 5 people remained. The little monkey sensed Zhao Yin's intention, so it stopped killing. With a few slaps, some hands were broken, some feet were broken. By the time Song Xiaodao rushed over, everyone was already lying on the ground. She pouted in dissatisfaction. I rushed out, can't you leave one for me? The little monkey shrank in size, scratching its head shyly, making squeaking sounds. Zhao Yin, with a cigarette in his mouth, grabbed Yangshan, who was kneeling on the ground. You should know what I want to hear. How many factions are there? Zhao Yin was slightly taken aback. Soon, with Yangshan's explanation, he understood everything. There are several smaller caves near this cavern where survivors took refuge after the apocalypse. After the meteor shower ceased, Yangshan and his group killed the men in several caves to search for supplies, while the women were captured and tortured. They were all strong young men, and with their humanity extinguished, those women could hardly endure the torment, and soon most of them perished. However, a few women managed to escape to a large cave 5 kilometers away. When Yangshan's leader Luo Chang discovered this, he intended to seize it, but before he could approach, he was driven back by several hundred young men, led by a retired soldier. At that moment, Luo Chang realized that there were actually 700 or 800 survivors gathered inside the large cave with 2 retired soldiers at the helm who knew how to manufacture firearms. The gun in Yangshan's hand was scavenged from a corpse during the battle between the two sides. Luo Chang had been coveting the supplies within the cave. Sustaining 700 or 800 people was incredibly enticing, yet regrettably, they had never found an opportunity. Just last night, while a few underlings were out searching for supplies, they captured a survivor from the large cave. After questioning him, they learned that 3 days ago the leading retired soldier had taken all the able-bodied men out, claiming they were going to bring back some meat for everyone, but they never returned. This morning, when Luo Chang was preparing to lead a group to the large cave, he noticed smoke rising from the forest where Zhao Yin was located, so he ordered a few men to investigate. Thus Zhao Yin arrived. Big brother, those things before were all done by the leader. No, it was all Luo Chang and the others. I was just a gatekeeper. It really has nothing to do with me, please. Whoa. What you have done doesn't concern me, but your people ate my jerky, so you will have to compensate. Zhao Yin said. Yangshan looked at Zhao Yin in astonishment, seeing no hint of regret or anger on his face. He was as calm as if he had merely heard someone had eaten a meal and used the restroom. The man before him was unlike most people he had encountered. He seemed even more devoid of humanity than they were. Yangshan's heart trembled big. Big brother, feel free to ask for anything. You just take whatever is here. At that moment, he only wanted to survive. As for what Luo Chang would do upon discovering the lost supplies, he could no longer concern himself with that. That depends on what you can offer. Zhao Yin exhaled a puff of smoke. Yangshan was left dumbfounded. For the past few days, there had been nothing to eat in the cave, only the tattered supplies that Luo Chang had looted and some clothing. He glanced at the 7 large rats behind Zhao Yin carrying jerky and roasted bones, then at the pristine animal skins worn by Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao, as well as the mountain of supplies on the back of the old cow. They surely wouldn't be interested in those rags. Big brother, there is water. There is a small water hole in the cave. You can take as much as you want. Yangshan could only force himself to say, it rained just 3 days ago. Do you really think I lack water? Zhao Yin finally lost his patience and said loudly, whoever can present me with satisfactory supplies will be able to live today. Among the collapsed group, those few who were not killed by the little monkey had been wailing, but upon hearing this, they all fell silent. Big brother, spare us. There are still plenty of clothes in the cave. Big brother, I know that Luo Chang is hiding 2 fish. Although they are a bit spoiled, they are still edible. Big brother, there are 2 taels of salt in the kitchen and half a bucket of vegetable oil. Several people spoke up one after another as if they were playing a quiz game, yet not one of their offerings was suitable for Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin turned to Song Xiaodao. These people have no value. Kill them. Song Xiaodao understood and approached the few people still standing, lightly swinging the Rat King's claw, and a head was instantly severed. With the sharpness of the Rat King's claw, it was quicker than an ordinary knife cutting through tofu. Song Xiaodao's eyes immediately narrowed with delight, feeling it was far more useful than that broken tang knife, and she swiftly continued to swing, quickly dismembering several people. Seeing this, Zhao Yin felt quite pleased. The child had finally grown up. She was much quicker at killing. Finally, Song Xiaodao approached Yangshan and said to Zhao Yin, please step aside. I'm going to spray blood all over you. Zhao Yin took a step back and shook off the dust from his clean rat skin. Although it would eventually get dirty, it was worth keeping the new clothes clean for a day. Wait, I remembered something else. Yangshan suddenly shouted. Song Xiaodao had already swung down the Rat King's claw, but in the next moment, Zhao Yin grabbed her slender wrist and coldly said to Yangshan, you better not be lying to me. Yangshan felt as if he had met the eyes of death. This group was a bunch of monstrous perverts with a twisted little girl, and the man before him was the leader of these perverts, the old pervert. His heart raced, not even sure if that thing would be of interest to Zhao Yin. Big brother, please follow me. After saying this, Yangshan stood up trembling as he stepped on the steaming blood and walked into the cave. Zhao Yin did not follow but instructed Song Xiaodao, you and the little monkey go inside. Song Xiaodao rolled her eyes. She was an 11 evolved being and could easily wipe out everyone here. Did she really need to be so cautious? Zhao Yin stood there watching Song Xiaodao and the little monkey enter the cave. The cigarette in his hand had burned down to the filter, which he tossed on the ground and extinguished with his shoe. Soon Yangshan emerged holding a tattered cloth bundle followed closely by the little monkey and Song Xiaodao. Big brother, the item is here. Yangshan forced a smile as he handed the bundle to Zhao Yin. Open it, Zhao Yin said in a low voice. Yangshan immediately understood that Zhao Yin was worried he had set a trap, so he hurriedly placed the bundle on the ground and began to unwrap it layer by layer. As he unwrapped layer after layer, the bundle shrank from head size to finally just the size of a walnut wrapped in a layer of toilet paper. Zhao Yin slowly frowned while Yangshan's legs trembled. In the end, he didn't even dare to unwrap the layer of toilet paper. Big brother, this is the only thing I can present. Open it, Zhao Yin urged. Yangshan had no choice but to force himself to unwrap the toilet paper, revealing a blood-red crystal in the sunlight. Zhao Yin's gaze sharpened. A star crystal? I found this in front of the cave when the meteor shower struck wedged between those meteors. Yangshan, fearing Zhao Yin wouldn't believe him, earnestly said, I saw it fall from the sky with my own eyes. It's definitely not some crafted item. You don't know what this is, eh? After asking, Zhao Yin directly grabbed the star crystal in his hand. Big brother, although I don't know what this thing does, Luo Chang said, it must be an extraordinary treasure, perhaps related to the apocalypse. Yangshan exclaimed. Zhao Yin nodded slightly in response. They still did not know the secret of the star crystal. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Yin asked, Do you know where that cave is, eh? That man named Luo Chang was able to control a group of people at the beginning of the apocalypse and was ruthless in his dealings. Zhao Yin would not feel at ease unless he dealt with him. Yangshan quickly nodded. I know. If Big Brother wants to go, I will lead the way. Lead the way. Zhao Yin led the team directly towards the large cave. While on the way, he squeezed the star crystal. A bottle of iced red tea emerged. If he had been able to give the little monkey a bottle of all attribute doubling iced tea when dealing with the rat swarm 2 days ago, Zhao Yin might have ended up with a white rat king as a contract beast. Unfortunately, time cannot flow backward. At this moment, 5 kilometers away outside a massive natural cavern, SSS-ranked was crouched on a stone wall, shouting down at 30 or so armed men below. Boss Luo, last time you knelt and begged for mercy, our team, led by Wang, spared your life. Now, where do you get the courage to come back and seek death? Luo Chang stood at a height of nearly 2 meters, appearing quite robust compared to the surrounding men who were thin as sticks. At that moment, Luo Chang stood amidst the crowd, smiling as he said, Thank you, brother. I specifically came to express my gratitude to Team Leader Wang for sparing my life last time. Where is he? Why doesn't he come out to meet me? Our Team Leader Wang is too busy to see you. Hurry up and leave. Or even though Team Leader Wang has a good temper, if you annoy him, I fear that you, Boss Luo, won't be able to leave this time. Huh? Luo Chang burst into laughter, and the group of people around him roared with laughter as well. At this time, Luo Chang felt a surge of confidence in his heart. He waved his hand, and 2 of his lackeys immediately brought a man in his 50s to the front of the group. Thank you, brother. Is this your man? Ho Jinping. What exactly happened? How did you get captured by them? Ho Jinping's face instantly changed drastically. Deputy Team Leader Xiai. I didn't want to betray the cave, but they beat me mercilessly, and I couldn't withstand it. Ho Jinping was covered in blood, both of his arms broken, hanging limply by his sides. At that moment, SSS-ranked understood that the news of Team Leader Wang and all the missing young adults could no longer be hidden. Luo Chang, even without that group of young adults, there are still 500 to 600 people in the cave. You only have 30-some subordinates. Do you think you can take the cave? SSS-ranked scolded. 500 to 600 people. Luo Chang laughed dismissively, saying 500 to 600 women, children, and the elderly who have lost their backbone and are now in a state of panic. I fear they no longer trust you. SSS-ranked fell silent. Luo Chang had struck at his sore spot. Since Team Leader Wang led that group of young adults to disappear, many voices of dissent had emerged within the cave, with many doubting his and Team Leader Wang's abilities. Even if you still have charisma, those women and children have been pampered too much by you and Team Leader Wang. Your talk of humanity only makes them unaware of the dangers of the apocalypse. A group of elderly who were once given seats on buses, a group of female students adored by men, and a bunch of infants. Haha, how many of them have the courage to take up arms? After Luo Chang finished speaking, Xie Jinshan's face had turned pale. Brother Xie, how about this? Open the gate and let us in. You can follow me to enjoy the good life, which is certainly better than desperately trying to please a bunch of useless people only to be blamed in the end. Luo Chang said loudly. Dream on. Xie Leshen's eyes reddened. Unless I die. He had once been a soldier serving in the same unit as Team Leader Wang, and after retiring, due to being from the same hometown, they partnered together in the pharmaceutical business. This year, the company made a profit, and SSS-ranked led a few senior executives to the Dai mountain range for team building. They never expected to encounter a meteor shower, and soon after that, the entire world changed. On that day, he and Team Leader Wang took their team into this cave, which had already gathered hundreds of refugees. Many of them were injured to varying degrees, and coincidentally Xie Jinshan's team had brought a considerable amount of medical supplies. The spirit of a soldier is to protect the people. After a discussion with team leader Wang, they decided that saving lives was the priority. The meteor shower lasted for a month, and as hundreds of strangers gathered for an extended period, numerous issues arose. They could only elect someone to manage the situation. Due to the actions of Xie Jinshan and team leader Wang in saving people, they received many votes and naturally became the leaders of the cave. After the meteor rain ceased, several groups of survivors fled into the cave. From them, they learned that in a cave 5 kilometers away lived a group of thugs from a mortgage company led by Luo Chang, who had killed many people while robbing for supplies. After receiving the news, team leader Wang immediately gathered all the young adults to form a cave guard team, with team leader Wang as the captain and Xie Jinshan as the vice-captain. Moreover, Xie Jinshan was skilled in making weapons and accidentally discovered that someone in the cave had materials for making gunpowder. He melted iron inside the cave and crafted the simplest single-shot pistol. Soon Luo Chang arrived and was beaten badly, which further elevated the prestige of Xie Jinshan and team leader Wang in the cave. 5 days ago, several young adults ventured out in search of supplies and returned with a massive dead rat. According to them, when they found the rat, it was still alive but had been bitten by something, and there were many traces of rats nearby. Team leader Wang ordered the dead rat meat to be boiled into several large pots of soup. Everyone tasted the flavor of the pseudo-mutated beast meat for the first time, and they all rushed to grab it. Unfortunately, there was too little rat meat, so they could only let each person have a sip of soup. Thus, some people encouraged the guard team to catch rats, and soon the calls grew louder. Team leader Wang and Xie Jinshan saw the children in the cave looking gaunt, so they agreed. Xie Jinshan decided to stay in the cave to continue making guns while all the young adults except for him followed team leader Wang outside. Now Xie Jinshan thought this was a fatal mistake. At the very least, they should have left some young adults behind. Then you can go die. Luo Chang suddenly raised a homemade iron bow and aimed it at Xie Jinshan, shooting an arrow. Xie Jinshan quickly retracted his head, and the arrow struck the stone crevice in front of him. At this moment, behind Xie Jinshan, over 100 men over 60 years old were gathered within the walls. The group of elderly men all wore tense expressions. These were the ones in the cave who could still barely be considered combat ready. Get on the walls and defend. With a single command from Xie Jinshan, he drew the pistol from his waist and fired a shot towards Luo Chang. The homemade pistol had an effective range of less than 50 meters, the barrel uneven, and since Xie Jinshan hadn't practiced shooting for many years, the shot naturally missed, but it struck the thigh of a man next to Luo Chang. What the hell? The man screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground while clutching his bleeding thigh and wailing. Scatter, retreat quickly. Luo Chang immediately ordered, completely ignoring the injured man's fate. More than 30 people quickly spread out within 100 meters, cautiously watching the walls, fearing that Xie Jinshan would fire again. If I had known, I would have brought that gun from Yangshan. Luo Chang said regretfully. Boss, they have guns today is going to be difficult. A lackey said. Why be afraid? The materials for making guns and ammunition in the cave cannot be too plentiful. Most should have been taken out by team leader Wang. Xie Jinshan doesn't have many guns, so don't worry. Luo Chang spoke confidently. In fact, just as he said, team leader Wang had mobilized all the resources from the cave for the sake of the rat meat. In these past few days, Xie Jinshan had only managed to make one gun with enough gunpowder for 3 shots. Xie Jinshan had just fired 1 shot, leaving him with 2 more opportunities to fire. At this moment, sweat dripped down his forehead as he looked back. The elderly men behind him still stood there. Not a single one went up to help defend. What are you all doing? Xie Jinshan scolded. Deputy team leader Xie, it's not that we don't want to help, but we're too old. That wall is over 2 meters high, and we can't climb up. Do you have any guns left to lend us? An elderly man with pockmarked skin said. All the guns were taken away by team leader Wang, but where would I have any left? Xie Jinshan gritted his teeth and said, if you don't come up, I can't defend it alone. If they rush in, everyone in the cave will suffer. Everyone remained unmoved. If the sky fell, there would still be a tall person to hold it up. Let people of their age compete with the young. How dangerous. Deputy team leader Xie, my legs aren't good. I really can't climb. I'll stay here and defend for you. Old Lu, you just turned 60. Your spirit is the best, so go up. Nonsense. I just had a prostate operation 6 months ago. My physical condition can't compare to yours. The group argued loudly. After all, if someone had to die, it should be someone else first. Their own lives were more important than anything else. At this moment, Zhao Yin's mutated beast team had already arrived a kilometer away. He listened for a moment, unable to help, but let a smirk of sarcasm appear at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Yin, what did you hear? Song Xiaodao asked with curious interest. I heard a foolish pig raising a pack of wolves like someone from before. Zhao Yin sighed. People, once they stand upon a height, power blinds them. Every day, they hear nothing but flattery, and sight itself strains to distinguish truth from falsehood. Someone in particular, a friend of yours? Song Xiaodao asked. Zhao Yin paused then nodded sort of. You actually count that kind of fool as a friend? Song Xiaodao scoffed with contempt. Humph. Idiot. Zhao Yin frowned. He is foolish indeed. At that moment outside the wall. Boss, they really have started fighting among themselves. What now? A henchman asked. Everything that transpired inside the wall was being heard by Luo Chong and his men. Luo Chong smiled and shouted toward the people behind the wall, hear me those inside. Over 300 of my brothers will be upon you soon armed with guns and cannons. That cavern of yours will not hold. Xie Jinshan will die, and so will you all. The men will be made into jerky, the women will be toyed with before they are killed. At his words the people behind the wall were seized with terror, many of the elders trembled all over. Having lived most of their lives in peace protected by guards, even after the end came none of them had imagined such a day. What? 300 more. We're done for. And cannons. How can we a bunch of old fools possibly hold? It's over. Xie Jinshan, you ruined us. If Captain Wang hadn't injured Wang Chong back, then would he have treated us so cruelly? For a moment, all the elders' fingers pointed at Xie Jinshan. Xie Jinshan's face flushed as he shouted nonsense. Don't listen to him. It's all bluster. If we unite, we can still hold the cavern as we did last time. But no one heeded him. The elders spat and jeered, drowning his voice. At that moment, Luo Chong began to shout again from outside the wall. People inside, listen, I only want Xie Jinshan dead. If anyone dares to resist with him when the wall falls, don't blame me, Luo Chong, for being merciless. I'll give you a chance. Bring me Xie Jinshan's head, and I'll reward you 30 jin of food and allow you to join my crew. At that, the elders erupted into clamorous debate again. 30 jin of food and a place in his group. Captain Wang and the others won't return. Even if we repel this attack, what about the next? How long can we old men endure in this end times? Joining Luo Chong's group and following those young ones is our only way to survive. Xie, you pushed Luo too hard. It's not leaving him no choice, it's leaving none for us. Zhao Yin was already 300 meters away, having heard everything. He chose not to reveal himself immediately, as if watching an engrossing drama. Human nature is such that when faced with crisis, many will sacrifice others to save themselves. They will invert right and wrong, repay kindness with ingratitude. Anything can be done, any lie can be uttered. In despair, the elders could no longer tell right from wrong and preferred to imagine a kinder outcome. Seizing a moment when Xie Jinshan was off guard, someone picked up a stone and brought it down hard upon the back of his head. With a thud, Xie Jinshan saw blackness. He staggered forward, felt his head. His hands came away bloody. He turned in disbelief toward the elder who struck him. You truly want to kill me? He had believed that by guarding them without reserve, by creating better conditions and sharing the same food, he could exchange sincerity for sincerity. He had thought a soldier's duty, to defend the land and protect the people in times of peril, would bring honor and reverence. But why had it come to this? Had these people no conscience? Xie Jinshan slowly fell, collapsing in the very center of the crowd. He had protected eyes wide as he stared at the sky. In that instant, an invisible sound shattered within him. It was his faith. He did not lack the strength to stand, but his heart had died. Zhao Yin sighed. Never underestimate human greed and folly. Was Zhao Yin in his past life not like Xie Jinshan? Hearing the infighting, Luo Chong's face curled with derision as he barked open the gate. The heavy wooden door was slowly pulled open by a few of the elders working together. Many of them stepped forward to greet Luo Chong with servile grins. Welcome, Brother Luo. Brother Luo, you are our leader from now on. Please guide us. Quick, let Brother Luo in. Luo Chong strode forward, smiling broadly. Suddenly, he swung the crude iron-reinforced club he held and smote the first elder who approached, sending him sprawling. Ugh! Luo Chong spat and roared, kill them all. These old things can't pull their weight, keeping them only wastes food. Kill. Though Luo Chong had only 30-odd men, each armed, facing a band of selfish old fools was like cutting melons and slicing vegetables. Seeing Luo Chong's sudden turn, the elders broke and fled in panic. Many dashed straight for the cavern, a scattered, helpless lot. Zhao Yin stepped from the trees with a cigarette between his lips, squinted at the area outside the cavern's wall. There was already a human hellscape. Laonyo, guard the supplies here. Song Xiaodao Hozi Lao Hei Shu Ishu Air. Put the loads down and stretch your legs. After speaking, Zhao Yin flicked away the cigarette butt and drew his cleaver. With one stroke, he severed the head of the nearby Yang Shan. Blood spurted, and before the headless corpse could topple, Zhao Yin surged forward. He had not fought with his own hands in a long while. Facing a mass of ordinary survivors was a rare chance for Zhao Yin to flex his old arms and legs. With a flash of steel, one of Luo Chong's henchmen was cleaved in two. Blood rained high. Before a drop could stain Zhao Yin's pristine white mousehide cuirass, he was gone, striking the next man. Again a head fell. At that moment, Xiao Hozi and 7 enormous rats plunged into the crowd, followed by Song Xiaodao. In the blink of an eye, the mass had been slaughtered to a great degree. Whether elder or thug, anyone who met the contract beasts died. There was no resistance. Luo Chong turned, and his face went ashen. He had never seen such a colossal monkey, more terrifying than a gorilla, nor rats of such size, nor that dreadful little girl. As Luo Chong looked on, a tall young man approached him, his weapon dripping with blood. He stammered, "Big brother, don't." With a single stroke, Zhao Yin severed Luo Chong's head. He had no patience for words. They were all to be killed regardless. Had he not come all this way in part for the exhilaration of that very stroke? When Zhao Yin finished with Luo Chong and looked back, the ground outside the wall was littered with steaming corpses. Aside from a few contract beasts and Song Xiaodao, dozens of elders lay dead at the beast's hands. Hozi Xiaodao helped Lao He and the others carry the supplies, everything, into the cavern. After giving the order, Zhao Yin walked alone into the enclosure. A weak voice called out, "Brother, wait." Zhao Yin turned toward the sound and saw Xie Jinshan collapsed on the ground. A jagged hole gaped in the back of his skull, blood flowing freely. A sharpened wooden stake protruded from his waist. He leaned against the wall, one leg curled beneath him, looking at Zhao Yin with hollow strength. Zhao Yin frowned. Once he too had admired soldiers with the spirit of sacrifice. But now in the end times, sacrificing yourself for others is foolishness. Still, though Zhao Yin did not consider himself a good man, he did not condone wanton killing. He kept small rituals, bathing when he could, keeping his clothes unusually clean for days, as if to remind himself that he remained human. Even in the apocalypse, he was forever alone. "Don't expect me to save you. I can't," Zhao Yin said. Xie Jinshan managed a bitter smile. "No, I'm not asking you to save me." Zhao Yin was taken aback. "I'm asking you, please don't slaughter the people in the cavern. If you want supplies, go to Lao Wu. He's in charge of the stores. You risked everything to protect them, and they tried to kill you. Yet you asked me not to kill. No one has it easy. They are simply trying to survive. The fault is not theirs, but this damned end times." Xie Jinshan raised his head slowly and looked at the dim sunlight, his lips trembling. If only there had been no meteor shower. Zhao Yin could not fathom that man's mind, and replied coldly, "People like you ought to have been smashed by those meteors from the start. So will you promise me?" Xie Jinshan asked. "Why should I promise you?" Zhao Yin bored turned and walked away. Soon Song Xiaodao with the contract beasts bearing the loads caught up with Zhao Yin, and together they entered the cavern. Before me lay an enormous space spanning over 30 to 40,000 square meters, with the highest point reaching 200 to 300 meters. Stalactites hung from above, occasionally dripping water into a pool at the center of the cave, where fish could be faintly seen. In the entire cavernous hall, not a single shadow could be seen. Zhao Yin looked around and quickly noticed a narrow opening deep within the cave. That's where they escaped from. There must be no exit inside. Otherwise, Xie Jinshan wouldn't have met such a fate. "Let's go in." "Zhao Yin, there are fish here." Song Xiaodao pointed at the pool. "Tonight we'll have fish soup, but we need to find the people inside first." After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he ordered the little monkey to lead the way. This place had been developed into a tourist area by merchants before the apocalypse, and many areas had been artificially repaired, making the paths quite smooth. However, there was garbage strewn everywhere, and human feces of various shapes, both dry and wet, were visible, accompanied by urine. An awful stench permeated the air. "Ugh, what is that? Is that poop? How disgusting." Song Xiaodao suddenly stepped into a pile of fresh feces, making a disgusted face. She hopped on one foot in front of Zhao Yin, grabbing the corner of his clothing. "Zhao Yin, I stepped in it." Zhao Yin shook off her little hand. "Go rub it off yourself. Don't dirty my leather armor." Song Xiaodao rubbed her shoes against a rock to clean them, and quickly caught up with Zhao Yin. "How disgusting. Can't they set up a few toilets?" "The leader didn't manage well. That's normal," Zhao Yin said expressionlessly. In the apocalypse, many people only think about how to survive each day and no longer care about the quality of life. The darker side of human nature is everywhere. The narrow opening led downwards, lined with railings and stone steps. Yet signs of human destruction were evident everywhere. After a while, the stone steps continued to descend. "Are we walking to the underground?" Song Xiaodao asked again. Zhao Yin shook his head. He had never been here in his past life, so how would he know? Soon the steep stone steps gradually leveled out, and the passage widened, until a larger hall than the previous one appeared. Zhao Yin finally saw the group of people. There were about 500 to 600 people, including the elderly, children, and women. They were all in ragged clothes, disheveled, and huddled together in a corner of the cave. While the cave had plenty of water, living in such an environment meant most people were too lazy to even wash their faces. Even the most beauty-obsessed woman before the apocalypse was now so dirty that her features were unrecognizable. In fact, there was another reason in the apocalypse women couldn't be too good-looking. Sometimes being ugly was a form of protection. Everyone looked at Zhao Yin and the mutated beast behind him with expressions of terror. They had never seen such a large rat, one even bigger than a cow. No, there actually was a cow. It resembled a mountain of meat. And that skinny monkey carrying a claw knife taller than itself. At the front of this terrifying group stood a young man clad in white leather armor, stained with fresh blood. That's him. He killed Team Xie together with Luo Chong. Everyone, let's fight him. An elderly man with gray hair pointed at Zhao Yin. I saw with my own eyes how he killed Team Xie. This man is a demon, another elderly man shouted. Everyone, let's go together and kill this demon, or we will all die. The elderly men, having done something wrong, felt guilty and did not believe Zhao Yin would spare them. At this moment, the only escape route was to incite the others to stop Zhao Yin and then take the chance to escape. So before Zhao Yin arrived, the elderly men had already started to stir up trouble. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the last elderly man who spoke had a blood hole appear in his forehead. His eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly unwilling to accept his death, and then he fell straight down with a thud. A scream from a woman erupted from the crowd, followed by the cries of children and the groans of elderly women. Guns are always the best deterrent against humanity. None of the elderly men dared to step forward again. Zhao Yin lowered his gun and shouted, "Shut the hell up. If you keep yelling, I'll feed you to the rats." In an instant, the cave fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Even the crying children had their mouths covered by the adults nearby. If Xie Jinshang were here, what would he feel? Zhao Yin had killed one person, which was more effective than 100 of his words. Now I declare that everything in this cave is my spoils, including all your lives. Before I leave, my words are the law. Oh, anyone who dares to break my rules will meet the same fate as that man. Do you all understand? Zhao Yin's voice echoed in the cave. Everyone trembled, staring at Zhao Yin in fear, yet not a single person dared to speak. Should they submit to Zhao Yin or desperately look for a chance to escape? This was a dilemma. They were all waiting for others nearby to make a choice first. Did you all understand me or not? Zhao Yin questioned again. Still no one spoke. It seemed Zhao Yin's voice was the only one in the cave. Bang! Another gunshot rang out as Zhao Yin shot directly at the crowd, hitting the head of a bald elderly man, causing brain matter to splatter everywhere. The next moment, chaos erupted in the crowd. Don't kill me, I don't want to die. Whoa. Team Wong, where is Team Wong? Why hasn't he come back to protect us? Don't shoot, please. My child is only 3 years old. They can't be without their mother. Those near the perimeter desperately pushed inward while those inside were suffocating and pushed people outward. Bang! No one expected that Zhao Yin would shoot again at this moment. Another elderly man fell. You dare to break my rules. Zhao Yin cursed. The crowd finally quieted down again. They realized that wasting words would cost them their lives. It turned out he really didn't need to think about killing, he acted on impulse. Soon voices began to rise from the crowd. We understood. We understood. We understood. The responses increased, everyone hurriedly answering Zhao Yin, fearing that if they were slow they would miss the opportunity to please the new leader. Zhao Yin slightly raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent again. He paced back and forth with his gun, loudly stating, "Listen up, all women over 50 come here and form a line. Women under 50 bring along children under 5 and form a separate line. Children over 5 stand in that direction. You men, go stand over there." Zhao Yin pointed in several directions with his gun. The next moment, everyone immediately sprang into action, the footsteps of hundreds resonating in the cave. After 4 long lines were formed, a few children under 5 remained behind, all crying loudly. Whose children are these? Why is no one taking them away? Zhao Yin's gaze shifted to the group of young women. In fact, earlier some of the young women in the cave had stayed behind to care for their children. The woman at the front of the line said softly, "These children were rescued by Team Wong. Some of their parents were killed by the meteor shower, and others died in the cave, leaving them all orphans. So no one is willing to take them. Team Xie had been taking care of them, and now Team Xie." The woman looked at Zhao Yin in fear, not daring to continue. Clearly she still believed Zhao Yin had killed Xie Jinshan. Zhao Yin didn't explain. He pointed at the group of elderly women and selected a few who looked energetic. You. Each of you take one of these children away, no matter what method. I don't want to hear their voices again. Several elderly women immediately went over, each taking one of the orphans and covering their mouths. The basic structure of the crowd became clear. In the 4 lines there were more than 300 elderly women. 74 elderly men remained. There were 49 children under 5 and 37 children aged 5 to 12. 42 young women. Zhao Yin had 2 reasons for separating them into lines. First, the target was those elderly men. Separating them would make it easier to kill them. Although the elderly men were old, many still had strength, and given their previous actions with Zhao Yin's character, it was unlikely he would leave them here to cause trouble. Furthermore, Zhao Yin planned to settle in the cave, at least until he found the flying white tiger and the spatial pendant this would be a good shelter. Thus, he needed to exert sufficient control over the cave. Where is Old Wu? Who is Old Wu? Zhao Yin recalled the Old Wu who managed supplies as mentioned by Xie Jinhai. Without Old Wu stepping forward, everyone immediately turned to a bald man standing among the elders. He was slim and wore a tattered suit, one of the few in the group who had cleaned his face. Hello boss, my name is Wu Shuigui. When team leader Wang was still here, he asked me to manage supplies here. Wu Shuigui slightly bent over, revealing his shiny bald head. Zhao Yin nodded, come over here to me. Wu Shuigui looked to be in his 40s, limping on one leg. Perhaps that was why he was not taken out by team leader Wang, nor was he called by Xie Jinshan to resist Luo Chang. As Wu Shuigui just arrived in front of Zhao Yin, he was suddenly grabbed by the collar, lifted off the ground by one hand. Boss! Wu Shuigui was shocked. How could the other party possess such strength? Is he even human? I want all the supplies here. Do you know what to do? Zhao Yin asked. Oh, all the supplies are in the warehouse. Every entry and exit is recorded in detail as per the rules set by team leader Xie. I absolutely wouldn't dare to hide anything from the boss, nor could I. Sweating, Wu Shuigui forced a smile. They'll take you to see right now, please let me go, boss. Zhao Yin nodded, noticing that even in crisis this person remained clear-headed. No wonder he was placed in such an important position by team leader Wang and Xie Jinshan. How did you end up limping? Zhao Yin asked. When I was a soldier, I was stationed at the border adjacent to a San country. I was disabled during a conflict. This is a prosthetic leg. Another veteran. Zhao Yin released his grip and followed Wu Shuigui to the other side of the cave, muttering as he walked. It's still too noisy, not quiet enough. As soon as he finished speaking, all the contracted beasts immediately understood Zhao Yin's intention. The little monkey was the first to rush towards the group of elders. In mid-stride, it completed its transformation into a giant. Everyone stared wide-eyed at this magical scene. Even the group of elders watched in shock as the monkey suddenly grew larger. Next, Lao He and 6 giant rats, still carrying mountains of supplies, rushed forward, not to kill, but to subtly surround the group of elders. In the next moment, Lao Niu and Song Xiaodao also charged forward. In an instant, the sounds of collisions, blades piercing flesh, screams, and bones breaking filled the air. The smell of blood quickly spread through the air. A white-haired head rolled around. Blood was everywhere. No one from the other 3 groups dared to speak. All of them trembled as they watched this scene. The remaining elders panicked, realizing that these contracted beasts listened to Zhao Yin. Someone shouted loudly, "Little brat, what do you want to do?" "Boss, please spare me. I want dare again. Team leader Xie was harmed by Old Wan, and the others, it has nothing to do with me." "Boss, you can't leave. Quickly tell these beasts to stop." Wu Zuegui's leg was going weak, and he didn't dare to look back. He could only try hard to appear more relaxed. However, he vaguely heard that team leader Xie was harmed by Old Wan, and it had nothing to do with Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin followed him slowly, noticing something. He asked calmly, "Are you afraid of me?" "No, I don't dare. I'm not afraid, boss. Please don't misunderstand." Wu Zuegui's lips trembled. "You're not afraid of me." Zhao Yin's voice turned cold. I'm afraid I'm not afraid." Wu Shuigui waved his hands, repeatedly stammering, almost kneeling before Zhao Yin. "You should say that you only admire and respect me. Fear is not the right term." Zhao Yin finished speaking and stepped forward. Wu Shuigui limped ahead again, no longer daring to speak. His ability to earn the trust of team leader Wang and Xie Jinshan already showcased a keen mind. However, he found the man in front of him utterly inscrutable. It wasn't that the other party's thoughts were too deep, but rather he was too difficult to fathom. Soon they arrived at an entrance blocked by 2 iron gates. Wu Xie stepped forward to unlock the chains above, opening the iron gate, explaining, "This is the warehouse inside the cave that used to be a storage room for the cleaners of the scenic area. Later, team leader Wang saw that it was suitable for storing supplies, so he had me clean it up and move the supplies here. Please come in, boss." The so-called warehouse was only about 20 square meters. Inside, it was filled with junk, yet relatively organized, showing that Wu Shuigui, this warehouse manager, was quite diligent. The first thing to catch the eye was a pile of scrap metal, perhaps 300 to 400 kilograms, next to which lay a clay furnace and a dozen molds. Zhao Yin glanced at it and knew that someone had used these items to melt iron for making guns and daily necessities. Additionally, there were a dozen large iron pots, hundreds of pounds of charcoal, a pile of clothing, and a dozen bundles of bamboo poles about 5 to 6 meters long. These rubbish had no use for Zhao Yin. On the day the apocalypse arrived, there were over 100,000 tourists at the scenic area, but only 1,000 or 2,000 escaped into the cave. Many were seriously injured. Team leader Wang had us do our utmost to rescue them, and only about 700 or 800 survived. Even the clothes on the dead were not wasted. Xie Jinshan pointed to the pile of clothing as if recalling something and sighed. "Where is the food? What have you been eating for over a month?" Zhao Yin asked directly. Wu Shuigui pointed to the pile of bamboo poles. This was originally a bamboo forest planted by the scenic area next to a water pool. After the apocalypse, it mysteriously withered and died. Team leader Wang had us cut it down for fishing. Plus, the tourists were used to bringing food. At that time, about 1,000 or 2,000 people poured into the cave, bringing in quite a lot of food. Later, team leader Xie melted down these large pots, and every day we made bread and ham with the fish we caught, making do to survive that month. Later, when the food ran out, team leader Wang found a newly sprouted vine inside the cave. The leaves are edible, and they can be harvested 200 to 300 pounds daily. Mixed with fish meat to make soup, we managed to keep a few people from starving to death. From Zhao Yin's perspective, Wu Zuegui's cheeks were sunken, his eyes vacant. Wu Shuegui licked his lips. Unfortunately, the fish in the pool cannot be caught endlessly. Team leader Wang only allows us to catch 30 fish a day, saying it's to ensure a steady supply. Zhao Yin sighed with relief upon hearing this, previously fearing Wu Shuegui might mention something about cannibalism to survive. There really are mutated crops here. Take me to see that vine, Zhao Yin said. Though he spoke calmly, his heart was somewhat excited. Having been tired of eating chestnuts and rat meat lately, he was in dire need of other varieties to improve his diet. Not only were there fish here, but also mutated vegetables he hadn't eaten in a long time. Wu Shuegui cleared away the pile of clothing, revealing a crack in the stone wall that was naturally formed. Please follow me, boss. Zhao Yin was somewhat surprised, not expecting that mutated crop to be hidden here. He followed Wu Shuegui into the crack, which led to a spacious cave hall of nearly 1,000 square meters. This place had not been developed by the scenic area, and no light source penetrated. Only the stalactites above occasionally shimmered with phosphorescence, resembling a starry night sky. A vine as thick as a thigh was rooted on the nearby stone wall, sprawling over 70 to 80 square meters with round, thick, and succulent leaves. Crispy ear vegetable, a grade mutated plant rich in nutrients. Effects: cures stubborn diseases. Special effect: regenerates after 24 hours of harvesting. Zhao Yin took a breath. It turned out to be in a grade mutated crop. Generally, evolved individuals do not get sick, but once they fall ill, it's tough to cure. In an apocalypse with no medical conditions, the effects of this crispy ear vegetable can sometimes be life-saving. What Zhao Yin loved most were life-saving items. Moreover, the special effect of this crispy ear vegetable was regeneration. No wonder Wu Shuegui said they could harvest 200 to 300 pounds daily. No wonder those elders, though emaciated, had few exhibiting signs of illness. In the apocalypse, aside from food, medicine was the most lacking resource. Even if Zhao Yin didn't use it himself, he could exchange it for desired supplies with other camps in the future. From now on, without my permission, no one is allowed to enter here, including you, Zhao Yin said, staring into Wu Zuegui's eyes. Wu Shuegui smiled. Understood, boss. I will lock the warehouse door and give you the key. After speaking, a hint of sadness flashed in Wu Zuegui's eyes. Has this become his possession? How will the 400 to 500 people inside the cave survive from now on? Zhao Yin and Wu Shuegui returned to the warehouse. Zhao Yin pointed at the dozen bundles of bamboo poles and said, distribute these immediately. Those who are still alive, send a few to pick the tender ear vegetables, and the rest all go fishing, including children over 5 years old. All go fishing. Wu Shuegui was taken aback. Was this meant to clean out the fish from the pond? Did you not understand? Zhao Yin narrowed his eyes. Wu Shuegui jolted and hurriedly bowed. Okay, boss, I'll arrange it right away. After saying that, Wu Shuegui went out and soon brought back a dozen strong women who carried all the bamboo poles out of the warehouse. Zhao Yin did not watch how they distributed the bamboo poles, but pointed at the several large pots. Later, I will have Lao He bring you some rat bones. Those who catch fish today will have bone soup to drink, and those who don't catch any will not. He understood the principle that if you want the horse to run, you must feed it grass. Those rat bones he didn't care for were originally just brought along to avoid waste. Rat bones had little meat, but were not light. Now they had become a burden for Lao He and the others. In case of an unexpected situation, the contract beasts carrying their maximum load would have little combat power. Using them here was quite good, at least it was much better than wasting them. Zhao Yin didn't care about what it meant to exhaust the waters. What he wanted was to clean out all the fish from the pond during this time. Wu Shuegui was stunned again. Rat bone soup. It's the bones of those big rats, similar to beef bones, but even tastier, Zhao Yin said. Wu Shuegui was instantly excited. Team Wang paid a painful price because that big rat was too delicious. Now there was rat bone soup to drink. Boss, I will tell them what you said. Many will be willing to work hard for you. Wu Shuegui happily finished speaking and limped out. Zhao Yin did not expect that rat bones would attract these people so much. In fact, from his standpoint, rat bones were not considered anything good and even less desirable than the fish in the pond. But for the people in the cave, they hadn't had a full meal in a long time, let alone the delicacy they had been longing for. After Zhao Yin left the warehouse, he went to the place where they had lined up before. Song Xiaodao and the contract beasts had already dealt with that group of old men, leaving a few older women to handle the bodies. Not far away, hundreds of people were holding bamboo poles. Many had already unraveled the threads from their old clothes and were planning to twist them into something resembling hemp rope. Next, they just needed to bend the iron wire from the pile of scrap metal into hooks, tie them with string, and they would have simple fishing rods. Boss, I have left 10 elderly women to take care of children under 5, 30 young women to pick the tender ear vegetables, and everyone else has been equipped with fishing rods, Wu Shugui reported. You used this to fish before? Zhao Yin frowned and asked. I'm sorry, boss, we only have this option. Although the equipment is rudimentary, with dozens of people fishing together, catching 30 fish in a day is not a problem, Wu Shugui said. Zhao Yin hesitated slightly and shouted Song Xiaodao. Zhao Yin, Song Xiaodao came over. Give each of them a piece of jerky as bait for fishing. Whoever dares to steal will be killed, Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao agreed and went to find the little monkey to help distribute the jerky. Soon a group of people carrying fishing rods headed towards the pond in the front hall. Zhao Yin followed behind the crowd to observe. Soon the not-so-large pond was surrounded by 500 or 600 people. Some threw their lines eagerly, and within minutes fish were biting, followed by the catch of a 1-pound fish. Wu Zuegui's eyes widened instantly. Boss, what meat did you give them for bait? We used to fish for half a day without a bite. The fish here are much harder to catch than outside. Why is your meat? It's the meat of those big rats, Zhao Yin casually replied. Wu Shuegui was stunned and took a long time to regain his senses. The boss actually used rat meat to fish. That rat meat was a top delicacy. Even before the apocalypse, it wouldn't be considered such a waste, right? At this moment, Zhao Yin was quite pleased and walked directly to the big woman who had caught the fish, removing the fish from the hook. He looked at the bait on the hook. She had only torn a small piece of meat to put on the iron hook and hadn't wasted any. Zhao Yin nodded. Tonight you can have rat bone soup. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss, the big woman said excitedly as she quickly bowed. Zhao Yin carried the fish and walked towards the passage, quickly returning to the hall in front of the warehouse, casually handing the fish to Song Xiaodao. Go make fish soup. Ooh, we will have extra food at noon today. Great. We have fish soup to drink. Song Xiaodao happily took the fish and bounced away. However, after avoiding Zhao Yin's gaze, she went to take a frying pan from the old cow's back, and then found a few older women who were taking care of the children, coldly asking, who can make fish soup? I can too. Almost all the older women knew how to make fish soup. Before the apocalypse, they were all retired elderly. Those who could come out to travel were mostly in good health. In their spare time at home, besides playing mahjong and dancing at the square, they had plenty of time to study recipes. Song Xiaodao handed the pot and fish to a clean-faced older woman. I'll secretly give you a piece of jerky. You help me make fish soup and don't let Zhao Yin know. Boss, there are women responsible for picking tender ear vegetables. Let me ask you if they will also have rat bone soup tonight. Wu Shuegui asked Zhao Yin cautiously. Zhao Yin nodded. Go tell them that those who work hard will have food to eat. If anyone dares to hoard, even if it's just one person, I will kill them all to feed the rats. Today he had cruelly killed that group of old men in front of everyone. He believed no one would dare to hide anything. At least for the next 2 days they wouldn't dare. However, Zhao Yin still used this method to have them supervise each other. Wu Shuegui trembled slightly. Understood, boss. After saying that, he did not leave immediately, a look of hesitation on his face. Do you have something else? Zhao Yin asked. His peripheral vision caught Song Xiaodao in the distance, noticing her little actions of slacking off. Boss, there are still some things in the warehouse. I don't know whether to hand them over to you, Wu Shuegui hesitated to say. Zhao Yin turned to look at him, his gaze turning cold. Are you still hiding something from me? He had been anxious to see the tender ear vegetables and hadn't had time to check the inventory. Wu Shuegui's face immediately turned red, and he knelt down with a thump. Boss, please listen to me. I absolutely did not mean to hide anything, but it's just that those things are of no use. More likely after giving them to you they will bring you danger. What things, eh? Zhao Yin became interested. He stared at Wu Zuegui's dodging eyes and immediately understood that the other party was afraid he would suspect their intentions. If the other party really wanted to hide something, they wouldn't risk mentioning it at this moment. Wu Shuegui took out a fist-sized ragged cloth bag from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Zhao Yin. You may not believe it, boss, but inside those zombies' heads there are 2 types of stones. One is transparent, and the other is blood red. The transparent stone is of no use, but the blood red stone, once cracked open, can produce things out of thin air, sometimes food, sometimes water, and possibly poison. Zhao Yin's heart shrank. Wasn't the blood red stone Wu Shuegui mentioned the star crystal? It turned out they had already discovered the secret of the star crystal. Zhao Yin took the tattered cloth bag and opened it directly, revealing 2 vials of potion, a pink pill, and over 100 corpse crystals. Wu Shuegui pointed at the corpse crystals and said, At first, team leader Wang conducted experiments having someone break one open, and as a result, that person turned into a zombie. Hearing this, Zhao Yin immediately recalled some events from his past life. Once a corpse crystal is broken, it releases energy, which those who have never used evolution potions to unlock their potential cannot withstand. If one blindly opens a corpse crystal, most will instantly turn into zombies, with only a few retaining some consciousness, becoming aberrations that are neither human nor corpse. They possess human intelligence, but have completely lost their humanity. They feed on fresh flesh and can grow stronger through corpse crystals with a power level that even surpasses ordinary zombies. Later survivors gave them a terrifying name, the corpse demon. However, the number of corpse demons is extremely rare. Thus, in his past life, when Zhao Yin learned of their existence, it was already the 7th year of the apocalypse. Before he could learn more, he died. He activated his true sight. Evolution Potion Grade E-Type Primary Potion. After consumption, it unlocks the A-Grade evolution gene of the Evolver, granting greater power. Zhao Yin's hands trembled. This was precisely what he needed most. In his past life, Zhao Yin had deliberately remained at a grade for over half a year to search for A-Grade evolution potions, yet in the end, he still regrettably stepped into grade. Once survivors exceed the grade of a potion, no amount of consumption can compensate for it. He thought it would take a long time to find an A-Grade evolution potion, or like in his past life, end up empty-handed, but unexpectedly an opportunity like this allowed him to obtain what he had long desired. Zhao Yin forced himself to calm down and looked at the next vial of potion. Talent Ability Potion Grade A-Type Advanced Lightning Potion. After consumption, it unlocks the hidden talent ability of the Evolver's Bloodline Lightning Type A. Zhao Yin suddenly felt a bit breathless, his previously calm emotions boiling again. His face gradually turned red. At this moment, even Zhao Yin's willpower became hazy. What kind of luck is this? In terms of rarity, this ability potion could far surpass the A-Grade evolution potion. It was a true treasure that one could only dream of. In the 7 years of his past life, Zhao Yin had only obtained a great ability, the True Sight. Even Lin Tianfeng only gained his second ability after becoming a contract master, and it was merely a grade strength type. This illustrates how rare ability potions are. They cannot be acquired merely through resources or power. It is all about luck. Anyone who obtains an ability potion would never sell it. Zhao Yin never expected to obtain a third ability in this life, and it was even grade A. He quickly stowed the 2 vials of potion into his space ring and turned to look at the pink pill. Pink Pill Grade B-Type Intermediate Auxiliary Pill. After consumption, one will fall in love at first sight with the first opposite sex they see for a lifetime. Isn't this just an upgraded version of a love potion? Before the apocalypse, this would have been a treasure worshipped by lovesick fools, but for Zhao Yin, it's of no use, he thought to himself. He quickly stowed it away in his space ring, his speed nearly matching that of collecting the ability potion. As for the remaining corpse crystals, they were all of no grade. From this, Zhao Yin speculated that the previous cave guard team had gone out to slay zombies right when the outbreak occurred, relying on sheer numbers. Zhao Yin had walked from 5 kilometers away and had not seen large hordes of zombies along the way, which he believed was their doing. Otherwise, with the strength of the cave guard team, without any evolvers, it would be difficult to handle zombies above grade, let alone obtain star crystals. At this moment, Wu Shuigui noticed that the items in Zhao Yin's hands had suddenly disappeared, merely a bit surprised before returning to normal. He had grown accustomed to the mystery surrounding this young man. Boss, those potions are very dangerous, you must be careful. In the past, we had another potion. After team leader Wang had someone consume it, that person bled from all 7 orifices and died in the blink of an eye. Since then, team leader Wang ordered that any further potions obtained must be stored in the warehouse, and no one is allowed to use them privately. Zhao Yin understood in his heart that the previous potion was probably also an evolution potion, at least above a grade. That person was not even an evolver. It was no wonder he died after recklessly consuming such a high-grade potion. In fact, the evolution potions obtained from star crystals have a large proportion of grade. Otherwise, how could those without true sight survive? While Zhao Yin lamented the loss of that potion, he secretly sighed, unsure whether to say the guard team had bad luck or too much good luck. Describing their luck as against the heavens would not be an exaggeration, yet they sat on a mountain of treasures without knowing how to use them, which only benefited Zhao Yin. What about the other items? Are there any left? Zhao Yin asked, then added, the items obtained from the blood-red stones. All the records are here. Wu Shuigui handed Zhao Yin a ledger and said, not long after the meteor shower stopped, the food in the cave began to rot and stink. Team leader Wang organized people to go out in search of supplies, and they obtained a total of 12 blood-red stones. The food and water obtained were distributed as rewards to the survivors. Only these harmful transparent stones and potions remain. Did you eat all that food? Zhao Yin asked, his eyes wide. Yes. Wu Shuigui nodded nervously, then hurriedly added, They all ate it. I didn't eat any. At that time, the guard team hadn't officially formed yet. Team leader Wang distributed the food to encourage them to work hard, and I heard it tasted great. After saying that, Wu Shuigui instinctively swallowed hard. Zhao Yin felt a pang of pain. These bastards actually treated extraordinary food as ordinary food and ate it. They deserve to be poisoned by the potions. That team leader Wang ought to be thankful he died outside, otherwise Zhao Yin would have skinned him alive. Extraordinary food. Wu Shuigui was taken aback. Zhao Yin could not be bothered to explain, waving his hand. Go check on how the fishing is going. If it exceeds 100 pounds, start organizing people to smoke it into dried fish. Also make sure to turn those crisp ear vegetables into dried vegetables. After saying that, Zhao Yin turned and left. Crisp ear vegetables can be made into dried vegetables. This was Zhao Yin's initial plan. During his stay, he aimed to harvest as much as possible for drying, planning to dig up the roots when he left. However, Zhao Yin currently lacked spring water. He had used up the remaining spring water these past few days to protect the life of the chestnut tree roots. A human male, an awakened one with abilities a level Evolver Evolution Degree 1000. Strength 62, Agility 69, Stamina 50, Spirit 95, Talent level Shooting Life, Countdown 109,963 days. At this moment, Zhao Yin had already unlocked a level potential with all attributes nearly doubled. His 5 senses became sharper, able to hear faint sounds from 5 kilometers away. Without any obstacles, he could even see a mosquito flying by from that distance. Moreover, Zhao Yin had mastered a level lightning ability, though he couldn't probe it with his true vision. Monkey, come here and let me test your strength, Zhao Yin said cheerfully. In fact, he had never had combat-type abilities and was always hesitant in his actions. At this moment, he felt as if he had completely transformed. Master, are you really sure? The little monkey quickly asked and thought. I'm afraid I won't be able to control my strength. What if I hurt the master? I have chestnut tree leaves to heal. If you win against me, I'll reward you with 5 level corpse crystals, Zhao Yin said. The little monkey was instantly excited. Now the master's reward was no longer just materials, but recognition and love. Master, you can go ahead. Let the little monkey experience your overwhelming strength. Zhao Yin stopped talking and threw a punch at the little monkey's shoulder with 7 points of strength. Bang! The little monkey staggered back a step, wide-eyed at Zhao Yin. It remembered that the master hadn't had this much strength before. Activate your abilities and attack me with all your might, Zhao Yin commanded. In the next moment, he threw another punch at the little monkey. Roar! Master, be careful. The little monkey instantly activated its giantization ability and threw a punch at Zhao Yin. It understood that after this evolution, the master's strength was vastly different, and it could not be underestimated. Boom! The clash of one large and one small fist created a sonic boom. Just as the little monkey thought it could surely surpass the master with its awakened abilities, suddenly an electric arc erupted from Zhao Yin's fist. The little monkey felt a jolt throughout its body, every pore tingled, and the force of its punch was abruptly interrupted, followed by a bang. The little monkey's massive form was sent flying. At this moment, all the contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao were shocked, looking at Zhao Yin in disbelief. Activate both of your abilities, Zhao Yin commanded the little monkey. Master, I was careless earlier and didn't dodge. The monkey, being naturally stubborn, was ignited with competitive spirit by its recent defeat. It had to maintain its position in the master's heart. Next, I will show the master my strength. Very well, Zhao Yin said. The little monkey directly activated its second ability, going berserk, its towering figure nearly 3 meters high, charging fiercely at Zhao Yin, stirring up a whirlwind. Zhao Yin understood that with the little monkey activating dual abilities, its strength and speed were probably more than 5 times his own. He chose not to confront the little monkey heat-in and summoned another electric arc at his fingertips. The little monkey grinned broadly, seemingly smiling. Its speed far surpassed Zhao Yin's. Before the electric arc could launch, it exploded forward at full speed. In an instant, it flashed behind Zhao Yin, reaching for his collar. Master! However, before it could feel triumphant, an electric net suddenly appeared behind Zhao Yin. Instantly, it ricocheted along the little monkey's arm and struck its body. The little monkey stiffened, then fell to the ground, convulsing. Zhao Yin turned to look at it and calmly said, Monkey, you lost. Once the little monkey felt the numbness fade, it lowered its head and got up from the ground, feeling dejected. Master, I disappointed you. You are strong, Zhao Yin sincerely said, tossing 5 level corpse crystals to the little monkey as a reward. Master, there's more rewards. The little monkey instantly perked up again. Of course, you are my first contracted beast. The position of vanguard is always yours, Zhao Yin said. In truth, he just wanted to test his new combat-type abilities. He could defeat the little monkey mainly because he knew its strength well, while it was encountering lightning abilities for the first time. If given another chance, or if the little monkey really fought hard or used the Rat King Claw, the outcome might have been different. Of course, Zhao Yin would not mention this. He had to maintain his current dominance in front of his contracted beasts. Zhao Yin, when will I be able to obtain such powerful abilities? Song Xiaodao pouted, biting her fingers softly, saying, I want to be as strong as you. Do you think abilities are like cabbage? Zhao Yin questioned. I am still level. Even the rats are stronger than me. Song Xiaodao said, feeling wronged. Zhao Yin casually replied, Tomorrow I will go hunt zombies. You should go too. If you want abilities, go kill zombies for star crystals. If you really manage to unlock abilities, they will be yours. No need to turn them in. Really? I promise. Survivors who can obtain abilities in the apocalypse are less than 1 in 10,000. Countless survivors spend their entire lives without seeing even a hair. He did not believe that Song Xiaodao could truly unlock abilities. He was just comforting her. Zhao Yin had long planned for Song Xiaodao's strength enhancement, but once he gathered enough corpse crystals to allow her to evolve to a level, he would help her with the evolution. As for abilities, Zhao Yin would talk about that once he became stronger himself. While waiting for Zhao Yin earlier, Song Xiaodao had been sneaking fish soup, and now not a drop was left in the pot. Zhao Yin, I will go and make fish soup for you again. The little girl said, running toward the water pool like a thief. After half a day, over 1,000 pounds of fresh fish had been caught. Some women were killing fish beside the pool, while others had set up a fire to dry fish. Old Hay patrolled the shore with 4 giant rats to prevent anyone from stealing food. 2 more giant rats were supervising the harvesting of crispy ear vegetables and the drying of them. At night, Wu Shuigui set up a dozen large pots boiling several hundred pounds of rat bones that Zhao Yin had given him, mixed with fish scales, gills, entrails, fish oil, and more, while all the survivors formed a long line waiting for their rations. Everyone was smiling if they hadn't eaten enough in a long time. At this moment, Zhao Yin had cooked a large pot of chestnut porridge, stir-fried crispy ear vegetables with smoked rat meat, and roasted a large chunk of Rat King meat. Along with a big pot of fish soup that Song Xiaodao had cooked, a whole steamed big fish was laid out on a simple square table. There were also several iron pots filled with meat soup and fish soup on the ground. Then Zhao Yin called back all contracted beasts, opened a bottle of Maotai liquor he had been saving, and instantly the aroma of wine and meat wafted out of the tent. An 11 or 12-year-old girl was drooling from the enticing smell. Uncle Wu, will Dad really not come back? The girl asked. Wu Shuigui ladled a big spoonful of bone soup, deliberately putting a large piece of crispy bone into the girl's bowl, and sighed. Even if Captain Wang comes back, he will have to call that person boss, understand? The girl was Captain Wang's biological daughter, and this was the only secret Wu Shuigui had not dared to tell Zhao Yin. Hearing this, her eyes dimmed. Actually, if Dad could be like boss in the beginning, Uncle Xia wouldn't have died. Uncle Wu, can I meet boss alone? I have something to tell him. You want to find boss? Wu Shuigui was taken aback. What important matter could a little girl have to discuss with boss? He quickly advised, boss is not like your father, it could be dangerous. Quickly dismissed this thought. Since your father and Uncle Xia are gone, I am responsible for taking care of you, and you must not mention this again. Uncle Wu, I just want to say a few words. Is that really not okay? The girl pleaded. I, Uncle Wu, don't have that much influence, even I can't just meet boss at will. Wu Shuigui said perfunctorily. At this moment, a woman in line behind them urged, and the girl could only leave with her bowl. She returned to a corner of the cave where a crude shelter made of wooden frames and torn sheets was built, the place where the girl Wang Xiaolei lived with her father. Meow. As the girl approached, a weak cat meow came from the shelter. Xiaobai, there's food. The girl's voice was filled with excitement. Pulling aside the curtain, she revealed a rough wooden bed where a small white kitten lay on a dirty blanket, weak and emaciated, yet with vigilant blue eyes. Upon recognizing Wang Xiaolei, the kitten mewed and slowly crawled towards her. Tonight we will have a good feast, and tomorrow morning we will go to the West Mountain to search for the flying white tiger, killing zombies and looking for star crystals along the way. Rat 1, Rat 2, Rat 3, Rat 4, you will stay in the cave tomorrow to guard the supplies and intimidate the survivors. The other contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao will go with me. Now it's time to eat, Zhao Yin announced. After resting for a night, the next morning the sky was still dim. Zhao Yin left all supplies behind, letting Rat 1 and the others guard, and took 5 contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao out of the cave. After the rain 4 days ago, a night passed, and the nearby mountains and forests became much more lush, erasing all traces of previous development. In its place was a grandeur of life, yet for some reason it evoked a sense of desolation and bleakness. On the muddy road from yesterday, overgrown with weeds, Zhao Yin ordered the massive figure of Old Hay to clear the way. Old Hay's enormous form crushed everything in its path, transforming the weeds into a green carpet. Zhao Yin stepped on it, feeling the softness beneath his feet with the air filled with the fragrance of vegetation. It was a rare comfort, as if he were not in a post-apocalyptic world. The speed of the group was faster than before. 20 minutes later, Zhao Yin and his team traveled westward for over 10 kilometers, and once again the silhouettes of zombies appeared. Roar. 7 or 8 zombies spotted the massive old hay at the front of the team and instantly charged toward it, moving several times faster than the non-evolved zombies. Zhao Yin activated his true vision. Male zombie Frank evolution, level 1003, strength 21, agility 14, spirit 1. 7 female zombie Frank evolution, level 1001, strength 20, agility 15, spirit 0. 3 male zombie Frank. Zhao Yin's spirit jolted. All the zombies were indeed Frank. He recalled that 4 days ago the small horde of zombies he encountered had less than 1/10 that had evolved to Frank. Is it because of the rain that the surviving animals have become active, accelerating the evolution of the zombies through their flesh? Zhao Yin murmured. At this time in his past life he struggled to survive and hadn't noticed such changes. Old hay seemed provoked and charged into the horde of zombies. The sound of crunching bones filled the air. Within 3 seconds, all zombies lay on the ground. 4 of them were severed in half by Old Hay's claws while the others had their heads chopped off, yet Zhao Yin's pace never faltered. Time to work, he said. The remaining 2 giant rats quickly rushed in and sliced open the heads of all the zombies while the monkey and Song Xiaodao followed behind to collect the crystal cores. Zhao Yin and his group continued their journey, taking no more than a minute. After traveling less than a kilometer, another horde of zombies appeared, this time comprising 40 to 50 zombies, and Zhao Yin immediately spotted the tallest among them. Male zombie, rank evolution, level 10012, strength 51, agility 34, defense 48, spirit 9. Aside from this rank zombie, all the others were Frank. Charge forward and finish the fight quickly. Monkey, do you see that tall zombie? It has a star crystal. Go and bring me its head. Zhao Yin commanded directly. The attributes of that rank zombie were superior to ordinary evolved ranks, clearly having devoured a star crystal. Roar. The little monkey immediately activated its giantization ability, quickly donning the massive rat armor, wielding the Rat King's claw with one arm, and began to run, each step echoing like thunder. Moo. Old Bull also grew excited since the zombies had healed apart from slaughtering that useless group it hadn't fought in a long time, charging ahead with a massive body even faster than the little monkey. Seeing that the master's 2 old subordinates were so fierce, Old Hay did not want to fall behind either and charged forward with the 2 giant rats. In the blink of an eye, all contracted beasts rushed out, while Song Xiaodao just finished putting on the rat armor and hung behind. Zhao Yin lit a cigarette and sat down on a stone by the roadside, crossing his legs and squinting at the battle ahead. At that moment, all the mutated beasts had already charged into the horde of zombies. Even the 2 pseudo-mutated giant rats were far more powerful than these zombies, let alone the 3 real mutated beasts. It was like cutting through vegetables. The rank zombie, initially excited to see living creatures, soon witnessed more than half of its subordinates fall in the blink of an eye. It roared, and all the surrounding zombies immediately surged forward to intercept Old Bull, who was at the forefront. Then the rank zombie turned and fled. The rank zombie that had consumed a crystal had developed considerable intelligence. However, the next moment, the rank zombie felt a gust of wind behind it and turned in horror to see a glinting Rat King's claw swinging toward its neck. With the speed of this rank zombie, it was utterly incapable of dodging. Thud! Its head flew off, caught in the grasp of the leaping little monkey, which, with the head in one hand and the Rat King's claw in the other, charged through and crushed 7 or 8 zombies before returning to Zhao Yin. Master, your head has been cut off. My head. Zhao Yin was rendered speechless. This monkey still couldn't speak properly. Not wanting to dwell on it, he took out a short Rat King's claw and gently sliced open the severed head with a couple of cuts in a rank crystal, and a star crystal rolled out of the dark brown brain matter. Zhao Yin directly crushed the star crystal, and white light flashed in his hand. Golden saddle, grade C, extraordinary mount equipment, mount movement speed 80, carrying capacity 100, bonus effect, mount movement speed 5. Zhao Yin had initially prepared to welcome a plain water, but when he saw the heavy saddle in his hand, he was momentarily stunned. It turned out to be a rare mount equipment, and it was crate. Following that, Zhao Yin felt a wave of joy in his heart. Was it this lifetime that the chances of obtaining good things from star crystals had increased, or was his luck simply extraordinary? However, getting good items was a good thing, and there was no need to think too much about it. At that moment, the mutated beasts and Song Xiaodao had already resolved the battle, and all 47 Frank zombies had turned into true corpses. In fact, the time taken to extract the crystal cores was longer than the time spent killing the zombies. Zhao Yin, the crystal cores are all here, but we didn't find any star crystals. Song Xiaodao approached Zhao Yin holding a pile of crystal cores, and then noticed the golden glimmering thing in his hand. What is this? Is it for me? This is a saddle. Do you want to equip it, eh? Zhao Yin finished his last puff of the cigarette, extinguished the butt, and then stood up. Song Xiaodao hurriedly shook her head. I don't want to equip it. Zhao Yin's gaze fell on a group of mutated beasts and then directly locked onto Old He. It was the most suitable for being a mount. Old He, come here. Zhao Yin beckoned with his finger. Old He instantly perked up, trotting over to Zhao Yin with excitement. Master. Its eyes were filled with excitement. In the past, whenever the master called the little monkey an old bull this way, it was always for a reward. Zhao Yin directly put the saddle on Old He's back, and with a leap he mounted it. His feet stepped into the stirrups, feeling more stable and comfortable than he had imagined. This mount equipment will belong to you from now on, Zhao Yin finally said. Old He's heart was very joyful. Master, I feel much lighter with this equipment. This equipment adds 100 points to your carrying capacity. Even if you carry an additional 1,000 pounds, you won't feel any more tired than usual, and it nearly doubles your movement speed. Zhao Yin patted Old He's shoulder. Thank you, Master. From now on, Old He will carry you fighting through this apocalypse. Old He joyfully expressed. The nearby old bull and the two giant rats all showed envious expressions. They all heard Zhao Yin's words. This equipment was tailor-made for four-legged mutated beasts. Sensing the emotions of the three contracted beasts, Zhao Yin comforted them. Don't worry, when more mount equipment is available in the future, you will all have some. Zhao Yin, I also want to ride, Old He. Song Xiaodao held the crystal cores, looking up with her little head. Zhao Yin bent down to pull her onto the rat's back. Worried she might fall, he simply held her in his arms and said to all the mutated beasts, let's go, we're only 10 kilometers away from Shishan. Along the way, they encountered several waves of zombie hordes, all of which had evolved to Frank, but they did not encounter any ranks again. Zhao Yin easily obtained over 200 Frank crystal cores. At this moment in his spatial ring, all the crystal cores combined could be converted into 4 rank crystal cores. Zhao Yin's destination had finally arrived, and ahead lay a massive valley. The Western Mountain was once one of the most important attractions in the Dai Mountain Range tourist area, home to over 30 ancient temples, with the most famous being Tianlong Temple, renowned throughout the country, drawing countless visitors daily for incense burning and prayers. The valley before them used to be a commercial hub within the scenic area, featuring hundreds of hotels, resorts, large shopping centers, and various luxury stores. Now all of it has vanished. The ruins are overgrown with weeds and trees, and standing outside the valley, one can occasionally glimpse zombies wandering through the desolation. They are ragged with dead fish eyes, their pale skin marred by protruding veins, all classified as flevel, moving swiftly. Zhao Yin rode on the back of Lao He, cradling Song Xiaodao in his arms, closing his eyes to listen, discovering that the deeper they ventured into the valley, the more densely packed the sounds of the zombies became. There are at least tens of thousands of zombies gathered here. Zhao Yin, there are zombies inside, Song Xiaodao said, peering into the valley, lowering her voice. It seems like there are several hundred. Should we go kill them? Not several hundred, but tens of thousands in the depths of the valley. Zhao Yin replied. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaodao immediately recalled the industrial park, her face turning pale. We should leave quickly. This is the place I was looking for, Zhao Yin said in a deep voice. In his past life, he had captured the flying white tiger here for Lin Huafeng. But at that time, the flying white tiger had already grown, slaughtering the nearby zombies, and by the time Zhao Yin arrived, the place had evolved into a forest with only one flying white tiger remaining. Don't worry, although there are many zombies, we are no longer as weak as before. Are you really going to kill all these zombies? Song Xiaodao was still afraid. The scene of the industrial park had already left a shadow in her heart. Zhao Yin took out an 11 corpse crystal and handed it to Song Xiaodao. Evolved to a level now, it will give us more strength in the upcoming battle. Song Xiaodao took the corpse crystal, not daring to say more, and crushed it directly in Zhao Yin's arms. A faint white light spread in her palm and quickly entered her body. Song Xiaodao's body trembled slightly. Evolved beings elevate their levels using corpse crystals, unlike the first time they took the evolution potion. Soon Song Xiaodao felt a surge of powerful energy originating from within her, making her feel light and unburdened, as if she had suddenly released the weight of hundreds of pounds. She felt comfortable and relaxed. After a while, Song Xiaodao opened her eyes. Zhao Yin, have I evolved to a level now? Zhao Yin activated his true vision. Human female, a level, evolver, evolution degree 1000, strength 29, agility 36, stamina 23, spirit 19, life, countdown 60,102 days. Alright, get ready for battle. After saying this, Zhao Yin directly tossed Song Xiaodao off Lao He's back, mentally instructing Monkey, go lure the zombie horde out. Remember, not to exceed 500 at once, and the other contract beasts prepare for battle. Even though Zhao Yin's contract beast army was strong now and his own strength had vastly improved, he still dared not recklessly venture deep into the valley. Even if the tens of thousands of zombies stood still for the contract beasts to kill, it would be impossible to finish them off in one go. Once their energy was exhausted, they would become the zombies' snacks. His strategy was to lure the zombies out of the valley in waves and eliminate them one by one. He estimated that after obtaining the corpse crystals inside the valley, both he and the contract beasts would be able to advance to level. The little monkey received the order and immediately activated its giant transformation ability, rushing into the valley at high speed. Roar! Several zombies near the valley's edge immediately noticed the little monkey and roared as they pounced towards it. The little monkey hardly paid them any mind, transforming into a whirlwind passing swiftly by several zombies, and soon ran out 200 or 300 meters. The sounds of zombies grew denser beside it, with at least 200 or 300 zombies being attracted. The little monkey turned around and ran, followed by 200 or 300 zombies, including a tall level 1. Prepare. Zhao Yin took out the long-handled rat king claw still seated on the back of Lao He, while the 2 giant rats and Lao Niu along with Song Xiaodao quickly spread out to prepare for the hunt. After the little monkey stopped beside Zhao Yin, nearly 300 zombies gathered behind it, roaring as they rushed towards this way. In the distance, scattered zombies were still being attracted over. Keep the noise down and kill them quickly, Zhao Yin said, tightening his legs and charging into the group of zombies rushing out of the valley. Song Xiaodao and the contract beasts immediately closed in on the zombie horde. Lao He approached the first zombie in the front, and Zhao Yin swiftly swung the rat king claw, but the next moment that zombie had already been sliced in half by Lao He's claw. At this moment, Lao He had charged into the zombie horde, swinging its claws, and all the nearby zombies that hadn't even had a chance to approach were slaughtered clean. Zhao Yin suddenly realized that riding on Lao He was a mistake. It only hindered his speed in killing zombies. Thus, Zhao Yin leaped down from the back of the rat, replacing the rat king claw with the mountain-splitting knife from his spatial ring. The sharpness of the mountain-splitting knife was more than sufficient to deal with these zombies, with an additional attribute of 15 points in swinging speed, allowing Zhao Yin to kill faster. As for the lightning ability, it required energy to use and was entirely unnecessary at this moment. Just then a zombie approached Zhao Yin with stiff steps, but an extremely fast speed, and he casually swung the mountain-splitting knife. Puff! A head soared into the sky, not knowing where it flew off to. Immediately after, without time to look, 4 or 5 zombies had already surrounded him. Zhao Yin's movement speed was 5 or 6 times faster than theirs, and he dodged out of the encirclement. Puff! Another zombie's head flew up. At this moment, the contract beasts behind him had all charged into the zombie horde, instantly unleashing a massacre with severed limbs and black blood flying everywhere. The most terrifying was Lao Niu, which had now regained its 2 horns, fiercely protecting its rear, and with each charge dozens of zombies were smashed to pieces. The zombie horde fell in waves, quickly thinning out. Zhao Yin's gaze landed on the tall zombie 30 meters away. He then swung his knife with all his might, instantly slicing through 3 zombies in front of him, and stomped forward, quickly rushing out, appearing before the tall zombie in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the level zombie had yet to realize what kind of master it was about to face. Zhao Yin swung his knife at it, and instinctively it raised its hand to block. Crack! An arm was severed, and then Zhao Yin kicked it to the ground, swinging his knife down to behead it. The difference in strength was too great. Basically, it was no different from killing an level zombie, just 2 slashes and a kick. The zombies behind him had already been almost completely wiped out by the contract beasts. Zhao Yin bent down to pick up the head of the level zombie, carefully slicing it open in a safe place, extracting an level corpse crystal and a star crystal from the brain matter. Zhao Yin pressed his finger, and the star crystal activated. A flash of white light revealed a piece of stuffed bread. Not bad, just what I need right now, a superfood for rapid healing. Zhao Yin smiled. As long as it's not Nongfu Spring, it's good. He directly put it away. The last zombie behind was struck down by Song Xiaodao with a swipe of the Rat King claw, beheading it along with half of its shoulder as the black heart fell onto Song Xiaodao. The little girl, clad in pure white armor, was now covered in black blood, her small face dirty. Song Xiaodao had no time to feel sorry, and then she heard Zhao Yin say, "Gather all the corpse crystals. Within half an hour, little monkey, go lure the zombies again." Zhao Yin also joined the team collecting corpse crystals, and despite the speed of him and Song Xiaodao along with their contracted beasts, it still took them 27 minutes to finish. There were a total of 336 grade corpse crystals. Immediately, the little monkey continued to lure zombies, and after a few minutes it attracted over 300 more zombies. Zhao Yin observed closely, and within the dense horde of corpses there was another particularly tall zombie. It was yet another grade. Thus the slaughter repeated again, and after another 10 minutes the zombies were wiped out, taking another 20 minutes to collect the corpse crystals. After collecting all the corpse crystals, Zhao Yin frowned and calculated that including the time taken by the little monkey to lure the zombies, it would take nearly an hour to kill one wave. The speed is too slow. There are conservatively over 30,000 zombies in this valley. How long will it take to kill them all? At least 4 or 5 days. Zhao Yin instructed Song Xiaodao, "You go to the cave, and have Wu Shuigui organize a group of people to help collect the corpse crystals. They need to be quick and arrive here within 2 hours. Also remember to bring some supplies and all the tools necessary for opening skulls. Tell Wu Shuigui that as long as he does well, I will leave all the rat bones to him when I leave. Shouldn't the monkey and Lao He be the ones to go faster? Song Xiaodao was taken aback and said, here your strength is the weakest. Zhao Yin replied. Song Xiaodao immediately pouted and huffed, so I should just be a gopher serving tea and water and not worthy to follow you in killing zombies. She clenched her small fists and ran back mumbling, stinky Zhao Yin, just you wait, sooner or later I will develop an even more powerful ability than you. This place is less than 30 kilometers from the cave. At Song Xiaodao's speed, she could return in 20 minutes, and the remaining hour would be enough to organize people to arrive here at Shishan. Zhao Yin turned to the monkey and said, attract some more this time, keep it under 500 as long as it doesn't create too much noise there shouldn't be a problem. Understood, master. The little monkey went to lure the zombies again, and Zhao Yin directly crushed the star crystal he had just obtained. Compressed biscuit. It was still not Nongfu Spring, but a compressed biscuit that replenished energy. In the past, the compressed biscuits were not very useful to Zhao Yin. They were mostly given to the little monkey and Lao Niu. Now that he had mastered lightning-based abilities which were elemental, they consumed a lot of energy. Eating a compressed biscuit at a critical moment would definitely boost his combat effectiveness. Zhao Yin put away the compressed biscuit, and soon the little monkey returned, followed by 400 to 500 zombies. At this moment, within a few hundred meters around Zhao Yin, there were corpses of zombies lying everywhere. He raised his blood-dripping mountain-cleaving knife and silently commanded, prepare for battle. All the contracted beasts immediately scattered, ready to welcome the horde of zombies. Zhao Yin looked closely and found that there were no A-grade zombies in this batch, feeling a pang of regret inside. 30 seconds later, the horde of zombies surged out of the valley, and the battle began again. Until the battlefield was cleared, 479 F-grade corpse crystals were obtained. At this point, Lao Niu and the little monkey, who had been using their combat abilities for a long time, were quite exhausted, especially the little monkey, who was gasping for breath. Zhao Yin found a clean patch of ground, set up the invisible tent, and directly started boiling rat king meat for the little monkey and Lao Niu. As for Lao He and the 2 A-grade giant rats, they did not have combat abilities, so their energy consumption wasn't much. Zhao Yin still gave them chestnuts. After the 5 contracted beasts were full, they all lay on the ground to rest. Zhao Yin, however, did not idle. He took out all the corpse crystals from his space ring. He crushed dozens of them, without caring whether they were unranked or F-grade, absorbing them frantically. Now, with all the potential of a grade unlocked, Zhao Yin was preparing to quickly advance to grade. Half an hour later, Zhao Yin finished absorbing all the corpse crystals. Human male ability Awakener A-grade, Evolver Evolution, level 10013. 26, Strength 62, Agility 69, Stamina 50, Spirit 95, Talent grade, Shooting Life countdown, 109,963 days. He still needed over 8,000 F-grade corpse crystals, or 83 A-grade to evolve to grade. At this moment, outside the tent, there finally came a series of dense footsteps. All were normal humans, about 100 people. Zhao Yin didn't need to guess. He knew it was Song Xiaodao leading Wu Shuigui and others. Are you all restored? Zhao Yin quietly asked. The 5 contracted beasts all expressed that they had recovered well. Zhao Yin led them out and directly put away the invisible tent. Wu Shuigui was leading over 100 people, consisting of 30-some young women and over 70 older women. When they saw the pile of corpses beside Zhao Yin, their faces all showed expressions of shock. Previously in their minds, Zhao Yin was a killing demon king who could kill dozens of old men at will. Only now did they realize he not only kills humans, but can also slaughter zombies so frantically. Boss. Wu Shuigui, with one leg limping, became even more cautious, displaying a dog-like smile, hurriedly running towards Zhao Yin. Boss, I heard you need manpower, and I brought them for you. Zhao Yin's gaze fell on the group of women. Do you know why I called you here? The few young women at the front of the line all nodded immediately. Song Xiaomei told us to dig out a kind of stone from the zombies' heads. Boss, these women are not afraid. They said as long as there's food, they'll do whatever you want. Wu Shuigui said. Zhao Yin nodded slightly. It was best that they had this awareness in the apocalypse. Food is not a problem. If you work well, I will not mistreat anyone. After saying that, Zhao Yin took out more than 100 chestnuts. Lao will distribute these to them. The nutritional value of these chestnuts is 10 times that of before the apocalypse, so if they ration them, they will have enough to eat for 3 days without starving. Wu Shuigui waved his hand, and all the women immediately came forward to receive the chestnuts. They eagerly began to eat, quickly realizing that even raw chestnuts were delicious and better than any fruit they had eaten before the apocalypse. However, they were just ordinary people, and after each taking a couple of bites, they felt full. They initially thought Zhao Yin was just being perfunctory, but now the looks in their eyes when they looked at Zhao Yin were filled with astonishment once again. How could he have such delicious and filling food? If this apocalypse is hell, then the man in front of them is a miracle from hell. In fact, they did not know that the crispy ear vegetables they usually ate were not any less valuable than the chestnuts. It was just that each person could only eat 1 or 2 pieces of boiled leaves a day, so they didn't feel much. 5 minutes later, everyone had received their chestnuts. Zhao Yin instructed everyone retreat 300 meters and come back to help when needed. Song Xiaodao, you stay by their side and be responsible for killing any wandering zombies. Next, the little monkey went to attract zombies again. Soon another 400 to 500 zombies chased after it out of the valley. Zhao Yin looked over and found that there were actually 2 great. 2 more star crystals were about to be obtained, and Zhao Yin issued the command prepare scatter and surround them in 30 seconds. 30 seconds later, the zombies had entered a safe range. Zhao Yin confirmed that killing here would not attract the zombies in the valley and was the first to crash into the horde with his mountain-cleaving knife. In an instant, the battle commenced once more. After finishing off this wave of zombies, Zhao Yin personally approached to find 2 E-rank zombie corpses, extracting 2 star crystals before directly activating them. Finally, he obtained Nongfu Spring. The effect of the sandwich bread was replaced by chestnut tree leaves, which wasn't what Zhao Yin desired the most at the moment. After putting away the items, he rested beside with his contracted beasts while Song Xiaodao led the survivors from the cave to collect star crystals by opening their skulls. 5 minutes later, 493 corpse crystals were collected. Next, let Lao He attract the zombies. Zhao Yin ordered as he stood up. After putting on the saddle, Lao He's speed had surpassed that of the little monkey with dual abilities. He couldn't keep letting the little monkey exhaust its energy. 15 minutes later, Lao He ran out of the valley with a horde of zombies, and Song Xiaodao immediately led the survivors to retreat, while Zhao Yin and the contracted beasts continued to harvest. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Until nightfall, Zhao Yin killed 9 more waves of zombies, obtaining 11 star crystals, 4,238 frank corpse crystals, and 11 E-rank corpse crystals. He ordered the survivors to cook on the spot, setting up several large pots to boil dried fish, leaving Shu Wu and Shu Lu to protect these survivors. Zhao Yin then released the invisibility tent, taking Song Xiaodao and the 3 contracted beasts inside. Zhao Yin, what are we having for dinner? Song Xiaodao asked. Just a little bit of whatever, Zhao Yin replied, tossing out a large piece of rat king meat and 200 pounds of chestnuts. While Song Xiaodao went to cook, Zhao Yin began to absorb the corpse crystals. The contracted beasts were resting nearby, all exhausted from the day. Even Lao He, though not having spent much energy, was nearing his limit. Half an hour later, Song Xiaodao finished cooking the rat king meat soup, and Zhao Yin had absorbed all the corpse crystals obtained that day. Human male ability Awakener rank Evolver Evolution, level 10075. 26, Strength 62, Agility 69, Stamina 50, Spirit 95, Talent Rank Shooting Life Countdown 109,963 days, just 25 more E-rank corpse crystals, and he could evolve to Drank. Zhao Yin, dinner's ready. Song Xiaodao called out. Zhao Yin put away his true sight, took out a wooden table and bowls from his spatial ring, and after serving the meat soup, invited the little monkey to the table to eat together. Old Neo and Lao He were still using bowls beside them. This was also a deliberately created hierarchy by Zhao Yin. He wanted the contracted beasts to understand that there were distinctions between them, creating a sense of urgency. As Zhao Yin chewed on a piece of fatty rat king meat, he took out 11 star crystals. Song Xiaodao, who was drinking the meat soup, immediately brightened up and asked, Zhao Yin, can I open one? Zhao Yin shot her a sideways glance. No. Such an exciting matter, how could he let her do it? As he spoke, he crushed a star crystal, and a flash of white light illuminated the table. A bottle of Nongfu Spring. Damn it, another bottle of Nongfu Spring. Zhao Yin cursed. It seemed to have returned like a curse. Each time it started with this thing. Following that, Zhao Yin crushed the second star crystal. Nongfu Spring. Zhao Yin's face darkened. Could it be that my recent good luck has run out? Song Xiaodao pouted. Who told you not to let me open one? Zhao Yin, not believing in evil, immediately activated the third crystal and a flash of white light. Another bottle of Nongfu Spring. I don't believe it. He directly opened the fourth one. Ice red tea frank extraordinary beverage replenishes 24 hours of water consumption with the additional effect of doubling physical attributes lasting for 1 hour. Finally, a bottle of extraordinary beverage that Zhao Yin wanted. His expression improved a bit. Keep it up, let's get something good. Zhao Yin said. He opened the fifth star crystal. A flash of white light. Nongfu Spring. Uffed. Song Xiaodao beside him laughed so hard she almost spit out her food. Who told you not to let me open it? Zhao Yin blinked and looked at Song Xiaodao. Do you really want to open it? Zhao Yin, let me open one, just one. Song Xiaodao said, extending a finger, her voice teasing. I haven't opened a star crystal yet. Zhao Yin casually tossed her a star crystal. Take it. Song Xiaodao was immediately delighted, quickly grasping the star crystal and flashing Zhao in a cute smile. With pearly white, glutinous rice teeth, she said, "If I could awaken an ability, could you give it to me?" Zhao Yin nodded. "Go ahead." Song Xiaodao held the star crystal, closed her eyes, prayed for a moment, and with a forceful squeeze, a cracking sound was heard. A flash of white light surged from her hands, immediately followed by something pushing her hands apart. A pair of pink children's oversized shoes. Zhao Yin's eyes widened instantly. He had opened so many star crystals, yet had never seen pants or shoes. Song Xiaodao opened just one and actually got shoes. Moreover, they seemed tailor-made for her. Was there no justice? Oversized shoes drank extraordinary defensive equipment, durability 45, in movement speed 52, additional effect never stinky feet. Seeing it wasn't an ability potion, disappointment flashed across Song Xiaodao's face. She handed the shoes to Zhao Yin. "Zhao Yin, it's your favorite color, wear them." Zhao Yin was taken aback. It seemed the girl misunderstood something. He couldn't afford to not explain this matter. "The past was because I was poor and needed equipment to survive. Oh, I have no special preferences, understand. Since you don't like it, can I have these shoes?" Song Xiaodao hugged the shoes and said in a spoiled manner. Zhao Yin tapped her on the head. "In the future, if you want something, don't try to play tricks on me." Song Xiaodao giggled, immediately took off the shoes and put on the oversized shoes. She stood up and twirled in front of Zhao Yin, her snow-white legs straight and slender under the rat skin armor, exuding the charm of a prairie girl. Then Song Xiaodao approached Zhao Yin, her small face filled with a happy smile, asking, "Do they look good? Since they fit so well, I'll lend them to you. You'll have to work off the debt in the future." Zhao Yin said. At present, the one who needed to enhance her strength the most in the team was Song Xiaodao. Since she had opened the shoes herself, Zhao Yin naturally would support her. In fact, Zhao Yin's earlier explanation was heartfelt. He had worn women's clothing before due to poverty. Now, with 9 contracted beasts and a pile of equipment, his perspective had naturally changed. "Zhao Yin, this counts as your engagement gift to me." Song Xiaodao wanted to say something else, but Zhao Yin interrupted. "Eat." Her small face stiffened, then she snorted coldly and obediently walked over to eat. "They'll just assume it's your engagement gift to me, stinky Zhao Yin." The little monkey finished the meat soup and ran off to nap. Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao were both devouring the meat soup, and he conveniently pushed the remaining 5 star crystals in front of Song Xiaodao. "You can open them all." Song Xiaodao, who was eating while angry, perked up immediately upon hearing this. "Really? Really?" Zhao Yin nodded. Song Xiaodao immediately set down her chopsticks, seriously crushing one open. Out came a bottle of ice red tea. Her expression immediately darkened. "Zhao Yin, I didn't get any equipment or abilities." "That's not bad." Zhao Yin said, "Equipment and abilities aren't that easy to obtain." Ice red tea was already one of the things Zhao Yin wanted most among Frank foods. There were 4 star crystals remaining, and Song Xiaodao cautiously opened them one by one. Nongfu Spring. Beef canned food rank extraordinary food replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption with the additional effect of permanent strength. 1 healing potion drank effect heals injuries, allows rebirth of any life below drank upon consumption. Spatial teleportation scroll drank 1 time. Consumable effect random teleportation note creates a spatial gate for 1 minute after use. Except for a bottle of Nongfu Spring, the other 3 items are all treasures. Canned beef can permanently increase strength attributes belonging to a type of growth item that allows for gradual enhancement. Theoretically, as long as more can be obtained, attributes can continue to rise unaffected by level restrictions. Such items seemed of little use in the years before the apocalypse, but 3 years later many evolved beings had grown stronger, and as levels became increasingly difficult to improve, items that could permanently increase attributes became extremely precious. Especially for some powerful beings who established factions, they often spend a huge price to acquire such items. The class healing potion is currently most needed by the little monkey, who is left with only 1 arm, significantly diminishing its strength. The class space teleportation scroll Zhao Yin had obtained several times in his past life. It could save one's life at critical moments. These are all good items. Zhao Yin looked at Song Xiaodao with surprise, puzzled in his heart. Could it be that this girl is the daughter of fortune? Otherwise, how could she have such extraordinary luck on her first activation of the star crystal? "Zhao Yin, why are you looking at me like that? Are these items really that good?" Song Xiaodao's little face turned red as she picked up the healing potion and asked, "It feels just like the potion I fed the cow last time." "This is a class healing potion," Zhao Yin said, casually putting all the items on the table into his spatial ring. After thinking for a moment, he took out a can of tuna for virus prevention and a piece of sandwich bread, pushing them in front of Song Xiaodao. "If you ever get bitten by a zombie, just eat the tuna to save your life. You should also keep the sandwich bread." "Is this a gift for your fiancé?" Song Xiaodao received it with delight. "It's because I'm afraid you'll die and no one will activate the star crystal for me again," Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao wrinkled her nose. Clearly you care about me, but you intentionally make yourself sound so bad. Zhao Yin picked up the healing potion and shouted monkey. The little monkey had already woken up, having heard Zhao Yin mention the class healing potion while it was sleeping. At this moment, it was staring eagerly at Zhao Yin. It quickly communicated telepathically, Master Little Monkey is ready to follow your orders at any time. I'm willing to sacrifice myself for you. Flattery is a bit much. This monkey, with its increasing strength, had become wiser, no longer the silly little monkey it once was. Zhao Yin tossed the healing potion over, saying, use what I promised you tonight. I want to see you at peak condition to hunt zombies tomorrow morning. The little monkey happily hugged the healing potion, jumping up and down, circling around Zhao Yin, saying, little monkey loves master very much and is willing to dedicate everything to you, even sacrificing myself. Get lost. Zhao Yin kicked the little monkey away and lowered his head to continue eating the meat soup. Tonight, he would let everyone and the beasts rest. Tomorrow, he planned to advance to class and collect more star crystals. In the deep night, a dark red moon appeared in the sky, looking at least 10 times larger than before the apocalypse, resembling a blood-colored eye gazing down upon the earth. At this moment, 5 kilometers east of the concealed tent on a low hill, 3 figures stood beneath a large tree, hiding their forms in the shadows. Boss, that person is 5 kilometers to the west, having killed zombies all day long along with that group of monsters. He must have killed at least 1,000. Lao Qin pointed in the direction where Zhao Yin was. In the darkness, the woman's eyes shone like stars, and a beautiful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Hong Xiaodian said, boss, what exactly do you owe him? Lao Qin almost lost his life for that fishing net. Are you really going to give it to him? Wasn't it all allocated already? The woman finally spoke, her voice as hoarse as ever. You took the evolution potion. Lao Qin got the sandwich bread. This fishing net should belong to me. The fishing net can trap zombies. With it, boss, you'll have more safety. Why do you need to? All right, Xiaohong, I know the measure. The woman calmly interrupted. Hong Xiaodian and Lao Qin fell silent. Their lives were saved by the woman. Among the 3, the woman was the strongest, leading them to kill zombies and grow, revealing the secrets of star crystals. Both regarded the woman as their closest person, planning to protect her for life. You 2 stay here, I'll be back soon. The woman softly spoke, stepping forward while reminiscing about the experiences of the past month. On the night before the zombie outbreak, after leaving the old zoo site, she found several star crystals, intending to return them to that man, but he had already left. She didn't know where he was. At that time, she was in despair, and it was that man who saved her life. In this lonely apocalypse, she had wanted to follow him for life, but unfortunately, he didn't think much of her. Recalling that man's obsession with star crystals, she began to observe the blood-red stones, inadvertently smashing one, resulting in a copper lamp. Thus, she activated all the remaining star crystals. She got a bottle of Nongfu Spring, a piece of sandwich bread, a pack of instant noodles, and a bottle of class evolution potion. At that time, the woman had nothing, and the evolution potion allowed her to complete her first evolution. She remembered almost starving to death, but fortunately, after consuming all the extraordinary food, she managed to survive through great difficulty. Just like that, she lived on. She became one of the first survivors to emerge from the shelter after the apocalypse. But later, the woman no longer encountered star crystals. Associating it with the appearance of zombies, she began to hunt zombies to try her luck. Perhaps it was heaven's favor. A few days later, she indeed discovered, just as she had speculated, that star crystals were all devoured by zombies. Zombies that had consumed star crystals were unusually powerful. She gradually realized that Nongfu Spring could keep her from thirst all day, and the sandwich bread healed all her injuries. Instant noodles kept her from fearing the cold at night. From then on, she fully understood that star crystals were humanity's last hope. In fact, she did not possess the spatial or time-related abilities Zhao Yin imagined. The woman merely experimented with the copper lamp, discovering that as long as she used her own blood as lamp oil, she could stabilize a space within 100 meters. The more she sacrificed, the longer she could hold it. Since then, she began to utilize the power of the copper lamp, selectively killing powerful zombies to obtain star crystals. Later, she activated a piece of clothing that could conceal her presence. The woman knew that among all of Guangzhou, the most zombies were in that industrial park, so she decided to hide within using that clothing. She dared not sacrifice too much blood at once, fearing her body could not withstand it, so every other day, she used the copper lamp to kill a powerful zombie. Later, she encountered a father and son hiding in a sewer. The zombies did not know how to open the manhole covers, and the iron manhole covers were beyond the reach of unevolved zombies, allowing them to survive. The woman recalled her deceased child and decided to save them. She even took off the clothing that concealed her presence for the man to wear, wrapping the children in the clothing on her chest, allowing both father and son to conceal their presence. However, after the man learned of the copper lamp's function, he unexpectedly stabbed the woman from behind. Injured, she fled alone, leaving the father and son trapped in the industrial park. That day she had already used the copper lamp 3 times. Continuing could lead to excessive blood loss and fainting, so she could only hide around the perimeter of the industrial park to recover. Until later, Zhao Yin arrived at the industrial park incited by that man, leading to a horde of zombies. The violent commotion startled the woman hiding in the ruins. She happened to see Zhao Yin's disheveled figure and saw that the 2 father and son, along with the clothing that concealed their presence, were torn apart. When the woman arrived using the power of the copper lamp, Zhao Yin had already escaped, leaving only the little monkey trapped. She knew that monkey must be related to him. Thus the woman, without hesitation, cut off one of her fingers to make a sacrifice, helping the little monkey escape. Later she followed the blood trail left by the monkey and found the underground tunnel. At that time, Zhao Yin was already there. The woman, filled with guilt, wrote an apology, leaving behind, aside from food, the only bottle she had activated, an unknown potion. Later she discovered that the zombies were becoming increasingly powerful, and entering the horde to search for advanced zombies was no longer a simple task. She rescued Old Qin, and the 2 joined forces. The woman was responsible for immobilizing the zombies, while Old Qin quickly eliminated them, which helped her save a significant amount of time using the copper lamp. For days ago, they accidentally encountered Hong Xiaoyan, who had almost been killed by Lao He. Thus, one more person joined their team. However, the zombies had become increasingly difficult to kill. Even with the woman providing a second bottle of evolution serum to make Old Qin and Flevel evolver, he had almost lost his life yesterday. Even when the zombie was immobilized, it was still hard for Old Qin to break through its defenses with a kitchen knife. Each strike only managed to cut through a small layer of the zombie's skin until the lamp oil ran out, and Old Qin was severely injured by the zombie. It was the woman cutting off another of her fingers that ultimately saved his life. Inside that zombie's body, a star crystal revealed a fishing net. On the night of the mouse tide, she had seen Zhao Yin release an invisible tent, realizing it was a treasure produced by the star crystal. At this moment, outside Zhao Yin's invisible tent, a group of survivors gathered, making the woman aware that Zhao Yin was right there. His hearing was exceptionally frightening. The woman tightly gripped the copper lamp with her left hand, which only had 3 fingers left, and drops of blood flowed into the lamp. A faint light enveloped her, making her feel as if she was walking in another space. Now the woman had gained more understanding of the copper lamp. As long as she dripped blood slowly, the lamp would emit a light shield, hiding her in another space. This allowed her to last much longer. Soon she approached the mouth of the valley and saw the survivors gathered sparsely in a circle, resting, leaving a large open space in the middle. That spot should be the invisible tent. The woman revealed herself and took out a palm-sized octagonal small fishing net. It looked just like a child's toy. Inside the tent, Zhao Yin suddenly opened his eyes. In fact, he had heard the footsteps of humans 4 kilometers away not long ago, but they suddenly disappeared shortly after, making him alert. At this moment, in his hearing, among the 147 breaths outside the tent, suddenly, there was one more. Zhao Yin swiftly exited the invisible tent, a mountain-cutting knife appearing in his hand. Without even looking, he rushed towards the source of the breath and struck down fiercely. Ah! A sharp female voice broke the night's tranquility. The woman hadn't expected to be discovered by Zhao Yin, and in her panic, she couldn't even use the copper lamp in time. Zhao Yin's reaction was so swift that she couldn't respond in time. Her legs went weak, and she fell to the ground. Zhao Yin's knife hovered in midair, staring at the vaguely familiar face before him. "It's you." Grain Depot. Zhao Yin hadn't expected her to have survived. This woman, whom he had almost forgotten, actually appeared again. "Don't kill me, I mean no harm." The woman quickly explained, raising the fishing net in her hand. "I'm here to bring you this." Zhao Yin's heart tightened. Even without activating his true sight, he was extremely familiar with the object before him. Wasn't it the beast-catching net that appeared in his past life? Beast-catching net, grade B type, extraordinary auxiliary equipment, toughness 280, effect captures and confines, additional effects, size alteration, camouflage. Zhao Yin squinted at her. "Why give it to me?" "To repay a favor." The woman calmed down, dusting off her pants as she stood up. "I don't want to owe you anything." "A favor?" Zhao Yin frowned. He hadn't heard that word in a long time. In the apocalypse, there were only farmers and snakes, only ungrateful people. What he hated most now was others trying to draw close to him for no reason. He snatched the beast-catching net from her hand. "You've paid off your favor. You can leave now." "Oh," the woman replied. She knew this guy was hard to get along with, so she had approached him invisibly twice. Yet she was still discovered, still so ruthless. She knew that only by allowing Zhao Yin to see her leave could he feel at ease, so she turned around without hesitation and left. Zhao Yin stared at her back and activated his true sight. Human female, F-level, evolver, evolution degree 1000, strength 14, agility 18, stamina 13, spirit 9, life, countdown 145 days. Zhao Yin's pupils contracted. Why did this woman only have 145 days of life left despite having become an evolver? Wait, Zhao Yin called out. The woman immediately turned around, quickly revealing a cheerful smile. Do you believe me now? Are you injured? Zhao Yin asked. The woman instinctively hid her left hand, which only had 3 fingers left behind her back, smiling and shaking her head. No, I'm fine. I've always been fine. Zhao Yin had already seen the 2 missing fingers. He glanced down at the beast-catching net in his hand and instantly had a guess. That last bottle of healing serum was also given to me by you. The 2 father and son from the industrial park were saved by me, but they almost got you killed. The serum was my compensation to you, though I only realized it was a healing serum when you mentioned it. The woman stared at Zhao Yin, not taking her eyes off him for a moment. You survived by relying on the food produced by the star crystal? Zhao Yin asked again. The woman nodded yes. Zhao Yin already had the answer in his heart. Her evolution degree was still level at 0%, indicating she didn't even know how to use the corpse crystal, and it was impossible for her to obtain so many star crystals unless, in his past life, someone could produce a type of evil artifact that granted immense power at the cost of sacrificing life force. Those who possessed such artifacts were like being cursed. They all ended up poorly. Yet in the apocalypse they knew there was no good ending, but still rushed toward it, each one appearing almost mad. The flesh and blood you sacrificed to that thing was actually your life force. Zhao Yin still reminded her. Life force. The woman's expression changed slightly. Then she relaxed. What if she sacrificed life force? If it weren't for that copper lamp, she would have died countless times by now. She said, thank you. It wasn't my intention to save you at the time. Oh, I just acted out of circumstance. The food I gave you was compensated by the star crystals you provided, so you don't owe me anything. Zhao Yin raised the beast-catching net in his hand. The beast-catching net is very useful to me. It'll also give you a piece of advice. Quickly raise your evolver level, so you can live a bit longer. Although Zhao Yin didn't adhere to principles, he had his own rules. This woman had brought him benefits so far, so he didn't mind letting her live a bit longer. Do you know about corpse crystals? The woman reached into her bra and pulled out a piece of corpse crystal. She still preferred to hide things there. The woman spread it in her palm for Zhao Yin to see. Is this it? This item didn't come from the star crystal. It was produced inside the zombie's body, so the woman had been cautious and hadn't dared to try it, but she had kept all the corpse crystals she obtained. Zhao Yin's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the woman in surprise. That piece of corpse crystal was actually grady. He nodded. This is the corpse crystal. When crushed, energy will spill out, and only evolvers can absorb it. After enhancing your strength, your life force will also increase. The woman's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Although she didn't know she was reducing her life force, she had long felt that something was wrong with her body. Thank you. Can I come to find you again in the future? As she spoke, she smiled brightly. Zhao Yin hesitated slightly and said, next time I will not hand you information for nothing. Of course, if there are star crystals or corpse crystals involved, I can tell you what you want to know. How will I find you? She asked. Leave it to fate, he replied. In the apocalypse, everyone drifted without a home or channel of communication. Once people were separated, it often meant a farewell for good. After speaking, Zhao Yin's expression cooled. You may go. The smile on the woman's face slowly dissolved as she nodded. Oh. She turned slowly, then suddenly looked back. By the way, my name is Tang Tang. May I know yours? Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin frowned as he answered. That's a handsome name. Tang Tang laughed and stepped away, her silhouette melting into the dark night. Zhao Yin withdrew his gaze and returned to the tent. He lay on the soft quilt holding the trapping net, and inspecting it, he noticed a drop of her blood on it, wiped it away with a disgusted flick of his finger, then stored the net in his space ring. Before dawn the next morning, Wu Shuigui already had people preparing breakfast outside the tent. Zhao Yin rose stretched and turned to see Song Xiao Dao had finished cooking a porridge of dried meat and chestnuts. After breakfast, all the contract beasts had returned to their peak condition. Zhao Yin left the concealed tent and fixed his gaze into the valley. In the dim light, the zombies were far more active than by day, restless shadows, endless as they swarmed. We must find that flying white tiger quickly. One more mighty contract beast will greatly accelerate our zombie hunts. If we could form a contract beast legion. Zhao Yin did not let his thoughts wander further. There was still a long road ahead. Everyone prepare. Follow yesterday's order. Monkey and Lao He will take turns luring zombies. The other contract beasts stand ready. Song Xiao Dao is to kill any zombies that slip through and protect the survivors who help dig out corpse crystals. Zhao Yin barked the order loudly. They repeated the same routine as yesterday. Lure the zombies, kill them, retrieve corpse crystals, lure again, kill again. Having fought from dawn until dusk that day, Zhao Yin collected 22 star crystals, 9 7th grade corpse crystals, and 22 A-grade corpse crystals. That night, while resting, Zhao Yin took out the corpse crystals and began to absorb them. When there were 8 6 8 1th grade corpse crystals left in his space ring, Zhao Yin trembled. A familiar, overwhelming power boiled within him. His already well-built muscles swelled a little more, and his sight and hearing sharpened, reaching out to a radius of 10 kilometers. When everything calmed, Zhao Yin felt his body lighten and his mind open with a clarity he had never known, an incomparable comfort settling over him. Human male ability, Awakener class, Evolver evolution degree 1000, strength 93, agility 101, stamina 82, spirit 125, talent grade, shooting life, countdown 159963 days. His bearing changed again. He looked more vigorous. Barring accident, Zhao Yin still had over 430 years to live. Zhao Yin withdrew his true sight, clenched his fist, and realized his strength was now on par with an ordinary grade mutant beast. Having unlocked the peak potential of a grade, all his attributes far surpassed those of typical grade survivors. With his energy elevated, Zhao Yin felt his lightning ability could now be sustained for longer. Zhao Yin, did you evolve again? Song Xiaodao asked, sensing the change. Zhao Yin nodded. I've reached grade. The remaining corpse crystals are insufficient to evolve a contract beast. Tomorrow let Monkey be raised to grade as well. I want to evolve quickly too, so I can fight at your side. Song Xiaodao pouted. In a good mood, Zhao Yin patiently explained, human evolvers, if they cannot obtain an evolution serum of the same level to unlock potential, advancing recklessly can create gaps that are hard to remedy. Monkey is different. Mutant beasts can use the flesh of higher grade mutants to evolve. Don't you want to become a stronger evolver? Song Xiaodao hurriedly shook her head. Let little monkey evolve first. I'll wait for you to produce a grade evolution serum before I advance. Zhao Yin produced 22 star crystals and pushed them all towards Song Xiaodao. Open them. If a grade evolution serum or an ability appears, it's yours. Song Xiaodao immediately beamed, her eyes narrowing into crescents. You promised, no backing out. Zhao Yin's gaze did not waver as he watched her crush the first star crystal. White light dispersed to reveal a compressed biscuit that restored energy. Not bad. A good start, Zhao Yin said. He sat on the rug, lit a cigarette, and watched Song Xiaodao open the star crystals with narrowed eyes. The second star crystal produced a bottle of Nongfu spring water. Zhao Yin, my luck seems rotten today, Song Xiaodao said in disappointment. Zhao Yin smiled. It's fine, a water is naturally the most common outcome from star crystals. Keep going. The third crystal also yielded a bottle of water. The fourth was water too, and Zhao Yin's smile finally froze. Just as Song Xiaodao reached for the fifth, Zhao Yin hurriedly said, wait, I'll open it. He snatched the star crystal from her hand. Let me open one more, it will definitely give an ability. Song Xiaodao insisted, unwilling to give up. Grimy hands, what else are you opening? Zhao Yin muttered, and he crushed the crystal in his palm. White light faded to reveal a filled bread. He then opened another and produced a bottle of water. After a total of 6 star crystals, they had 4 bottles of water. Zhao Yin's face had gone leaden. Song Xiaodao did not dare tempt his streak of bad luck and cautiously suggested, shall we open the rest tomorrow? Open them all tonight, Zhao Yin insisted. If something that boosts our strength appears, we'll kill zombies much faster tomorrow. Luck is something one cannot wholly disbelieve nor rely on completely. As he spoke, Zhao Yin pinched open another star crystal. A white flash, then a small object thudded onto the table. Zhuge repeating crossbow grade, C extraordinary ranged weapon, fires 100 bolts in 10 seconds, effect automatic reloading. A note, power depends on the arrows. Higher grade arrows below, C deal greater damage. The words in Zhao Yin's mouth caught and fell silent. He had said it, and it had come true. It was a long-coveted extraordinary ranged weapon capable of rapid fire. Even its special effects were overwhelming. Automatic reloading. With his shooting talent, this crossbow could, even against 100 grade zombies, dispatch them completely within 10 seconds. As for arrows, Zhao Yin already had 132 in his space ring. If fitted with tips made from the Mouse King's claws, they would be comparable to grade arrows. He currently lacked the tools to fashion Mouse King claws into arrowheads. However, his space ring still contained the claws of 6 grade giant rats. Using a Mouse King claw as a template, he could cut and produce suitable tips. Making over 100 grade arrowheads would be no problem. Immediately afterward, Zhao Yin opened all the remaining star crystals. They produced 4 more bottles of water, 2 iced teas, 2 packs of instant noodles, 1 tin of tuna, 3 filled breads, and 1 compressed biscuit. There was also a yellow peach and a piece of mount equipment. An unprecedented haul, all 22 star crystals emptied. Yellow peach grade E extraordinary food. Restores 24 hours worth of energy consumption when eaten. O additional effect, permanent 1. Agility mount helmet grade D extraordinary mount equipment. Mount movement speed 50, collision force 45. Extra attribute spirit 20. Zhao Yin picked up the mount helmet, a handsome silver white helm forged from extraordinary metal covered with intricate openwork and crowned in the center by a 3-foot-long solitary horn, fierce and terrible. Zhao Yin had long wanted to craft some equipment for Lao Niu, but few items truly suited him. This mount helmet not only increased spirit and collision force, but also granted the 50 movement speed Lao Niu needed most. Its method of attack was a charging blow after building momentum via movement. No other contract beast demanded movement speed as much as Lao Niu did. It was as if the helmet had been tailor-made for him. Zhao Yin immediately called the old cow to his side. Old cow, I once said I would make you one of the most powerful mutated beasts in the post-apocalyptic world. Do you remember? Master Old Cow has not forgotten for even a moment. The old cow knelt on its front legs, responding with a simple heart. Zhao Yin patted its head, saying, "Very well, as long as you work hard for me, I will never treat you poorly." The old cow was immediately moved to tears, thinking, "I am willing to serve my master until death." Zhao Yin personally placed a saddle helmet on the old cow, praising it. "Very handsome, very majestic." Upon hearing this, the old cow's heart leapt with joy, but it was not good at expressing itself and could only look at Zhao Yin with teary eyes. At this moment in the old cow's eyes, there was only endless admiration and gratitude for its master. Zhao Yin patted the old cow's head, saying, "Tomorrow morning show your strength and let everyone and every beast see it." "Yes, master." The old cow slowly got up and moved aside to rest. Zhao Yin arranged the saddle helmet and immediately began to make arrows. Now his strength was still quite weak. He needed to work hard to ensure his safety in the apocalypse. Zhao Yin directly took out the claws left by the 6 giant rats and used one of the Rat King's claws to cut it according to the arrowhead proportions. He did not sleep that night. By dawn, he finally finished making 100 arrows. After everyone had breakfast, Zhao Yin called all the people and beasts together, preparing to start the battle. With the Zhuge crossbow and 100 arrows, the monkey's strength had returned to its peak, and the old cow had also received new equipment. Thus, Zhao Yin prepared to increase the speed of killing zombies. He directly ordered, "Monkey, for the first wave of zombies today, try to lure 700. "Yes, master." The little monkey immediately turned and rushed towards the valley. 20 minutes later, the little monkey came out bouncing excitedly with its butt in the air, followed by a massive horde of corpses. Zhao Yin's gaze swept over the horde, estimating around 700 to 800. The little monkey was indeed reliable. Surprisingly, there were 3 A-level zombies among them. 3 A-level zombies meant 3-star crystals were soon to be in hand. His mood improved greatly as he took out the Zhuge crossbow and aimed at the horde. As they entered range, Zhao Yin continuously pulled the trigger. Instantly, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each arrow sliced through the air like shooting stars, crashing into the horde. Thanks to his shooting talent, each arrow accurately pierced through a zombie's head. In the blink of an eye, 100 arrows were fired and a large number of zombies fell. "Old cow!" Zhao Yin shouted loudly. "Moo!" The old cow immediately let out a low roar. Its terrifying figure transformed into a shadow, eagerly charging into the horde. Boom! 40 to 50 zombies were directly smashed apart, and the old cow charged into the center of the horde. When its momentum was exhausted, it immediately activated its iron armor ability. Then it suddenly trembled, unleashing its immense power ability, sending the dozen or so zombies that had just approached it flying. In the next moment, the old cow accelerated again. With the boost from the saddle helmet, it was as if it had grown wings. For a moment, as the old cow's figure flashed by, limbs flew in all directions. All contracted beasts widened their eyes in disbelief. Just adding one piece of equipment had dramatically increased the old cow's strength. Zhao Yin was also momentarily stunned, eagerly hoping to unlock more saddle equipment in the future. "Monkey!" Zhao Yin commanded again. The little monkey immediately turned and let out a low roar, also rushing towards the horde. Its body swelled, and both its giantization and frenzy abilities were activated. One hand clutching a Rat King's claw, its form turning into a whirlwind, much like a meat grinder. Seeing the horde completely scattered, Zhao Yin issued an order: all contracted beasts attack. Old Hay and the 2 giant rats also rushed into the horde. At this point, the horde had already been significantly reduced by the monkey and the old cow, leaving less than 300. Without Zhao Yin needing to take action, they were quickly eliminated with the addition of Old Hay and the 2 giant rats. Zhao Yin felt invigorated. They were killing faster than he had anticipated. Song Xiaodao arrived with his group, commanding a bunch of antis. "Hurry, pull out the arrows first. If we don't collect the corpse crystals within 20 minutes, we want to eat lunch." When the group of antis heard there was no food, they quickened their pace. One by one, the arrows were pulled out along with 3-star crystals and corpse crystals quickly collected. They were handed over to Zhao Yin by Song Xiaodao. After Zhao Yin stored the corpse crystals and star crystals, he began to load the crossbow again. As the arrows approached the crossbow body, they automatically loaded. A series of clicking sounds rang out, and soon all the arrows were loaded back into the quiver. This was the automatic loading effect. In theory, as long as Zhao Yin had enough arrows, he could continuously fire. However, making arrows was a skilled task that required a professional carpenter. Zhao Yin did not know how to make them and could only try to learn gradually in the future. Alternatively, he could directly find a professional survivor. For the next wave, lure 1,000 zombies at once. After finishing loading the arrows, Zhao Yin immediately issued the command. Understood, master, Old Hay thought to itself. It was its turn to lure the monsters. Moments later, the second wave of zombies was led by Old Hay. About 1,000, including 2 A-level zombies. Roar, roar, roar. Zhao Yin had never faced such a large group of zombies before and could not help but turn serious, aiming at the horde and pulling the trigger. The same tactic was about to unfold again. First, he fired a wave of arrows, taking down 100 zombies before the contracted beasts charged in. But this time, due to the sheer number of zombies, Zhao Yin personally charged in with the Rat King's claw. All the contracted beasts felt invigorated when they saw their master personally joining the fray. Soon the morning passed. They eliminated 7,529 level zombies and a total of 19 A-level zombies. After ensuring everyone and the beasts were wealth, Zhao Yin waved his hand, producing 10,000 level corpse crystals. He looked at the little monkey, saying, "Monkey, these corpse crystals are enough for you to advance to level. I want to increase our speed in killing zombies." The little monkey did not expect that after the master had enough corpse crystals, the first thought was for itself. It gazed excitedly at the pile of corpse crystals before it, saying, "Master, little monkey will definitely do its best to kill zombies for you, even if it means getting injured." "Stop!" Zhao Yin hurriedly interrupted. "Hurry and advance." At this moment, Old Hay and the 2 giant rats looked enviously at the old cow and the little monkey. One of them received equipment rewarded by the master, while the other directly obtained corpse crystals for advancement. "Don't rush, one at a time. Soon it will be your turn." Zhao Yin keenly sensed the fluctuations in the emotions of the contracted beasts and immediately reassured them. "Thank you, master." The 3 rats responded in unison. At this time, the little monkey had already begun absorbing the corpse crystals. As only a little over 100 remained, its body suddenly trembled. Immediately after, the little monkey felt that the powerful force within could no longer be suppressed. Boom. At that moment, a terrifying aura rose from the little monkey, sweeping upwards. All the contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao sensed something amiss, their faces showing shock. Roar. At that moment, the monkey had grown to nearly 3 meters tall in the blink of an eye, its muscles bulging, its eyes gradually turning golden, and its fangs becoming sharper and more formidable. Even the little monkey's size was now larger than when it was a level. Zhao Yin was not surprised. In his past life, this monkey had reached level before its demise, and back then its size was even greater. Roar. Then the little monkey activated its second ability, Frenzy. Its fur grew again, turning dark golden, and its height increased by half a meter to around 4 meters, a size rivaling that of the old cow. However, it was not over yet. The little monkey suddenly let out a painful roar. In the next moment, it spat out a torrent of scorching flames. The table that Zhao Yin had painstakingly crafted was instantly reduced to ashes from just a few sparks of fire. Even the pots and bowls on it melted away. Third ability. Zhao Yin almost forgot that the little monkey had a flame ability. Did it only manifest the third ability's power once it reached level? As Zhao Yin's thoughts arose, he immediately felt a scorching breath coming toward him. After storing the remaining corpse crystal of the little monkey, he pulled Song Xiaodao back and shouted, "Stop. Do you want to burn down the house?" Only then did the little monkey awaken, hurriedly retracting its fire-type abilities. Once it saw the things it had burned, the monkey froze in shock, anxiously explaining, "I'm sorry, master. The energy within me was too overwhelming, and I couldn't control it. I can work to compensate." Zhao Yin sighed in relief, his expression returning to calm. The self-control of mutated beasts was ultimately inferior to that of humans. Previously, the little monkey's evolution had been too rapid, and it had simultaneously activated its third ability, leading to a momentary lapse in focus. He looked around. Fortunately, the defensive capability of the invisible tent was over 430 points, and it could not be ignited. Otherwise, Zhao Yin wouldn't have known where to cry. He activated his true sight. Growing phase macaque, grade mutated beast, strength 83, agility 87, stamina 72, defense 72, spirit 38, bloodline talent gigantification, berserk fire control. Zhao Yin, how did the little monkey become so strong? Song Xiaodao, still in shock, patted her chest. "Do you remember that golden silk fruit?" Zhao Yin asked. "Of course I remember. Could it be?" Song Xiaodao instantly understood. How could she forget that golden silk fruit? At that time, she had gone to the industrial park with Zhao Yin and almost died. The golden silk fruit can grant a mutated beast an additional ability. It's the monkey's third ability, Zhao Yin said. At that moment, the little monkey couldn't help but raise one paw, attempting to unleash its third ability again. Boom! A flame erupted from its monkey paw, enveloping its entire hand in a blazing fire. A terrifying heat spread in all directions, but but it felt no discomfort at all, its monkey face filled with joy. However, it didn't last long before its form rapidly shrank, turning into a frail little monkey covered in gray fur, and the flames disappeared. Master, I seem to not be able to use the third ability again. The little monkey urgently transmitted to Zhao Yin in thought. You consumed too much energy with that fire breath earlier. Elemental abilities have the major drawback of consuming energy too quickly. Before evolving to a grade, you should try not to use fire breath lightly. Zhao Yin replied. Even he himself didn't dare to use the large area lightning abilities lightly now. In the past 2 days while killing ordinary zombies, Zhao Yin hadn't used even small area lightning abilities, once fearing unforeseen circumstances. However, when you encounter a true opponent, you can try to attach the flames to your weapon. That way it will last longer. The little monkey waited until its energy recovered a bit before immediately picking up the Rat King Claw to try. A thin layer of flame adhered to the Rat King Claw, and indeed the energy consumption slowed significantly, almost matching the consumption when it activated its berserk ability. Alright, eat some Rat King meat to recover energy quickly, we are about to fight. Zhao Yin said, throwing a piece of Rat King meat to the little monkey. The little monkey grabbed it and directly tore into the raw meat. After resting for another half an hour, all the contracted beasts had restored their energy. Even the antis outside the tent became lively again after eating the chestnut porridge. Zhao Yin instructed to continue luring zombies. In the evening, he sent Lao He to attract the 6th wave of zombies, and it took a full hour to lead over 1,000 zombies out of the valley. After Zhao Yin and the contracted beasts finished off the zombies, he found Lao He and asked why did it take so long. What exactly happened? Master, all the zombies in the valley have been killed. I searched for a long time to gather enough for 1,000. Lao He responded telepathically. Is that all killed? This morning Zhao Yin had noticed that the deeper into the valley the denser the zombies became. Over the past 2 days Zhao Yin had already taken down over 30,000 zombies, but conservatively estimating there should still be at least 5,000 in the valley. Impossible. Did you miss something? Zhao Yin asked. Lao He shook his head. Master, I didn't pay much attention. I just found enough for 1,000 zombies and returned. Zhao Yin furrowed his brow. Unless he had misheard this morning, there simply weren't that many zombies. But he was already a grade evolver, and the chance of error was almost zero. There was another possibility. Perhaps there is a zombie king that has summoned away all the zombies. Zombie king. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaodao's face turned pale instantly. She would never forget the zombie king they encountered in the southern suburbs of Guangzhou last time. For ordinary evolvers, the zombie king was an invincible existence, utterly unbeatable. Last time, everyone nearly died there, including Lao Nyo, who had already reached a grade. Zhao Yin, let's go. If the corpse king discovers us, we won't be able to escape. Song Xiaodao tugged at Zhao Yin's sleeve. However, Zhao Yin's face showed excitement. He had always remembered that there was a zombie king in the Dai Mountains. The star crystal within him can unlock that S-grade life space pendant. This time he initially came to find the flying white tiger, but unexpectedly encountered the zombie king first. I'm not afraid. Zhao Yin raised his hand and ruffled Song Xiaodao's head, revealing a smile. Now that I have obtained combat abilities, and the little monkey has also advanced to grade, today's star crystal is enough for Lao Nyo to also advance to grade. A grade mutated beast with 3 combat abilities, a grade mutated beast with dual abilities, plus me as a combat ability user, is enough to crush any zombie king of the same level, even if it possesses royal level potential. If worst comes to worst, there's still Lao He. It can help us escape. If this had been before coming to the West Mountain, Zhao Yin wouldn't have had such confidence, but now he felt completely assured. After the little monkey's advancement, there were still 6,110 grade corpse crystals left in the spatial ring. In the afternoon, after killing 6 waves of zombies, he obtained 7,452 grade corpse crystals and 11 a grade. Then Zhao Yin directly took out 10,000 grade corpse crystals for Lao Nyo, allowing it to start advancing immediately, while he stored the remaining 3,562 grade corpse crystals and 11 a grade. Zhao Yin then entered the invisible tent and took out a total of 30 star crystals obtained throughout the day. He continuously squeezed them open and a series of white lights flashed. 6 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 4 pieces of sandwich bread, 3 pieces of compressed biscuits, 3 bottles of iced red tea, 2 yellow peaches, 3 cans of beef, 1 can of tuna, 3 pieces of instant noodles, military uniform top grade. Butterfly knife grade. Healing potion grade effect, heals injuries, instantly regenerates severed limbs for any life below grade upon ingestion. Healing potion grade effect, heals injuries, instantly regenerates severed limbs for any life below grade upon ingestion, restoring peak condition energy. Ring grade type, extraordinary auxiliary equipment, spirit 25. Special effect, can store mental energy retrievable at any time during battle. Upper limit 200 points of mental energy reusable. He received 25 food items, 3 pieces of equipment, and 2 bottles of healing potions. 2 pieces of great equipment are garbage to Zhao Yin now, but the 2 bottles of healing potions and the energy ring are exactly what he needs most. Currently, Zhao Yin has only 95 points of mental energy. If the ring is filled with mental energy, it would be equivalent to an additional 200 points of mental energy. In the future, the time he can use lightning abilities will be more than 3 times that of usual. Zhao Yin directly put on the energy ring and began to store mental energy inside. Once his mental energy was exhausted, he immediately ate the compressed biscuits to replenish it and continued to store energy in the ring. Until he filled it to 200 points of mental energy, he finally exited the invisible tent. No one noticed that he had an extra ring on his hand. At this moment, Lao Niu had absorbed all the corpse crystals, and Zhao Yin activated his true sight. Adult water buffalo grade mutated beast strength 100, agility 75, stamina 80, defense 130, spirit 30, a bloodline talent, great strength iron armor. All contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao, follow me into the valley to slay the zombies. Zhao Yin commanded directly. Wu Shuigui, lead all survivors to stay put. No one is allowed to leave until I return, even if it means death. Boss, we will definitely guard this place and go nowhere. Wu Shuigui said solemnly, anyone who dares to flee, I will be the first to kill them. For 3 days, Wu Shuigui had witnessed the strength of Zhao Yin and his contracted beasts with his own eyes. In his heart, he had his own calculations. With hundreds of people in the cave, there was no way to survive in the apocalypse. If he could gain protection from Zhao Yin, there was hope for the future. Thus, Wu Shuigui was sincerely working for Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin took out a handgun and handed it to Wu Shuigui along with 30 bullets, saying, take this, it will be more than sufficient to deal with level zombies, and it's also good for killing people. Wu Shuigui received the handgun and discovered it was many times better than the one made by Xie Jinshan. This was a genuine revolver produced by a military factory, and he was overjoyed, saying, thank you, boss. Zhao Yin led the contracted beasts into the valley facing the setting sun. The mountain wind was strong, blowing from the valley mouth, ruffling the gray fur of the monkey in the lead. Song Xiaodao's hair was blown into a mess. At a height of 1.50 meters, she closely followed behind Zhao Yin, using his tall figure to shield herself from the wind. A week had passed since the storm, and all the vegetation in the world had surpassed that before the apocalypse. Many large trees in the valley had grown as thick as barrels, reaching heights of 20 to 30 meters. Though not mutated plants, they had in a sense transformed. The ruins in the valley had completely vanished. The steel and concrete had been decomposed by the vegetation, turning into sandstones, and rust eventually washed underground by the storm. The world was continuously rebooting, heading towards another form of civilization. Perhaps the creator's intention was to establish a zombie civilization, but the human survivors were unwilling to witness it fighting against fate. Upon entering the depths of the valley, Zhao Yin indeed saw no zombies, just as Lao He had said. He became increasingly certain that there was a zombie king here. Previously, Lao He had been able to lure away the last wave of zombies, likely because the zombie king had not yet summoned them. However, Zhao Yin was puzzled as to why the zombie king had not attacked since it had discovered him. Could it be that its intelligence was already capable of sensing danger? Zhao Yin pondered as he gradually moved deeper into the valley. The traces that ordinary people would find difficult to detect were easy for him to judge. Soon Zhao Yin discovered trampled grass roots, broken branches, and shallow footprints on the rocks, all pointing towards the southwest direction where the zombies had gone. Head southwest, Zhao Yin commanded. An hour later, as night fell, Zhao Yin led the team to the entrance of a cave. At that moment, several zombies were rushing into the cave, completely ignoring Zhao Yin's team, even after noticing them. The zombie king is here. Zhao Yin paused, closing his eyes to listen. Faintly, he could hear a cacophony of footsteps within the cave. At least 4,000 to 5,000 zombies were inside. Based on the echoing frequency of the sounds, it could be deduced that this cave extended deep into the mountain, with a narrow passage of 2 to 3 kilometers leading to a sizable hall at the end. Zhao Yin felt a surge of joy. Earlier, he had been contemplating a risky plan. If the zombie king summoned all the zombies to charge at him, he would have had to rely on a desperate attempt to kill the zombie king and then swiftly retreat with his team. At this moment, he discovered that the zombie king clearly did not understand military strategy, gathering all the zombies into a cave, like a bottleneck, essentially seeking its own death. Each contracted beast gets a bottle of iced red tea and a piece of sandwich. Zhao Yin took out 5 bottles of iced red tea and 5 pieces of bread to distribute to all the contracted beasts. The little monkey had pockets in its rat skin armor and directly stored them. The old bull and the 3 mice hid them in their mouths, ready to bite through the packaging and eat them at a critical moment. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, no contracted beast is allowed to waste extraordinary food, Zhao Yin sternly warned. Zhao Yin, what about mine? Song Xiaodao asked. You stay by my side, hunt down lone zombies, and keep your distance from the zombie king, Zhao Yin instructed. Given Song Zaidao's strength, confronting the zombie king alone would be suicidal. Upon hearing this, Song Zaidao's face lit up with a sweet smile as she tugged at Zhao Yin's clothing, saying, "You need to protect your fiancé well." Look, Zhao Yin still treated her as a fiancé, completely different from the treatment of those contracted beasts. Zhao Yin brushed Song Zaidao's hand away, too lazy to pay attention to her, and sensed the spatial ring, finding 3 pieces of compressed biscuits inside. He kept one for himself and handed the remaining 2 to the little monkey and the old bull, saying, "During the battle, conserve your energy as much as possible and try to save this piece of biscuit." The little monkey and the old bull both nodded in agreement, assuring that they would not waste extraordinary food. With everything arranged, Zhao Yin commanded Old Bull, "This time, you lead the charge inside. Monkey, follow closely. Lao He is responsible for the left flank. I will take the right flank, and Mouse 5 and Mouse 6 will take care of the stray zombies. Push forward inside, aiming to finish the battle within 2 hours. Moo." The old bull let out an excited low roar, feeling that its master had unexpectedly made it the vanguard, suddenly experiencing a sense of a salted fish turning over. Then the old bull activated its armored ability, and its entire body was covered in a black golden sheen of scales as it tightened its tail and charged into the cave. Instantly, the sounds of violent collisions and the roars of zombies erupted. The little monkey also knew that in this situation the old bull with armored abilities was more suitable as the vanguard. With a low roar, it rushed in, wielding 2 claws of the Rat King, one long and one short. Charge! Zhao Yin also took out the Rat King claws, leading Song Xiaodao and the remaining contracted beasts into the cave. The cave was pitch black, and by this time the old bull had already penetrated over 100 meters into the cave. Along the way, most of the zombies had been smashed to pieces. The little monkey followed closely behind, eliminating the remaining zombies, leaving only a few. Lao He and the 2 giant rats rushed up and quickly dealt with them, while Zhao Yin followed closely behind with Song Xiaodao. In fact, Zhao Yin's earlier arrangements were still too cautious. In a situation where the zombie horde could not encircle them, even if there were several times more zombies, encountering the little monkey and the old bull would lead them to defeat. Everything was easier than expected. Even when facing a level zombies, not a single one could withstand the strikes of the old bull and the little monkey. After half an hour, Zhao Yin had advanced 2 kilometers, and the zombies ahead suddenly thinned out. The old bull and the little monkey in front stopped, turning back to look at Zhao Yin with lingering excitement. "Master, is it all done?" the little monkey silently asked. The old bull also rarely became lively, asking in a deep voice, "Master, are there any more zombies? After I advanced to level, it feels too easy to kill. Plus, this helmet is just too awesome." Zhao Yin listened carefully and discovered that there were no zombies within a kilometer of the passage ahead, only in the hall at the end of the passage, where there were probably over 1,000. The zombie king should be there as well. Lao He, go in and see where the zombie king is, pinpoint its location, and return upon finding the zombie king. Do not confront it directly, Zhao Yin instructed. Understanding oneself and the enemy leads to invincibility. Zhao Yin wanted to grasp the situation inside before proceeding. Lao He responded silently, his figure flashing as he dashed towards the end of the passage. After Lao He left, Zhao Yin swung his knife and severed the head of a dead zombie, using it as a stool as he sat down. He took out a cigarette, biting it between his teeth, and with a snap, lit his lighter. Hiss! Zhao Yin took a deep breath. In the darkness, the flickering flame illuminated the contours of his face, beads of sweat rolling down his eyes, deep and dark. "Zhao Yin, do you want to cut some watermelon?" Song Xiaodao asked. She had come in with Zhao Yin and hadn't killed a single zombie, so she thought of her old profession. Zhao Yin shook his head, saying, "No need, let's take down the zombie king and let Wu Shueguei and the others come in to collect." The battle wasn't over yet, and he needed to conserve his strength. In his past life, Zhao Yin only had 1 class non-combat ability, which allowed him to survive for 7 years in the apocalypse, related to his cautious nature. Countless powerful ability users had met their downfall due to carelessness, and Zhao Yin had witnessed many such cases. Soon the ground suddenly cracked open with a large hole, and Lao He's figure quickly emerged from within. Then the hole rippled like water and vanished before his eyes. It was Zhao Yin's first time witnessing Earth escape ability, and a wave of excitement surged within him. Fortunately, Lao He was focused on the White Mouse King. Otherwise, if it had escaped with this ability, it could launch surprise attacks anytime, and Zhao Yin couldn't imagine the consequences. "Did you find the zombie king?" Zhao Yin asked. "Master, I saw a large zombie. If there really is a zombie king in the cave, I think that must be it." Lao He transmitted his thoughts. It could only judge based on size and couldn't discern detailed information. All contracted beasts were now in sync with Zhao Yin's thoughts, familiar with his measurement units, and Lao He continued to convey its thoughts. The hall is about 5,000 square meters with 1429 zombies inside. There are 16 E-class zombies, and that large zombie is alone in a chamber, as if guarding something. As soon as I got close, it detected me, and I could only return to report to the master. guarding something. Zhao Yin was lost in thought. No wonder he had killed so many zombies in the past 3 days, yet the zombie king had not appeared. Even if it sensed danger, it chose to retreat here rather than actively attack. Zhao Yin asked again, was its size clearly visible? About the same as after the monkey unlocked its first ability. Lao Hei's tone was serious. Facing that zombie king, Lao Hei sensed danger. Zhao Yin frowned in contemplation. If the little monkey only unlocked the ability to grow larger, it could now reach nearly 3 meters tall. Ordinary zombies that are 3 meters tall are at least class, but a zombie king can grow to 3 meters even at class. A class zombie king. Zhao Yin sighed in relief, turning to look at the 3 contracted beasts, all of which were also class. With their current abilities, they could easily crush a zombie king of the same level when fighting together. However, Zhao Yin still took out an item. Beast Capture Net B-Class Extraordinary Auxiliary Equipment Toughness 280 Effect Capture and Confine Additional Effects Size Change. Disguise the Star Crystal containing the S-Class space pendant inside the Zombie King's body was something Zhao Yin had coveted in his past life, and he would not allow any mistakes to occur. If he could take down the Zombie King more easily, he didn't want his contracted beasts to get hurt. The remaining leaves of the chestnut tree were already few, and healing potions and stuffed bread couldn't be wasted easily. Zhao Yin stuffed the beast capture net into his rat skin armor and stood up from the zombie's head. He said in a deep voice, let's go into the hall, kill the zombie king, and seize the treasure. Boom. All the contracted beasts were energized quickly, surrounding Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao in the center. Lao Niu led the way with the little monkey and Lao Hei on either side, and Shu Wu and Shu Lu followed behind. The team of 2 people and 5 beasts quickly charged into the hall. The remaining 1 kilometer of passage was free of zombies, and they crossed it in a few minutes. At this moment, all the zombies in the hall had gathered, with a huge zombie standing in the center of the horde, towering at least 3 meters tall. From its appearance, it seemed to have been a young man under 30 before death, but now its facial muscles were distorted, and its skin had taken on a sky blue hue, with veins crawling all over its face. Its dead fish-like eyes fixated on the hall entrance, filled with a cruel, cold, and bloodthirsty gaze. While also containing wisdom, its clothes had long been torn, hanging on its body like rags indistinguishable from nudity. As soon as Zhao Yin entered the hall, a deafening zombie roar echoed in his ears. Roar, 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 roar. The zombie king let out a low growl that shook the cave hall, causing rubble and dirt to fall from above. Immediately, over 1,000 zombies began to roar, rushing towards Zhao Yin and his group. At the same time, Zhao Yin activated his true sight. Male zombie D-class evolution, level 10099, strength 220, agility 140, defense 195, spirit 15, awakened ability stone skin. It was just a step away from evolving to C-class, and its attributes and level ratio were even more outrageous than the last zombie king Zhao Yin had killed. The key was that this zombie king had actually awakened an ability. The last zombie king had merely been on the brink of awakening, showcasing its rapid abilities at the point of death, but unfortunately, it had not fully awakened before Zhao Yin took it down. Kill goes straight for the zombie king. Zhao Yin transmitted his thoughts. Roar. The little monkey, which had maintained its growth ability, quickly entered a frenzy, and flames rapidly spread from its hands, engulfing the 2 rat king claws it held as it turned into a whirlwind and charged into the zombie horde. Lao Niu, already at the front of the team, moved a bit slower, but at this moment, he activated both his abilities and crashed forward with a thunderous sound. Although Lao Hei did not have combat abilities after equipping the golden saddle, its speed had now caught up to that of the little monkey when it was still a class. Coupled with the extraordinary rat king claws, its strength was not something an ordinary mutated beast could compare to. Once it charged into the zombie horde, it instantly cut down over a dozen zombies into pieces. Zhao Yin followed closely behind the 3 contracted beasts, rapidly firing his Zhuge crossbow and eliminating over 100 zombies before immediately switching to the rat king claws, harvesting wildly. Song Xiaodao and the 2 giant rats could only follow behind Zhao Yin, ensuring that the zombies that slipped past the front did not ambush him from behind. Soon, the little monkey with a clear target had already charged into the center of the zombie horde. When it was less than 10 meters from the zombie king, it suddenly accelerated and slashed. The zombie king seemed unprepared for such a strong enemy, and layers of stone skin rapidly appeared on its body, soon covering it completely. Crack! The little monkey's speed far surpassed it. 1 rat king claw slashed across the zombie king's neck, but it only cut through a layer of stone armor, penetrating half an inch of flesh before being forcibly stuck. The zombie king's body was also thrown off balance by the tremendous impact. It reached out to punch the little monkey, but before its fist could descend, a massive object, even larger than itself, collided with it. With a thunderous crash, the zombie king was directly knocked away, crashing into the stone wall 50 meters away. Unfortunately, the zombie king's stone armor ability was not broken by Lao Niu's helmet, and it quickly got back up. The wound on its neck inflicted by the little monkey burst into flames, and the smell of burning rotten flesh spread. The zombie king raised a hand to extinguish the flames, its face filled with rage, and it rapidly charged towards the little monkey. At that moment, Zhao Yin had already arrived, raising a hand, and with a thunderous sound, a bolt of lightning struck the zombie king's head. The entire cave hall was illuminated as if it were daylight. The zombie king suddenly trembled, violently staggering as its muscles convulsed and twisted as if struck by electricity. Furious, the zombie king fixed its gaze on Zhao Yin, yet it could not quicken its pace. Boom! Zhao Yin raised a hand as the air crackled with lightning elements, striking the zombie king once more on its forehead. The zombie king collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. At that moment, the little monkey arrived, and with a swipe of its claw it struck the zombie king's head, slicing off another piece of its rocky skin as black blood flowed, seared by terrifying flames. Roar! The zombie king finally sensed the life-and-death crisis. In the instant its paralysis faded, a new layer of rocky armor emerged, quickly enveloping the previous layer. If the previous rocky armor was like a layer of stone clothing, this new armor resembled a stone shell, looking menacing and thick. When the little monkey delivered its second strike, a clang echoed as sparks flew, and it surprisingly inflicted no damage at all. At that moment, Zhao Yin's true sight revealed the zombie king's transformation. Male zombie, crank, evolution degree 1000, strength 220, agility 140, defense 395, spirit 15, awakened special ability rocky armor. It actually broke through to crank at this moment. Zhao Yin instantly understood. The zombie king's evolution degree had already reached 99%, having accumulated enough to finally break through in this life-and-death moment. However, perhaps due to the circumstances of its breakthrough, its strength and agility had not increased at all, while its defense surged to a terrifying level. Close to 400 in defense. Even its rocky skin ability had evolved into rocky armor. Why choose to become a turtle? Zhao Yin suddenly found it amusing. Had the zombie king broken through normally, he might have had to force his contract beasts to drink iced tea and fight to the death, even at the cost of some sacrifices. But it had chosen to elevate its defense to the utmost to save its life. At this moment, the little monkey's third strike landed on the zombie king's head, sending another spray of sparks, and immediately after, the seated zombie king punched the little monkey in the abdomen. Bang! The little monkey was knocked back several steps, then raised its claw again and charged forward, transmitting telepathically, "Master, I can't cut through it." "Don't be afraid, monkey, get out of the way," Zhao Yin communicated telepathically. The little monkey immediately retracted its paw and swiftly retreated, as the zombie king had not yet risen from the ground, when boom, another bolt of lightning struck its head. The zombie king's rocky armor was not an insulator. Even the strongest defense was ineffective against lightning abilities. The zombie king began to convulse again, with 3 bolts of lightning causing every muscle in its body to spasm and twist. Zhao Yin commanded, "Old bull, knock it down." The poised old bull charged forward, crashing into the zombie king, knocking it over and sliding several meters into the stone wall behind. In the next instant, boom, boom, Zhao Yin unleashed 2 more bolts of lightning as the zombie king twitched, unable to move, and Zhao Yin took out a beast trapping net that he had long prepared. He communicated with the net using his spiritual power, raised his hand, and threw it out. The net locked onto the zombie king, transforming in midair into a large net that instantly enveloped the zombie king's massive body, quickly tightening. Roar! The zombie king let out a reluctant roar, but the net's toughness, rated at 280, was something it could not break free from. Zhao Yin suddenly felt utterly drained. Thunder was the most powerful lightning ability he could unleash at his current level, and after consecutively releasing 5 bolts, his spiritual power was nearly exhausted. As he absorbed spiritual power from the energy ring, he commanded all contract beasts slay all the zombies. At that moment, Song Xiaodao and the 2 giant mice remained protectively behind Zhao Yin, preventing the horde of zombies from approaching him and the 3 frontline contract beasts. The horde had gathered entirely with Song Xiaodao and the 2 giant mice covered in black blood. With the little monkey, old bull, and old Hay turning back to attack the horde, they cleared a large area in an instant, providing relief to Song Xiaodao and the 2 mice. Immediately after, Song Xiaodao approached Zhao Yin, saying, "Zhao Yin, I finished the can of tuna. Did you get bitten by a zombie?" Zhao Yin asked. Song Xiaodao lifted her arm, revealing deep bite marks on her wrist, blood streaming out. "It was an orang zombie. I killed it, but I got bitten once. However, after eating the tuna, I feel fine. Without the tuna that resisted the virus, she would have turned into a zombie by now." Zhao Yin looked at Song Xiaodao. Her small face was pale, her chest heaving significantly, and he knew she must be quite exhausted. "Rest next to me. You let the monkeys handle the upcoming battles. With less than 1,000 zombies left, it would be quite easy for a few contract beasts to deal with them." Suddenly Song Xiaodao took out a star crystal saying, Zhao Yin, just now, when I killed that zombie, I accidentally chopped its head, and this crystal fell out. Oh, Zhao Yin reached out to take it. Song Xiaodao continued, this is the first ranked zombie I killed. If it grants an ability, can I have it? The other night Zhao Yin said that any zombies she personally killed would grant abilities to her. Zhao Yin did not believe that a star crystal could grant an ability, especially since Song Xiaodao almost lost her life for this crystal. He would naturally not go back on his word, nodding, go ahead. Oh, everything except the ability must be handed over to me for safekeeping. Without rules there can be no order, despite Zhao Yin having already considered Song Xiaodao one of his own. His rules could not be broken by anyone, otherwise he would still fall into the same mistakes as in his past life. Sometimes people's hearts can change, just like Zhao Yin's former good brothers Lin Tianfeng and adopted son Zhang Dongliang, who once stood by Zhao Yin through thick and thin, especially Zhang Dongliang, who almost died several times for Zhao Yin. But in the end, what happened? Before immense interests, how many people, even loving couples, best friends, and biological parents, ultimately turn against each other? Thus in this life, Zhao Yin would not allow those around him to feel entitled to his possessions or have the right to vie for them. He wanted to ensure they lived well while maintaining their respect for him deep down, preventing any thoughts of rebellion. If they wanted something, they could only please Zhao Yin. Scheming and betrayal or taking advantage of his favor would lead them to ultimately gain nothing. On the contrary, once they took action, they would pay a painful price. Although Song Xiaodao was still young, she needed to be brainwashed from a young age. This was a lesson Zhao Yin had learned at the cost of his life in his past life. Immediately Song Xiaodao crushed the star crystal in her hand, and a flash of white light appeared. In her hand appeared a vial transparent like crystal with more than half a bottle of light blue potion, emitting a silvery glow, casting a dreamlike radiance on her small face. Zhao Yin, who had been indifferent until now, suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Zhao Yin, what is this? Is it a healing potion? Song Xiaodao asked with a frown. She had never seen a special ability potion before and did not even know that the item to unlock special ability genes was a potion. Zhao Yin immediately activated his true sight eye. Special ability potion grade S type high-level wind potion grants hidden special abilities of the evolver's bloodline upon consumption. Wind rank. Zhao Yin was unable to regain his senses for a long time. What kind of luck was this? In his past life, he had never heard of its class ability potion appearing here. Zhao Yin, say something. What exactly is this? Song Xiaodao asked anxiously. It's an ability potion, wind type. Zhao Yin tried to keep his voice calm. And it's glass. Song Xiaodao's face instantly flushed with excitement. Really? You're not lying to me. Even she couldn't believe that an ability had actually been unlocked. Zhao Yin settled his mind. If this potion were in someone else's hands, he would undoubtedly kill for it. But since it was something promised to Song Xiaodao, even if it were an SS class ability, he would still give it to her. They'll keep it for you first, and we can use it once we return to the invisible tent. Zhao Yin said, taking the ability potion and storing it in his space ring. The first time developing the hidden abilities within one's genes. Aside from the SS class, other abilities require going through a painful process. The time needed is also relatively long. Only the top-level SS class abilities are exceptions. Clearly the current situation was not suitable for Song Xiaodao to absorb it immediately. Zhao Yin, you should use it instead. I don't want it. Song Xiaodao bit her lip as if having made a certain decision. Don't want it. Zhao Yin was taken aback and asked, haven't you always wanted to become an ability user? You saved my life. I've been living off you for so long without bringing any benefits. This potion is glass, and you need it too. Song Xiaodao smiled. Zhao Yin, it's a gift for you. Consider it my contribution to our meals. Zhao Yin looked at her youthful face, and an indescribable feeling surged within him. Finally, this little girl began to overlap with the Song Xiaodao from Zhao Yin's past life. Zhao Yin shook his head. Having obtained an SS class ability, anything below that is unworthy of me. How could an SS class ability be so easily obtained? There are hardly any in the entire world. Every powerful individual who possesses one would never easily reveal any information about their abilities. At that moment, a loud roar echoed through the hall. Roar. The ground shook beneath their feet, and the stone walls above trembled slightly. The paralysis effect on the zombie king had worn off, and it was desperately struggling. However, Zhao Yin merely glanced back and paid it no further attention. With the resilience of the beast-catching net, it could not escape no matter what. The 5 contracted beasts had already finished slaughtering the zombie horde. After the last zombie was crushed by the old bull, the contracted beasts returned to Zhao Yin. Song Xiaodao wanted to say something else, but Zhao Yin interrupted. Song Xiaodao, ride on old hay and go inform Wu Shuigui to bring people in immediately to collect the crystal corpses. Monkey, old bull, rat 5 and rat 6, come with me to kill the zombie king. At this point, the zombie king had become a live target, but killing it was still not easy. First, they had to exhaust its energy. Only after the Zombie King lost its stone armor ability could Rat King's claws slowly make a move. With that song, Xiao Dao climbed onto Old Hei's back, rushing towards the cave entrance, while Zhao Yin led the 4 contracted beasts toward the Zombie King. Attack all at once and quickly exhaust its energy, Zhao Yin commanded. The 4 contracted beasts immediately began their assault. At this point, the battle had concluded. Old Bull and the little monkey no longer conserved their energy, putting all their strength into each strike, while the claws of the 2 giant rats left sparks on the Zombie King's body. Zhao Yin also took out Rat King's claws and stepped forward to slash. Howl! Roar! The Zombie King let out a fearful wail. It possessed intelligence comparable to a human and seemed to be begging for mercy. Don't stop until it's dead, Zhao Yin ordered loudly. What he wanted was the star crystal inside the Zombie King. What use was its plea for mercy? Let alone Zhao Yin being unable to contract the zombie. Even if it were a contracted beast, he would still kill it for that glass treasure. At this point, if the Zombie King wanted to survive, it could only desperately activate its stone armor ability, rapidly consuming its energy. As time passed, the fierce stone armor slowly thinned and eventually vanished. Puff! The little monkey struck the wound on the Zombie King's neck with a blade, instantly widening the cut by a few millimeters, with a trace of black blood staining Rat King's claws. Zhao Yin's heart trembled, understanding that the Zombie King's ability could finally no longer be sustained. All contracted beasts retreat. Monkey continued to aim at the wound and slash. Zhao Yin retracted Rat King's claws and took a step back. Old Bull and the 2 giant rats no longer moved forward, leaving only the little monkey waving Rat King's claws. Bang! Bang! With each slash, as the wound widened, a torrent of fresh blood flowed. After slashing for half an hour, finally the Zombie King let out a miserable howl, and with a crack its head rolled out of the beast-catching net. Yet its head still did not die, or its large mouth opened and closed as if trying to bite someone. If they were to merely consider the Zombie King's abnormal defense, activating the stone armor ability had already reached a class. Even after the armor vanished, it was sufficient to match the defense of an ordinary class zombie. When it evolved to class, it sacrificed strength and agility in its evolution, stacking its defense to a terrifying degree, which was quite impressive. Zhao Yin picked up the Zombie King's head by the hair and gave it 2 slaps. What is the point of being so tough? At the same time, he felt relieved that this Zombie King no longer posed a threat. Next, Zhao Yin put away the beast-catching net and led the contracted beasts out of the cave. The task of cleaning up the battlefield could be left to the survivors. The head of this Zombie King was the hardest. It would take the little monkey a long time to extract the star crystal. The cave was filled with the stench of corpses, and Zhao Yin did not want to stay here any longer. Suddenly, he paused, recalling earlier when Old Hei had detected that the Zombie King was alone in a certain chamber. Could it have been guarding some treasure? Zhao Yin's heart stirred. He looked back and quickly spotted an opening not far from where he had just slain the Zombie King. It appeared to be artificially excavated. The entrance was in an upright oval shape, winding in a way that made it impossible to see what was inside. Let's go in and take a look. Zhao Yin turned and walked towards the entrance. The contracted beasts hurriedly followed. At this moment, the Zombie King's head in Zhao Yin's hand suddenly contorted, its mouth snapping shut with force. Crack! Crack! Its teeth clashed violently, as if unwilling to let Zhao Yin approach there. This cave is mine now, including all the treasures, and you, they are all my personal belongings. Zhao Yin raised his hand and slapped the Zombie King's face twice. Soon he entered the cave. It was cleaner than he had imagined, as if the Zombie King had been deliberately maintaining hygiene. A zombie surprisingly kept clean. Zhao Yin wondered as he passed through a winding passage of over 10 meters and entered a chamber, only to find himself slightly taken aback. There were no treasures as he had imagined. The chamber was only about 20 square meters, and at the back stood a wooden bed. 2 corpses, one large and one small, sat at the edge of the bed, both faces having dried up. They were not zombies, but real corpses. It seemed they had been specially treated and had not rotted. One could vaguely discern that they were a mother and daughter from the little girl's body. It could be estimated she was about 5 or 6 years old, while the older female corpse had dried up to the point that her age was unrecognizable. They had definitely not died after the apocalypse. Otherwise, they would have long since turned into zombies. Judging by the degree of dryness of their skin, they must have died at least 7 or 8 months ago. In an instant, Zhao Yin understood something. He looked down at the Zombie King's head in his hand. Its lifeless eyes were filled with pleading. Images surfaced in Zhao Yin's mind. About half a year before the apocalypse, a mother and daughter tragically perished in an accident. The woman's husband, the father of the little girl who was now the Zombie King in his hands, was heartbroken and unwilling to let his wife and daughter go. Stubbornly, he turned them into dried corpses, keeping them by his side, believing that this was companionship, that it was eternity, that he would never lose them. To avoid the scrutiny of the world, he found this cave to hide his wife and daughter's bodies. On the night of the meteor shower, he happened to be outside and died in the falling meteors. A month later, upon returning and consuming several pieces of stardust, he regained consciousness. The Zombie King, however, could not shake off his obsession and retained some memories from his former life. Thus he returned to this cave, keeping vigil here. Apart from his wife and daughter, he was completely indifferent to the lives and deaths of his subordinates outside. It was only when Zhao Yin had nearly slaughtered the hordes of corpses in the valley that the Zombie King felt a sense of crisis and summoned all remaining zombies. Even the special ability evolved by this Zombie King was a defensive stone armor born from his deepest obsession. It was to protect, to guard that remnant of thought in life and death. Zhao Yin sighed inwardly. His heart was like still water, yet a ripple stirred within. Monkey, go bring the headless body of the Zombie King and ignite it together with these two corpses. Zhao Yin commanded. The little monkey immediately exited the cave, carrying the Zombie King's body back in. At that moment, no one noticed the flicker of relief and gratitude that rose in the head's eyes. It slowly closed them and never opened them again. Flames appeared in the little monkey's hands, igniting the three corpses in an instant. The roaring fire illuminated the faces of one person and four beasts. The contracted beasts did not understand why Zhao Yin was doing this, and he did not explain. Zhao Yin rarely did good deeds, especially in the apocalypse. Only when there was no benefit to him and no threat to his safety was there a slight possibility. However, the two female corpses quickly turned to ash, while the Zombie King's body only had its skin charred. The flames ignited by the little monkey extinguished, unable to incinerate the body. Zombie King, it's not that I don't want to help you, but your defensive evolution is just too strong. Zhao Yin spoke to the head in his hands. At that moment, Song Xiaodao jumped in from outside the cave, seated on the back of Old Black. Zhao Yin, Wu Shueguei, and the others have arrived and are collecting corpse crystals and star crystals. Song Xiaodao cheerfully said to Zhao Yin, keep an eye on them, don't let the survivors touch the star crystals, you go collect them yourself. Zhao Yin ordered. Song Xiaodao pouted immediately, you want me to leave right after I just came back? Next time you can be the vanguard and let the monkey handle these tasks. Zhao Yin replied. Song Xiaodao was startled and quickly said, how can I compete with the little monkey for credit? After saying this, she jumped down from Old Black's back and swiftly left the cave. Zhao Yin directly mounted Old Black, saying, let's go leave this place. Upon exiting the cave, he saw a blaze at the end of the passage. Wu Shueguei and the others could not see in the dark, all holding lit sticks, which slowed down the collection of corpse crystals significantly, but there was no other way. Song Xiaodao was not far away, squatting down with her little bottom, using the claws of the Mouse King to slice open the head of an E-class zombie. Zhao Yin left the cave and found a flat area to throw out an invisibility tent. His gaze fell upon Old Bull, Old Black, and the two giant rats. You all haven't used the extraordinary food, yet bring them out now. The contracted beasts, receiving the command, spat out the extraordinary food they had been given earlier, still damp with saliva. Zhao Yin was mainly worried that they would be tempted to sneak a bite, and was too lazy to pick it up, instructing the little monkey, put them all with you and distribute them during the next battle. Chirp, chirp. Master, the little monkey will never steal a bite, the little monkey assured with its heart. This was the trust of its master, it was love. Therefore it absolutely could not let its master down. It wiped all the food clean and stuffed it into the large pocket of its mouse skin armor. Monkey, come in with me. Zhao Yin carried the Zombie King's head and walked into the invisibility tent. Once the little monkey followed in, it immediately took the head from Zhao Yin's hands and began chopping it on the ground. Zhao Yin sat to the side smoking while setting up the hanging pot to cook Mouse King meat. The little monkey chopped away. With each chop, the Zombie King's face twisted. Bang, 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 until dawn the head was still unchopped. The little monkey's energy was nearly exhausted several times, so Zhao Yin let it eat Mouse King meat to replenish. After consuming a large amount of Mouse King meat, the little monkey's attributes increased a few points again. Finally, as the morning light rose outside, the little monkey struck down with a Mouse King claw, and a crack echoed. Zhao Yin sprang up like lightning, and before the brain matter could flow out from the Zombie King's head, he kicked it out, as if he were kicking a ball. The little monkey, panting heavily, held the Mouse King claw. Stunned, master. Don't dirty the invisibility tent. Zhao Yin finished speaking, quickly chasing after it. The head flew out for 70 or 80 meters, a cut made through the middle, and a large amount of black brain matter spilled onto the ground. Zhao Yin bent down to pick it up, taking out a Mouse King claw and scraping out all the corpse crystals and star crystals along with the brain matter from the crack. He searched meticulously and found 4 pieces of star crystals and 1 class corpse crystal. Finally in hand, Zhao Yin for the first time was serious. He took out a pack of tissues from his spatial ring, wiped clean all the star crystals and corpse crystals, and then returned alone to the invisibility tent. Just as he was about to open the star crystals, Song Xiaodao suddenly walked in from outside. She dumped the mouse skin backpack onto the ground with a clatter, and a mountain of large and small corpse crystals mixed with blood-red star crystals formed. Zhao Yin, we finished collecting all the corpse crystals and star crystals. A total of 5,682 F-class corpse crystals, 34 E-class corpse crystals, and 34 star crystals, all here. There are still 3,562 F-class corpse crystals and 11 E-class corpse crystals left in the spatial ring, totaling 9,244 F-class corpse crystals and 45 E-class. After Zhao Yin calculated, he said, "Call Mouse 6 over." Song Xiaodao immediately understood Zhao Yin's intention and turned to leave. Soon a giant rat covered in black blood followed Song Xiaodao into the cave. After Zhao Yin picked out 34 star crystals from the mountain, he collected 44 F-class corpse crystals and took out 8 E-class corpse crystals to add to the mountain. Having gathered enough energy for E-class to evolve to class, Zhao Yin then collected all remaining corpse crystals. He looked at the giant rat and said, "Mouse 6, do you know why I called for you?" Mouse SX's eyes flickered, glancing secretly at the pile of corpse crystals. In the past 2 days, Zhao Yin had evolved both the monkey and the bolted class, making the 2 E-class giant rats extremely envious. "Does the master want me to evolve?" Mouse 6 eagerly asked in its heart. Zhao Yin had initially intended to keep it a suspense, but unexpectedly this fool showed no understanding of cooperation. No wonder it could only be cannon fodder. "Mouse 6, you are very clever. You are the one I have the highest hopes for among the pseudo-mutated beasts." Zhao Yin's expression remained neutral as he revealed a kind smile. In fact, all 6 giant rats looked quite similar. Zhao Yin had always treated them as tool rats, rarely even bothering to speak to them. Why did he have such high hopes? In my heart, pseudo-mutated beasts are never inferior to mutated beasts. Since heaven created your species, there must be a reason for it. Do not belittle yourself. Zhao Yin's expression turned stern. "You guessed correctly. Today, I will make you the first-class pseudo-mutated beast under my command." Mouse 6 trembled with excitement. So the master holds such high regard for him. Mouse 6 began to self-reflect, wondering if he had been too negligent in serving his master before. "Master." Zhao Yin waved his hand. "You don't need to say anything, just absorb this pile of corpse crystals. I hope that in the future you can work even harder and become the most outstanding giant rat." Mouse 6 is willing to serve the master until death. Mouse 6 prostrated its front paws on the ground. Although contracted beasts are 100% loyal, they also have their own thoughts, sometimes being lazy, hence the need for motivation. After wasting some words, Zhao Yin stopped looking at Mouse 6 and took out a bottle of class ability potion. This treasure felt exceptionally heavy even in Zhao Yin's hands. "You should also use the ability potion." Zhao Yin finally looked at Song Xiaodao. "Zhao Yin, with such a formidable, anomalous ability, you should be the one to wield it." "I will be content if you protect me," Song Xiaodao said. Zhao Yin smiled and let his eyelids fall. From memory, the scene of Song Xidao's death in his past life haunted his mind once more. He rarely showed genuine feeling. After perishing by betrayal in his previous life, any emotion became a luxury to him. "Song Xiaodao, you are the only person by my side. I only ask that you never betray me. Can you do that?" Song Xiaodao did not understand why Zhao Yin suddenly spoke like that, and a sudden, inexplicable ache stabbed at her heart. In that moment, Zhao Yin no longer resembled the cold man he usually was. He looked more like an ordinary young graduate from before the end of the world. The source of that pain puzzled Song Xiaodao. Tears gleamed in her eyes as she answered earnestly, "Zhao Yin, I will never betray you, not even in death." "Then go awaken the ability and live a little longer." Zhao Yin raised his gaze slowly. His eyes were clear. He stepped away from an emotion that should never have belonged to him. "If the zombies ultimately overrun the world and every survivor dies, I hope you will walk with me to the very end," Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao bit her lips, stepped forward to seize the ability serum, and looked at Zhao Yin. "In a few years I will marry you whether you want me or not." She crossed to the corner of the tent, without hesitation uncapped the serum, and tilted her head back to drink it. Immediately her face flushed as she furrowed her brow as large beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. Soft moans escaped her lips as she endured the agony of genetic transformation. Zhao Yin had tasted that same pain before. He drew his gaze away and took out all of the corpse crystals. He first unlocked all 34 star crystals contained within the A-grade zombie. Among the spoils were 7 bottles of Nongfu spring mineral water, 6 filled breads, 5 compressed biscuits, 5 bottles of iced tea, 3 canned peaches, 4 cans of beef, 1 can of tuna, and 1 pack of instant noodles, also a military jacket of grade F and a cleaver of grade D. Aside from the exceptional food and drink, the military jacket was the second extra piece of clothing. Zhao Yin already possessed rat hide armor, and the Rat King claw, weapons and armor below grade C were essentially useless. Besides the damaged cleaver, this was the second intact one. Zhao Yin felt a measure of disappointment, but such things could not be forced. He looked at the 4 remaining Corpse King star crystals, then picked one up and pressed his fingers to it. Snap! A flash of white light and a black glove appeared in his hand, thin as a cicada wing and weightless to hold. Gale Gloves Grade C, an extraordinary auxiliary weapon with durability 85 and an effect that increases attack speed by 98. A rare crate auxiliary piece that greatly enhances striking speed. Once Zhao Yin donned the glove, whether striking barehanded or wielding the Rat King claw, his speed rose by nearly 100 points. He fitted the glove onto his usual right hand, the hand he used to grip a blade, and then turned his attention to the second Corpse King star crystal. After the white light faded, a red arrow lay in his palm. Explosive Arrow Grade B, an extraordinary weapon with 520 attack. On hit it detonates, unleashing an indiscriminate blast over a 50-meter radius. Note: single use of vanishes after detonation. This explosive arrow was undoubtedly Zhao Yin's greatest current trump, though regrettably, it could be employed only once. In a moment of crisis, that single arrow might turn the tide. It was no wonder the Corpse King's crystals yielded such good fortune twice in succession. Zhao Yin opened the 3rd star crystal and inwardly prayed he must obtain a space pendant. He only wanted a space pendant. Only 2 crystals remained, and he feared the intelligence from his past life had been mistaken. Soon the white light subsided, and a gray hat appeared in his hand. The hat was fluffy like dog fur, complete with dog ears, dog eyes, a dog nose, dog teeth, and even a thumb-length dog tail at the back. Solar Doghead Hat Grade C, an extraordinary defensive gear with durability 120 and spirit 50. Its effect releases an extraordinary energy shield that negates any single attack under 800 points. Note: each shield release requires 72 hours of sun exposure to recharge. Zhao Yin stared at the hat, his gaze slightly dazed. It was another strange piece of equipment, its potent effect rivaling that of a grade rare item. Still, what an absurd design. I have seen bear head hats and tiger head hats, but who would wear a dog head? Zhao Yin muttered, yet despite his mockery, he placed the dog head hat upon his head. The life-saving effect was simply too valuable. Zhao Yin then cracked open the final Corpse King star crystal. A blinding white light flashed, and his palm turned cold. It was a pendant. From a chain of a purple gold unknown metal hung a miniature woman's hand. It was exquisitely lifelike, snow-white, fine-skinned fingers, long and slender nails, crystalline. Were it not only the size of a bean, one would swear it was real. Zhao Yin was no hand fetishist, yet his heart leapt at the sight. Nestled in the palm was a spherical bead, a dull gray. World Bead Chain Grade SS, unknown category. Effect: self-contained space with infinite potential for growth. Note: requires a blood oath to bind. Currently level 0, can absorb any extraordinary energy to level up. At last it was his. Zhao Yin clutched the World Bead Chain and could not steady his thoughts for a long while. In his past life, countless people had clamored for this treasure, many died for it, and even SS-grade powers fought across thousands of miles over it. He had not expected it to fall into his hands so easily. He had come originally to seek the Fatian Baihu and had not been certain he would ever find that Corpse King in this life. Yet everything unfolded so smoothly, as if it were written in fate. Then again, perhaps it was only natural. With 3 mutated beasts at his command, anyone could dominate a region. Coupled with Zhao Yin's lightning-type combat ability and superior equipment, who else in this world could possibly acquire such a treasure if he could not? Zhao Yin used the Rat King claw to cut his finger. Red blood welled and dripped onto the gray bead. The next moment, the World Bead Chain melted into a warm yellow light and seeped into his palm. Immediately, a phantom of the chain rose at his throat and slowly condensed into a real object. At that instant, a connection bloomed in Zhao Yin's spirit. He could perceive everything about the World Bead Chain with crystalline clarity. It was much like the link he shared with his contract beasts, yet different. The World Bead Chain possessed no consciousness. It remained in the end an object. With a stir of his mind, Zhao Yin vanished from where he stood and appeared within an unfamiliar space. He found himself momentarily stunned. The space was pitifully small, only a single square of solid ground beneath his feet, surrounded by a gray mist. He reached out and touched what felt like an invisible barrier. Occasional phosphorescent glows danced within the mist, lending the space a dim, pallid light. The ground underfoot was black soil. An S-grade treasure, and its space is only this small. He could hardly believe it. Soon the World Bead Chain's information flashed through his mind. An understanding dawned. It was merely level 0 now. Theoretically, with sufficient extraordinary energy, this space could grow into an entire world. What exactly qualifies as extraordinary energy? Zhao Yin wondered. He had never encountered life spaces in his past life, and thus did not truly understand. The first things that came to mind were corpse crystals and star crystals. He had no star crystals on hand, and even if he did, he would not use them to upgrade the space. He willed it, and an F-grade corpse crystal materialized in his palm. Zhao Yin touched his neck only to find that the World Pearl Chain was empty at that spot. At this moment, the World Pearl Chain transformed into this space. As long as he entered, it would disappear, but it would materialize again once he exited. A sense of enlightenment rose within Zhao Yin. Suddenly, he had a feeling and tossed the corpse crystal in his hand into the gray mist before him, as if supplying energy to the space. Thus, Zhao Yin raised his hand and threw the corpse crystal, which spun as it fell into the gray mist. In the blink of an eye, the crystal was decomposed, and the next moment, Zhao Yin felt a tremor beneath his feet. The space expanded slightly. Only the master of the space could sense this change. Zhao Yin estimated it had grown about 1 centimeter. Is it insufficient energy? He then took out 10th grade corpse crystals, raised his hand, and scattered them. The 10 crystals spun and fell into the gray mist, instantly decomposing and disappearing. The space trembled again, this time maintaining the vibration for nearly a second before settling. The space had grown by 10 centimeters. Within Zhao Yin's perception, the World Pearl Chain still remained at level 0. The energy is still insufficient. After Shulia's promotion to grade, Zhao Yin had only 37th grade crystals, 44 grade crystals, and 1 grade crystal left. At this moment, gritting his teeth, he took out all the grade and grade corpse crystals and scattered them as if they were worthless. All the corpse crystals were instantly decomposed and absorbed by the space, which trembled once more. This time the tremor was stronger than before, lasting a full 7 minutes before it stopped. The space diameter had grown to approximately 45 meters. Zhao Yin stood at the center of the space, finally feeling a sense of spaciousness before him. He sensed the level of the World Pearl Chain, which still remained at level 0. Looking up at the ceiling, it was about 45 meters high, and the entire space appeared cylindrical. The barrier surrounded by the gray mist slowly fluctuated within a meter, causing the space to expand and contract intermittently, making it seem very unstable. However, it had a dreamlike quality. Zhao Yin, though, had no time to appreciate it. Thinking of the corpse crystals required to enhance the space made him feel a pang of regret. In the future, planning to grow mutated crops in this space to sustain the contracted beast army, how many corpse crystals would it take? Can't other things be used as substitutes? Zhao Yin thought of extraordinary equipment and food and drinks. Strictly speaking, they should all contain extraordinary energy. As for extraordinary food and drinks, Zhao Yin couldn't even muster the thought of trying them. Using corpse crystals was far more straightforward. As for extraordinary equipment, currently, he had some surplus equipment: 2 military jackets, 2 butterfly knives, 2 wolf fawn clubs, and 1 heavy armor. He also had 3 mountain cutting knives, one of which was damaged while the other 2 were intact. Apart from needing to keep 1 mountain cutting knife as a backup, all the remaining equipment could be tried out. Zhao Yin took out a butterfly knife and threw it directly into the gray mist. Indeed, as he had guessed, it was instantly decomposed and absorbed. The space grew another meter. Zhao Yin felt somewhat relieved. In the future, any useless equipment he obtained could be used to upgrade the space. He tossed in another butterfly knife and 2 military jackets, increasing the space diameter to 49 meters. He then continued his experiments. He tossed the damaged mountain cutting knife and the wolf fawn club into the gray mist. After being decomposed, the space trembled for quite a while before settling down. 2 pieces of great equipment caused the space diameter to wildly increase by 200 meters, reaching 249 meters. Zhao Yin suddenly thought, since damaged equipment could be decomposed and absorbed, what about destroyed equipment? Thus, he took out 4 pieces of previously destroyed equipment: 1 grade women's suit, 2 grade military jackets, and the grade heavy armor initially used by the little monkey. He tossed all of them into the gray mist. In the blink of an eye, they were decomposed, and the space trembled again, increasing by 112 meters. Indeed, the energy within damaged equipment had not been lost. Like intact equipment, they could all be absorbed by the space. Zhao Yin was delighted and tossed in the surplus mountain cutting knife, the heavy armor he obtained the day before yesterday, and the wolf fawn club. 3 pieces of great equipment increased the space diameter by another 300 meters, bringing it to 661 meters. Zhao Yin calculated that the energy contained in 1 grade equipment was equivalent to that of 1 grade corpse crystal, which could increase the space by 1 meter. The energy within an grade equipment equaled that of 10 grade corpse crystals, allowing for a 10-meter increase. 1 piece of grade equipment was equivalent to 100 grade corpse crystals, roughly equal to the capability contained within 1 grade corpse crystal, which could increase the space by 100 meters. At this point, Zhao Yin had no equipment left to discard. He only had the grade corpse crystal left by the zombie king. If he had not miscalculated, this grade corpse crystal could increase the space diameter by a whopping 10,000 meters. But in the end, Zhao Yin still couldn't bear to throw it away. Although he needed to obtain a grade evolution potion before he could upgrade his level, his contracted beasts had no such concerns. The little monkey had already unlocked its 3rd extraordinary ability. If it were to advance to create, its power would reach a terrifying level. The cost-performance ratio would be even higher. Moreover, this 61-meter diameter space was entirely sufficient for him to store items and plant that chestnut tree and crispy ear vegetables. The idea of large-scale planting of extraordinary corn would have to wait. Zhao Yin concentrated his thoughts and left the life space. Song Xiaodao was still sitting in the corner, biting her lip and enduring the pain. She was already drenched in sweat. Her sheepskin armor had long been removed, leaving only a thin dress that clung tightly to her frail frame, faintly revealing the outline of the girl. Zhao Yin did not linger, walking directly out of the invisibility tent. At this time the sun was high in the sky. He had unknowingly spent 2 hours since activating the star crystal and entering the life space. Wu Shuigui and the others had finished breakfast and were resting a few hundred meters away. The 5 contracted beasts were gathered outside the tent, waiting and keeping watch for Zhao Yin. Shulu had completed its evolution. Mouse grade strength 72, agility 78, stamina 51, spirit 11, mutated due to zombie virus infection. Zhao Yin glanced at it and then shifted his gaze to the 3 mutated beasts. Monkey, Old Bull, Old Black. Zhao Yin called out. The 3 contracted beasts immediately stood up and swiftly approached him. Master, master, master. Zhao Yin took out the Crade corpse crystal from the spatial ring and said, "This corpse crystal can only allow one of you to advance to Crade, but you are all my most cherished contracted beasts. After much thought, it would not be fair to give it to anyone." The 3 contracted beasts looked serious, staring intently at the corpse crystal. The mutated beasts had little desire beyond eating. Their only aspiration was for great power, making this crystal's allure far too great. Zhao Yin continued, "How about this? To be fair, let's have a duel. Whoever wins in the end will get it." Old Bull and Old Black were instantly dumbfounded. Who wouldn't know that the monkey had 3 extraordinary abilities, all of which complemented each other, not to mention the equipment Zhao Yin had given it? It was simply a combat machine among mutated beasts. Fighting with the little monkey was just waiting to be beaten, right? "Master him out, I can't beat the little monkey." Old Bull's deep voice transmitted. Old Black also transmitted, "Master, let's let the little monkey evolve first. Its strength is the strongest, and I'm willing to give it to it." After the process, Zhao Yin directly tossed the Crade corpse crystal to the little monkey. "Go evolve now, you will no longer be a little monkey." In his previous life, when Zhao Yin met the little monkey, it was already Crade and didn't need to unlock extraordinary abilities. Its body could maintain its giant form. Thus it would no longer be a little monkey, but a giant monkey. The little monkey directly crushed the corpse crystal, and the immense extraordinary energy burst forth in a brilliant display within its palm before swiftly entering its body. Roar! It could hardly suppress the activation of its gigantic transformation ability, its form visibly swelling from a small monkey barely knee-high to a towering beast nearly 3 meters tall in the blink of an eye. But this was not the end. As the extraordinary energy was rapidly absorbed, its nearly 3-meter-tall form continued to expand. 3 meters. 3 meters 1. 3 meters 2. 3 meters 5. 4 meters. 4 meters 5. Zhao Yin's mind was shaken, forced to look up at the height of the monkey. Even with prior preparations in his heart, he was still astonished. In his past life, he had seen many such colossal beasts, but at the onset of the apocalypse, Zhao Yin had certainly never encountered anything like this. He did not know if there were any mutant beasts stronger than the little monkey in this world, but he could be certain that if there were, they were definitely not many. At this moment, the 2 pseudo-mutant beasts, Mouse 5 and Mouse 6, were crouching on the ground, their claws clutching, their heads trembling all over, as if they had no courage to face the monkey. Even Old Black and Old Bull instinctively retreated several meters away, watching the monkey from a distance, as if it were a plague god, their eyes filled with terror. In the classification of mutant beasts, there was a clear demarcation between Crade and those below. The bloodline pressure emanating from the mutant beasts made them feel a sense of dread. If it weren't for that monkey they shared life and death with, they would have run as far away as possible. Ultimately, the little monkey grew to nearly 5 meters tall and finally came to a halt. However, the energy within its body continued to surge violently, and the next moment it roared. The little monkey could not help but activate its second ability, Frenzy. Its form expanded once again, 5 meters 1, 5 meters 2, until it reached a height of 6 meters, its hands as large as manhole covers, its legs resembling 2 massive tree trunks, and its golden fur gleaming ever more brightly, each strand half a foot long, cascading down to cover its entire body. The claw from the Mouse King felt like a mere toothpick in Zhao Yin's hand, and the rolled-up mouse skin armor on its back looked somewhat amusing. Zhao Yin was momentarily stunned, suddenly realizing that he had made a grave mistake by wasting that precious Mouse King skin. He never expected the little monkey to evolve so quickly. The painstakingly crafted mouse skin armor was about to be rendered obsolete after only a few days of use. Even if it could be resized to fit, it wasted a significant amount of valuable material. In fact, the little monkey's defensive power had already far surpassed that of the mouse skin armor, and even if it could still wear it, it would serve no purpose. The claw from the Mouse King was no longer suitable for the little monkey. The biggest flaw of Zhao Yin's self-made weapons was that they could not be easily resized. At this moment, the little monkey finally completed its evolution and Zhao Yin activated his true sight. Adult Celestial Monkey Crade, Mutant Beast Strength 164, Agility 175, Stamina 130, Defense 147, Spirit 78, Bloodline Talent Gigantism, Frenzy Fire Control. With such terrifying attributes, this monkey could easily annihilate an entire team of Zhao Yin's. Master, the little monkey exclaimed excitedly. It felt that its evolution was complete and eagerly wanted to flatter Zhao Yin, instinctively shrinking its body as it did so. Its body did indeed shrink considerably. However, the monkey soon froze in place. It realized that when it shrank to 2 meters tall, it could no longer reduce its size any further no matter what. The little monkey was dumbfounded, confused, wanting to cling to its master's leg. How could it do that now? Should it just lie down? Yes, lie down. By lying down, it could hug its master's leg. Thus, the 2-meter-tall giant suddenly bent down, sticking its bright red rear end in the air and grasping Zhao Yin's legs with its enormous hands. Master, the little monkey has now advanced to Crade, all thanks to your grace. In the future, I can be the first vanguard at your feet, fighting for you and stabbing enemies for you. I want to kick it away, Zhao Yin thought, but he found that his legs, which were tightly grasped, could not move at all. Helplessly, he said, "All right, don't cling to my legs so often in the future." After speaking, he gestured for the little monkey to let go. The little monkey quickly released its grip, communicating telepathically, "Master, no matter when, I am always your most beloved little monkey." Previously, Zhao Yin found it adorable when the little monkey flattered him, but now, looking at its large face, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He did not wish to cool his contracted beast's heart, so he endured the discomfort and took out the spare mountain-cleaving knife. "Monkey, the Mouse King's claw and the mouse skin armor are no longer suitable for you. Take this mountain-cleaving knife." The extraordinary equipment crafted from star crystals could change size with the wielder's body, making it more suitable for the little monkey. The little monkey took the mountain-cleaving knife, just about to continue flattering Zhao Yin when Zhao Yin waved his hand. "All right, return the mouse skin armor and the Mouse King's claw to me. Old Bull, Old Black, you two should also make some adjustments. In 3 hours, come with me to hunt the flying white tiger." After saying that, Zhao Yin looked at Mouse 5 and Mouse 6. "You two, your next task is to escort the survivors back." Following that, Zhao Yin called Wu Shuigui, informing them that they could return to the cave. "Boss, let them leave with the 2 mouse lords right away." Can I stay?" Wu Shuigui said cautiously. "I used to be a retired soldier, and I have killed zombies alongside Team Wang. I can stay to help." Zhao Yin instinctively glanced at his lame leg and said, "You won't need to kill zombies anymore. I will return to the cave soon. Let's leave it at that." After saying that, Zhao Yin ignored him and turned to walk toward the invisible tent. Zhao Yin understood Wu Zuegui's intentions. He merely wanted to cling tightly to this powerful ally. Most survivors in the apocalypse have such thoughts. Human hearts are the hardest to fathom. In this life, Zhao Yin had no intention of establishing any base and naturally would not bring this lame man along. Moreover, the zombies Wu Shuigui mentioned were the low-tier zombies of the past. Now any zombie would be great. It was impossible for an ordinary person to kill them so easily. Wu Shuigui stood there staring at Zhao Yin's back. The smile on his face gradually turned bitter. He had already sensed that Zhao Yin was unwilling to stay and protect the cave. "Team Wang, Team Xie, it's all old Wu's fault. I encountered such a powerful being, yet I can't keep him." Wu Shuigui murmured bitterly. "I won't give up. There are 500 to 600 lives in the cave, including so many children. Even if you are no longer here, I will protect them well. Even if in the end the boss really leaves, I would rather die in the cave." Wu Shuigui clenched his fists tightly. After a long time, he turned and walked toward the group of chattering aunties. In recent days, they had all eaten well, and their spirits had improved. Song Xiaodao had already fallen into a coma in extreme pain, her little face pale, frowning, yet large beads of sweat still oozed from her forehead. Zhao Yin walked over and held her in his arms, instantly getting his mouse skin armor soaked with her sweat. He placed her on the prepared blanket and took out a piece of compressed biscuit, using Nongfu Spring to feed her, to replenish her energy, which could to some extent alleviate her pain. After finishing one piece of compressed biscuit, her little brow finally relaxed, and she fell into a deep sleep. Zhao Yin let out a sigh of relief, looking down at the cookie wrappers and the empty Nongfu Spring bottle, which were now transforming into light spots, slowly disappearing into the air. Zhao Yin's mind cleared up, and he was momentarily taken aback. Clearly knowing that she would be fine without wasting extraordinary food, why did I do this? Was I feeling pity for her? Zhao Yin rubbed his face. How could this be possible? Zhao Yin had long severed all emotions and desires with the claw of the flying white tiger from his past life. His heart as hard as iron. In the apocalypse, only those with a heart of stone, ruthless and cunning, could survive longer. This was the principle he had adhered to since his rebirth. Zhao Yin silently warned himself that this was a foolish mistake he could never repeat. He lit a cigarette, sitting aside and slowly waiting, his indifferent gaze fixed on Song Zidao's small face. The little girl, with her skin still as delicate as a baby's, seemed slightly tanned after the sun and rain during this period. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently like a beautiful butterfly flapping its wings. "Brother, don't go, don't leave me." In her slumber, she uttered a cry, murmuring her deepest obsession. After all this time, Song Xiaodao had been acting heartless, and Zhao Yin had always thought she had forgotten that past. At this moment, when her will was at its weakest, she spoke her heart's voice. Yet Zhao Yin had no regrets. Had he saved Song Xiaojin back then, he and the little monkey might have lost their lives as well. He chose not to dwell on it any longer and began transferring all the items in the spatial ring except for food and chestnut leaves into the life space one by one. Then he started a fire to cook. 3 hours later, Song Xiaodao slowly woke up. Zhao Yin activated his true sight. Human female ability awakened, E-class, Evolver evolution degree 1000, strength 29, agility 36, stamina 23, spirit 19, life countdown 60,102 days. There was just an additional piece of information about her ability awakening, but the true sight could not discern what specific ability it was. This proved that her ability awakening was successful. Zhao Yin, have I awakened my ability? After a moment of confusion, Song Xiaodao scrambled out of the blanket. Zhao Yin nodded. Go test your ability, and then come back for dinner. At that moment, the meat soup and chestnut porridge were already cooked, steaming hot. He knew that if this girl didn't test her ability, she would probably be unable to eat. Song Xiaodao immediately rushed outside, instinctively using her wind ability, and then, bang! Ouch! Song Xiaodao crashed headfirst into the invisible tent, sprawling there, clutching her head and rubbing it vigorously. Don't break my tent, Zhao Yin hurriedly warned. Aren't you supposed to care about your fiancé? Song Xiaodao stood up, patting her bottom, glaring at Zhao Yin in annoyance. If you break your head, it will heal, but if the tent is damaged, it's gone. Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao shouted, the tent is an A-class extraordinary treasure. How could I possibly break it? If you don't go test your ability, I'm going to let the monkeys come in and eat, Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao giggled and turned to leave the tent. Zhao Yin stroked his stubbled chin, thinking that this girl was getting bold enough to argue with him. This was not a good sign. He silently resolved to find an opportunity to teach her a lesson. As Song Xiaodao was leaving, she didn't close the tent door intentionally, letting Zhao Yin see her figure inside the tent. Little monkey, can you help me test my ability? Why are you using your giant ability for no reason? Song Xiaodao looked curiously at the giant monkey. The little monkey was dozing off, and upon hearing this, it instantly became displeased, thinking, who activated their ability? Your whole family activated it. It rolled its eyes at Song Xiaodao, then grabbed her collar and tossed her towards the old bull, giving her a disdainful glance before closing its eyes to nap. Song Xiaodao felt that the little monkey had merely acted casually, and she was certainly no match for it. Fearful, she didn't dare to seek the little monkey to test her ability again, and instead turned her gaze to the old bull. Nyo, can you help me test my ability? The old bull slowly stood up, its gaze towards Song Xiaodao, filled with disdain, nodding to indicate she could come at it. Song Xiaodao felt a sudden discomfort as she remembered that the first time she met the old bull, it had shown her this kind of look. Did one or two of them really look down on her? She directly took out the Rat King's claw. A gust of wind instantly wrapped around her body, and then she charged towards the old bull at high speed. At this moment, Zhao Yin's heart tightened. The wind ability granted Song Xiaodao a speed boost almost comparable to the Rat King, who had the speed ability in the past, but Song Xiaodao was still only an E-class, so it didn't seem that fast. At that moment, a layer of scales quickly covered the old bull's entire body, but flicked its tail, allowing the Rat King's claw to strike it, creating a shower of sparks. Bang! The old bull didn't even flinch, but Song Xiaodao felt her arm go numb from the impact. The difference in strength was too vast. She took a few steps back and saw the old bull looking at her mockingly, while the little monkey and the old black beside them both had a mocking expression. You all are underestimating me. The little girl was somewhat embarrassed and angry. Nyo, I'll show you how powerful I am. Suddenly, she raised her hand, and 3 wind blades were unleashed from her palm, slicing through the air with a howling wind towards the old bull. Bang! 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 The previously indifferent old bull's eyes widened, and it was too late to dodge. The 3 wind blades struck it, leaving 3 scratches on its scales, shaking its massive body. At this moment, the little monkey and old black, who had been watching the excitement, also changed their expressions, appearing somewhat astonished. Zhao Yin in the tent chuckled. The old bull was too careless. The old bull's weakness was speed. The advantage of the wind ability was its speed and versatility, unlike the Rat King's speed ability from before. Although it was slightly slower, it had various attack methods. Song Xiaodao immediately became excited. Stinky Nyo, I was so good to you before, and now you laugh at me. As the wind blades swept through, the old bull hurriedly dodged. Although the wind blades couldn't actually harm it, they still hurt when they struck. The key was that it was too embarrassing for the bull, especially with the owner watching. Finally, the old bull seized the opportunity and charged at Song Xiaodao, but a wind blade was flying straight towards it. Aiming directly at its eyes, the old bull had no choice but to evade, and the next moment, when it pursued, Song Xiaodao had already dodged to another direction. The old bull finally got serious, using the speed boost from its helmet, and could finally surpass Song Xiaodao in speed, following up with a swing of its tail. Bang! This tail struck directly against a wind wall, and when the residual force was exhausted, the wind wall shattered, while Song Xiaodao quickly dodged to create distance. Stop, Nyo, I'm not fighting anymore. Song Xiaodao suddenly shouted loudly. The old bull halted its movements, looking at her in confusion. At this moment, Song Xiaodao sat down on the ground, panting. So tired, Nyo, you are too strong. Although she still couldn't fully utilize her S-class ability, she had exhausted herself in such a short time. Just after mastering the ability, she had no idea how to conserve energy and unleash the strongest attack she could manage in one go. Song Xiaodao then realized why Zhao Yin didn't easily use the lightning ability. The stronger the ability, the faster it consumed energy. All right, everyone, come in for dinner. Zhao Yin shouted from inside the tent. There are still things to do later. The three contracted beasts rushed towards the tent. Their favorite thing was to receive rewards from their master, and besides that, it was mealtime. Song Xiaodao gasped for breath, finally exhausted, and entered the invisible tent. Zhao Yin, I still can't beat Nyo. Wait until you reach D-class, it's not certain who will win. Zhao Yin said, the old bull is a mutated beast with innate attributes far surpassing those of evolvers. To possess two combat-type abilities is even rarer. You've already performed very well. Of course, if you were the old bull's enemy, you would have already died many times. You should be thankful for its mercy. At the moment, to encourage the child, Zhao Yin was generous with his words. Song Xiaodao perked up again. Zhao Yin, am I qualified to be your fiancé now? Dinner. The monkey's appetite has grown again. If you don't eat now, there won't be any left. Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao immediately forgot about being a fiancé and grabbed a bowl to join the eating army. After eating to her heart's content, Zhao Yin put away the invisible tent and all the living supplies into the life space. At this moment, Wu Xuegui and the two giant beasts had already returned to the cave. Zhao Yin's gaze fell on the north of the valley. There lay a cliff. In his past life, Zhao Yin had discovered the flying white tiger in a cave halfway up that cliff. About 10 kilometers to the north of the valley, the entire journey was lined with ruins of collapsed buildings, which after being decomposed by vegetation ultimately transformed into uneven piles of sand and stones. The little monkey wielded a tumterlong Huawei machete, with one hand swinging it to slash through the weeds and shrubs. Zhao Yin led Song Xiaodao and two contracted beasts behind him, moving swiftly, as if traversing smooth ground. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the foot of the cliff to the north of the valley. Zhao Yin looked up at the approximately 7-meter high cliff, where there was an irregular circular opening with a diameter of about 5 or 6 meters. Everything was no different from his previous life. With the ability of that flying white tiger, as long as it doesn't voluntarily come down to the ground, the previous zombie king would be powerless against it. It resides in this cave, and the zombie king below has turned into the best bodyguard. It can leave to hunt at any time from the top of the mountain, not restricted in its freedom. In his past life, when Zhao Yin arrived, the zombie king was already gone for some unknown reason. At that time, he didn't understand why the flying white tiger would choose to roost here. At this moment, he finally understood that originally the flying white tiger treated the zombie king as its bodyguard. Song Xiaodao, take this beast-catching net. Old Hay takes Song Xiaodao to the top of the mountain, using Earth Escape. Once the flying white tiger appears, both of you must capture it with all your might. Zhao Yin handed the beast-catching net to Song Xiaodao. The little girl raised her hand to take it, excitement on her face as she climbed onto Old Hay's back. Old Hay, hurry and take me through the Earth Escape. I want to see what it's like underground. The soil beneath Old Hay's feet immediately rippled, and a large dark hole appeared as he slowly descended with Song Xiaodao. Zhao Yin then told Old Nyo, you stay here. The chance of the flying white tiger escaping from the ground is low, but we mustn't let our guard down. If it appears, knock it out immediately. Understood, master. Now Old Nyo was somewhat worldly wise and immediately understood that the master wanted to block all escape routes of the flying white tiger. Monkey, come with me. Well, flank it from the left and right. If it resists, don't hold back. First, give it a beating. After saying this, Zhao Yin took out two Mouse King claws, using them as climbing hooks to quickly ascend. The little monkey's sharp claws easily inserted into the crevices of the rocks, slowly keeping pace with its master, and soon both man and beast arrived at the cave entrance. Strange, where have all the zombies gone? At this moment, a group of people appeared at the entrance of the valley, both men and women, all young and strong, numbering about 50 or 60. Everyone was equipped with gear. Several carried large nets woven from nylon ropes, and some had steel pipes welded with shovel heads as big blades. One among them, a tall young man, held a katana without a sheath, the blade glimmering with a silver sheen, clearly wielding a great extraordinary weapon. Next to him stood two robust young men, clearly those who had trained their bodies for a long time before the apocalypse and had not gone hungry since. Both also wielded extraordinary weapons. One held a butterfly knife, while the other carried a great baseball bat. Balgo, what should we do? The zombies at the valley entrance are all gone. Do we need to go deeper into the valley to lure them out? The young man with the butterfly knife had a hare lip, and his words were slightly whistling. The leader Balgo frowned, without speaking, staring into the valley and observing, seemingly hesitant. Just then, the dark-faced young man with the baseball bat suddenly trembled and pointed to a certain spot behind them. Balgo, look, over there. What did you see? Balgo couldn't help but turn around, and his eyes widened. Everyone looked over, and in an instant they turned to stone. At this moment, the entire world was silent, as if a falling needle could be heard. There, a mountain made of dead zombies was piled high, countless, at least tens of thousands. How did so many zombies die? They were killed by someone. Look, they are stacked very neatly. Impossible. Who could kill so many zombies? Even the big head group wouldn't be able to do it. We were here a week ago to lure out zombies for killing. In just a week, unless it was an army or those mutated rats. When someone mentioned those mutated beasts, everyone fell silent, their faces turning pale. In fact, Balgo and the others had previously done the same as Zhao Yin, luring out the zombies in the valley to kill them, but they only lured out a few at a time, and in a day they would only kill dozens. A week ago, the zombies suddenly became powerful, resulting in several deaths in the camp, and they had not come back since. 2 days ago, they obtained a batch of nylon ropes, woven several large nets, and thought of the zombies in this valley, so today they came fully armed. They never expected to see this scene. Balgo shook his head. It shouldn't be the mutated rats. I've heard that after the disappearance of the Wang team in that cave, the mutated rats also disappeared. Even if they appeared, they should attack the nearby humans. Why would they come here to kill zombies? Let's go, everyone, follow me to take a look. With that, Balgo was the first to lead the way, and everyone immediately followed him. Soon they arrived at the foot of the corpse mountain. Balgo's expression was grave. These are humans. Although many zombie bodies are shattered, most of the heads bear the marks of being cut by a blade. What a pity, so many corpse crystals. There should be some among these zombies that can produce star crystals, all taken away by someone. The dark-faced young man spoke. In this apocalypse, is there really someone who could kill tens of thousands of zombies in just a few days? Balgo murmured gravely. If so, how powerful are they? Balgo, why don't we leave quickly? If we run into them, we won't be able to handle it, said the hare-lip youth. Balgo nodded. Rabbit, you take everyone back to the camp and tell Li Jia what happened here. Balgo, what about you? Asked the hare-lip youth. I will go in with Ma Zi to have a look. Balgo then said to Ma Zi, the two of us will go in and see what is inside the valley. Now that there are no zombies guarding it, we might find supplies. Okay, Balgo. Although Ma Zi was also scared, he did not dare defy the order, as Li Jia had publicly announced that Balgo was now an evolver. The power of the evolver frightened Ma Zi even at the thought. Although he loathed Balgo deeply, he still tried to flatter him as much as possible on ordinary days. Zhao Yin made thorough preparations, even taking out a bottle of iced red tea. He would not allow any slip-ups. After all this effort, wasn't it all for the flying white tiger? He and the little monkey concealed all their auras, slowly approaching the cave entrance, and then suddenly pounced inside. A dark, damp odor assaulted them, revealing a narrow cave less than 20 meters deep, with only bare rocks. There was no trace of the flying white tiger anywhere. Master, no. The little monkey transmitted telepathically. The ground lay thick with dust, showing no sign that any living creature had ever inhabited this place. Zhao Yin found himself momentarily absent. His first impressions had been hopelessly idealistic. His subconscious had assumed Feitian Baihu to be a native denizen of this place, but now it seemed that when he met it in his past life, it must have wandered here afterward. It was not that Zhao Yin had never considered such a possibility, he simply refused to indulge the thought. In his former life, Feitian Baihu had been an imperial-grade contracted beast in Lin Tianfeng's grasp, spawning countless legends for the team. In the end, Zhao Yin himself had perished beneath Feitian Baihu's claws. Zhao Yin desperately wanted it. Part of that desire was rooted in Lin Tianfeng's hatred, a grudge that even with Lin gone refused to dissolve completely. That hatred had calcified into an obsession in Zhao Yin's heart. Even if he knew Feitian Baihu might be here, and the chance of finding it was only 1%, Zhao Yin would still come. Standing there, he wondered whether his fixation had gone too deep. He had expended so much effort for that formidable contracted beast. In hindsight, it felt like a ludicrous joke. In his previous life, he had only obtained Fatian Baihu years later, a timeline Zhao Yin could not reconcile with now. Master Shala, search the vicinity a little more. The little monkey, seeing his master sullen, transmitted its concern with furtive care. Zhao Yin fell silent for a long moment before answering in a low voice, let's return. He soon shook off his mood and turned away. The little monkey hurried after him. Emerging from the cave, Zhao Yin called up to Lao He on the ridge, come back. Lao He responded from the summit. Zhao Yin paid him no further mind. He produced the Shu Wang claw, scaled the rock face, and returned to the valley. By then, Lao He had already burrowed back with Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao asked Zhao Yin why stop. Do you suddenly dislike that Fatian Baihu? That white tiger is too ugly, it does not suit our team, Zhao Yin replied, with faint self-mockery. Song Xiaodao believed him without hesitation. You are handsome, I am adorable, the little monkey and Lao Niu are handsome as well. How could an ugly old tiger drag down our aesthetic? In her mind, every decision Zhao made was right and born of impeccable reason. Zhao Yin watched the child's solemn expression, smiled, and felt the gloom lift like mist. I, Zhao Yin, will one day form a legion of contracted beasts, one more or one less will not matter, he said with a smile. Indeed, that ugly tiger simply lacks the fortune, Song Xiaodao replied earnestly. Let's go back. Zhao Yin's smile faded as he vaulted onto Lao He's back and hoisted Song Xiaodao to sit before him. Back to Rongdong Cave. Tonight we set out for Xinxing. There is a Dilong Quan there whose potential rivals Fatian Baihu. Is it a dog? Song Xiaodao asked at the name. She guessed from the title. It is the king among dogs. Its supernatural ability is to create clones. Zhao Yin held her closer and emphasized it must be a native of Xinxing. Song Xiaodao lounged lazily in Zhao Yin's arms. So it could become many dogs. When we're hungry, we kill one for meat, then let it keep splitting. Wow, so much dog meat to eat. Zhao Yin laughed aloud. His mirth rolled through the valley, traveling far into the dusk and lingering long after. Song Xiaodao's words blended naive innocence with a streak of end-time savagery. They were impractical, yet oddly to his taste. She turned to look at him. The evening sun laid across the young man's profile, and his smile held a ray of light. It was the first time she had seen him smile like that. Zhao Yin, before the apocalypse, did many girls like you? Yes, many. But they loved the decadence I provided. And my wallet, he replied with a wry chuckle. Brother Bao, there is nothing left here. Even the ruined walls have been reclaimed by vegetation. Let's go back. Matzi told Bao Gu. Wait a little, go further inside, and look. Bao Gu kept his steps steady. He was an evolver moving briskly through the brush, while Matzi puffed and stumbled behind him. Bao Gu, go slower. Matzi cried. Isn't everything the same inside? If there were supplies left, people would have moved them already. Bao Gu rebuked him. What do you know? This place is safer than most. If we linger here a while, Li Jie will think we truly exerted ourselves to find supplies. Matzi suddenly understood. They had returned empty-handed today. Many in the camp would be displeased. Bao Gu is so thoughtful. No wonder Li Jie made him an evolver, he said. In the apocalypse, to endure, you need not only strength, but the ability to read people. Matzi, you still have much to learn, Bao Gu advised. There are things about Bao Gu I could never learn in this lifetime, Matzi admitted. Bao Gu smiled and paused. From his pocket, he produced a small strip of jerky, tore off a corner, and offered it to Matzi. Eat. Don't say I mistreat you when I go out, he said. He ate first himself. Thank you, Bao Gu, thank you. Matzi exclaimed, bowing deeply in gratitude. Most ordinary people in the camp survived on rotting food scavenged days earlier, boiled at high heat to sterilize it. The taste was gone, replaced by nothing but a rancid, moldy stench. Many weak constitutions did not survive more than a few such meals. As Bao guessed, confidant Matzi ate somewhat better. Food that, though spoiled, was less harmful to his body. Only an evolver like Bao Gu could afford jerky. What kind of meat is this? How can it smell so good? Matzi asked, chewing the fine strands, slowly, reluctant to swallow. Wildfowl, a gamecock bigger than a dog. Li Jie killed it herself, Bao Gu answered. Is there really such a big wild chicken? Matzi asked incredulously. After the apocalypse, are strange things rare? Didn't Li Jie tell you she once glimpsed a pack of enormous rats larger than calves? They were all true mutated beasts, Bao Gu said. At that moment, Matzi looked toward a certain point and whispered, Bao Gu, is that one of those big rats? Bao Gu turned and saw it, a rat larger than a car, carrying two people on its back, trailed by an even more fearsome water buffalo, and a monkey strolling placidly through the dusk. Zhao Yin had already noticed the two survivors and intended to ignore them. Suddenly a voice called out, Brother, wait. Zhao Yin glanced back and saw Bao Gu and Matzi bearing transcendent weapons born of Xinjing. He discreetly opened his true sight. Baseball bat, grade F, offensive, transcendent equipment, durability 16, attack 14. Warrior's blade, grade E, offensive, transcendent equipment, durability 29, Attack 31, additional effect blade speed 9. His gaze then settled on the two men, and he discovered that one of them was in fact an evolver. Human male grade, evolver, current evolution 1000. 02, strength 16, agility 15, stamina 12, spirit 13, life, countdown 19,908 days. You called for me? Zhao Yin asked. Brother, the mouse you are riding and those two beasts are both mutated creatures, right? Bao Gu boldly approached as he noticed Zhao Yin responding to him. He instinctively thought that the little monkey was a gorilla. The little monkey and the old cow, hearing each other being called like that, immediately breathed heavily. Zhao Yin transmitted his thoughts. Calm down, let's see what they want. This person is the first evolutionist Zhao Yin has seen since the apocalypse. Looking down from a height, Zhao Yin gazed at the two, saying, so you know about mutated beasts. To be honest, we have a strong person in our camp who can identify the extraordinary treasures of the apocalypse. Many of the surviving animals have begun to mutate, and if they have grown this large, what else could they be but mutated beasts? Bao Gu said with a smile. Is that so? She must be impressive, Zhao Yin replied. No wonder they not only had evolutionists, but also extraordinary weapons. It turns out that someone had unlocked a sensing ability similar to true sight. Zhao Yin was also such an ability user in his past life. Although his combat power wasn't great, he was undoubtedly a powerful asset for team development in the early days of the apocalypse. Bao Gu continued, but brother, mutated beasts are not to be trifled with. Most people die if they encounter them. You can make these mutated beasts submit. You must have been a beast tamer before the apocalypse, right? Were they your pets back then? I suppose so, Zhao Yin casually replied. Another person with pockmarks asked, have you seen a group of people killing zombies around here? Where did they go? A group of people killing zombies. Zhao Yin was slightly taken aback. Soon he understood. They must have seen the mountain of corpses at the valley entrance. There were at least 3,000 people, and they wiped out all the zombies in the entire valley. The pockmarked man's voice trembled, unable to hide his excitement. In his opinion, being able to kill tens of thousands of zombies in just a few days was impossible without a few thousand people. I haven't seen them, Zhao Yin said. Being able to kill tens of thousands of zombies is definitely a terrifying force. Brother, you are wandering in the apocalypse with a child by yourself. You must be unaware of the wickedness of human hearts. If they see you with so many mutated beasts, they will definitely kill you to seize them, the pockmarked man said. In the minds of everyone in their camp, other than that swarm of mice, the other mutated beasts were not frightening. It only takes one or two evolutionists to lead a hunt. For example, half a month ago, Sister Li led Bao Gu and others to kill a wild chicken, which was just slightly larger and stronger than before. Those mutated beasts are resources, fresh flesh. Fortunately, I didn't encounter that group of people. Thank you for informing me, Zhao Yin said. In his arm, Song Xiao Dao smiled forcefully, trying to hold back laughter. At this moment, Bao Gu and the pockmarked man had already confirmed that the young man in front of them was just an innocent in the apocalypse. The two looked at the three contracted beasts with greedy eyes. Bao Gu chuckled to hide his eagerness. Brother, luckily, you met us. Come back to our camp with us. There are many companions. They're all good people. Sister Li will protect you. These three mutated beasts, after being killed, would yield at least several tons of meat, enough for many meals. Just thinking about it made both of them swallow hard. Zhao Yin also smiled. After I leave, will you and your companions say help me take care of these three mutated beasts? Brother is a smart man. There is no free lunch in this world, right? You only need to hand over 2 of the mutated beasts, and Sister Li will definitely leave one for you. Who knows, in the future Sister Li might even let you become an evolutionist due to your contributions. Bao Gu said earnestly. The pockmarked man quickly added, do you know what an evolutionist is? Before the apocalypse, they were like God, something someone like you couldn't even imagine. Oh. Zhao Yin nodded, lowering his gaze to hide the rising killing intent in his eyes, and said indifferently, if I don't go then. With the conversation reaching this point, Bao Gu decided to no longer hide his intentions, and his expression darkened. Then don't blame me for being rude. I advise you not to drink the toast, and refuse the punishment. The pockmarked man also said. Although the 3 mutated beasts were intimidating, they were, after all, only 3. The pockmarked man had extraordinary weapons, and Bao Gu was more confident as an evolutionist holding in a great extraordinary weapon. As long as they subdued Zhao Yin, the 3 mutated beasts would not dare to resist. I am a person who loves to drink punishment the most. Zhao Yin slowly raised his eyelids, calmly looking at the two. If it's not necessary, I generally don't like killing people. Unfortunately, in this apocalypse, many people enjoy seeking death. What did you say? Bao Gu and the pockmarked man's expressions changed simultaneously as they realized that the naive young man before them suddenly emanated a different aura. Those eyes, which seemed very calm, sent chills down their spines, making them feel as though they were standing naked in the cold. Monkey. Zhao Yin initially wanted to call the monkey, but suddenly paused. Why would he need to use his first general against such trash? Xiaodao, it's up to you, Zhao Yin said, then directly grabbed Song Xiaodao by the collar and casually tossed her down. Song Xiaodao was caught off guard by the unexpected throw, landing awkwardly on the ground. She got up, patted her bottom, and pouted. Stinky Zhao Yin, can't you be gentler? I'm your fiancé. Bao Gu and the pockmarked man were both stunned. Letting a little girl deal with them. What the hell, is he crazy? Bao Gu cursed. Bao Gu, this little girl has already started developing, taking care of herself better than the women in the camp. Who knows, this boy might not even have had a meal yet. The pockmarked man did not hide his malicious gaze. Bao Gu's eyes lit up as he looked at Song Xiaodao's smooth, straight legs under her mouse skin armor, licking his lips. I like them young. You go catch this girl, I'll take care of the man. The pockmarked man strode towards Song Xiaodao. Little sister, you are with the wrong person. Our Bao Gu will treat you well. Before he could finish his sentence, poof. A flash of black light, and the expression on the pockmarked man's face froze as he stood there motionless. Pockmarked, what the hell are you doing? I told you to catch her. Bao Gu scolded from behind, but before he could finish, he suddenly saw the pockmarked man's head roll off, blood gushing skyward from his neck, and then he fell straight down. Bright red blood steamed as it soaked a large area of the barren grassland, and an ugly head rolled to Bao Gu's feet. At that moment, he finally saw clearly that the place where the pockmarked man had blocked his view was where the little lowly stood. In her hand was a mouse king's claw, and blood dripped slowly from the blade. Don't worry, I kill quickly. One chop, and the head comes off. It doesn't hurt at all, Song Xiaodao said seriously to Bao Gu. You? Don't come over. In that moment, Bao Gu couldn't help but retreat in terror. All the arrogance he had as an evolutionist vanished without a trace. He looked at the little lowly in front of him in horror, realizing that she was also an evolutionist and stronger than him. Suddenly, Song Xiaodao's figure flashed faster than Bao Gu had anticipated. In an instant, she was right in front of him. She looked up at Bao Gu and said, when I kill you later, remember not to resist, or else it will hurt, and you can't blame me. Get lost. Brother Bao swung his warrior sword with all his might, striking down towards Song Xiaodao. In the next moment, Song Xiaodao, with her baby chubby hand raised, her fingers pinched together. Ding dong. The warrior sword was gently pinched in her hand, and she stuck out her tongue at Brother Bao, making a face. Hey, I told you not to resist. Puff. Her right hand swung with the claw of the Rat King. Brother Bao looked down in terror and saw his belly sliced open with his intestines slowly spilling out alongside thick, sticky blood. Ow. Brother Bao let out a heart-wrenching scream, his knees buckling as he knelt on the ground. Please don't kill me, I beg you. He was not begging Song Xiaodao, but Zhao Yin, who was still sitting majestically on the Rat King old hay. At this moment, Brother Bao finally understood who the young man in front of him was. This was an existence so powerful that he dared not even imagine. Our camp has plenty of jerky and many women. As long as you spare my life, I'm willing to take you to the camp. Jerky. Zhao Yin immediately raised his hand, signaling Song Xiaodao to refrain from killing, and asked in a deep voice how much. It's mutated beast meat from a wild chicken larger than a dog. We put in a lot of effort to kill it, and there's still more than half left. Sister Li ordered it to be made into jerky. Brother Bao continued, besides, there are supplies left over from before the apocalypse. Although they don't taste that great, you definitely need to feed these mutated beasts, so it should be fine. Zhao Yin immediately understood that the wild chicken was merely a pseudo-mutated beast belonging to the weakest category of pseudo-mutated beasts. There was only one, and it had already been half-eaten. How much meat could possibly be left? Little did Brother Bao know that Zhao Yin's rat meat jerky was far superior to the chicken jerky they treasured. Moreover, the contracted beasts beside Zhao Yin usually consumed Rat King meat and mutated crops, so why would they need the rotten food from before the apocalypse? How many evolvers are there in the camp? And how many extraordinary weapons and extraordinary food, drinks, and medicines are left? Zhao Yin squinted and asked. Brother Bao's face showed surprise from Zhao Yin's tone. He seemed to understand the strange items after the apocalypse better than Sister Li. He had previously been blind, mistaking the other party for a novice in the apocalypse. Apart from me, there are also Sister Li and her two sisters, and a man named Zhou Lu, a total of 4 evolvers, among whom both of Sister Li's sisters possess special abilities beyond being evolvers. As for weapons and supplies, I don't know how much is left. It's all managed by Sister Li. She mentioned a woman named Sister Li several times, which must be the leader of the camp. A woman could establish a power so quickly in the apocalypse. Aside from luck, she surely had certain means. It was normal for her not to let her subordinates know exactly how many supplies there were. What special abilities do they have? Zhao Yin asked. Sister Li can identify the strange items produced by star crystals, and Sister Hua is skilled at shooting. She can use any ranged weapon excellently. Brother Bao clutched his innards in pain, trying to stop them from spilling out, his tone urgent, hoping Zhao Yin would allow him to heal soon. In just a short moment, he had lost too much blood, and his face had turned pale. If it weren't for the fact that evolvers had different physiques, Brother Bao would have collapsed long ago. Xiaodao, sew him up a bit, don't let him die. Zhao Yin ordered. Why do I have to do everything? Song Xiaodao complained, I can't do it either. She had never sewn clothes, let alone stitched up a wound. You were the one who injured him, you won't sew, so I have to. Zhao Yin retorted confidently, hurry up, just do it casually as long as he doesn't die. Brother Bao turned pale at the words and quickly yelled, wait little sister, I can do it myself. He pulled out a rusty iron needle from his pocket, crafted from polished steel, crude in workmanship, but carefully smeared with a layer of animal fat. This is a method most people use in the apocalypse to preserve ordinary ironware. By applying the oil of pseudo-mutated beasts, the ironware wouldn't be corroded by the unknown energies in the air. The thread for stitching was made from the intestines of the wild chicken. Brother Bao bit the warrior's sword in his mouth, trembling as he stuffed his innards back into his abdomen, the veins on his forehead protruding like worms, and he directly began to stitch up. Song Xiaodao watched with her brows furrowed, her eyes filled with reluctance, seeming to find it more cruel than killing. Zhao Yin, after we use up our sandwich bread and chestnut leaves, if I get injured again, will I have to stitch it up like this? Are you scared? Zhao Yin asked. I'm afraid of pain. Song Xiaodao said, seriously, what if it comes to that, what will you do? Her timid nature had always been there, and it was Zhao Yin who had cultivated her into a peculiar state after the apocalypse. Zhao Yin said, after the healing medicines are used up, I won't let you get hurt. If you do, there will definitely be healing medicines. The previous situation of resource shortages would never happen again. With the life space, he just needed to return to the cave and plant the chestnut tree. There would be as many chestnut leaves as needed. At this moment, Brother Bao finished stitching, struggling to rise from the ground, pointing outside the valley. Going out from here, 30 kilometers west, is the camp. Monkey, take him, Zhao Yin ordered. The little monkey immediately stepped forward, grabbing Brother Bao by the collar and hoisting him onto his shoulder. Song Xiaodao skillfully picked up Brother Bao's warrior sword and the baseball bat, walking over to hand them to Zhao Yin. These are extraordinary weapons. Zhao Yin directly put them into the spatial ring. The group set out towards the valley. At this moment, the sun was setting in the west, casting long shadows on the ground. In his past life, Zhao Yin thought that after falling out with Lin Tianfeng, as long as he retreated, he would be safe. Only later did he realize that the other party held no nostalgia and aimed to eradicate him completely. In this life, Zhao Yin would never allow such a thing to happen again. Once he made an enemy, there would be a resolution. The morality and values before the apocalypse had long been buried in the dust. The leader in the camp would not question right or wrong. If given the chance, he would definitely come looking for him. It would be better for Zhao Yin to take the initiative to seek him out. With the speed of the 3 contracted beasts, they arrived at the entrance of a small valley half an hour later. This is our camp. Brother Bao, having bumped along the way and lost a lot of blood, weakly pointed at the valley. Zhao Yin looked up. This was a village from before the apocalypse. There were wooden railings blocking the entrance of the valley, and through the gaps, one could see makeshift stone houses built among the ruins, with smoke rising and the stench of rotten food being cooked wafting out. Several young men on watch inside the railing quickly spotted Zhao Yin and his group. Is that a mutated beast? How can there be such a large mutated beast? Where did the mutated beast come from? No, someone is riding on the mutated beast. Is that Brother Bao? He's covered in blood. This is bad. Something has happened. The young men were thrown into chaos. Someone took out a bone whistle and blew it. In the next moment, the entire camp shook and 100 or 200 young men and women ran towards the railing with various weapons. Zhao Yin remained on old hay, walking forward unhurriedly. Don't attack for FKS Sake, quickly. Let Sisterly come out. Brother Bao, still being carried on the little monkey's shoulder, cried out in pain. Brother Bao, did you betray Sisterly? How could you bring outsiders into the camp? A tall young man shouted. A dozen people held their homemade bows and arrows, aiming at Zhao Yin and his group as they approached. Someone shouted loudly, stop. If you take one more step forward, we'll kill you. Zhao Yin frowned, silently signaling the 3 contracted beasts to stop. The little monkey slapped Brother Bao's, but causing a loud thud, and a large amount of blood spilled from the freshly stitched wound on Brother Bao's belly. In pain, he let out a cry and quickly shouted, let Sisterly come out to talk. Don't attack, or I'll lose my life, and you'll all die. However, the leading young man could not take it in at all. Usually Sister Li was the absolute authority in the camp. Even if Brother Bao was an evolver, he had to follow the rules. Brother Bao has betrayed us. Brothers, kill him. Take down those 3 mutated beasts and eat their meat. The leading young man commanded loudly. Whistling through the air, dozens of archers loosed their arrows. Song Xiaodao, cradled in Zhao Yin's arms, lifted a hand and plucked one of the projectiles from mid-flight. An arrow, Zhao Yin murmured as he examined it, an iron tip, a wooden shaft, and fletching made from game bird feathers. The workmanship was unexpectedly delicate. What caught Zhao Yin's eye most was the shaft, crafted from premium white birch core, straight and smooth its surface smeared with a layer of pseudo-mutant beast fat as a preservative. Its overall quality surpassed even the arrows Zhao Yin had obtained at the shooting range. As he inspected the missile, a piercing scream rent the air. Bao Gu received an arrow in the shoulder and cursed hoarsely, screaming that Zhou Laoqi had the nerve to shoot. Traitor still cursing. Shoot him dead. Zhou Laoqi barked. All the archers turned their bows toward the little monkey, and Bao Gu, another rain of arrows hissed down. The little monkey paid no heed to Bao Gu's fate, clinging to his clothes while arrows struck its body. Bao Gu did not even get to finish his curses before he was riddled like a hornet's nest. And Great Evolver's constitution could not withstand such follies. The arrows that struck the little monkey failed to harm even a hair. They were rebounded and clattered to the ground. Monkey, intimidate them, Zhao Yin transmitted silently. He waved and plucked several incoming arrows from the air, then slipped them into his life space. He was certain there was a craftsman among them who made bows and arrows. Fearing that the artisan might be killed by the monkey, Zhao Yin warned through spiritual communication, "Do not kill yet." The little monkey bared its teeth and hurled Bao Gu's corpse like a cannonball. It smashed straight into the wooden railing with a thunderous crash. The body was pulverized into pieces, and the wooden barrier was splintered and toppled. Those standing behind were struck by flying timber collapsing, and screaming, the rest fell back in terror. Even the archers ceased firing. For a moment, everyone turned in abject horror to stare at the monkey. How could such a terrifying mutated beast exist? The arrows do not pierce it. Such strength. Is this still a mutated beast as we know it? Compared to this creature the beasts Li Jie and her group had slain before seemed like a joke. Stop! Someone shouted. A squat pudgy youth hurried over, tugging up his trousers as he ran, his bare torso mottled with hickeys. A clear sign he had just been engaged in other pleasures. Zhao Yin's true sight immediately revealed the man's data: human male, grade, evolver, evolution progress, 1000. 42, strength 16, agility 15, stamina 13, spirit 14, life, countdown, 29070 days. Brother, you finally came. Zhou Laoqi relaxed upon seeing his older sibling, Zhou Lu, emerge and pointed at the torn remnants of Bao Gu. Brother, Bao Gu betrayed us. He brought this man and several mutated beasts into the camp. Bao Gu is dead. Zhou Laoqi stammered. Zhang Bao is dead. Zhou Lu stared at the pile of gore in stunned silence. Both he and Zhang Bao were evolvers in the camp. In this apocalypse, they counted among the strong. He had never imagined an evolver could die so easily. It was that ape. Terrifying. It threw him and smashed him to pieces. Zhou Laoqi continued, deliberately omitting that he had earlier ordered Zhang Bao shot. Zhou Lu fell silent, his mind reeling. A single blow that could reduce an evolver to minced flesh. What kind of power was that? Then he looked toward Zhao Yin and shuddered. 3 enormous mutated beasts. The last aberrant game bird they had encountered had seemed outrageous already, but standing before these 3 creatures, it looked like a mere chick. How many meals would they provide? That selfish thought sprang first to his mind. It was a dangerous thought, and Zhou Lu quickly sobered. The idea itself was perilous. Brother, if we offended you before on Li Jie's behalf, I apologize. Our camp is humble. We did not invite you in. If you require anything, name it. Zhou Lu made himself appear as submissive as possible, bowing slightly. Your people attempted to kill me and intended to eat the meat of my contracted mutated beasts. Zhao Yin finally spoke. Lao He stepped forward into the pen, followed closely by Lao Niu and the little monkey. As the 3 immense beasts approached, Zhou Lu felt his heart pound and his legs go weak. The others were even paler. Some were so terrified they wet themselves. Brother, what should we do? Zhou Laoqi trembled. Zhou Lu stood like a carved statue, panic-stricken and unsure how to respond. Zhao Yin's voice continued. I came to demand an explanation from your camp and was met with attack. Did you think Zhao Yin was someone to bully? Lao He strode into the enclosure and positioned himself before the crowd. Zhao Yin sat high, holding Song Xiaodao, his gaze cool and unyielding as it swept over everyone. Or did you believe my mutated beasts can be consumed at will? The 3 contracted creatures bristled with murderous intent. They had seen the earlier ravenous looks of these humans. A pack of insignificant scavengers dared hope to eat their flesh. The most furious was not the quick-tempered little monkey, but Lao Niu. Before the end of the world, it had been a beef cow forced to watch its kin die under the knife and be turned into meat products. Now transformed into a mutated beast, it could not bear that anyone still wanted to eat it. With a low, thunderous bellow, Lao Niu issued a roar that rolled across the ground, causing the earth itself to shudder. Many screamed as blood welled from their ear canals. Lao Niu's eyes were blood-red, filled with killing intent that made Zhou Liu's legs go limp. A terror from the soul washed over him. With a thud, Zhou Lu sank to his knees. Brother, we truly never meant offense, he begged. Brother, Zhao Yin mocked. One word of no offense, and you think you can placate me? Zhou Lu hesitated, then suddenly surged up, snatching the cleaver from Zhou Laoqi's hand. He did not strike Zhao Yin. With a single brutal motion, he drove the blade into Zhou Laoqi's throat, the cleaver embedded against bone. Brother. Zhou Laoqi's eyes widened as he clutched at Zhou Liu's knife-bearing hand. Voice strained. You would kill your own younger brother. After the apocalypse, the two brothers relied on each other. You swore to me to stand by each other, to live and die together, never to betray one another. Tears poured from Zhou Laoqi's eyes. Because the two had once labored loyally under Li Jie, they had earned many merits. Li Jie had rewarded an evolution reagent intended for Zhou Laoqi. He had given it to his brother. Yet now Zhou Lu showed no mercy. Little brother, one life lost alone is better than both of us dying together, Zhou Lu said coldly. I am an evolver now, but there is still a life I want to live. Forgive me. He seized Zhou Laoqi's disheveled hair, pulled hard, and with a yank the cleaver sliced. The head came away in an instant. Blood sprayed across Zhou Liu's face, and for some reason a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Zhou Laoqi had become a burden. Zhao Yin had given him the pretext to cast it off, and he had finally passed that psychological hurdle. Holding Zhou Laoqi's head, he fell to his knees before Zhao Yin. This worthless man attacked you. I killed him. Zhao Yin's expression hardened. Even he had not expected such cold decisiveness. Not enough, Zhao Yin said, shaking his head. Not enough. Zhou Lu flung Zhou Laoqi's head aside and fixed his gaze on the surviving camp members. How many more shall I kill? Give me a number. At his words, some survivors turned and fled toward the valley. Others dropped to their knees and sobbed for mercy, while some cursed him. You have no humanity, Zhou Lu. They cried. Brother Lu, we were classmates. We came to this camp together. Please don't kill me. Brother Lu, spare me. Remember I slept with your mother and sister. Let me go. Silence. This was the spectacle of mankind. This was human nature laid bare. It was what Zhao Yin had seen through in his past life, and yet could not escape in this one. Witnessing it all, he felt only numbness left within him. Amidst the chaos of the camp, Zhao Yin shouted loudly, Who is Sister Li, and why hasn't she come out yet? Sister Li went to a large cave 40 kilometers away and won't be back today. Zhou Lu answered honestly. The cave. Zhao Yin's heart tightened. That cave not only has a clean water source, but also plenty of live fish. However, there have always been 2 retired soldiers leading 700 or 800 people occupying it. In fact, it's not just Sister Li, all nearby forces are eyeing it enviously. Those 2 retired soldiers can make guns and have built stone walls outside the cave. Even if an evolved person wanted to attack, it would come at a significant cost. Sister Li is also worried about being taken advantage of, which is why she's waited until now. This morning, Big Brother Daoshang sent word that all the young and strong in the cave were wiped out by a group of mutated rats. Now the cave has been occupied by an outsider who is an evolved person. Oh, by the way, Big Brother Daoshang is the strongest evolved person among the nearby survivor camps, having evolved to a rank and possessing several powerful pieces of equipment. Led by Big Brother Daoshang, there are over 20 evolved individuals, including Sister Li and her sister from our camp, along with several nearby camps. How could the best cave resources in the Dawei Mountains be allowed to be occupied by an outsider? Zhou Lu paused at this point. He suddenly noticed Zhao Yin's expression darkening. Zhao Yin's jerky meat, rat skins, bones, and those fish and crispy ear vegetables were still in the cave. With so many evolved people gone, Zhao Yin wondered whether those 6 pseudo-mutated beasts could hold them back. After all, there was no one to command them, and the intelligence of the pseudo-mutated beasts was too low. Zhao Yin jumped directly off Old Black's back and grabbed Zhou Lu by the collar. I ask you, where did so many evolved people come from? After the meteor shower stopped, Sister Li was the first to discover the secret of the star crystal. It was her who spread the news, intending to help more people survive while collecting fees for appraising items. Zhou Lu said, trying to remain calm. She didn't expect that Big Brother Daoshang would develop better than us. After identifying common extraordinary items, the other camps have turned against Sister Li. Only that cave has been consistently coveted, and no one informed them of the secret of the star crystal. What a stupid woman. Zhao Yin cursed, then asked, Where are your supplies, and who is the craftsman? The supplies from the star crystal are all carried by Sister Li, and she doesn't let anyone get close. As for the craftsmen you mentioned, we have stonemasons and blacksmiths in our camp. The one making bows and arrows. Zhao Yin said, Oh, that's Dandan, Sister Li's biological sister, who went to the cave with her. Compared to the extraordinary supplies in Sister Li's hands, Zhao Yin was more concerned about that craftsman. If he had enough arrow shafts, he could easily make arrows from the claws of hundreds of gray rats, and with the Zhuge repeating crossbow, killing zombies would be even easier than harvesting chives. However, the outcome was that both the supplies and the craftsmen had gone to their cave. Aside from some information, Zhao Yin had gained nothing from this trip. Brother, I've made it clear. There are women in this camp, both old and young. Take anyone you fancy. Zhou Lu tried to force a flattering smile, but it looked worse than crying. Crack. Zhao Yin directly snapped Zhou Liu's neck. In fact, the moment Zhou Lu killed Old 7 Zhao Yin had already harbored murderous intent. This man reminded him of Lin Tianfeng. Zhao Yin, preoccupied with the supplies and contract beasts in the cave, tossed Zhou Liu's corpse aside and commanded, "Go and wipe out this camp. Bring me any discovered supplies. Anyone who resists will be killed, and if someone tries to escape, ignore them." As soon as the words fell, Song Xiaodao immediately jumped off Old Black's back, following 3 contract beasts as they charged out. With a series of rumbling sounds, the makeshift stone houses could not withstand the assault of the contract beasts and were flattened in the blink of an eye. The survivors dared not resist and scattered in all directions. Soon the storeroom of the camp was knocked down by Old Nyo, and the supplies were exposed. Zhao Yin walked over and saw a pile of tattered clothes, rotten food, animal bones, firewood, and a small heap of nylon fishing nets. Utterly impoverished, Zhao Yin still collected that pile of nylon fishing nets, as they might be useful in the future. Shortly after, Song Xiaodao hurried back holding 2 butterfly knives and carrying a large bundle of arrows on his back. Zhao Yin, one butterfly knife was found in Zhou Liu's stone house, and the other was in the hands of another survivor. All the arrows in this camp are here. Zhao Yin collected them directly, as there was nothing more valuable to scavenge here. He turned and jumped onto Old Black's back, lifting Song Xiaodao up. Returned to the cave at full speed. At this moment outside the cave, hundreds of survivors had gathered here. The 27 leaders were all evolved individuals, both men and women, standing at the center of the group. There are a total of 16 survivor gathering places in the entire Dawei Mountains, excluding the destroyed Luochang and the large cave. People have come to the remaining 14 camps. Brothers and sisters, after the apocalypse, everyone has been struggling to survive under the hands of zombies. We should have banded together for warmth, but the people in the large cave monopolized the best shelter in the Dawei Mountains, the cleanest water source, and the most delicious fish and meat. Considering we are all human, you have been tolerating them. Our camps have starved many people, yet we haven't attacked them. However, just a few days ago, Team Wang and that group of young strong died, and an outsider came, occupying our shared resources. What do you say we should do? Big Brother Daoshang, you will lead this matter. From now on, our camp is willing to follow your command. At this, several people immediately spoke up as if they were trying to curry favor, reminiscent of some supporting roles from the pre-apocalypse era. In fact, everyone knew that the few camps speaking were usually on good terms with Big Brother Daoshang, and they were seizing the opportunity to vie for command. The entire Dawei Mountains would eventually welcome unification. Today's command would perhaps become the future leadership of the Dawei Mountains. Attacking the large cave was merely a prelude, and Big Brother Daoshang was warming up for his future campaign to become the leader of the Dawei Mountains. Immediately, someone raised an objection. It was Sister Li who informed us of the star crystal secret. It was she who told us how to use the evolution potion and corpse crystal. She is the benefactor of all camps. Shouldn't the command be given to her? The speaker was the leader of the 3rd strongest camp in the Dawei Mountains, apart from Big Brother Daoshang and Sister Li. He was a tall, thin young man. Standing behind him were 4 evolved individuals, all from his camp. Among the 14 camp leaders, only Sister Li and the tall young man could truly contest Big Brother Daoshang for command. Yet at this moment, he actively supported Sister Li in the contest. Sister Li appeared to be around 25 or 26. Even in the apocalypse, her skin was fair, and she wore a clean dress, her chest noticeably full. Her hair was tied up high with a slender waist and curvy hips, long legs that were even more striking than Sister Li's. She was not seen carrying any weapons, only wearing an unremarkable gray ring on her left hand's delicate white finger. Standing behind Sister Li was a girl with a cold expression, around 17 or 18 years old, wearing a male military jacket that covered her thighs, revealing a pair of long legs that were even longer than Sister Li's. Compared to Sister Li, Dandan lacked some of the alluring charm, but had a touch of purity. Had it been before the apocalypse, she would undoubtedly be considered a campus beauty. At this moment, many evolved individuals knowingly or unknowingly directed their gazes towards the 2 sisters. Sister Li smiled softly, her gentle voice slowly rising. Everyone, my sister and I are just 2 little women. How could we possibly command? I actually think that Brother Dado and Brother Gaofeng are more suitable. Just as others thought Sister Li was reciprocating Brother Gaofeng's support, his expression suddenly changed. He had urged Sister Li and Brother Dado to compete, but his true intention was to benefit from their rivalry. Unexpectedly, this woman saw through him at a glance. Sister Li proudly raised her chest, her curves gently swaying, and with a charming smile she said, "The best destiny for a woman is not to become a leader, but to find a truly worthy man to marry. My sister and I have already agreed that whoever becomes the leader of Dawei Mountain in the future, we will marry him." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. Did I hear wrong? Sister Li wants to share a husband with her sister. Both sisters are top beauties and extraordinary in strength. How many people wish to court one, but cannot? Who can enjoy such fortune? Only a hero like Brother Dado is worthy of both sisters. Brother Galfong has better looks. I think he is more suitable, but unfortunately his strength is not on par with Brother Dado. Brother Galfong stared intensely at Sister Lee's smiling eyes, his face already turning pale. Who doesn't know that throughout Dai Mountain countless men covet these two sisters? Brother Dado has long regarded them as his possessions. At this moment, even if Brother Galfong said he didn't want to compete, who would believe him? Would Brother Dado believe him? Indeed, Brother Dado immediately seemed invigorated, striding directly towards Brother Galfong, raising a hand to pat him on the shoulder. The force was immense, causing Brother Galfong to tremble. Brother Dado narrowed his eyes, hiding his murderous intent. Brother Galfong, do you intend to contest the command today? Brother Dado, you are overthinking it. Even if I had the heart, I wouldn't have the courage. Brother Galfong forced a smile, trying to appease. He was still a few pieces of grade corpse crystals away from advancing to a grade, and at this moment, he was certainly no match for Brother Dado. At least you know your place. Seeing him back down, Brother Dado did not wish to turn hostile at this moment. He turned to the crowd. Since that's the case, I won't refuse. Thank you all for your support. I will temporarily assume the role of commander. Someone immediately stepped forward to congratulate him. Sister Lee still wore a smile as she suddenly leaned closer to Brother Galfong and whispered in his ear, "Coward." Brother Galfong clenched his fists, realizing that after today, Brother Dado would definitely not let him off. In fact, this woman's scheme had already succeeded. After they fought with Brother Dado, the two sisters would undoubtedly take action. Sister Lee was ultimately the first to discover the secret of the star crystal, possessing the ability to identify such extraordinary objects. Their family background was definitely the richest present. In fact, Brother Galfong had always suspected that her true strength surpassed Brother Dado's. Brother Galfong could only hope that his subsequent guesses would prove true. At this moment, Sister Lee withdrew her attention from Brother Galfong, her expression indifferent as she looked at the excited Brother Dado, a fleeting glimmer of killing intent in her eyes. Brother Dado, oblivious, shouted loudly after the congratulations subsided. Everyone, time is of the essence. With your assistance, taking down the Great Cavern is just a matter of a wave of the hand. Now, as your commander, I command all evolvers to retreat and all ordinary survivors to move forward and demolish that wall. With that, Brother Dado's eyes revealed a murderous intent as he waved his hand. Kill. Destroy the cave. Plunder. All evolvers immediately retreated 30 meters, including Sister Lee's two sisters and Brother Galfong, while a group of survivors rushed towards the stone wall, shouting loudly. 200 to 300 young men came to the camp, all fully equipped. In their eyes, there was only one evolver inside the cave, and the others were all weaklings. However, the next moment, the large wooden door actually opened on its own, and a giant rat the size of a calf walked out. Following that, a second, a third. After 5 giant rats emerged, an even larger one the size of an ox poked its head out from behind the door. With a shrill cry, the giant rat caused a wave of sound. At close range, several survivors had their eardrums ruptured, collapsing to the ground, clutching their ears in agony. At this moment, including Brother Dado, everyone's expression changed drastically. Brother Dado, didn't you say there was only one evolver? How could there be so many mutated beasts? How would I know? Brother Dado was also stunned. Clearly, the information he received was incorrect. Last night, he had sent someone to scout for information and captured a solitary old lady who was gathering firewood, who informed him that after Team Wong disappeared, a person with the surname Zhao occupied this place. Brother Dado was so pleased that he immediately killed the old lady. At this moment, the giant rat had slowly walked out from the door, clearly seeing the weapons in the hands of the group, its blood-red eyes flashing with bloodthirst. With a high-pitched rat squeal, all the giant rats charged towards the crowd. Thus, the slaughter began. The ordinary people's weapons struck the giant rats, at most knocking off a few hairs, failing to harm their skin or flesh, while each swing of the giant rat's claws resulted in someone being shredded. In an instant, nearly half of the 200 to 300 ordinary survivors were slaughtered. The remaining people could not form any fighting strength and scattered in all directions. Run. That terrifying rat horde. Brother Dado, save me. My intestines are spilling out. Who will save me? The scene was like hell on earth. The speed of the giant rats was too fast, weaving through the crowd, killing 2 to 3 people almost every second. For these ordinary survivors, even escaping had become a luxury. At this moment, Brother Dado finally remembered to give orders. Quick. Everyone go up to save people. All of you go up and kill those damned rats. However, the 20 or so evolvers were all trembling. They had never seen such terrifying mutated beasts. Seeing this, Brother Dado shouted loudly, whoever is cowardly, I will hold you accountable later. If these ordinary people all die, the camps will become nothing, and you will still be high and mighty. With that, Brother Dado unsheathed a mountain-cleaving knife from his waist and was the first to charge forward. Immediately, more than a dozen evolvers followed him, The giant rats were terrifying, but Brother Dado was a grade and wielded a grade extraordinary weapon. Since Brother Dado took the lead, what were they afraid of? Only Sister Lee's two sisters remained on the spot. Sister, should we go too? Dandan tightly gripped her bow and arrow, asking, Go where? Hurry and run with me. Those rats are all a grade. Sister Lee's face had long since turned pale. The reason she did not warn Brother Dado was partly because she wished for that domineering and disgusting man to die under the claws of the giant rats, and partly because she needed someone to hold off the giant rats, buying time for the two sisters to escape. What? A grade. Dandan's face also turned pale in an instant. Sister Lee did not inform her sister that the largest giant rat had already reached grade E, otherwise she feared her sister would lose her strength. The two sisters turned and fled frantically, but Dandan couldn't help but glance back. At this moment, the valiant Brother Dado had already been pierced through the chest by the giant rat, its claws tossing him high into the air before slicing him in half. Amidst the rain of blood, this man who had attempted to create a legend with his dominance and valor after the apocalypse met his end. The remaining 5 giant rats abandoned the pursuit of the ordinary survivors and all turned to attack the group of evolvers. Under their claws, the fighting strength of the evolvers could barely hold for a moment before they began to flee. With a sharp command from the giant rat, all the giant rats charged after the fleeing evolvers. Sister, where's Galfong? I haven't seen him, Dandan couldn't help but ask. He escaped long ago. Do you really think he would listen to Big Head's orders? Sister Lee said. At that moment, the two sisters suddenly felt a chill behind them and turned to see a giant rat charging towards them. Not good. Sister Lee's face turned pale. She grabbed her sister's hand and ran for her life. After the giant rats chased the evolvers away from the cave, 5 figures emerged from a nearby grove. It was Galfong and 4 evolvers from the camp. A beast is still a beast, lacking brains. Galfong laughed. The one with the least brains is that fool Big Head who dared to seize the cave without understanding the situation, instead creating an opportunity for us. Brother Fong has foresight, sending people to watch the cave long ago. When Wu Shuigui and the others returned today, they were escorted by Rat 6 and Rat 5 and were seen by those Galfong had previously arranged to spy outside the cave. At that time, Galfong had received news that there were mutated beasts here and guessed it might be a rat swarm. He never expected everything to go so smoothly, all happening as anticipated. Big Head is dead and not many leaders from other camps will survive. Those 2 bitches, Lily and Dandan, will eventually cling to Brother Fong, and then the entire Great Way Mountain Range will be Brother Fong's domain. Galfong was not overwhelmed by joy, but looked intently at the cave. Hurry and take all the supplies before the giant rats return. After speaking, he drew out a butterfly knife and led his subordinates swiftly towards the stone wall. Wu Shuigui was waiting with over 500 survivors behind the stone wall, and when they saw that group of people being defeated by the rat swarm, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. But before they could cheer, they saw Galfong and his group. Wu Zuegui's smile froze, and he shouted loudly, "Close the door, quickly close the door." However, it was too late. Galfong's figure flashed, and he entered the door swinging the butterfly knife, cutting the throat of a woman who was preparing to close the door. Her wrinkled face twisted in agony, her eyes wide as she turned to look at Wu Shuigui, seemingly wanting to reach out for help. Before she could raise her hand, she lost her strength and fell limply to the ground. Panic-stricken screams erupted from the crowd. Wu Zuegui's face flashed with anger, but was soon replaced by a flattering smile. He bent his knees, kneeling and bowing his head. "Brother, please don't kill anyone. There are old, young women and children here. No one can pose a threat to you guys. I beg you, I beg you." Slap. Galfong slapped Wu Zuegui's face. "Did I ask you to speak?" The giant force of the evolver knocked Wu Shuigui to the ground, his cheek swelling immediately. Ignoring the pain, he continued to kneel and bow. "Brother, as long as you don't kill anyone, anything can be discussed." Faced with Wu Zuegui's humility, Galfong suddenly felt no desire to kill. "I only want supplies, I don't want to kill." Galfong shouted, "Where are the supplies in the cave?" Upon hearing this, everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and a woman quickly said, "Boss, I know where they are. There are several thousand pounds of dried meat, over 10,000 pounds of dried fish, and crunchy ear vegetables." Galfong was stunned, and the 4 evolvers behind him also gaped. They didn't expect there would be so many supplies in the cave. They couldn't take all of it themselves. "Everyone go and move it for me, take it to my camp. Whoever moves the most, I will reserve a spot for her in the camp. Those who don't move will be killed." Galfong loudly ordered, pointing at the hundreds of survivors. A group of about 100 women immediately turned and walked towards the cave. Zhao Yin's supplies were in the back hall of the cave, usually guarded by those giant rats. "Stop right there." Wu Shuigui was suddenly anxious. "If we lose those supplies, the boss won't let us go. Everyone stop." Bang! Galfong kicked him down. "If you're afraid of the boss, are you not afraid of me?" Wu Shuigui rolled and struggled to stand up, suddenly pulling out a pistol from behind and pointing it at Gaofeng. The boss power is beyond your imagination. Even if you take the supplies back to the camp, it will only be your disaster. I advise you to leave immediately. This matter can still be negotiated. His earlier humility was only to save more people. Now his firmness was because Wu Shuigui understood that without those supplies no one here would have a way to survive. The pistol could at most kill one evolver, and after that he would have no other chances. Wu Shuigui only hoped that these few would hesitate. Do you know the valley in the western mountains? Tens of thousands of zombies. The boss could kill them all. How many people are in your camp? Can the strongest match those powerful zombies? Wu Shuigui trembled as he shouted. Everyone was momentarily stunned. At this moment Wu Shuigui was completely different from before. Gaofeng's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and then he burst into laughter. I've seen boastful people, but I've never seen anyone as good at boasting as you. He suddenly leaned his head towards Wu Shuigui's gun. Shoot. Do you dare? Kill me, and then my subordinates will slaughter everyone here. Wu Shuigui's hand trembled, and for a moment, he didn't have the courage to pull the trigger. The next moment his hand was empty, the pistol was snatched away, and bang. Gaofeng shot Wu Shuigui in the chest, directly, the bullet passing through and causing a large spout of blood to gush out. Don't hurt Uncle Wu. At that moment a girl around 11 or 12 years old rushed out using her body to shield Wu Shuigui. Please don't hurt Uncle Wu. Wang Xiaolei pressed her hands tightly on Wu Shuigui's wound, trying to stop the blood from flowing, her face covered in tears. Now Uncle Wu was her last relative and support. Get away from me. Gaofeng was enraged by the girl's action, smashing the butt of his gun against her head. The next moment a white shadow flashed, and Gaofeng felt a sharp pain in his hand. A large piece of flesh from his hand had been ripped away, and the gun fell to the ground. A skinny little kitten, frail and bony, stood on Wang Xiaolei's shoulder, fur bristling, baring its teeth, and glaring fiercely at Gaofeng. Gaofeng covered his blood-soaked hand in disbelief, staring at the cat. He was an evolver, just one step away from evolving to a rank. How could he be hurt by a little cat? But this little cat didn't look like a mutated beast. Catch that cat. Gaofeng ordered loudly. Don't kill it. The four evolvers immediately surrounded it, 8 hands reaching for the little white cat. However, the next moment the white cat flashed and pounced on one evolver's face, swiftly passing by, leaving behind a trail of blood droplets. Oh, my eyes, Brother Feng, save me. At that moment, everyone finally saw that the eyes of the evolver had burst with black-red liquid flowing out, blood and flesh in a mess. From within the fluff behind the little white cat, a pair of palm-sized flesh wings slowly folded back, having landed on Wang Xiaolei's shoulder without anyone noticing. It continued to bare its teeth and try to appear fierce, but it inevitably looked rather adorable. Wang Xiaolei was already so scared that she was dumbfounded, sitting on the ground in a daze. She knew that the little white cat was different from other animals, but had never imagined it could be this powerful. The remaining 3 retreated in terror, no longer daring to try to catch the white cat with their bare hands. The evolver who lost his eyes stumbled around, howling in agony, and directly grabbed a woman, snapping her neck. Brother Feng, old Jai's eyes are blinded, but it's hard to catch. If this drags on, the giant rats will come back. What about the supplies? Someone asked Gaofeng. Kill it for me. Xiaobai, you must go, don't worry about me. Wang Xiaolei, with tears streaming down her face, picked up the little white cat on her shoulder and threw it towards the cave entrance. Meow. The little white cat spiraled in the air and immediately landed back on Wang Xiaolei's shoulder, ignoring her and continuing to bare its teeth at Gaofeng and the others. Meow meow. Its cries grew louder, clearly showing its panic, yet it was unwilling to leave. Gaofeng and the 3 evolved beings drew their weapons, no longer as careless as before. Everyone's expressions were tense, spreading out to form an encirclement, closing in on Wang Xiaolei and the little white cat. As the first evolved being approached within 5 meters, the little white cat once again flashed forward, pouncing at his face, just as it had before. The man was well prepared, swinging the iron rod in his hand with a sudden force bang. The little white cat was instantly sent flying, its small body rolling on the ground, blood streaming from its mouth and nose. After all, it was too small, not even having evolved to F grade. Following Wang Xiaolei for so long and eating meager food, its nutrition couldn't keep up. The earlier ability to injure an evolved being was purely unexpected. At this moment, Gaofeng and the others were fully committed. The situation was entirely different, as they were all evolved beings with combat experience. The man raised the iron rod and continued to pursue when Wang Xiaolei suddenly threw herself over the little white cat, shouting, "Don't kill Xiaobai, you must not kill Xiaobai." The little girl stared with tear-filled eyes, having nothing but courage. Beside her, Wu Shuigui still had a breath left. Seeing this scene, he struggled to speak. Xiaolei, don't. He found it difficult to utter even one more word. You must not kill Xiaobai. Wang Xiaolei stared defiantly at the evolved being. Just like her little white cat, they would protect each other even at the cost of their lives. Get away. The evolved being swung the iron rod, striking down towards Wang Xiaolei's head. Wang Xiaolei, frightened, closed her eyes, unable to do anything else. Bang! The iron rod struck something, but Wang Xiaolei felt no pain. When she opened her eyes, she saw the little white cat rolling through the air, crashing against the nearby stone wall. Then with a thud, the small body made hardly a sound. As it fell to the ground, blood gushed from its mouth and nose, its pair of azure eyes still gazing longingly at Wang Xiaolei. Xiaobai, woo-woo. Wang Xiaolei quickly crawled over and held the little white cat in her arms. She felt its body soft and limp, as if lacking bones, its spine twisted in an unnatural way. Seeing this, Gao Feng called for the evolved being to stop. Unless there was a miraculous medicine, this white cat was doomed. Hurry up, everyone, go gather supplies. The giant rats are coming back, quick. The three evolved beings immediately urged the survivors inside to gather supplies. Soon hundreds of people surged into the back hall. The evolved being with blinded eyes had calmed down, pleading towards Gao Feng's direction. Brother Feng, I remember you have a healing bread. Could you use it to heal me? Gao Feng glanced at his three subordinates, moving away, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes, and walked towards the blind evolved being. Brother, I would be willing to give you the healing bread, but it won't heal your eyes. Brother Feng, just let me live. Maybe in the future I can produce some miraculous item for limb regeneration. I Jie swear that I will serve you for life. Jie trembled as he spoke. If you die, even if you serve me in this damned apocalypse, how much food does it take to keep one more useless person alive? Gao Feng shook his head, thrust. The butterfly knife pierced Jie's heart. Brother, take care. I didn't want this either. It's all this apocalypse forcing me. Jie tried to curse, but Gao Feng raised his hand, cutting off his jaw along with the teeth in his mouth, and then with another flash of the knife, severed his head. As blood gushed forth, Gao Feng stepped back. Soon the three evolved beings drove a crowd of survivors, all carrying supplies as they emerged. The stockpile that Zhao Yin had accumulated was emptied, spread thin among over 500 people. The three evolved beings changed their expressions upon seeing the dead Jie. Then they all fell into a taciturn silence. Brother Feng, we've taken everything we could. There's still a plant leaf inside that can be eaten, but it's not easy to transplant. Gao Feng saw over 10,000 pounds of dried fish and dried meat. A smile appeared on his face. It's just wild vegetables, not very nutritious. Bringing these is enough. Hurry up and go. All the survivors, under the urging of the evolved beings, quickly left the cave. In the great hall of the cave, only the sound of Wang Xiaolei's weeping remained, with the little white cat still held in her hands. Beside her, Wu Shuigui had blood gushing from his upper body. The world fell silent, leaving only sorrow. When Zhao Yin was still 5 kilometers away from the great cave, he suddenly ordered Lao He to stop. Zhao Yin, what's happening? Song Xiaodao asked. I came back late. Someone took my supplies. Zhao Yin's expression darkened as he heard the footsteps of hundreds of people from another direction, vaguely discussing dried meat and dried fish. Without needing to think much, in this resource-scarce apocalypse, it must be his supplies. Turn around 3 kilometers north. Zhao Yin ordered. At this time, many survivors, seeing Gao Feng successfully robbing Zhao Yin's supplies, began to get ideas. Brother Gao Feng, thank you for appearing. You've given us a way to survive. A young woman in tattered clothes, exposing half of a white bun, said flatteringly. A way to survive. Gao Feng was taken aback. Brother Gao Feng, you don't know none of the previous leaders of the Great Cave were any good, whether it was Captain Wang or Xie Jinshan, they never treated us like humans. Exactly. An older woman immediately echoed, every time they get something good they take it first, they've never filled our stomachs. The most hateful is Wu Shuigui, he's just a traitor. That guy Zhao Yin came and immediately handed over all the supplies. Zhao Yin is a beast, he wants to take all the food, cutting off our way to survive. They all deserve to die. Voices grew louder, some genuinely hated those leaders, while others were trying to curry favor with Gao Feng. Most of them had never considered what they had done for the cave, only recognizing the unfair distribution methods of a few leaders. Brother Gao Feng, from now on we'll join your camp. Yes, joining Brother Gao Feng's camp, we can live better. Gao Feng maintained a faint smile, watching a group of wrinkled, older women fantasizing, as if he had truly agreed. These old fools still don't understand what the apocalypse is. An evolved being whispered mockingly, what use are they to the camp? If it weren't for temporarily needing them to move things, Brother Gao Feng would have already taken action to eliminate them all. Another evolved being said quietly. All these words were clearly heard by Zhao Yin 2 kilometers away. His face showed no expression, but suddenly he recalled the moment before Xie Jinshan died, begging him to spare these survivors. He remembered Wu Shuigui, the subservient figure. That old cripple had once been a wounded soldier willing to sacrifice his dignity for the lives of hundreds within the cave in this apocalypse. Was he not here to die for these survivors? Zhao Yin, they are carrying our supplies. Song Xiaodao pointed at the crowd ahead. At this moment, as Lao He sped forth, Zhao Yin was less than 500 meters away from Gao Feng and the others. With the keen eyesight of Song Xiaodao, He could already see the familiar group of aunties and the rat skin bundles they were carrying. Those jerky strips were painstakingly smoked by me and Nyo after chopping trees. How dare they steal our things? Song Zaideo's brows furrowed in anger, her small face filled with rage. Zhao Yin instantly caught sight of the figures of Gao Feng and 3 other evolvers in the center of the group. Human male F-class, Evolver Evolution, level 10094. 76, Strength 17, Agility 16, Stamina 15, Spirit 17, Lifespan countdown 19953 days, Human male F-class, Evolver Evolution, level 1001. 01, Strength 15, Agility 16, Stamina 14, Spirit 16, B-class, Shooting Talent Lifespan, countdown 18953 days, Human male. All 4 were F-class evolvers. Zhao Yin wondered whether this camp was lucky or unlucky, as it had surprisingly produced 4 bottles of F-class evolution potions in such a short time. However, their weapons were still F-class, and they had not even obtained a single extraordinary piece of clothing. It should be noted that Zhao Yin had opened so many star crystals and had obtained quite a lot, yet he had only acquired 2 bottles of F-class evolution potions. But luck is a fickle thing difficult to define. The 4 F-class evolvers appeared to be mere chickens and dogs in Zhao Yin's eyes, yet they dared to come and steal his belongings. Zhao Yin, I want to kill them, Song Xiaodao declared. Zhao Yin thought of something, shook his head, and then jumped down from Lao Hei's back, turning to Song Xiaodao and the 3 contracted beasts, saying, "You all wait here, I will go take a look." Zhao Yin, are you not going to kill them? Song Zaideo's eyes widened, feeling as if Zhao Yin had changed his character. When did he become so merciful? Zhao Yin may lack principles, but I have my own rules. Zhao Yin continued, all traitors must die, but this group of survivors worked for me for a few days. Although they have no merit, they have endured hardships. If anyone was merely coerced, I will spare their lives. With that, Zhao Yin put away all his weapons, took off his ratskin armor, and changed into a set of tattered, ordinary clothes. He only kept the doghead hat for self-preservation. At that moment, he looked like a defeated fugitive slowly approaching the group where Gao Feng was. It's the boss. How did he become like this? What boss? That kid surnamed Zhao must have had all the mutated beasts killed by zombies. He deserves it. Even if he wasn't so disheveled, Gao Feng would still kill him. The few aunties at the front of the group immediately recognized Zhao Yin, and everyone was first startled, then seeing his miserable appearance, they all began to mock him. Previously in the cave, they had only seen Zhao Yin command mutated beasts to kill, but had never witnessed him taking action himself. Thus they believed that even if Zhao Yin was an evolver, Gao Feng and the other 3 evolvers could easily crush him. A breeze blew, lifting the ragged strips of Zhao Yin's trousers and revealing his pale white thighs. He lowered his head, seemingly unaware of that group. Gao Feng, that person is Zhao Yin. The voice finally reached the center of the group. A young woman pointed at the disheveled youth ahead. Gao Feng narrowed his eyes and gazed intently, then immediately laughed. I thought a strong person who could command so many mutated beasts would have 3 heads and 6 arms, but it turns out he is just this kind of thing. The other 3 evolvers who had previously shown caution at the name Zhao Yin also finally saw Zhao Yin's miserable appearance. Instantly they all laughed, and the nearby survivors joined in the laughter. I wonder what kind of luck this kid had to be able to command those mutated beasts. Now he's the only one left, and how unlucky he is to run into us. Haha, he had so many mutated beasts but didn't even obtain a single extraordinary piece of equipment. He must be a useless fool. He might not even be an evolver, not even noticing us at such a close distance. At this moment, Zhao Yin finally raised his head and then paused in his steps, calmly looking at the approaching crowd. What are you doing? Why have you brought my supplies here? Zhao Yin asked. What are your supplies? These supplies now belong to Gao Feng. Zhao Yin, how dare you come back? An ant with a face full of resentment completely changed from her usual submissiveness. Zhao Yin, you are at death's door, do you know that? You've been so arrogant in the cave for so long, but didn't expect you to have today, huh? The baser instincts of humanity always relish watching those who are high and mighty fall from grace. In the apocalypse, whoever has the strength can seize more resources. In Zhao Yin's view, this is only natural, though anyone would act this way. He didn't kill these people, though he took the crispy eargrass and fish. He compensated them with rat bones. Zhao Yin is not a good person, but he doesn't think of himself as particularly evil either. What about Wu Shuigui? Did he betray me too? Zhao Yin asked. Wu Shuigui. He's been dead for a long time, killed by Gao Feng. That bastard colluded with you. He should have died a long time ago. One ant gleefully said. A chill rose in Zhao Yin's eyes. In the entire cave, the only person he recognized was Wu Shuigui. Even though he was a foolish and clumsy old cripple, such people are far too rare, even rarer than giant pandas in the pre-apocalyptic world. If there is still hope for this world, it can do without Zhao Yin, but it absolutely cannot lack someone like Wu Shuigui. At this moment Gao Feng led 3 evolvers